Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Does Lance have a skull cap on today? Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, he just had his hat on backwards. Okay. That was disturbing for a second. So you can see us, by the way, those of you saying, well, I want to see that. I want to see Lance with a skull cap.
I'm going to get a skull cap when I shave my head. My wife don't want to see it, but it's too bad. It's either Dr. Linville or Michael Jordan.
Wow. Okay. Well, Michael
I
Jordan.
may
I'm
go
not
to
sure.
Jordan.
Dell, Michael Jordan, or
I'd settle for Josh Pate.
Okay. You'll settle for Josh
But
Pate.
Josh Pate also. So I was watching Josh Pate's.
What about Uncle Fester? I think that'll be.
I don't want Uncle Fester.
Okay.
I was watching Josh Pate last night on his college football show. We have Josh Pate today at 9:00, and then I called him after it, and we're gonna have a really good show talking college football. You know, I want to give it some. Or we can talk more Aziz Al-Shair if that's what you like, but I don't want the wrath of Nick Caserio on me.
Well,
because Nick's had it with this bull bleep.
He is Nick's had it.
By the way,
now,
I kept waiting to see. Everyone talked about Nick said BS or whatever.
Yeah.
The cut, the sound, the original clip that everyone was using, then got edited somewhere. Like the Texans or somebody, the original clip was edited, so you can't really find it. Like in a lot of the clips where it says Nick says it's unacceptable, it's unfair, and frankly, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And then I kept listening, and none of these clips had the bullshit part, and I realized, oh, it was somehow edited out. But
who's going to catch it worse, Nick or Ime from the league?
Nick just voiced an opinion. I didn't think.
Nick is going to catch it for.
You think he's going to catch it?
Oh, I think so.
All he's doing is pointing out, and like you have, what is this? I mean, I understand that 610 is under martial law, and they're not allowed. Their hosts are not allowed to say anything contrary to. The only guy I've seen say anything is Clint Sterner.
They love credit. Nick because he comes on with them. And I saw one post.
I'm so
proud of our coach. Yeah, I mean it is.
So
They can't. They want to have Nick on. They want to have D'Amico be on D'Amico's side. So they got to do that stuff. They got to do it. Listen, I saw.
Rather not be on a station like that.
Mark Schlereth, he defended.
You don't have to give up the booty to have him on.
Al-Shair. That it's a late slide. All of that stuff. What happened?
Because I just said you don't have to give up the booty to have a coach on or a general manager on.
Oh God!
And Dell just did. Dell heard that, and I thought I'd sneak it by. But seriously, like you can have Sterner's the only one, and he played quarterback position, which is probably why he's like that was a dirty hit. Now I don't know if he's changed his tune or if anyone over at 16. This was glorious hit. Very, very, very clean hit. Plays football game the way. He gave money to children and gave them turkeys. Do not say this is a illegal hit. He gave a child a bike. Okay.
No.
He can give bikes. That still may not
Comrade Al-Shair is great, man. Comrade Al-Shair, I love
Al-Shair. Make sure these radio hosts do very good job of telling truth.
Are we sure?
Very good truth from 610.
Are you sure a comrade would be having what he had on his shoes? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the Russians got their fingers in a lot of things over there.
They're rolling with North Korea. Have you seen who Russia's buddies are? The worst of the worst.
Yeah.
And I'm not making a comment on Palestine.
Anybody who's our enemy.
What I'm telling you is you can never say, are we sure Russia will anything? Because Russia's like, you know who I like a lot? I like North Korea. They seem like the good guys. They seem like good people. You know who also is really doing some great things? And they'll come with whoever's the biggest aggressors in the world. They're, you know what? Hey, I kind of like this. I kind of like these guys firing interballistic missiles at other countries. By the way, have you seen how many mini wars and skirmishes are going on right now? There's like 6. It's like crazy in the world right now. I didn't even know about a lot of them. And there's a lot of stuff going on. And then we get the hit by Al-Shair where he was now 3 games to me was too much.
Do you think that
upon reflection,
that's
I think
starting another war here?
It's already started one between people who see the hit as dirty and people and we call them communists, and then the good people. Well,
actually, and it's so funny but how these lines are drawn. I mean, I don't know.
It's so dumb.
Go and get your appeal. Maybe get a cutback by a game. Maybe. I will see what the league says. It is a little ironic. John Runyon wrote that letter.
Well, what are you going to do? You put him in. Well, John Runyon's in charge of that.
Yeah,
he writes all those letters.
Right.
It never made sense to me.
That's like the NBA putting Dennis Rodman in charge of discipline.
Or Draymond eventually is going to be in charge of discipline. Like, that's not.
What?
And speaking of Draymond, and this is a real ADD segment because we got a lot of stuff going on. You talked about Ime Udoka. You mentioned that, and I got a sidetrack with Nick Caserio, and there'll be time to talk about Nick's press conference, so we can play some of it. But the Rockets are a scrappy team. And they're scrappy by design. Ime knew what he was doing when they brought over, and Rafael Stone. They knew what they were doing when they brought over Dillon Brooks. Dillon Brooks was part of a play that at one point shifted. It didn't really even shift momentum, actually. It could have. But, Ime got into it. You had Jabari with the technical, Dillon with the technical. You talked about Ime. You can tell the story on Ime because Ime Udoka, when he gets mad, you're going to know it.
Yeah. Well, I thought Dillon Brooks was part of the biggest play in the game. They're down 6 in the fourth quarter, and he's got a rebound, and Sabonis just took it away from him and laid it up and in with the foul. And it was like, oh, my God, if Dillon Brooks just holds onto that ball, you got a chance now. They were fighting an uphill battle. But they gave up 75 between the second and third quarters. That was just very un-Rockets-like.
They gave up and some of this was not great defense, but a lot of it was really good offense. Sacramento made 15 consecutive shots.
Yeah.
Between the second, as you mentioned, between the second and third quarter, they made 15 consecutive shots. I've never seen that in my life.
Especially with this Rockets team.
Yeah.
Especially as good as they are defensively. Well, I'll tell you what a game plan they've got at Sacramento, though. Do not let them score inside. I mean, there was no offense inside, and the Rockets are the gang that can't shoot straight sometimes. You let them shoot threes on you, and you're going to beat them, and that's just what they did. The Kings were so stingy. That's a nice team. That's a nice little team with Monk and Fox and DeRozan and Sabonis. And I like that. And Huerter is just stupid.
I think
sometimes.
They're on par with the Rockets. I think they're right around the Rockets. Potential.
Well, they were ahead of the Rockets last year, and they just got off to a slow start.
Yeah.
They're going to be around at the end. The Kings are going to be around at the end. That's a nice little team they got there. So there's no shame in that. The Rockets lost, but so did I want to make sure I get this straight because I was looking through scores this morning and it was a little bit early. But the Warriors also lost. So the Warriors needed to lose so that the Rockets now it's going to be up in the air who hosts the next game, right? Because if the Warriors lost to the Nuggets 119-115, so now everybody's got a loss that's heading into the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. So now it'll be decided on point differential in the Cup. So we'll see if the Rockets are actually losing that game endangered them from hosting the quarterfinal game. But maybe they got it back since the Warriors lost last night.
I believe in the write-up of the Rockets loss, it says they are hosting the Warriors.
They are hosting the Warriors. Yes. That loss last night by the Warriors was key. That was key for the Rockets. So that is good. The Rockets are hosting the Warriors after they go to the Warriors now.
So are you into the Cup? It sounds like you're into the Cup.
I am into the Cup. It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rockets, I'm going to tell you what, they play harder. I really do believe that it does. I'm watching the games and watching how they're playing during a Cup game. It just seems like it's a little bit different.
So I think it's fair for me to ask you then, do you believe now?
I do believe now.
Okay.
I've always believed. What do you mean I believe now?
I didn't feel like you believe now when you were worried that they could make the playoffs, but now it sounds like you believe now.
What do you mean I said I worried
because the West is so stacked.
Yeah, but I also said, no, they're a playoff team. What are you talking about?
I absolutely a play-in team, an 8 team?
Well, no, they're much better.
No, they
better.
are now.
Yeah.
But that's because you believe now.
Well, you didn't have a top 3 team?
No, I had 4.
No, you didn't have 4.
I said they had a chance. I said they'd be top 6 with a chance to be top 4. I believe now.
Do
you believe now?
Absolutely, I believe. I believe. They're at Golden State on Thursday, tomorrow. And so Golden State will come here for the NBA Cup game. That'll be good. That is going to be good. So Rockets get to host an extra game there. And what's the date on that, Del? Did they put it on? Did they put that out there?
I don't know if those have been solidified as far as schedule, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, see if they. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So Ime though, Ime might not be around for that Golden State game tomorrow night. Here's what he had to say. Missed calls.
Well, we've got the sound.
Oh, you got the sound. I didn't see it on the rundown. I didn't see sound on the rundown. Why don't you play it? Why don't you play Ime calling out John Goble, the crew chief, last night?
We weren't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens, and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpi got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm get some glasses, open your eyes.
How important is it in those moments for you to stand up for your team so that they know you have their back?
I mean, it wasn't even about that, honestly. Alpi got one, but take your sensitivity and emotions out of it and call the game the right way. It's obvious right in front of you, and John Goble, whoever it was, sees it and doesn't call it, I'm gonna let him know about it.
Did John say anything in your conversation that kind of escalated it for you?
No, been missing calls all night and calling moving screens and every other little touch call the obvious one.
Yeah.
Well, the obvious one was out front on that play where Alpi got ejected. I mean, he's out at the 3-point line. He gets Sabonis knocks him back. It looks like, I mean, and it wasn't even he wasn't even acting. He knocked him back enough, and even Craig says, "Man, there's no call there."
Yeah,
and then he drives to the basket and he got wailed on and nothing. I could see where he'd be pissed.
No, I get Udoka being upset because he challenged Goble about it, and Goble said, "Tell your boy to get in the weight room."
Oh no, he did not.
No, he didn't.
Tell your boy to get in the weight room.
Tell him to get in the weight room. Did you see what Udoka said though? He needs to get some effing glasses up on his eyes. Eyes. He's gonna definitely get.
No,
they're gonna come down way harder on Udoka than they are on Nick Caserio. Yeah,
I believe that as well.
He directly insulted the officials.
I'm not sure that isn't going to be a little suspension. I know he's going to get hit hard with a fine.
No suspension for that.
Well,
Until
we'll
you
see.
get some glasses.
Oh, get some.
He told him to get his emotion. He pretty much said, "Hey, stop being a little girl and call the game. Stop letting your emotions get the best of you and call the game."
I got some little hoe ass, blind ass girls calling this game. He could have just cut that real. It just been real efficient with what he wanted to say there.
And then that's not it. Tari might catch it too. Tari went up in the stands after the game.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah.
What was he doing up in the stands?
I don't know what he was doing up in the stands, but he was not pleased.
Was he signing autographs or giving a kid a sweatband?
I don't think it was autograph or giving him his gloves. I'm not sure.
He didn't give him his gloves.
According to the write-ups, he was held back from running after a fan.
Oh, okay.
That's not good.
The Athletic said, he was up in the stands, but I don't. Maybe
that's going to be met with. Yeah, well, I didn't see that, but that's going to be met with a fine for sure because they're going to cut that. You ain't going into the stands after the fans.
And then Jalen is going to see a doctor about his eye. Wow. He got cut last night.
Oh,
and he couldn't. And he said his vision was blurred.
I thought it was LASIK because.
He can't shoot.
He can't shoot, but it's a thing that happened. Not
so. Ime said maybe Jalen needs some effing glasses.
He did not say that.
Jalen having to wear goggles for a couple games ain't gonna help the Riz. I don't know. Yeah, As far as Tari, he tried to get in the stands. He was yelling at a fan. He ran up the ramp. He nearly got to the fan, but security officials held him back. Yeah, he's probably gonna catch a game.
Yeah, he's going to catch something for that. You don't run up into the stands. You think Tyrod Taylor might come after and Jalen's going to have to take his glasses off? And here we go.
No, I hope not. I don't think it will go that well.
I think Tyrod Taylor just wants the woman out of his house.
Yeah. Why are you trying to start stuff, John? You got me sitting here thinking that there's going to be a fight. He just said, we're not together. you're pregnant with another man. Why are you in my
I'm
house?
pregnant.
This is
Had
not
the-
an
had the
Airbnb.
I can see his point.
Yeah, I can't, honestly,
Yeah,
I can't too.
If you don't know the story, Jalen Green's current girlfriend and mother of his child used to date Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor at one point had her living in one of his homes, and she did some renovations. Apparently that came out of her own pocket. According to her, there was a verbal agreement that she would be able to buy that home. Things have changed now that they're not together, and now that she's with a man who's going to be worth a lot. He's already worth a lot of money, will be worth more money next year, and has had a child with him. And Tyrod Taylor is like, you know what? That alleged verbal agreement that you say we didn't have it. Beat it.
Just be nice to Jalen.
Out
Get
my
a new house.
Get out the house.
I don't know. Just let it go. Let Jalen buy it from you. Just gouge him and give him the house, Tyrod.
Tyrod Taylor's at a point, look, we all would love more money. He's got enough money to be petty. And I don't want your money. You know this dream home you think you want? Beat it. Get out.
Yeah. All right, we get a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Aqueduct Plumbing is what we're talking about right now. Both Lance and I have used Billy Brown and his people, and they're awesome. And we love what Billy Brown has done for us. I mean, Lance had a big job going out to tearing up the backyard, getting all the pipes and everything. I had leaky pipe. They came over, they found it, they fixed it. I've had them over for a sink that I couldn't unclog. I've had them over for during the freeze. But listen, you can do, Lance, how about people doing some preemptive stuff?
Yeah.
How about cleaning out your tankless water heater?
Yeah, I'd not done that in 7 years. Excuse me. Didn't know that was a thing. Well, it's a thing. They had to clean it 3 consecutive times to get it clean, but that's what they do. I mean, they do the things that you don't know about, and they make sure that the preemptive stuff, you got a small drip can lead to something much bigger. You want to get that looked at. You think that there's a little bit of water potentially sinking in your toilet. That could be a sign of a leak beneath your beneath your foundation. So you go get a hydrostatic test. That's something you can do in advance to make sure that you don't have any issues there. They're really great about that. They're great at finding the little things. They're great at doing major jobs. They're great at just making your life easier because they handle your plumbing issues without, worries about, are they gouging you? Are they treating you fair? On my name and John's name, they will treat you fair and you will get great service. It's our good friends. It's our good friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Holiday season is here. Where are you going to have your holiday event? Well, how about Republic Boot Company? perfect space for a corporate family holiday. They've got a bar, they've got a stage. You could bring a band in there or just a guy that plays. They got an outdoor patio. It's fantastic. And then everybody, you know what? How about that's a great way. Mill around and pick out something that from your company or for your family that you're going to love, boots or hats or belts or jackets or whatever. I saw a suit jacket, a sport coat there. I had to have it. I loved it. They got Fireball Fridays over there. Just go and hang out. The open bar, just hanging out there. They can't sell it to you because they don't have a license, so they just give it away. Call them up, renting their shop, and getting over there this holiday season. It's Republic Boot Company. It's just awesome. It's in the Heights. You're looking for a great place to get your rodeo on this holiday season. There's one place to go, Republic Boot Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and also 97.9 HD2. It's the best way to listen. It's not even arguable. It's the best way to listen to us. No static, nothing. I mean, you're going to get a perfect signal all over the city. So get on over to 97.9 and hit the HD2 button, or just go +1 on your radio, and we'll be right there. It takes a little bit to come up, all right? So there's nothing. It's there. It's there. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's hear Nick. I know it was played all over. It was early yesterday, so it was played all over the airways yesterday. For those of you that missed, Nick Caserio just in the league for the 3-game suspension. And you know what? He's doing this before the appeal. He might have waited till after the appeal, but, I mean, neither here nor there. I don't know if he's going to sway in any way, shape, or form, if he's going to sway the league with his comments. But he ripped him. He ripped him a new one, the league, and the way that they went about this thing. Here's Nick Caserio yesterday.
We're going to say Azeez Al-Shaair, who nobody embodies our program more than Azeez. What he's about, what he's been through. You all know his story. There's not a more selfless individual, more about the team who's earned the respects, that represents everything that we want this program to be about. I mean, this morning he was at a United Way event. So we're talking about some of the commentary that has been made about his character, about the person that he is, about what his intentions are, from people that, quite frankly, don't know anything about Azeez Al-Shaair, okay? And for the league to make some of the commentary that they made about lack of sportsmanship, lack of coachability, lack of paying attention to the rules, quite frankly, it's embarrassing. So I think the big thing from and they're talking about a player who's never been suspended, never been ejected. So now we're saying that he's going to be suspended for 3 games?
I thought that's a good point by Nick. Never suspended, never ejected. When you're trying to paint, this sounds like a court of public opinion thing but if you listen to the whole thing, and it goes on a little while, he does make some comparisons to other players who were ejected from games but not suspended, certainly not suspended for 3 games. I think he does a good job of trying to argue his point, if his point is to put something out there in the public to kind of maybe seed the fields for a reduction in penalty. I didn't think it was a bad job by him saying, Brian Branch, you got this guy had been ejected previously. You know, I think he did a pretty good job, and he needs to do that. This whole thing about we must, and you know what? That's fine. He's their guy. It shouldn't bother me. They want to protect his personal character or whatever. That's really not at play here for me. Whenever I talk about this, I'm not ever talking about his personal character. I don't know him. I readily tell you, I don't know that guy. I know him as what I see on the field, and I do think he's a line stepper, and I think that line stepper, I think John Runyon talked about that. I mean, that comes from the league. I know John Runyon's not the most idyllic messenger because he was he was known as a grimy, if not dirty, he was a grimy offensive lineman that you had to watch it with. So it's not an idyllic messenger, but all the things that they got him for, you and I had already talked before the suspension came down. And Dell, we'd all talked about those things all being issues. So wasn't really a surprise. 3 games was a surprise for me.
3 games was a surprise. I thought it's a bit much. I thought we said under over 1.5. I thought 2.
Well, you said
3
over.
games 3 games is a bit. There aren't a lot of 3 games suspensions in the league.
No.
For acts on the field. I mean, I don't. Do you remember? I don't know that I remember any.
No, you're taking about 15, 16% of a guy's paycheck away. So, on top of a fine. So I don't know if you still get fined for the hit. I think there is still a fine for the hit and you don't get paid for those games. So I think it will go down to 2 games. What's been really interesting, to be completely fair, is that some of the most intriguing commentary have come from former quarterbacks like Tom Brady and Kurt Warner, who have suggested, hey, and these are guys who played the position who say, hey, you got to be a little more diligent when you slide. They think it's kind of unfair for the defense when you have quarterbacks and look, Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen have to wear part of this, and to a much lesser extent, because it wasn't pros. Kenny Pickett intentionally did this. Well, they see opportunities. When guys pull up, they see opportunities. I don't think they go in thinking they're going to fake slide, but then they're competitive guys, and then all of a sudden when they realize, oh, man, I still got some yards to get, they go get it. Well, all they're doing is just setting this up for arguments like this. So I do think Tom Brady's comments, if you didn't hear that, Tom Brady said he thinks the onus is on the quarterback, and quarterbacks need to do a better job of taking care of themselves. And Kurt Warner was like, I think this is kind of unfair for the defense. Tom Brady said the same thing. These are quarterbacks who are pocket quarterbacks, by the way, who, if they got, they could have got splattered also.
Well, you guys were talking about you couldn't remember. This happened twice last year to someone who has a history with the Texans. Kareem Jackson was suspended twice for 4 games last year.
Wait, 8 games?
2 separate occasions last year. He was suspended for 4 games.
I remember it happening once.
Wow.
It was reduced to 2 the first time. And let's see if what was written by John Runyon, again, sounds familiar. On the play in question, you delivered a forceful blow to the head and neck area of a defensive receiver when you had the time and space to avoid such contact. You could have made contact with your opponent within the rules, yet you chose not to. And they referenced him being someone who was disqualified earlier in the year for a flagrant hit. So once again, the NFL is saying when we hit you with one of these big ones, it's because you consistently show a lack of, they would say, care for your opposition. So Kareem got 8. I think he eventually just served 6 of the 8 because of the appeal and the reducement. So maybe in this case, Alshire, because it's his first suspension, he'll get it knocked down to 2. But they did it last year to Kareem Jackson.
Yeah. I think it's going to get knocked down to 2.
Yeah, I do too. 3 is a bit much.
Yeah,
but
so
2 games,
like this,
I think it's valid. I think it's valid. Of course, he's going to have like 3 days to get ready for that game because they're going to play. I mean, it's ridiculous to schedule after this product.
Did you read what Nick, or did you hear what Nick said about? I thought this was a really good point. He's got a big problem with the league not allowing any contact with the player during this time, and his point was, this guy probably is going through a lot psychologically, mentally. This is, let's just look at it. Nick didn't say this, but I'm saying this. He's gotten 3 paychecks taken away from him. You get a total of 17 during the year, or maybe a few more but they're much smaller for preseason games and any postseason games. That's how you get paid in the NFL. You get a paycheck when you play, and that's it. The rest of the year, you get nothing. This guy just had basically what he's earned so far is close to being what he is going to earn for the year. I'm sure that's stressful. I'm sure his reputation and all this stuff and the things that people have been saying about him online, it's not easy when you get some of the stuff that's said online, when you get
what the league said about him.
Yeah, well, league questions his how he's playing the game, but Nick made a point, and I think it's a good point. He said he thinks it's bull that a guy can't have any contact with the league, and I agree. Well, you should be able to have access to. Now, I know the thought is we don't want you preparing, getting mental reps. We don't want you game planning. Like, this is a full-on suspension. However, you should have something in place where a player has access to, like, I just think for the player's own, and I know it's going to sound soft or whatever, but I think for a player's mental health, he should have access to certain features from the, I think the team should be able to check in on him and things like that. What's that going to hurt?
Absolutely. And listen, there's going to be some phone calls. The agent's going to call him. The agent will call the team. There will be contact. That's BS. That's BS. The teams behind the scenes are going to be able to talk to.
But it should be legal.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. If you guys got any thoughts about any of this, you're more than welcome. Quick assist is what we're talking about first, though.
Yeah, quick assist is your ticket anywhere. And, if you had tickets to the Iron Bowl last weekend, the Egg Bowl, Texas and Texas A&M, I know people who sold tickets through quick assist for that game. And they got good money, too. It was down in the lower bowl. They got really good money. Here's the thing. When you need to sell your tickets, let's say you're a season ticket holder, and this is for any professional sport or college sport, basically, they can sell the tickets for you. They list them with 15-plus ticket sites, all the name brand ticket sites you've heard of and some you haven't. They list them on all of those sites for you. They basically act as your intermediary. They put it on there. They have an algorithm in place that allows them to use dynamic pricing, which reads the market, and it raises the price when the market is going crazy, and then it lowers it when it's soft, so that you have the best chance of selling your ticket, but for the best price as well. They handle everything for you. You do nothing. All you do is upload your tickets to Quick Assist, and then from there, they do the rest of the work. It's Quick Assist. Your ticket anywhere. Go to the website or go to the App Store and download Quick Assist. Spell it ASYST. That's Quick Assist, and sell your tickets for premium dollars with Quick Assist.
Well, that was Dell talking about Monument Chevrolet. This is me talking about Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is your place to get your windows on. Do you know? Okay, if you're building a house, okay, it's easier because you don't have to replace the windows, right? So you tell your builder, I want Gulf Coast windows. I want the best window in the market. Your builder is going to put in a cheap window because he wants to keep his costs down so that he can, make more money, more profit for him. Well, I want Gulf Coast windows. I want the best windows. This is where we're going to live. This is where we're going to raise the kids. This is where I want the safety of the Gulf Coast window. I want the privacy of the Gulf Coast window. I want the economic savings because my air conditioning isn't going to escape. All of those things are reasons that you get Gulf Coast windows as opposed to the crappy windows your builder wants to put in. Make that a point. And if you want to change your windows, Gulf Coast Windows is going to do it perfectly. They got warranties. It's incredible. Best window in the market. It's not even arguable with Gulf Coast Windows. You give them a call or get on over to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got some calls. This Al Shair stuff and other stuff has generated some calls. If anybody wants to talk about that Rockets loss last night, you're more than welcome. Ime Udoka is going to be fined for sure. Not sure if he'll be suspended as well. We'll find out here shortly. But, man, he ripped John Goble and the referees last night. So you got that going on. You got the Al Shair decision, Nick Caserio clamping back, and you also got we got Astros baseball that AMF wants to talk about. What's up, AMF?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Yesterday, John brought up something about the Astros, not the Astros, but events where he gets tickets and they kind of swarm in or whatever. I got a co-sign on that because in 04 and 05, I had a boy that I grew up with that they used to work right there by the Durker's Bamboo House or whatever it was right there in the corner. And we would go in to the playoffs and he would give us a ticket. And so we would go in and they would pretend to look at it or scan it. And then we would walk around, go to the gate, and then the next guy would get the ticket and swing around. And we did it for about 15 to 20 people, $20 a head. It was sweet, man. We saw Kent's home run, 04 with Beltran. So it was a little hack back in the day, like 20 years ago. But damn, those were some good memories. Guys I grew up with in high school, we did that. So I thought I'd just share that.
We got about 15 people into the Super Bowl because knew somebody at the gate. I mean, that's just stuff that happens. That's just good
privilege. That's what it happens.
It's good, clean fun for the whole family.
Privilege, John.
Not privilege.
Yes, it is.
It's finesse. Well, it's actually theft.
Del, do you think you could have got 15 people into a game? Do you think 15 people into a Super Bowl that you could have done that?
I didn't do it. Someone else did it.
Were they white?
But I was part of it.
Were they a white guy?
Oh, that was your angle?
Was it a white guy?
Yeah.
We're all Mexicans, so some of us are lighter.
20 years ago, do it at a Super Bowl.
20 years ago.
And John is super white. He's Greek and Italian.
The other thing I wanted to bring up, Lance,
my friend,
was Lance, you put out a tweet yesterday about Thai Gourmet out there on Richmond.
Yeah.
That was the bomb, dude.
That was the best.
Their food, that was the place. Their rice would come out like in a pyramid shape. Their little salad, just everything about my wife and I used to go there for years.
And they were super busy all the time. They had more business
all the time.
They had more business. John, this restaurant took over this entire building. They kept having to make it bigger and bigger. They constantly, their to-go orders was an entire different restaurant. You'd have 14, 15 people waiting there for to-go orders. And they went out of business. And I think it's because they didn't pay. Well, it's not a laughing matter. I think they basically shorted a ton of their staff and workers and just like, oh, bye-bye, and just got out of here. Because I'm like, how are you this wildly successful and then you're just gone? You're just gone. And this is like this amazing Thai restaurant, and now I'm trying to find some place that can replicate. So I put it out on Twitter.
Well, we're going to hit that place up at Your Kitchen. That was it Brett? Who was it that responded about that place?
I don't know. A bunch of people did. Trinity Street Food was a lot of people were in Songkram or something like that. So I don't know, spicy foods. It's too spicy for you, John. No, in the real world, for real though, when I tell you this, they would almost not, if they looked at you and they judged a book by its cover and they thought you couldn't handle their spice, they would just tell you, and they basically wouldn't allow you to order. Like they said, mild is even has a little bit of spice. You don't want. Oh no. They like medium. You can't do that. They will just tell you, no, you shouldn't do that. But I wanted medium, and they're just like, it's not gonna. You're not ready for this. Medium. Yeah.
Stop already.
Yeah.
Stop already. 713-780-3776. Who's up next, Del? Spencer wants to talk about El Shair. What do you say, Spencer?
Hey, guys. I want to follow up what Lane said about Brady and Warner talking about Trevor Lawrence. That, I don't really like the rule because what ends up happening is you have quarterbacks who, for some reason, aren't very good runners and aren't very good at protecting themselves. They think in their heads, if I slide, then I can't get tackled. Well, then when they go into this slide, they put themselves in such an unbelievably vulnerable position that almost any contact is going to get them hurt. And then you have a defensive player, and just assume he wasn't trying to hurt Lawrence. You have a defensive player who's running full speed. His only thing that he's trying to do is tackle Trevor Lawrence. And then at the absolute last second, Lawrence goes into a slide, and so his body just instinctively follows Lawrence to the ground, and they make contact. And so, I get it that they're trying to protect quarterbacks, but I think what the NFL should do is send a memo to the quarterback to basically say, if you're going to slide, you have to do it in enough time for these defensive players have time to pull back. And, all it would take is like the hit on Lawrence, don't throw a flag. And then you come out and say, why did you throw a flag? And you say, he didn't slide early enough. And if you're not going to slide, then go like a running back or receiver and just dive down to the ground without exposing your head and neck to getting drilled. So I get what the NFL is trying to do to protect people, but the whole idea of the slide to protect the quarterback, I think it actually exposed them to more injury. So anyway.
Can I ask this? Why is this being treated like an epidemic?
Yeah,
like
really
quarterback. I know people are talking, hey, protect yourself, quarterback, you put yourself in danger. This happens how many times a year where quarterback slides, takes a hit like that, and gets knocked out? We were pulling up clips from Joe Flacco with Kiko Alonso from like 7 years ago. This doesn't happen that often. So I get this is a talking point, and it helps. It's a bye week for us in town. Of course, it's still on ESPN, but we're changing rules for something that happens once every. When's the last time this happened to a quarterback?
Yeah, we are acting like this is
not a thing. Happened.
It isn't a thing. And fake slides aren't really a thing.
It's like Mahomes and maybe an Allen thing, but most quarterbacks don't do that.
Do you think you could find 6 fake slides in the NFL?
I see the same clips all the time. It's the Kenny Pickett one from college. It's Mahomes, and maybe an Allen will try it, but for the most part,
Carolina or the
Detroit
Lions,
or something. Yeah, but it doesn't happen that often.
It's Allen. No, and one of them I saw that they tried to use. It wasn't even that. It was Allen kind of stutter stepping around defense and then taking off. Like it's that. I don't know.
I think that's a key point, Del, is that everybody's able to. You know what? Even on late slides, and there are late slides all the time. Guys are pulling up. Guys are not throwing forearms into the quarterback's head, and that's where it's egregious. Okay,
this
may have been, and I'll grant you, it was a late slide.
Yes,
but you know what? Oh, he couldn't pull. Yes, he could.
It happens all the time. This is not a thing. Quarterbacks are duping defenders, and defenders don't have a recourse but to knock them out. It doesn't happen.
You can't.
It does not happen this often.
People have found instances, but it's not really a thing. You're right. It hasn't been a thing. But it's a convenient argument point. If you're going to try to win an argument, you bring it up, and of course, when you see it, you go, "Yeah, you can't do that." But I do think this is going to lead to something. I don't know what it is, but I think it can be. I don't know how they treat this because they can never double back on player safety. But so it's not like they say, "Okay, if you get hit, we're not calling a penalty." No, they're going to call a penalty if you go forearm to head, neck, upper torso area that slides up and hits the neck and head, which, by the way, that's illegal too. I don't know why people struggled with that so badly on this one, but there is going to be something. I don't know what it is. I mean, it doesn't help your case when Brady and Warner are coming out and saying, hey, some of this is on the quarterback, have to do a better job of.
Yeah, but but again, it's rare. It's rare.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, and they made that call. They made a rule change based on something that rarely happens with the Rams and the Saints. And then by the end of the year, they're like, let's switch it back.
All right, let's catch up. And when we come back, Nick Caserio was asked if he's going to change the play caller. Is there going to be a new play caller for your Houston Texans? Let's find out on the other side. But first, let's drink some tequila.
Let's drink some tequila with Maestro Bell. Talked to my boy Rob yesterday in the neighborhood, and I remember bringing him a bottle of Cristalino. It was a couple years ago, and he is a tequila aficionado. He knows his tequilas. He's had several tequilas at his home, and he likes to drink it as a sipping tequila. He doesn't have to, it's not something where he has to dress it up a whole lot. And he absolutely loved it. He goes, oh, man, I didn't know if it was just the commercials or what. And no, it's not just – I'm not just telling you this. This isn't a talking point or a copy point. This is the real deal. The Cristalino, called the Diamante, is outstanding. Ask my man Coupons on Twitch. He'll tell you he's one of the people who sent a bottle that said, hey, I got this. This is way better than I even anticipated. And a lot of people do that. They take pictures of the bottle and they let me know how they like it. And there's a variety of tequilas to choose from. But I want to tell you about the Cristalino, because the Cristalino is is a particular type of tequila. It's a blend of three that's charcoal filtered and it's distilled and aged, but it has just a little hint of sweetness on the back end, and it's phenomenal. And all these other tequila places started copying and creating their own quote unquote Cristalinos after my people over at my company did it first. So listen, Maestro Bell is doing it best, and they're available in all kinds of liquor stores and restaurants around the city of Houston. Grab a bottle, enjoy yourself, Maestro Bell.
All right, time to talk about your prostate. It's not something that you want to talk about, but okay, you're getting up now. How many times did you have to get up in the middle of the night? How many times do you have to go during the day? Do you feel like you can't start and stop? Is your stream weak? All of those things are pointing toward a prostate issue. And as you get older, that happens, and it's natural. Your prostate will expand, and if your prostate is too big, if it's expanded too much, now you're leaning on your other organs. Not good. You could have kidney problems. You could have liver problems. All of those things tell you one direction they point you to, and that's toward Doc Manavis. And Doc Manavis is at Access Vascular Health. She's giving you an IV, no surgery. They used to perform surgery on this, and it's like the worst surgery ever, ever. So if you have an enlarged prostate and your doctor says you need surgery, no. You go directly to 975prostate.com and get the IV to get that prostate smaller. 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, I want to hear from Nick Caserio about where he thinks his team is right now and the play calling by Bobby Slowick. But first, let's get a couple of calls in here and get some opinions on this Al-Shaair stuff. Chris is first up. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Before my comment, I do think there's a bit of irony that Tom Brady and Kurt Warner, who probably have a career combined 6 scrambles and slides, given they're the 2 slowest, widest quarterbacks on the planet, are talking about sliding. I'd love to see either one of them trying to make a slide. Anyway, I digress. Lance, you brought up a great point that the competitiveness of these guys is like super high. I compare it a lot to when quarterbacks, I don't know, maybe a few years ago, it even happens now, running down the sideline for a few extra yards, and that do I have them, do I not? But then they get that extra 3 yards. It kind of goes a little bit like that. I feel like with the hit, it was just super low. If he would have been hitting him in the chest or shoulder area as he's running, he would have kind of flown over him, like you see a lot of DBs do in college football. But that's the only thing. It was just a little bit low. But other than that, yeah, I think it's ironic those two guys are making comments about scrambling of all people. So I'm going to listen. Thanks, guys.
They deserve to have an opinion. They play a lot of football, and I think they're both very sharp-minded guys. With that said, it's incredibly ironic for the very reasons you said. It's not. There's
a lot of irony in this story. A lot of John Runyon,
yes.
Tom Brady, and Kurt Warner. There's a lot of irony going on.
Yeah,
there's
some. By the way,
so
Chris
funny.
Sims is the widest quarterback to ever play.
You know what, though? He makes a pretty good point, is that everybody's saying, well, Azeez Al-Shaair didn't have time to adjust. He certainly did have time to adjust to go all the way down there to hit him in the head. He had all of that time to get in there and adjust, because if Trevor Lawrence was running and didn't slide, he would have been up a lot higher on Trevor Lawrence.
This is what I said. Like, if Trevor Lawrence is an active runner trying to make a play, he's not tackling him like that. He's not going forearm shiver. That's not a proper way to tackle someone you think is trying to make a play. Mm-hmm. So he decided, I'm going to take my shot. And I don't know why people don't acknowledge that.
Yep, he did. He took his shot. He absolutely did. He did. First of all, you don't have to come with the forearm to the freaking head.
That's not
already.
They don't teach that in any way how to tackle. That's not what they teach.
Sometimes guys do try that. They just hit guys and they just bounce off, and we would keep on running.
And if that was a play where I said it yesterday, if Tank Bigsby is the runner, or even Trevor Lawrence, he's big enough, we're screaming at Al-Shaair, why would you try to tackle a guy that way? That's not how you tackle anyone. He just broke your tackle.
Who's next, though? Tom is next. Hey, Tom.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Not wanting to beat a dead horse here, but, if he had kept his forearm out of the way, well, we still wouldn't be talking about it today. And the thing is, as I was talking to some of my neighbors who are huge Texans fans, this is nothing new, and there's always been rules that have always been pushed to the brim. And I was trying to remind them that when Colin Kaepernick and Russell Wilson were first in the league, what were they so notorious for? Running to the sideline, faking to go out of bounds, and then running up for 10 yards. And I think it was actually a game against each other. Somebody from Frisco demolished Russell Wilson just right before he stepped out of bounds.
Russell was a faker like that, because I remember Russell as being one of the great sliders in the history of, former baseball player, one of the great sliders I've ever seen. I don't remember him doing a lot of that faking stuff. But, I mean, if you watched the game, then you watched the game. I just didn't recall that.
Yeah, he did it, but Kaepernick did it more, but it was very frustrating to those guys at the time. It's just, it's just part of football, and he had time to pull up. I mean, look how many times Josh Allen slides. I've watched several of their games this year. The man slides a lot at full speed. So it's just a part of the game. Anyway, just my little take there. Always enjoy your show, gentlemen.
Thank you, man.
Listening to your takes every morning, buddy.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Tom.
He's a really good caller. He's a really good caller.
Really good call.
Hall of Fame caller.
I'm telling you, I think we need to look at whether or not Trevor Lawrence has Israeli ties. I'm telling you, this is something that
you think it's a political thing because of the shoes that
you got to stop.
You got to knock it off, John.
Knock it off.
There might be some political tie.
Cut
to this.
the crap, John.
Okay,
cut the crap.
I want to hear Nick Caserio right now talking. He was asked about a potential change in offensive play caller. I want to see if Nick is going to have the nuts to take Bobby Slowick off that headset.
Absolutely not. Like, Bobby Slowick's a great coordinator. He's done a great job. He's a great coach. And, we've done a lot of good things offensively. And I would say as far as the second half goes, in the end, it just comes down to execution. So if the other team makes more plays than you do, then, they're going to win. So can we do a better job? Like, yeah, sure. Like, do better on first down. All right, put ourselves in second and manageable, which is third and manageable. Take care of the football. So in the end, this league is all about execution. It's about doing little things, about controlling field position, which I'd say we haven't talked about the kicking game because nobody cares about the kicking game, but we're pretty good in the kicking game. We can cover kicks. I think we're second in net punting or third in net punting. Tommy's done a really good job here. So to be able to control field position.
That's enough. That's all. That's enough.
We're down
I thought for sure we were going to have Nick Caserio going, you know what? You guys are right. We're taking Bobby off of, but we suck in the second half, except this last game. We were better. Now we sucked in the first half. So Bobby, you know what? Maybe we're just going to have Bobby call plays for a half because that's all he's good for. Hopefully we'll get the good half out of Bobby and not the bad half out of Bobby. And you know
the
what?
The coin has spoken.
Yeah. We got to. What a question. Hey, you thinking about taking a play calling duty?
With some of the media members right now, it's not a surprise because they just follow whatever the online narratives are. But who thought that Nick's answer would be any different than that?
Absolutely not.
But thanks, Nick. But some of that being in better position on second down does fall on a play caller to understand defensive tendencies and attack defensive tendencies, so you have a better chance. And some of that is play calling. Some of it's getting things blocked. Some of it is CJ completing passes that he completed easily last year. Those little outs, that's the one that's really strange to me. The out routes that he misses this year, those were literally automatic. Like, you were cooked. If anyone had any catch space at all, CJ was right in the hands, and that was a wrap. And that's something that is missing a little bit.
Well, let's hear him talk about CJ Stroud.
Oh, I bet. I haven't heard it. I have not heard it. I want to predict. He's going to say he's been fantastic. You guys, there's a lot of people who are making comments about him or talking about his character. They're frankly unfair. And they're talking about him missing it. And they don't even know CJ. And it's unfair, and the league's being unfair with their criticism and what he does in the community.
All right. Hey, Nick, has CJ been fantastic this year?
Absolutely not.
That's not real. That's not a real quote. No. That's not a real soundbite.
That's the other question, Del. That's not.
Do the real one.
Do the real one.
I think he's had a really good year.
I knew it.
I mean, his leadership, what he brings to the team, his communication, his ownership of the offense. I think he's, fourth in the league in yards or
loves
fourth
God
in completions. He's ahead of Mahomes in some categories. So, Patrick is arguably he'll be going out and one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the sport.
And so he's playing better.
We're glad that CJ, our quarterbacks, made a lot of progress. There's some plays like all of our players that they probably wish they could have back. So, but happy he's our quarterback, happy with what he brings to the table. Played a really good game the other day, really clean game, made a lot of good decisions, and he was a big reason that we won a football game. So glad he's our quarterback. Wouldn't want anybody else leading this team.
Well, he's got to say that. He doesn't. I see somebody.
He's had a really good year. He's got to say that.
Somebody says he loves Allah. I don't think he.
Noticeable. No, this is like this is
an Allah guy.
This is That's fine. Where you're asking,
he leads Mahomes in some categories in a year where everyone says Mahomes is having a down year. That's the example you use.
I thought he meant it's 2 years into his career.
Oh, okay. Is that what he meant? Okay.
I think that's
no, he meant this year. He meant
did?
this
Are you
year.
sure?
Yeah, he's ahead of him. At no
like,
point did he say 2 years.
No, 2 years in.
He said, but he's ahead of him in some. Well, they don't have 2-year categories.
Well, no,
Pat Mahomes is ahead of him in every category.
Mahomes' career versus his career.
No, because his second year, Pat Mahomes
didn't even play.
Pat Mahomes had 50 touchdowns.
And Pat Mahomes didn't play his first year.
There's not
started
a
one
chance.
game. 2 seasons.
Pat's second year as a starter, he was an MVP with 50 touchdowns.
That's why I said some categories, not all of them,
and yards and completions and all that stuff.
But those aren't the categories he was talking about.
Why are you asking? You're asking word salad GM. How's your quarterback been? What do y'all think you're going to get from Nick? I'm fine with, man, and honestly, just pick good players and make good trades and do smart things with contracts. That's all I care about. I'm not going to get the real with Nick. I already know that, and that's fine. I don't really care. We're just having some fun.
Yeah,
right
John was very upset with Hannah McNair after the Tennessee loss, saying she put the team in a bad spot. He doesn't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from Nick. I don't care.
Hannah's a real one.
Nick,
you need to stop, John. Hannah's a real one.
Nick, I don't need to hear from
the players.
Nick, I don't need to hear from.
Hannah picks out the necklaces for Cal.
Necklaces?
Yeah,
we call those chains.
His H.
We call them chains, not necklaces.
Those are not, they don't say
necklaces.
Hey, are you guys going over to Johnny Dang to get some new necklaces? That's what no rapper ever said.
I know, I'm not a rapper. Sorry. Never been a rapper.
Well, they don't call them necklaces.
We did that Friday, John versus Genius. You were a rapper then.
I was a rapper.
And it was pretty good.
Pretty good at it too.
So,
pretty damn good
hey, Nick, appreciate you. Thanks for the Lassiter pick. Thanks for the Bullock pick. Thanks for others.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Kenyon Green one, I'm not going to thank you for that. But I don't really need him speaking because we don't get anything.
And Nick was just now getting his feet.
Anything from Nick.
Nick was just getting his feet wet in the game. I can't hold the Kenyon. You're going to miss some. You'll miss some. That's fine. Because the Stingley pick ended up with being good.
It has become a great one.
It's a legit conversation now.
And you know what else is good? MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. It's really, really, really good. And all you got to do is go there, MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975, and you got to play, win, and get paid. And that's an important thing with a bookie. Are you going to get paid? And the answer is yes, you're going to get paid, people. So all you got to do is go to MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. They will double your initial deposit. They got a free play. You know what? Last week, I told you, if Devon Achane scored the first touchdown, then you would win. Well, no, you know what they did? They changed it to Devon Achane anytime touchdown. And you know what? Everybody got a free play, and everybody that played it won. And they give away free plays all the time. They've got a Thursday free play. So that's tomorrow. So sign up today and get your Thursday free play right now at mybookie.ag. Bookies aren't doing this. They're just not doing it. But MyBookie is. MyBookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Those of you who missed it because it was late, Rockets lose to Sacramento 120-111. A 9-point deficit. That's their biggest loss of the season so far. And, man, Sacramento just kicked their ass. And the Rockets came out nice. They were leading. And then in the second quarter, between the second and third quarter, the Kings hit 15 straight shots against the best defensive team in the league. They got a nice team over there, and they played really, really well. They couldn't miss. They shot 51%, almost 52% from the field, 47% from three. Holy crap. That's not Rockets basketball right there. The Rockets were sluggish. I'm maybe reading their clippings. I don't know, but they certainly didn't look like a team that had a few days off, ready to go on a West Coast trip that's not easy, obviously.
Well, you didn't think that early on? I thought early on in the game I thought for the first half they did look like that.
They didn't. They looked sluggish after that, boy.
I thought the second half.
They were not getting the balls on the ground. Sacramento got to every ball. Sacramento was out rebounding them. They were stronger on the boards. It wasn't great.
Well, something happened. Number one, they made 15 shots in a row. It is hard. No. I'm curious if anyone has ever made 15 shots in a row and lost a game in NBA history. Right. Number two, I do think that when the little kerfuffle happened in the second quarter there between Dillon Brooks and Jabari Smith and De'Aaron Fox, once that happened, now the Rockets were not immediately impacted by it. In fact, Dillon Brooks, they were, because they erased the 3-point shot that the Rockets made, because there were two technicals to one. Sacramento got to shoot a free throw that they made. So it was literally a 4-point turnaround on that one screwed up play that should have been 3. It should have been a 3 for the Rockets. It should have been 3 for the Rockets and a foul on on De'Aaron Fox with Jabari Smith. Instead, it ended up being a 4-point turnaround. But then Dillon Brooks on the very next play hits a 3. So it kind of erased that. But what happened was the building was infused with a lot of energy when all that stuff went down. And that's one of the negatives when you have that kind of dust up that the Rockets get involved in. Yeah. You have it at home. It always raises the intensity level, which I think in the short term, the Rockets handled okay, but in the long term, it's not great because DeMar DeRozan started going buck nutty for a while.
Yeah. They all went nuts. And then Fred was 1 for 10 from 3.
Fred will go 1 for 10.
Jalen had himself a nice night. Jalen had 9 in the first quarter. And he was 9 of 14 for only the third game this year that he shot over 50%. But he also had the eye issue, which he's getting looked at today. For those of you that he got poked in the eye by Jay Crowder. And I agree. That's the second time that it's happened to a Rocket here over the last couple of games. And it's Hollins. Ryan Hollins said, "Man, that is intentional, dude. That's intentional. When a guy's going up to block a shot and he gets you in the face, that's intentional. He's either, if he's trying to maybe, blur your vision or obscure your vision, that's one thing. But going and hitting a guy in the face when you're going up is intentional. And Jay Crowder should have been penalized for it, but wasn't. Here's another stat. I don't know. I'm kind of impressed with this Kings team. 33 assists and 10 turnovers. The Rockets last night, 14 assists, 15 turnovers. That's not good basketball.
Right.
That's just not moving the ball. That's not – I don't know. It's just playing too much me ball, too much ISO ball, too much, and it slows it. I don't know. The way that the Kings played last night was really, really nice. They were a better team last night. I don't know that they're a better team overall, but they were a better team last night, and the Rockets need to do something different next time they play them because you're not getting any shots inside against these guys. That's their MO. We're going to let you beat us from outside. That's fine. You ain't doing it inside. Jay Crowder and Sabonis inside, stopping points in the paint. That's real. And you don't get easy baskets against them. So you're gonna have to shoot really well if you're going to beat Sacramento, and they didn't shoot well.
No, they didn't. But I was Dell and I talked about this off the air. I've got I deal with a Rocket super fan in my own house, which is cool. I like that Mason's like that. And so we can always talk about, but it's interesting to see, a lot of, no, I shouldn't say super fan. He's a super fan in that he cares and watches and talks a lot of Rockets, but he's negative on a lot of stuff. If he doesn't, it's almost like I get frustrated because he doesn't care about the wins. He cares about shooting percentages. And he cares about he cares about Alperen Şengün not scoring much in a game, and he's got this big contract he has to live up to. And he cares about Jalen Green, like, this is a big problem. Jalen's getting paid this much, and look what his shooting percentage is, things like that. And I'm trying to focus on them winning and having because I think they're less tied to individual performance than they've ever been, and they can win in a variety of ways, which I recognize the value of that. It's extremely valuable. You can go back and look at old Pistons teams, old Spurs teams who won that way. It wasn't like big 2, big 3 type thing. There are other ways to win than just having one James Harden and a bunch of guys around him. But I take, and Del pointed out, I take a macro view, and there's the difference is some people see micro and they're really hyper focused on game by game. And I guess my vantage point, and maybe it's a little different than other people's, I'm more macro view, like, what is the long-term goal and how are you getting there? Like, I'm really focused on process right now. So I don't get as upset about individual games as I used to.
Yeah.
I do about certain elements of the game, but I see a team that is intense. I see, they just got beat by a team who matched their intensity. And maybe more so in the second half. Yeah.
I think they exceeded their intensity, and that was a problem last night. But you're right. I mean, I love this. I love the way this team plays. I didn't love the way it played last night, and Ime Udoka didn't love it either. He especially didn't love the refereeing, but that's another story. And that's not like him to be blaming the refs. But Ime Udoka, he laid him out. He laid John Goble and that crew out last night after the game. You didn't hear it.
We got it right here. For those who didn't hear Ime Udoka, because a lot of you are just in your car for the first time. Ime Udoka after the game, this level of disappointment and frustration for refereeing is going to get him fined.
Wasn't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpy got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm get some glasses, open your eyes.
How important is it in those moments for you to stand up for your team so that they know you have their back?
I mean, it wasn't even about that, honestly. Alpy got one, but take your sensitivity and emotions out of it and call the game the right way. It's obvious right in front of you, and John Goble, whoever it was, sees it and doesn't call it, and I'm gonna let him know about it.
Did John say anything in your conversation that kind of escalated it for you?
No, been missing calls all night and calling moving screens and every other little touch call the obvious one.
Hit him with sensitivity. That's when you know that's the way that a coach says soft, but cleans it up. Instead of saying soft, he goes, when they say you got to take out the sensitivity. Instead of saying stop being so soft, stop being so sensitive. Don't have rabbit ears. You always tell officials don't have rabbit ears. You can't be perked up to hear every little thing. And for some reason, I think more than any sport, even more than baseball, home plate umpires, NBA refs are the most sensitive with the quickest trigger for dissent. They are quick.
Here's the deal. The lead referee is right there next to the coach. In the NFL, you got the line judge that hears it, and it's in his ear all the time. But the main referee is in the middle of the field, so he doesn't hear it. Baseball umpires are also rabbit ears. I mean, they hear everything from the dugout, and you've seen them. You've seen them throw guys out just for saying some stuff.
Yeah, some are.
Yeah,
some will take a lot of crap though.
Yeah, some NBA refs do too. You know what? It depends on how good you are. Well, this crew apparently Ime had enough of John Goble because John, I don't know their history.
An eye on that. I'm gonna keep an eye on that referee.
Yep.
Whenever the Rockets play, I'm gonna be looking for John Goble.
Absolutely. All right, when we come back, I got to hear Del's thoughts on the college football playoff where Miami beat it. You're out. You're out, Miami. We don't need you around here no more.
Yeah, all the college football playoff, and we know pretty much what's going to happen with one possible exception. We'll get into that, and then Josh Pate's going to join us at 9:00.
Right, but I want to hear Del's thoughts on the other side. Right now, though, this is based on a true story. Yesterday, I'm playing poker, and I lost in the tournament, and then I went and played a cash game. And I said, you know what? I need a Coors Light. and I lost before I was drinking Coors Light. When I got my Coors Light, I immediately started to win. Now, is it a coincidence? I don't think so. I think I get a little looser. I get a little more fun. I start making good decisions. It always happens when I drink Coors Light. I make good decisions. I'm probably the opposite of most people, but you know what? People make bad decisions all the time. I feel like I make good decisions with Coors Light. I pick the right club for whatever golf shot. I I sit at the bar and I talk to people. I have fun with people because I got cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I feel like Coors Light makes me better. And this is based on a true story. Yesterday, I won playing poker because of Coors Light. You can be a winner too. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Make your life better. Keep Texas chill. Keep your game chill with Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, here's what we found out last night with the college football playoff show. Penn State, Notre Dame is going to host a game. More than likely, they'll be the 5 seed. It looks like they'll be the 5 seed. Notre Dame will host. Ohio State will host a game in the first round. Those two. Georgia loses to Texas. Georgia is probably on the road. At a 3-loss team will probably be on the road. If Texas loses in the SEC championship, they will host a game. They will not fall all that far. Losing to Georgia twice is not a big sin, but they'll be a 2-loss team that will host. Oregon losing, they will host. But Penn State, how far does Penn State fall if they lose?
How far should they lose? They're losing to I do think how you lose might have I don't think you should lose that far. How far did Ohio State? Ohio State didn't fall that far, relatively speaking, for losing to Michigan, a not very good Michigan team this year. They didn't, they had a limited fall. I don't think Penn State falls that far.
I don't think they fall that far, but they've got to fall behind Ohio State. They're going to have to fall behind.
Yeah, because Ohio State beat them.
Yes.
Yeah, they have to.
Ohio State beat them, so Penn State might not host a first-round game if they lose this game.
If Georgia beats Texas, do they jump? Well, it doesn't matter because they win the conference. But,
they win the conference, so they move up actually to number 2, the number 2 seed.
Josh Pates, who I watched his show last night. It's a really good show on YouTube. If you like college football, it is a really good show. And got a lot of great graphics, and he makes a lot of I think he is one of the more salient broadcasters and analysts in the space for college football. He made a really good point. He goes, well, this is over. He said, the way that they're doing it right now, it's over as of this year. And it's going to be over because if Penn State loses to Oregon, Penn State is going to get a take on Penn State will get a take on Boise. No, it's not Boise. They take on the winner of it's the Arizona State, the winner of the Arizona State game and an Iowa State game, and then their second round game will be against Boise. He said Oregon, on the other hand, if they win, gets the winner of Tennessee and Ohio State. Like, that's the most unfair thing that you can possibly imagine. And then
based on perception. I mean, we'll see what happens. The games have to actually play out. Who knows?
Penn State will not be the 5 seed if they lose.
No, but
Notre Dame will be the 5
But
seed.
Josh is going on the perception of the teams and how good they are. I don't know obviously on a game-to-game basis if Arizona State's not better than Penn State.
Who would you rather face, Boise State or Tennessee? Boise State or Ohio State?
I watched Tennessee over the weekend against Vanderbilt. They didn't look that impressive.
And you think Boise is really
I'm not
impressive?
saying Boise State's great. I'm just pointing out.
Don't think
game to game you don't know.
You don't think his point is a good one, though?
I don't.
Relative to what the point spread, relative to their power rankings, I understand the games have to be played, but it's not a great look when a team that wins a conference has a tougher road to the championship than a team they just beat in the conference championship.
I think while it's the first year, this is an aberration. The group of 5 team is not going to get a bye normally. Normally, the group of 5 team will not get a bye. This is something that is a little bit odd in this season, and I'm not sure that they do anyway. If you want to know the truth, I don't know why Arizona State, if they look good, they can't go past Boise State. If they beat Iowa State handily and Boise State struggles with UNLV, I could certainly see Arizona State moving up in that 4 slot.
Well, Josh got some pretty strong comments on all this, and we'll talk about.
Well, I want to hear Dell though. I want to hear Dell talk about Miami getting put behind Alabama. What'd you think?
It's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise
based
at all.
off of history and the Alabama brand and all those things. I mean, if I get into the logic of it, it'll get me upset. But I know how these things play out. I will say that the lack of consistency in how they ranked and treated losses and wins by those particular teams in the same week was very interesting. Because if you go back to Miami's first loss against Georgia Tech, LSU got their ass kicked by Alabama on the same weekend. Miami still was ahead of Alabama after that game. Alabama 2 losses, Miami 1 loss. Since that point, Alabama's beat Mercer and Auburn. Miami's beat Wake Forest and lost to Syracuse, while Alabama has a loss to Oklahoma, a bad one. So why was Miami punished more for their loss to Syracuse now a 9-win ranked Syracuse team than they were their loss to Georgia Tech. It was because the committee decided, okay, we got to put Alabama in. There's nothing
maybe it's
about,
also the second loss. Maybe,
but Alabama has 3, and they have a worse loss since that point.
Well, yeah, and to me, you can't argue. Like, you don't even have a right to argue if you should be in or not if you have 3 losses. You just have to take.
You just take what they give you, and they gave it to them. So I'm not going to get upset because you had a chance. Beyond the fact that it's 21-0, you were leading in that game. You win the game, and you don't have to win the ACC,
ultimately,
and you're in.
Win the game.
So I'm not that upset. But the lack of consistency and then the nonsense about why they put Alabama in, I'll point this out. Alabama's a bad road team. Yeah. Alabama's going to have to go on the road. So if they were talking about why they put them in, you're putting Alabama in a position where they're going on the road and they've shown to be a bad road team. But it is what it is. You can't get me that upset because you saw it coming down the pike.
You did see it coming. We know this was coming, but and losing that game, and I think losing after having a 3-touchdown lead was really, really hurt Miami even more. Miami's pretty much done.
Well, they are done.
But what can happen is Clemson can go in, and if they smack SMU, there is a chance that SMU, if they beat SMU but not handily, Clemson is going to be in, and Alabama is probably going to be in.
He was asked, I think, is Wardle?
Alabama's in.
Well,
how are they in?
The question is, will they drop SMU behind Alabama if SMU loses?
Yeah, no.
If SMU loses, SMU's out.
Why? Because, so you're saying, okay, so you're saying, so Georgia's out if they lose to Texas.
Georgia is not out if they lose to Texas.
Why not?
Because they're losing to Texas, not Clemson.
But it doesn't. Well, Clemson was a top 10 team.
Clemson will be the 12 seed if Clemson wins. Clemson will move into the 12 seed if they win.
There is a chance
SMU will move out.
We'll talk about. There's a chance SMU could still be in. There's a chance because you could make a
2-loss SMU team is not going to be. They're not going to be more highly looked at.
So
than Alabama.
SMU's 2 losses, one to a ranked BYU team
for
on the road.
football reasons or for reputation
it's not football reasons.
It's for reputation reasons. That's all. It's the name.
It's not resume.
That's not how this is supposed to work.
I know they have the win over Georgia, but why isn't that canceled out by the loss to Vanderbilt and the loss to Oklahoma?
I mean, they got slapped
by Oklahoma.
By a bad Oklahoma. They got murked by Oklahoma. They didn't play that great against Auburn. Frankly, their last 2 games cost them a Joe Moore Award finalist role. They fed Army. It's Texas, Oregon, and Army. We had our semifinalists out, and they got voted. They would have been top 3, but they didn't play well. Their offensive line's not playing well. They're making changes at the right tackle. I don't think Alabama should be. And look, I got a son over there working in the football department, but I'm just being real here. This Alabama team is nowhere near the Alabama teams.
No, it's actually, if you want to know the truth, South Carolina should be in that 11.
South Carolina is a way more dangerous team than any of those other teams.
They decided they were going to continue to honor the head-to-head, and they made this, and they even did it by saying, "Hey, Miami was the first team out." So they created enough separation to say the head-to-head matters quite a bit. We're not going to put Miami behind the other 3-loss SEC teams. We're just going to say that Alabama and their win over Georgia means more, and they went into some other metrics that don't make sense when you bring up some other ones.
Listen, there could be UNLV could beat Boise. UNLV moves into the 12 hole.
Clemson can beat SMU.
Clemson could beat SMU.
Yes.
Clemson moves into the 12 hole or the 11 hole.
SMU. Well, we'll see how much. Change there can possibly be.
There's going to be
Miami can't make it, but there is talk that Alabama is not in. Actually, there is a thought that Alabama is not a lock to be in.
The SMU Clemson game has to be one where if SMU is losing, they're not down by 2 scores throughout, and they maybe backdoor or whatever, make it close. If it's a competitive game back and forth and they lose one tight, I think that gets them in. It's a hard sell to put Alabama.
Right?
They say that's what we thought. I'm not sure they're going to treat, because he was asked and goes, "Is there a chance if SMU loses, would Alabama get it? Would they drop
him?"
It was Wardo. I forgot what his name is. The guy, the spokesperson, the top guy, who they always go to. He said, if SMU loses, potentially they could fall behind Alabama. He didn't give any criteria for how that game had to go, but it sounded like depends on how they lose.
I can't see them taking SMU and leaving Alabama at home. I just can't.
I mean, I'm sorry. If there's ever a year, look, we've expanded this to 12. Sorry, Alabama. It's expanded to 12. It wasn't expanded to 12 for Alabama's to have bad years. It's just not. You get all the advantages in the world being SEC, all the money in the world being in the SEC, all the recruiting advantages. You get all the TV money. You get all the opportunities to play in the college football championship over the last however many years.
Yeah.
You don't. Why should you get the benefit of the doubt?
Realistically,
with a
though,
good season.
Realistically, though, Alabama plays SMU. What's that line?
We always do this. I don't know.
Line
what would it be?
On a neutral field, Alabama would probably be, I'm guessing, 6.5, 7.
Yeah. It's just a better program, just a better team.
Well,
they're not.
The
we don't know that they're a better team.
I don't know
year.
that they're a better team this year.
Well,
I think the reputation,
game by game.
Hey, they've got a really. Have you seen SMU's quarterback? He is a
Jennings
rascal.
is good. You watch Alabama
and
week to week.
Has stunk at times.
How good does Alabama look week to week? You never know what you're going to get from them. You just assume that they're going to have a good performance.
I mean, that's not a good
and I
Oklahoma
think the committee's going to assume too. And the other thing is going to be you got to placate the SEC.
We're going to
placate the SEC.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. They got plenty of teams in. Alabama's the favorite to get in. I think it's 76% make it rate.
They
right
gave
now.
them the benefit of the doubt over another Power 4 team. They put them ahead of Miami. The question will be, if SMU's only losses are to a ranked BYU team on the road and to a Clemson team who they had just ranked in the top 12, is that enough to elevate Alabama the way they've played? Probably, but it's mostly because it's the brand as opposed to the
Boise
team.
losing and staying ahead?
Well,
is there any possibility of that?
No.
You got SMU and Boise, who are two teams that could stay. So Boise can't stay ahead.
No. Boise will be out.
They'll
if
drop
Boise
them.
loses, they're out.
UNLV will get the spot.
Yep.
No, I know, but they're not. SMU's the only one. It's really the question's only if SMU loses, and if SMU wins and Boise wins, we don't have any. It's just right down the line. It's clean.
But it's not going to be clean. It's going to be there will be changes. Georgia's moving down, or Texas is moving down. Penn State's moving down. This what the college football the bracket right now is not even what we're going to see. It's not what we're going to see. Notre Dame I think is locked into the 5.
I don't think
Notre Dame's locked.
I don't think the wins and losses this weekend are going to mean as much as the perception of what they want to see. Like if Georgia drops one to Texas, I don't think they're taking away a home playoff game from Georgia. I think they will conveniently make it say, they lost to
Texas.
They lost to our second ranked team,
and they've got to win over Texas.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I do. I think Georgia moves out. Well, the only thing that could prevent Notre Dame from being the 5 seed is if Oregon loses. Oregon would be the 5 seed.
You think they're dropping Georgia below Tennessee after they beat Tennessee? And they're punishing Georgia because they lost to Texas.
Have 3 losses.
What does 3 losses mean? They just put a 3-loss team ahead of a 2-loss team. What does 3 losses mean?
Well, it's SEC 3-loss team versus an ACC.
No, those are two SEC teams.
It's an SEC 3-loss team who lost to their top team, their second best team in the country.
They will drop them below Tennessee.
They're not taking a home game away from Georgia, unless they get blown out.
Well, John, by your same rationale, if they're going to just Alabama things because they're Alabama, why wouldn't they just Georgia things for Georgia? If they're going to do that.
Well, Georgia hasn't looked the same either this year.
No,
Georgia will be there. Georgia will be there, but Georgia won't have a home game.
They've proven that what they look like does not matter that much. So if Georgia plays Texas tight, are they going to take a home game away from them and give it to who? Who would they give it to? Indiana. Who are they giving it to?
So the ESPN just
Notre Dame will have one. Penn State will possibly have one. Ohio State will have one in front of Georgia, and Tennessee. We got Tennessee that will possibly have one in front of them.
We got, once again, programming reminder. Josh Pate is going to join us, college football expert, and we'll talk at 9:00. He's got all the FanDuel lines are already out for a lot of these matchups, and he'll have those, and we'll go through some of them.
All right.
I can tell you it's not super competitive, the lines. A lot of double-digit lines on some of these matchups.
Well, the first round is going to be like that. The second round is going to be
Alabama's a dog to Notre Dame right now.
And we'll see if those double-digit dogs don't fight. Right now, I'm talking about you having some how about this? You might have a fight in your household. Dad, we want a basketball court. No. We want a tennis court. No. We want a pickleball court. No. We want a pool. No. Mom says we want a fire pit out there. That'll be beautiful. Oh, no, Mom. We're going to get an outdoor kitchen out there. Dad wants a barbecue. How about we want a TV area, okay? You got that as well. Hogue can do all of those things. Hogue does all of those things every single day. Make this holiday special in that you're going to put in, how about that's the family gift this year? Let's put in that bocce ball court that we want. Yeah, hey, a little bocce ball, Yeah, we'll play a little bocce ball in the backyard. You want to put a pickleball court in there? Hogue can do it. Or just that swimming pool that looks beautiful. Let them design something for you. They're outdoor. They are exterior decorators is what I call them. Exterior decorators, because they're going to make your backyard look fantastic. All you need to do is go to HogueLS.com and see the work. The workmanship is second to none. So you want to make your backyard something special? Let's do it. Start it for the holidays. Hogue, HOGUELS.com, HogueLS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Quick segment here. We got Josh Pate at the top of the hour. All right, I was just looking through. I've benched, and this is just, and I'm just going. I benched Davante Adams and Garrett Wilson on my fantasy teams. Is there anyone more disappointing than the New York Jets this year?
No. I would argue 49ers, because 49ers are not like we didn't know about Aaron Rodgers for sure because he hadn't played. I could argue 49ers are more disappointing.
It's inexplicable how bad they are, that they're getting their ass handed to them.
Yeah. They've
Now,
lost by
I can
53
understand
points over the last
Buffalo.
2 weeks, John. 53 points over the last 2 weeks.
Buffalo, I can understand. Green Bay, I can't understand that game. Them getting their ass handed to them. That game was over in the first half.
Purdy was back for Buffalo, though.
He was back for Buffalo. Yeah, that explains some that Purdy wasn't there. However, the rest of the team, they're not the same. They're just not the same. And now Christian McCaffrey, did you see his calf when he had the injury?
Yeah, it scared me that it was going to be an Achilles or something.
Yeah, his calf fluttered like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's usually a really terrible sign for an Achilles. But it's not an Achilles, but still. But
it's a PCL, right?
I think it's PCL.
PCL is worse than an
He's
ACL.
cooked. He's done. Why would you play him? Just let him have free money this year.
No, yeah, that's all. I mean,
just give him his free money. The injuries are back.
Jordan has
McCaffrey
done
is
a
back.
nice job. I mean, that'll just tell you. I mean,
who?
That offensive line. That
Jordan Mason, IR also.
Yeah, well, he did it. You don't really need. What do you need? Where did he come? Where did he come
Georgia
from?
Tech, undrafted free.
Yeah, undrafted free. And look at what he did while McCaffrey was
You're just making
out.
a point for all the anti-running back people out there.
Well, I mean, you pay a running back like that kind of money, and now look at their team. You know, when McCaffrey's not there. McCaffrey is the Lance McCullers of football.
Yeah. No, I mean
there.
it's now McCaffrey is back, folks. Injured McCaffrey is back, folks. Yeah. I want to look here at what the injuries have looked like just to give you an idea. But he had been healthy last year, if I remember correctly. He missed a little bit of time, I think. But this year, it's been an absolute disaster for him physically. And this has been the big knock. You're paying a bunch of money to a guy who, when he's healthy, can have an enormous impact on the game. But this year, he has 202 yards rushing. He's played in 4. He'll have 4 games played this year. Last year was 16. The year before, 10, then 6, 16, 7, 3. That's so much money to be paying. I mean, here are rushing yards for his career. Here's seasons he's had. 225 yards rushing, 442, 393, 202. Those are 4 different years where injuries robbed him of any, he's hit under 100 rushing attempts in 4 of his years in his career. He's 28 years old, going on about 32, I think.
Yeah. No, you can't. You got to be on the field. There's no question. Are the Bengals up there in that disappointing category?
Yeah, I put them up there. It's a tough division, but I'd put the Bengals up there for sure.
What about the Cowboys? Are they up there?
Yeah, Cowboys are up there. All those teams.
Let me ask you this.
No, the Texans aren't. I mean,
not the
kind
Texans.
of, but
no. But how disappointed are you that CJ hasn't taken? It hasn't improved.
Yeah, CJ's been a little disappointing to me. That's only because I have really high hopes for him. He's not been bad. I don't want people to get all fussy and like, you guys are such a bunch of haters. Where's my pom-poms? I'm going to give it up for CJ. Okay.
Well,
we're just being real here. I mean, we're just being real here. It's just barbershop talk. It's just sports bar talk. It's water cooler, whatever you want to call it. If we're being real about it, CJ's not as good as he was expected to be. He hasn't grown from last year. Nick didn't say that.
That's not what he said.
He hasn't grown. He hasn't grown from last year, and it's and I'm a little disappointed, but I'm not mad at CJ. I'm not, just you feel the same way, John. I think most people who are looking at this objectively would say CJ has not been as good this year, or he certainly has not taken a next step.
No,
he has not taken a next step. So yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. I was expecting him to kind of be in conversation for one of the top 3 quarterbacks, at least top 4 quarterbacks in the league. That's not a conversation we can have yet.
Is he a top 10 quarterback right now?
I mean, my inclination is to say yes, but who would you rather have? No, that's not fair. Who's better, Russell Wilson or CJ?
Well,
Stroud?
Who's having better seasons?
Yeah, Russell Wilson or CJ Stroud?
Russell Wilson's having a better season.
You think so?
I do.
Is he actually, though? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see if that's just your perception or see if it's real. You might be right. Maybe he is. Russ, where's my boy? So C.J. Stroud, as you heard, he's ahead of Patrick. He's ahead of Patrick Mahomes in many categories. Many categories. CJ's got a 63% completion percentage. That puts him in the league amongst guys who are actually starters. He is, he's down there. He is down.
Russell Wilson's quarterback rating this year is 107.4. CJ's.
Do you know CJ's below Bo Nix? He's below.
He's 22nd in the league at 87.9.
CJ Stroud's got a lower completion percentage than Deshaun Watson.
Russell Wilson is 5th in the league in quarterback rating. It goes Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Tua, Joe Burrow, Russell Wilson.
Oh, my God. Do you know that if you take Deshaun Watson's numbers and you prorate them out, Deshaun Watson has 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Russell, multiply both times 3. CJ has 15 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. That's the same ratio as Deshaun Watson. Deshaun's completion percentage is 63.4. CJ's is 63.3. That's surprising. Jordan Love, the lowest rated quarterbacks for starters in the league, completion percentage wise, for true starters, not backups and whatnot, is Bryce Young is the worst, followed by Trevor Lawrence, followed by Jameis Winston, Caleb Williams, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, then C.J. Stroud, and Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert are all right there together. He's in the bottom half of teams with a completion percentage. And the reason that's important is because he's known to have elite accuracy and placement, which makes it, a little bit unusual.
Yeah. Let's break because we got Josh Pate coming up in the top of the hour. So we got to make sure that we've got enough time in the next segment. And then Josh Pate, we got to give him as much time as we possibly can. That's happening here, so don't you go anywhere.
By the way,
right now, I'm talking
is...
about hoops, okay? I'm talking about hoops, sporting goals, and equipment. I've been talking about Hogue and putting in that basketball court. How about putting in the best goal? If you're going to put in a basketball court, make sure you put in the best goal, and that's the hoop sporting goal. It's incredible. ProDunk.com. It's where you get your basket. It is not even arguable. We had one at our house. The kids loved it. The kids were in our driveway. They were playing basketball. We love that. You want your kids. You want to know where they are. Maybe you got a gate and everything, and you can put the basket in the backyard. I mean, is there any better way to know that your kids are safe, having fun, outside playing, exercising, all the things that you want? Mom will love it because it's got the curb appeal. It's not going to be tilted and the rim bent and the paint scraped off. There's no paint. It's a tempered glass backboard with the perfect rim, unbreakable, and the unrustable stanchion, everything about it. But you can raise and lower the goal so the kids will love it. ProDunk is the only way to go. Go to ProDunk.com, Dad, and see that goal. And you're going to see that your little kids are going to love it because they're going to be able to hang off that rim all day long, and they're going to love it because they can dunk. ProDunk.com. Only one goal to get, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so I'm a big proponent of making the game better. Rules that, you know what, let's keep evolving. I like the playoff. You know, the kickoff now, it's a little bit better for the NFL. Lance is a little bit more traditional, okay? He likes the things the way they were.
Well,
I don't want to change stuff.
I wanted to make football great again. Is that the saying?
Yeah, I try to make everything great.
Go
again.
back in time.
However, I am going to be Lance. I am going to be do not step on my lawn guy. This golden at bat thing that they're talking about,
yeah, it's wild.
Is maybe the worst idea that Rob Manfred is the worst commissioner. He's the most hypocrite. And to think about if he ruins the game with a golden at bat, for those of you who don't know, at any time in a game, Rob Manfred says
one time only.
At one time only, you get to put in a batter, whoever you want, to go
from the lineup
in that situation.
So Jordan can go hit. Jordan can hit for Jake Myers, and then he'll go back to his regular spot too.
Yes, and then he'll hit. And if he's the next batter, he'll hit again.
Wait, how do you handle a runner? Well, what if he's on the base path when he's up again?
Well, he'd get a pinch runner then. How crazy is this? Is like
it was
softball.
The wildest thing, and he's like really seriously considering that this is the wildest thing. And you know what I'm going to say? Good for Rob Manfred, because he doesn't care about you. Honestly, he doesn't care about any. You know what he cares about? 20-year-olds right now. The growth of the game and the future of the game is not going to depend on people who have watched it for years and years, for who fuss. It's not. He doesn't care about us. It's the same thing with sports media. If you're not, Kai Cenat is the most influential and powerful, one of the most powerful people right now in media. You probably don't even know who he is, but I guarantee you that I bet both your kids know exactly who he is. It's crazy, but this is the way it's headed. So you know what? He's saying, I need to do something drastic, and they don't care that, well, this is the integrity. If you don't care about baseball, if you're not a baseball historian as a 16-year-old who like the only world you're going to really know is the DH world anyway. We used to fuss about going and playing DH. Now it's not a big deal to us anymore. It's going to take away the man. You know what this would be? I don't personally love it, but it doesn't matter because they've got to appeal to a 15-year-old. They cannot appeal to us. They have to appeal to a 15-year-old.
You have to keep some integrity
because you're going to keep watching
game.
Anyway.
It's a ridiculous.
You're going to keep watching.
It's ridiculous. No,
but you're going to keep watching. You're not going to stop watching. Or are you going to be one of those people? Are you going to move out of the country if we go to Golden Rule baseball?
Golden. Listen, and
what is it called?
Stop
Golden
making references to golden showers. Okay.
Who said that?
No one has made a reference at all on this show.
Everywhere.
No one is saying
but not
that.
Here.
Everybody.
Your timeline has a problem. You follow problematic timelines.
It's very true.
I do. My timeline does have an issue. You know what else issue? And so, okay, I'm telling you.
But
that's it.
I think
I'm done
it's
with
happen.
you.
I think it's going to happen.
Rob Manfred? No.
But you'll keep watching.
No,
because
I won't.
Jorge Polanco is going to be an Astro, and you're going to be like, I don't want to miss this. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to miss a thing.
I don't want to see Ohtani bat because it's
you're scared.
No.
Get him out there.
It's the integrity of the game.
Get him
Rob
out.
Manfred, you're a joke.
What integrity?
Get out of the
Get him out.
Baseball has no integrity. What integrity of the game are you talking about?
Baseball has all integrity.
Has no integrity. What are you talking about?
They've turned a blind eye to an entire steroid.
That is not
what
a
are
platform
you talking about?
They should be using.
But that's all it is.
Integrity.
No one ever cheats in baseball. It has integrity. We got a break.
Baseball, new teams are cheating. Is like, cut it out, guys.
Josh Tate next. Brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat of Houston. But first, we got Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy. Yesterday they had this really cool promo where you basically, it was a cashback promo. It was a $10 max. You couldn't go higher than $10. But I said, you know what? Let me hit Alperin on a triple double, and I got to do Karl Anthony Towns higher than rebounds, and I'm going to do. And I only hit 2 of the 4. Had I hit 3 of the 4, I'd put it in flex, so would have won. I think 2 times my original play. Had I hit 3 or 2.5 times, had I hit 4 rather instead of just the 3, the payout would have been, I think it was 14-1. And then had I just tried to hit all 4 of them, the payout was substantially higher. And I think it would have been a $400 payout. And that's just one of the many examples of, it's so much fun. I was going to watch the games anyway. So I said, you know what, let me go higher or lower. Let me see the stats that I think are a little soft. Let me take some shots here or there with higher odds and take my chances. And it's so much fun to play along with it. Underdog gives you a chance with their boosts and their special promos, which they're dropping basically every single day, to make more money than you would normally. It's so many opportunities for you to make money and for you to have fun, really have a lot of fun. You can go smaller, you can go higher. It's your choice. But when you use promo code Lance on your first deposit, they're going to give you up to $1,000 bonus cash, and they are going to give you a free pick. So, I mean, what do you have to lose? You got a chance to make money right here in the state of Texas, and it makes watching the games that much more fun. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Josh Pate is going to join us in a couple of minutes here. He's on another call, so we got a little bit of time. He is brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and Bobcat of Houston every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's ready? All right, we got Josh Pate joining us here, and what a week we got after all that happened, all the chaos, everything. And the dust settled, and the committee made their decisions last night, Josh. Overall, what did you think about the most important things, Alabama over Miami, and where everybody else is positioned? What did you think of what happened last night with the committee?
So I woke up yesterday morning. I knew what the day was going to bring. And I told myself, before I got into, the live bullets flying later in the night, I told myself, all of these teams are flawed. They're 2 losses. They're 3 losses. So whatever happens tonight, here's the 1 to 10 scale of anger. Do not allow yourself to be fooled into rising above a 4. And to my credit, I don't like to do this a lot, but I have to pat myself on the back. I did not get angry last night. I didn't get upset. I had minor, differences of opinion, but you put Alabama ahead of Miami, totally get it. Probably would lean Alabama over Miami. Me personally, now if you're just talking about me as a one-man committee, I actually think Ole Miss probably has a higher ceiling than all those teams, but I'm not supposed to judge ceiling. I'm supposed to judge resume. And, Ole Miss had the Kentucky thing happen, but Alabama had the Oklahoma thing happen. But South Carolina had 3 losses. South Carolina, I thought, had a legit argument. I thought there could have been some preset precedent, if you will, that the committee could have used to explain away South Carolina's loss to LSU because their quarterback fell out, because they took it upon themselves to define the value of a quarterback last year with Florida State, if we'll recall. So I thought there were paths for any of them. I was not about to get upset. There is no way you will hear the word screwed come out of my mouth because no one got screwed. You will never hear, and it's not close, come out of my mouth because I promise you all these resumes are comparable. If the dust settles and Alabama's in there, okay. To me, the much, much bigger conversation will happen this Saturday if SMU loses to Clemson, which I think they won't. I think they'll win. But if SMU loses to Clemson, and we have to look at this situation of, are you going to get punished for losing your conference title game and drop out of the top 12? That's the really, really big conversation that will have ramifications extending beyond this year.
SMU will drop out if they lose to Clemson.
All right, sell me on this. Because I'm on the fence like 60-40 that I lean your way, but I'm not totally sold on it.
Well, first of all, the resume for the teams that they've played isn't all that impressive. They have been impressive this year. It's a really good football team. Lashley's done an unbelievable job. But they are not – first of all, you got to play – well, and it's for bad reasons, Josh, but you got to placate the SEC. The SEC's got to have 4 teams in it. Yeah, I firmly believe that if you're going to keep this thing going and they're not going to take their ball and go home, and it's wrong and all of those things. But to think that SMU, a 2-loss SMU team, is better than a 3-loss Alabama team is hard for me even to swallow. If the 2 teams were playing, Alabama would be a 7-point favorite on a neutral field, right? Something.
Be careful how you answer this, Josh. They already call you SEC Josh.
That's true. That's very true. Every point you just made is salient. I think Alabama's the better team. The resume, just on paper, would look a lot better. I don't doubt any of that. Here's my issue with it. My issue is like 50,000 feet, not even close enough to the ground to see the particulars of the resume. My issue is everything you just said is already known, is it not? Everything you just said is already in front of us. So in other words, the only thing that could happen between now and Selection Sunday is SMU plays another game. That game is a conference championship game that they earned the right to be in because they were good enough this year. So my problem is, if you're about to be the committee and tell me on Sunday we dropped SMU behind Bama because their strength of schedule wasn't better, their resume wasn't better, but you already know that now. So they ought to be behind them now, if that's the case. Where you run into a big sort of ethical issue with me, if you will, is you already know all those things. You still have SMU above Alabama. The only way they drop behind them is because they earn the right to play in a conference title game while Bama's sitting at home. That's what aggravates me to no end. I agree with you on all the points, but that's why I'd have SMU behind Bama right now. Instead, you create the drama for yourself if you have them ahead of Bama and they lose and then you drop them behind them. That's punishing someone.
But the visual, Josh, the optics of a 3-loss team right now being ahead of a 1-loss team, it doesn't play, right? So once they're a 2-loss team, now Miami's a 2-loss team and they're behind a 3-loss team. But you know what? They're a 2-loss team.
We're not trying to get it right. You just answered it. We're not trying to get it right. We're trying to get it to where it looks good.
That's right. It's the optics. And it's also placating.
And that's a problem for me. But Josh is also very anti-automatic berths, too, which I'm not a huge fan either, honestly. because I want to just see the best teams play.
Hate them. But the system we're in gives an auto bid, which we could go 5 segments on this. But my issue is I am a realist. I understand what the brand of Alabama versus the brand of SMU is. I understand placating the SEC. I get all that. But look, if you're going to have that stance, then you ought to have enough backbone to say it now. 3-loss team above a 1-loss team is this way because, fill in the blank, and have the backbone to say it now. Because I can promise you, the blowback you'll get from dropping a conference title loser, SMU, behind Bama is 10 times worse than if you just already had Bama ahead of them. You'd have some folks who hate the SEC that would be up in arms about it, but by and large, they would accept when SMU, or if SMU lost Saturday, all right, well, they were already behind them, so it makes sense they're out now. Dude, you set yourself up for this. If you're the committee, to me, you set yourself up for what could happen Saturday. Or SMU could do what I think they're going to do and go win and make it all a moot point.
But there's precedent in past years. Now, there is precedent of Georgia losing the championship game and still getting into the college football playoff. But for the most part, if you lose your championship game, while it's not fair, you're probably out. Oh, you were certainly out of the BCS, but you were probably out of the college football playoff
4 versus
as well.
12. That's a little different.
Right.
I mean, everything was
but it still dropped you out.
Well, I mean, but this has been my point, John, about my problem with having as far as 12 is like, man, games were really meant a lot. Not about seeding. We're not talking about seeding and this. Like, you were out. Ryan Day his ass was out and ousted by Michigan, no less. The amount of intensity when there was 4, I thought 6 could have been okay, but whatever. That's irrelevant. But now, I don't know, man. If you're in a conference, I guess because it's really tricky. Do they create something that says you can't fall any further than 4 spots in the future? You think there's going to be changes after this year, don't you, Josh? And tell John what your thoughts about the Penn State road versus the Oregon road.
Well, I think for a couple of reasons, there have to be changes after. Well, I say have to. I think there very much should be changes after this year. So this has been a several weeks running theme now. Last night was no different. When you have looked at the way the projected bracket falls, even last night, you look at the loser of the Big Ten title game, they dropped to 5, which they should. I agree with that. The 5 seed draws Arizona State playing in 10-degree weather, and then they draw Boise on a neutral field, and they'll be a double-digit favorite against both of them. Meanwhile, the winner of the Big Ten title game, they do get the gift of a first-round bye, but their second-round game is against, Ohio State and Tennessee. And so there's that age-old question of how much is a bye worth? And there are people out there who will swear to you, I don't care if you have to play 2 high school teams. You're in a disadvantaged position against me having to play Ohio State in one game because playing 2 games is always worse than playing 1 game because of the risk of injury. I do not agree with that. I don't think your assessment is right, though. I think Penn State falls behind Notre Dame if they lose. No. What I'm saying is, okay, so hypothetically, let's say Ohio State won last week, and it's Ohio State and Oregon. That loser would definitely drop no further than 5. What I'm saying is that's semantics in the particulars. What I'm saying is, in a generic sense, you're going to have someone get quote unquote punished for losing a conference title game, but actually get rewarded. That's beef number 1 I have. Beef number 2 is that entire mess is possible because of what the auto bid structure does to the order of the team.
Yeah.
If the teams were naturally ordered from best to worst, relatively speaking, then it's not a problem. But it is a problem because I've got someone in the room thinking, well, if Boise wins a conference and they're one of the 4 highest-ranked conference champs, we've got to give them a first-round bye. Why? Well, not necessarily merit, but it's just because we put it on a piece of paper 2 years ago, and that's what we have to adhere to.
Yeah, you could just take away, Josh. What you could do to solve that is just take away the automatic buy for the auto bid, and that really. And there's nothing wrong with them trying to change it this year. Like, it's okay. It's okay to try to get it right after 1 year.
Give them an automatic bid. I believe a conference championship means something. Give them an automatic bid, but don't give them an automatic buy.
Yeah, that would solve a lot of this.
Right.
I
believe a conference champion, that means something. It always has meant something to every coach. A conference championship it should be, and I think it should be held in esteem still, but not with an automatic bye.
Yeah, I think it's a minor change that would majorly enhance the playoff and the integrity of the playoff. Because I want you to remember now, it wasn't but a few weeks ago, we were listening publicly to Lane Kiffin talk about whether playing in that game was worth it. And that wasn't just because he didn't want to, risk injury going to Atlanta or whatnot. It was because those coaches were looking at the projected way the bracket could fall and saying, wait, you mean if we don't play for a conference title, this is all that happens to us? Or if we go play it and we lose, like this is what happens to us? To me, in an effort to incentivize winning conferences, they actually shot themselves in the foot and de-incentivized it. So there would still be incentive to winning a conference if you know that you're guaranteed a spot, but guaranteeing a first-round top 4 spot, that messes things up. And I know it sounded good on in theory. It does not work out when the rubber meets the road.
Right. Josh Pate, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and Bobcat of Houston every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Name your 4 Heisman finalists in New York.
The guy who would not win it, but who I would have there is Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. I think he's played just incredibly all year. I can't believe that he hasn't gotten more traction. I would have Hunter there. He'll win it. I would have Cam Ward there, and I would have Ashton Genty there.
I would take Cam Ward out and put Scattaboo in.
Oh, yeah. I got no problem with that. That'd be fine with me.
I love the way that guy plays.
Yeah, but that's because you're such a homer for Arizona State.
I love it. I like that team.
That's
no,
well
Josh
known.
is.
We've seen the tattoo on the lower back. That is well known.
Josh, yesterday, you guys have to watch Josh's YouTube show. It's terrific. Yesterday, he said, and it was just such a weaselly way of you. Josh intentionally said, look, here's a picture of me with Arizona State stuff on. Here's a picture of me with Iowa State stuff. I know you guys want me to make a pick, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to make a pick. And he said, now the model, because Josh, you do your own power ratings and stuff like that. Now FanDuel has it 2.5 points Arizona State, but the model, my computer model has 2 Iowa State. They're saying FanDuel has the wrong favorite. So just letting you know, if my model's right, then I will take full credit for it. And if it's wrong, then I had nothing to do with it.
You got to spot the flaw in the logic. I fail to see where I'm wrong in this.
You trust Rocco?
I need him to play his ceiling game. Okay, he and Carson Beck for Georgia are in very similar positions this week. In that, if I get their A-level game, A- or better, they are good enough to win these games. They're good enough to be the difference. Having said that, I've also seen them be inconsistent and turnover prone. So I can't just blindly assume I'm going to get that from those guys. I do trust, let me put it this way. I trust that if I get something close to his ceiling game, that Iowa State has the personnel and I like them better than Arizona State. It's the inconsistency. And then you got to measure that against the relative consistency of a guy like Cam Scattaboo and what he gives you the opportunity to do, especially against an Iowa State run defense that's in the 90s. So I know Arizona State has game control type mechanisms about themselves. If you cannot throw the ball consistently, you're going to be in a bad way because they may be able to limit possessions on you as well.
I'm curious if you saw Texas up close and personal against Texas A&M, and we know that Quinn Ewers was dealing with ankle issues. We know that.
He ran fine.
Well, he did on that one play, yeah. And I'm curious about this is what I'm really curious about. We know Carson Beck has been disappointing this year, except for fourth quarter Carson Beck. He's been a disappointment. Quinn Ewers, I think, even though his stats look pretty good, and you can come up with some data that you say, wow, I mean, he's done some really great things during his career. I think a lot of people have been a little disappointed maybe with Quinn Ewers, or maybe not exactly blown away by Quinn Ewers. Is Quinn Ewers good enough? Does Quinn Ewers have the football IQ? Does Quinn Ewers have the mental toughness to beat Kirby Smart if he has to be the one making plays and if George is able to take the running game away?
No. If it goes the way you just said, no. Or if the answer is yes, it'll be because he has defied the profile that he set for himself all year. So I don't like to bet on exceptions. I like to bet on the rule. That's the bad news. The good news is I think that a trigger got switched on that Texas team. And I could be wrong about this, but if you watch them against A&M, that is not a Steve Sarkisian game. You think a Steve Sarkisian game, you think fireworks through the air, you think hanging 35 plus, that's vintage Texas. Well, the thing about Texas as a program is they've been rapidly evolving in plain sight, and almost no one's paid attention to it. That's a team that needs to be about a 6 out of 10 offensively. And if they can get to 6 out of 10, and I don't mean percentage, I just mean on a scale of performance, that defense may be the best in the country. And so they are playing as complementary sound of a brand of football right now as it gets. And what that does is it alleviates the need for Quinn Ewers to have to do that. And that's a good thing. That's the way Kirby's Georgia teams have been. That's the way Saban's Bama teams have been. Very rarely did you look at a Saban Bama team and say, boy, that quarterback's going to need to play out of his mind for them to win today. You looked at it and said, yeah, if they can be good enough at quarterback, the rest of the team will take care of business. That's Texas right now. And that is why I think at their best, they're better than anyone in the country if they scale at the right time. About a month ago, Sark said it after the game the other night. He said, about a month ago, we assessed our team and we said, we know we are going to have to run the ball better than we have if we're going to win this thing. And we challenged the organization. And all of a sudden, you got guys at tailback running it 33 times against A&M whose names weren't even in your mouth in the preseason. But that was then, okay? They were 1.1 yards per carry against Georgia last time they played. That's the stat that has to invert. Because if that doesn't invert, then those 7 sacks and 10 tackles for loss Georgia had, that catches back up with you again because you're behind the sticks and you're forced to throw, and that gets you in trouble. Texas is going to run the ball better against Georgia. I believe that. I believe after watching what Haynes King did for Georgia Tech against them, I would incorporate Arch Manning the exact same way in this game plan. I think Texas can really flip that rushing success statistic against Georgia, and that's why I think the game will flip for them this time.
Wow. How about SMU and Clemson? How do you see it?
I lean SMU. I actually like the way the matchup favors them. Do you realize, because I didn't until yesterday, the number one pressure team in the country is SMU. Defensively, they've been very, very good.
Yeah.
And I go back and watch. I've watched Clemson several times this year, but when you watch them against South Carolina, it was total feast or famine. Any offense they got was through explosive play. They were not able to sustain any drives. I think this is a Cade Klubnik game because I don't think they can run the ball all that effectively on SMU. So I think it's a Cade Klubnik game. I do not trust him in this moment, in this spot. I love the dual threat capability of SMU at quarterback. I love them at tailback, and I like them defensively enough to get the job done here. This is not a mirage. I think you guys know as well as I do, Saturday will be the first time most of America has watched SMU. And so what they'll be expecting is this cute story, a team that got all the bounces to go their way. They threaded the needle, but, I mean, it's David versus Goliath. That's what the public thinks. They have no clue SMU's a 2.5-point favorite. They have no clue SMU's a better team than Clemson. I think they will Saturday.
SMU scores. I mean, SMU's got a good offense. They're way underrated defensively, as you mentioned. And they've got a dual threat quarterback that really, if they win this game and they get into the playoffs, which I think they will, they're not going to be fun to play.
No, they're going to be dangerous. They're going to be dangerous. What about Penn State? Think you give them a fighting chance?
Yeah, a fighting chance because of what they have at edge. I also think one of the hidden stories in college football this year, just think about this for a second. Penn State's sitting there. They're a major program, and they've got a deficiency at corner. They had to go find 2 starting corners out of the portal. And Penn State's not one of these, highest bidder type teams in the portal either. And they go and they get Jalen Kimber and A.J. Harris, plug them both in, and they have started from day one at corner for them, and they hit on both of them. And that, to me, is so underrated because when you come into Saturday and they face Oregon, Penn State's I tracked it last night, they're one of the 15 highest man coverage rate teams in the country. So not only did they get those guys, they trust them enough to put them on islands. They trust them enough in man coverage. well, this is Evan Stewart, this is Tez Johnson, this is the best group of pass catchers that you've faced all year. And I think not only just coverage-wise, but yards after catches are a real big key for Oregon. If you can tackle soundly here, I don't think Oregon's going to run away from them. I think Penn State, the biggest question for them is, can you generate enough offensively? Like, the Tyler Warren's a monster, but I don't think Oregon will let him single-handedly beat them. I look at the injury to the number one wide receiver there, and he's questionable this week. And if they don't have him, there's just not a threat behind him that Oregon has to worry about at wide receiver for Penn State. And so it's a Nick Singleton game, man. He's got to be able to run the ball like Genty ran the ball against Oregon, feels like 10 years ago. That was a week 1 game when Boise played him. He's got to do that. He's playing his best ball. I was up there 2 days ago. They feel as good about him as they have all year. They're a 3.5-point dog that is being talked about like they're a 14-point dog, which is always interesting. No one expected them to be there. They didn't expect to be there as of last week, but they're there. And it just feels like the kind of game that could fall in James Franklin's lap. I lean Oregon to win the game, but I don't think it's some slam dunk like everyone else does, apparently.
Yeah. I don't know how Tyler Warren is open as often as he is.
It's wild.
You're a defensive coordinator. You can't. That guy is running free.
How did Gronk do it? Gronk didn't even seem fast. He was always open.
Yeah.
Warren has more, and Warren's not more Gronk. He's more, Kelsey or Kittle than Gronk. But yeah, it's amazing to me that you have these tight ends that are just unguardable.
All right. Finally, what are we doing about flag planting this offseason?
Well, if I were commissioner, I would radically go one of two ways. And I would literally put this up to a fan and player vote because I really don't care either way. So what I would like to see us do with it is either ban it entirely and anyone who does it just, gets suspended or dismissed from a team, like full stop. It's basically a death penalty as a player if you do it. Or we fully allow it and you mandate that the losing team in a football game has to immediately vacate the field within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or whatever. And then the winners just get to do whatever they want to. I want to radically go one way or another. To me, the stupidest thing is to continue doing what we're doing right now, which is where both teams kind of intermingle out there and then someone does something and then you got 200 or 300 people on a field and it just leads to chaos. Frankly, we're lucky that it hasn't gotten uglier than it's gotten. Because as well as I do, it only takes one time for something to really get out of hand, like the Malice in the Palace thing in Detroit years ago. It just takes one instance, and it's burned into your memory for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and isn't it amazing how? And this is really a young people thing, but man, the copycat stuff. It happened early in the morning, and then multiple teams all tried to we're doing this too. We're doing this too. Yeah. And then Sark did a great job of getting his guys off the field. I didn't realize that it happened until I saw the video. He did a really good job of cutting that off. And plus, I don't know where the Aggies were. I didn't see any Aggie players. So, but Sark didn't want to have it.
Don't they have to go sing a song or something? Don't they?
They do.
Yeah. I was actually down there with them. What they did is they went and sung the song, which ironically bought A&M time to get off the field. And then they go back out to midfield and start to do it. And then Sark stepped in. But see, he stepped in because they did it against Michigan in week 2. And he didn't like it when they did it in week 2.
Oh, they did that against Michigan?
They had already had a little practice run on this.
Oh, I didn't realize they did it against Michigan.
Yeah, flag planting it's disrespect. It's totally disrespect. Flag planting's got to be abolished. No more flags at games. No visitor flag. You can't bring your visitor flag anymore. That's all.
I don't know when you're serious and when you're not.
No, that honestly. You're planting your flag on their field in the middle of their field. Oh,
no, you're basically trying to emasculate that team.
You're telling them how
you're going to try that against Ohio State fans. Yeah. I fear for the safety of every Michigan fan that was in attendance.
Yeah. Well, Baker did it, and you know what? And now it's an epidemic, and it's got. I'm here for it. I'm okay with it. If you want to know the truth, I don't mind fights after the game, but. That's just me.
College football doesn't love it.
College football hates it, I know. Hey, that's Josh Pate, brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Josh, we got next week. It's the big – we'll have the playoffs all set, so we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to talking to you again then.
I'll be here. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. There is Josh Pate right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I mean, you should hear Dell screaming like a maniac in the room. He's like,
got to combine breaks now.
Like, we're combining breaks.
Congratulations.
What? He's got to go.
No,
He's got to go.
25 minutes because you guys can't stop glazing.
Josh has other things.
Glazing? Did you just say glazing?
I said what I
glazing.
said. Glazing.
He
25 minutes.
glazing.
Let that man. I can't wait for him to charge you guys by minute next year.
You know what?
John Daspit doesn't charge by the minute. I know that.
No, he does not. He charges. Actually, he doesn't charge anything other than a commission on what he wins for you, which is totally fair. Like if he doesn't win for you, he gets nothing, no matter how much work, which is extensive work that he or his lawyers are doing. But losing's not really an option for John Daspit. If you're hurt, it's really the difference is going to be between him and some other personal injury lawyers is you got the goofballs that are out there and you're just a number to them. They want to draw in the most attention possible and just get settlements done as quickly as possible. Move on. It's a turn and burn idea. They don't care about how badly you're actually hurt. They just want to get their commission and move on. That's not the way John Daspit operates at all. He understands he wants to check on your health completely. If you're involved in an accident at the workplace or the roadway or really anywhere, he wants to find out exactly what's going on. Get them to, if there's issues with back, neck, legs, let's get X-rays, CAT scans, MRIs, because the other side, the insurance company, is going to pay for you to get fixed. You are not going to have to come out of your own pocket. If you miss time from work, they're going to pay for it. And John Daspit's going to make sure that you get a fair pain and suffering settlement as well, because you didn't ask for this to happen to you, but he's damn sure going to make sure that you get compensated for that injury. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They are passionately pursuing justice for the injured. They will take no shortcuts, and they will make sure you are treated right, and they do not lose if it goes to court. This man has a phenomenal success rate. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
HRP. I know they're listening. I know the guys like Chris is listening, and Mike, when Mike's in town, he's listening. Robler, they all, Plotkin, they're all listening. They love college football. They love U of H. They love Texas A&M. They love Texas. They love all of our teams here at HRP. It's not about that. It's about you having your business do better. It's about the bottom line of your business. It's about making sure that you listen. As an owner, as a CEO, as a CFO, you have to do what's best for your company. You have to do what's best for your people. And if that means that you don't have a payroll department because it's more economical, well, you're going to save more jobs. Your people are going to are more efficient. Your place is going to be more efficient. You're going to make more money. You're going to stay in business. You're going to do things right. You got to make sure that you're doing what's best for your people, what's best for and if that means that you have to eliminate jobs in the payroll department, but you got to do it more efficiently because you got to do it more efficiently and better with HR&P, then that's what's got to happen. Okay, you got to make tough decisions sometime. And this is a tough decision maybe, or another tough decision might be getting rid of the admin company that you have right now because HR&P is going to be better. So look, take a look at your business, let HR&P take a look at your business, and let them find out whether or not they can save you money and do it better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, so it is set. The Rockets are going to be hosting Golden State, and that game will be on December 11th. December 11th at 8:30 Central Time. The winner of that game moves on to play the winner of Oklahoma City and Dallas. The loser plays the loser of Oklahoma City and Dallas. Both of those games count towards the regular season. All the stats and the record in those games. So let me ask you a question. While it is good to win in the NBA Cup, and they were 3-1 in group play, but now they have to face better teams. And if it comes down to a game or two at the end, you had to play the Warriors and either Oklahoma City or Dallas, while other teams are playing the Pelicans or whomever, worse teams, because they didn't make it to play the better teams. Is that in some way, shape, or form, it's actually it could be penalizing you, especially if you lose both of these games?
I see what you're saying. I mean, what you're talking about is the games counting toward your 82 game schedule.
It does.
And so you're playing on paper better teams.
Yes.
Although you don't have to be a good team to advance in the cup or whatever. It's not.
You have to win games.
Yeah, it's whoever wins those games.
Well, let's face it, the better teams have advanced.
Yeah, they did. They did this time. But I don't know. I don't know if you're ultimate. I also think it makes you more battle tested. I think there's something to be said for once you get in the playoffs, it makes you more battle tested as well. So I think it's a good challenge for that. I think the challenge in front of a young team outweighs any concerns about losing a game here or losing a game there in the standings. I think the challenge for a young team looking to test themselves is actually more important for me than some team worrying about, if seeding is going to be affected by one single game. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it until you brought it up, but it doesn't really bother me that much. I'd rather see the games. I'd rather see them compete for something like this.
Yeah, right, exactly. And you got the Warriors at home. That's an advantage. You get them at home, and I really do. I think that there's more intensity in these games.
Yeah.
Who was it? Oh, somebody tweeted, big deal anyway. NBA Cup, big deal anyway. It's not. It is. It's kind of a big deal. Big deal. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. It's cool. Go on and win it. The Lakers won the first one. Boy, the Lakers are in some trouble, bro.
LeBron James is 0 for his last 19. He's mired in the worst shooting slump of his career. But you know what's interesting? And I saw this, and he's not shooting well. And there's actually a lot of think pieces out there about, is this finally age, finally catching up with LeBron? And maybe that is happening right now. Have you taken a look at his assist and rebound totals for the year?
Fantastic.
It's like 8 and 9. His numbers, he's averaging 22 points a game. I think his rebounds are at 9 and his assists are at 8. High 8s for both of them, something like that. He's still actually playing impactful, but his shooting it's really bad. Like I said, he hasn't made a 3-pointer in 4 games. He's 0 for his last 19. They say he's looking more tired and not, he just doesn't look that. Now, in the beginning of the year, he looked fine. It's like it all of a sudden smacked him, I guess. But we do know that age will get you. All of a sudden, guys have sharp declines. Maybe that will happen for the superhero LeBron James, but he still has an impact on the game.
Absolutely.
But you don't want him shooting too much because, if you're not shooting well, I don't care how many rebounds and assists you have. If you're a negative from a possession standpoint, that's not going to help you in today's NBA game where everyone tries to base everything on efficiency.
Yeah. No. Your kids do. I don't know that.
Well, I think Daryl Morey does too.
Daryl Morey's team sucks. Daryl Morey's put together a disaster.
Now.
Well, they suck.
Keep that same energy when they're winning the East.
This year?
No.
Okay.
I think Daryl's star is done shining in Philadelphia too. They're going to be mad at him too.
Yeah, it won't be long. All right. We're wrapping up this show. Ime Udoka, we'll find out how much he's going to be fined. And if there is I doubt a suspension, but he's certainly going to catch it for his comments last night. Nick Caserio, does he get fined by the NFL?
No. He just gave an opinion. You can't fine a guy he didn't go after any individual and go after their character. He just defended his guy, and he said he didn't think it was right. We're not. My league does not listen. My league is not trying to impose martial law on anybody like
really?
South Korea. No, you can speak your mind.
Do you ever see the number of fines from tackles, legitimate and unflagged tackles that are fined in your league?
Where is the lack of freedom of speech? We
lack
let
of
Micah
freedom
Parsons even have a whole ass podcast on. What are you talking about? Roger lets people have freedom of speech. No one's getting fined there. No one's getting fined.
We'll see. We'll see.
For speaking his opinion. We're, like I said, we are not. This is not South Korea where we got martial law coming
it's
in.
North Korea.
No, South Korea imposed martial law, and then they immediately this didn't work.
Yeah,
immediately off.
That wouldn't happen.
They were worried about North Korea.
That wouldn't happen in North Korea.
Well, North Korea
wouldn't have pulled back.
No.
North
Korea would have said, "Oh, that's the way we're doing it.
We don't need martial law. We are martial law."
Yeah, right, exactly. And the Rockets lost last night, and they lost big by 9, biggest loss of the year.
Is that really that can't be the biggest loss of the year?
Yeah. The Thunder beat them up,
you
right?
got the brakes beat off you by the Thunder in Oklahoma City.
Well, I saw Jonathan Fagans. He said,
lied to you.
Somebody had said
Let me see, because I think the Thunder won.
You were getting beat
run
handily by Oklahoma City, unless you made a comeback, because I flipped it off when that butt kicking was going on.
They lost by 19.
Yeah.
I can't.
You got ball sacked by somebody on Twitter.
Who got you, John?
They did lose by 19. Yeah, that was their second worst loss of the season.
Yes.
Okay. Second worst loss of the season last night against the.
It's pretty good.
Against
of all your losses, you've only had one double-digit loss.
Yeah. Last night was they had 120. All the free throws and everything else they should have scored. They had a couple minutes left where they could have, but never mind. The Rockets lost, but that's okay. They are on to, you got a preview of the NBA Cup game tomorrow night at Golden State. At Golden State tomorrow night. So the West Coast swing here didn't start well last night. We're going to break it when we come back.
We are going to win the cup. Let's do soccer. Let's get some soccer cheers going.
European soccer chant.
We are going to win the cup. Rockets, win the cup. Like, why can't we do stuff like that?
Yeah.
We used to have Red Rowdies. Why can't we start doing cheers?
Because did you just hear your cheer? It sucked. You got to come up with something better than that.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it, but we should have some kind of cheers. This is an FA. They've even said this is based on international soccer. So why can't we have international cheers? Like, we are going to win the league, or what is it they say in the Premier League? There's something that everyone says when they're in first place, but no, we got to start coming up with some cheers, calling people, make songs to make fun of people. There's different teams have songs where they make fun of other teams' players. Let's get some of that energy.
You have something for Kuminga?
I mean,
there. You know what? There's a lot out there on Kuminga right now. A lot of video evidence of how he sucks. Yeah,
but it has to be a little personal in the chants across the pond. They're a little personal about the guy, so we need to do some research. Lance, get on it.
Yeah, Lance. Yeah,
I'm going to work.
I want Adam Silver in there. I wanted him to catch a little too.
Wait, we're not chanting against Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Why would we do that? He's going to try to. We've already We're just getting past all the Daryl Morey trying to Karen his way up against every call. We're like, I've put in. Here's 30,000 clips that I'd like to show you where we have been done wrong. I mean, if there's anyone who had the league office and officials more ticked off at them than the Rockets did under Daryl Morey regime, I'd like to know who it is.
Man, your bias has just leaked through.
Am I wrong, though? He was constantly submitting videos to the league, and they're like, what is this? Put it in the trash. It's from the Rockets again. Just put it in the trash. I'm not looking at this.
No, he did. He pissed off the league, no question about it. And it's carried over. That's how we lost last night, because of John Goble. They gave us John Goble, that ref. The league hates the Rockets. Hates the Rockets. It's just a terrible league. Time to talk about.
You sound like Rockets Twitter.
I know. Time to talk about. I'm trying to be Rockets Twitter. I want them on my side. I kind of want Rockets Twitter against me. Okay, I got Texans Twitter all up in my kitchen right now.
Texans Twitter is kind of
Yeah. Astros Twitter has been.
Jeremy is Texans Twitter now.
Oh my God, is he ever? Is he ever? Look at this. And he's got arrows pointing.
We need to have I don't want to be involved.
I'm just asking questions.
I don't want to be involved, but there needs to be a conversation about what's going on that account.
I like it. Jeremy's trying to get engagements, and it's working. And Richard Sherman's retweeting them, and
I know,
like,
right?
Yeah, no, I mean Jeremy is like, and he's standing on what they say, 10 toes down. He's for the H. He's being buried in H right now. People in Houston are like, this is the guy who actually gets us.
Right.
He's out there fighting for the fans and fighting for the team. What is this idiot show doing? Anti-Texans.
He's our Adam Clanton. Time to talk about Chastang Ford. You're looking for the best way to get that Ford car truck. I got one way to do it. And trade in your piece of, I'm not going to call it a piece of, but you got a Jeep, right? And you want to get into a Bronco? Yes. Okay. You're right. It's that Bronco ride is just, I'm telling you right here and right now, it's just better. Okay. So you're looking for the best way to get into it. Well, how about $2,000 off right off the bat? Right off the bat, you get $2,000 off if you trade in your Jeep for a Bronco. How about if you got a Ram? Okay. You got a Ram pickup. Nope. Beat it. Because we got F-150s over here. $2,000 off. Plus, special deals, rates as low as 1.9% financing for 60 months on F-150s and Super Duties. Broncos, 5.9 for 60 months, 7.9 for 72 months, right? They're going to do the best they can to get you into that car or truck. The Broncos Sport Big Bend, $369 a month with nothing down on a lease. That is a great deal. That is a great starter car for your kid because they're not going to want it after 3 years anyway. You do a 3-year lease. This is a great way at $369 a month. What? Nothing down? Perfect. Great starter car for your kid. 2.9% for 72 months or 3.9% for 60 months on financing. It's all happening at Chastang Ford. They're going to get you into whatever it is that you want at the best price with the best service. And listen, no add-ons and markups because they don't do that. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown, or you can do it all online at ChastangFord.com.
Winter Wonders coming up this weekend. It actually starts on Friday and it goes all the way through Sunday. And you heard that right. Sunday. You guys, Zadok Jewelers, they are going to be open in the month of December on Sunday. That's kind of what they do. It's a huge shopping season. They understand that. But they've got Winter Wonders right now, which is an awesome transformation they're going to be making right there. You're invited. It's there in the spot at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They're going to have coffee, drinks for you from Maven. They are going to have bites from Uchiko, which is one of the top sushi restaurants that's right there in the same building. Yes, they're going to have bites there. When they do something special at Zadok, they do it right. And I'm not just talking about the events like having Uchiko and Maven Coffee and all the different things that they've done. I'm talking about the prices, the selection, the service. It's all top notch. They have the finest watches. They have the best diamond engagement jewelries. They have a second floor that's specifically designed to give you the engagement process and from start to finish so that you really have a special, so your special day is really that special. Zadok Jewelers is different than any other jewelers, and they prove it to you every single day. But I want to make sure that you know from Friday through Sunday, take advantage of a really fun time and a great opportunity to go shop for the perfect gift this holiday season. It's Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, or stop online at zadok.com.
A thief has stolen over $30,000 of Christmas pies during a delivery heist. The owner of the pies has asked them, please donate them. Let me ask you a question. 2,500 pies that are baked now for Christmas? They're going to be old. Who wants a pie?
How many pies?
2,500 pies.
And what did they say they were worth?
Over $30,000.
Wow.
They should be robbed. Who wants a pie that was baked on December 2nd?
Yeah, but it's holiday pie. It's not for. You're eating all through the time. What do you just get? Your king cake. You're eating king cakes for a full month. You could do that with apple pies. You could do that with pecan pies, pumpkin pies.
No, they just get the little baby out of the king cake.
No, king cakes are delicious. What are you talking about? Good ones are delicious.
They're stale. They're terrible.
No, they're not. Not if you get a good one. Why do you think all bakery stuff is stale? You came into this thinking it's going to be stale cakes.
You get it. Not that's baked on December 2nd.
You know pies, you don't have to eat a whole pie or a whole cake in one day, right?
I do. Yeah, you do. Minnesota woman was busted for auto theft. She had a little problem. She's a self-snitcher. She had it in her journey entry. Totally stole a car today. She has to be.
What's her name? Can you put her name out there? I want her to be famous.
Vanessa Guerra.
Vanessa Guerra put in her
is
journal.
She related to Vita?
Totally, I don't know. Then maybe in the court of John, she gets off.
I don't know. She might if she's related
the old
to Vita.
Turnaround, you're off.
Innocent.
The old John,
do
Judge
a little
John.
spin for me, please.
I want him to have a TV show when he's done with radio, and it just is called Judge John. And he's in there, and then every once in a while you get somebody like, could you do me a favor? Could you drop a pencil on the ground and pick it up? I want to just drop some papers on the floor.
Innocent.
Not guilty.
Not
guilty.
Hey,
who ordered pancakes?
Oh.
Guilty.
I don't know what
I
you
haven't
did,
even
whatever.
argued my case.
Well, you walked in, you did a little spin. That's enough evidence for me.
I think this happens every year. The shop with a cop event, there's always a shoplifter. If you're going to go shop with a cop and they're going to buy you something, don't shoplift. You got all these cops right there and they see you. Every year somebody gets caught shoplifting on shop with a cop event. I mean, criminals are dumb. You're too dumb. Now, you don't do it with all the cops around. I regret using 23andMe. I gave up my DNA just to find out I'm British. Do you think you would find out that you were British if you do 23andMe?
Yeah. I think I've got some of that.
British
Yeah, I think I got some. Yeah, on the Bloom side, I think I got British, little French, and mostly German. Yeah. I ordered a 23andMe. I'm just going to do it for fun. Just see what happens.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, you went through mine already. I don't have to do it.
No, that's ancestry.
Oh, what's 23?
You just have all of your family. Your entire tree is in one village. It's very suspect. One village.
You don't think there was some stuff going on in my family?
One branch. It's like the Lannisters.
Yeah. It's actually pretty accurate.
Like I was like, John, everything goes back to this one Calabria or whatever.
Yeah. No, it's in Calabria.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I forget the name of the village. But yeah, that's it.
I'm like, I traced back another 100 years. Same place. No one's moved.
And there's only 23 people in this village.
Yeah, like I don't like the numbers.
The numbers.
I'm a numbers guy, and this doesn't look good for you.
There's an artist in Denver, Colorado. He's making tiny models of beetles holding sex toys. Do you want
John
a
Lennon
tiny...
holding a sex toy?
Yeah, it's a beetle that's holding a sex toy.
No. Oh.
Imagine there's a jackrabbit. What? I think that's what it's called.
Call them back massagers.
Imagine I've got a fleshlight. I mean, that's how the song might go.
Right? Yeah.
At least that this guy's making these little figurines.
Beatles. Yeah, the Beatles.
The Beatles or
No. BEETLES.
Oh, so that's fun now.
Michelle Beatle?
A tiny Paul McCartney.
Beetle?
A tiny Paul McCartney
No,
holding.
they're actually the insect.
That's less fun.
No one cares anymore.
The thought of someone making a tiny Paul McCartney holding a sex toy is fun.
Not a beetle. Not a
No, not a beetle. Yeah, like Ringo.
Like a dung beetle holding a sex toy? I don't care about that.
Well, who comes up with that? That's the most random thing I've ever heard of.
Well, that's why it's News of the Weird.
I'm done.
We're done. Del and Sean are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But I'm not done before I talk about Nico Nikos. Look, we have got a tailgate thing. And you think of tailgating, well, I got to buy a bunch of stuff. No. If you're going to watch the game on Sunday, go to NicoNico.com and order at catering at Nico Nikos. Order your food, pick it up, and you could win lunch with me. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a gigantic lunch. It doesn't have to be a tailgate. It could be just for 4 people. But you order. You go to catering at Nico Nikos, and you tell them that you're ordering the John Granato special, or you order what you want. Actually, it's not a big deal. But you could. We're going to go to lunch. Okay, we're going to go to lunch with Nico Nikos, absolutely free. So you could get 2 lunches for the price of 1, and we'll hang out one day. So here's the deal: if you're looking for a great way to enjoy your football or basketball or whatever it is that you're watching, go to Nico Nikos and order online, and let's go. We're going to have fun. And I'm telling you, you'll love the food. The food is fantastic. Nico Nikos, I love their food is the best Greek food in this city. I'm telling you. Now, we got a new location up in the Woodlands. You got the one on I-10 at the Beltway. And, of course, you got the one in Montrose at Westheimer and Montrose. You're looking for great, great, great food. I love Nico Nikos. You'll love Nico Nikos as well. Go to NicoNikos.com or go to the app, OPA, O-P-A, and order there and get a nice – and the more you order, the more discounts you get and the more free food you get. So order it online or order it on your app at OPA, and you'll find it in your app. It's Nico Nikos, the best place to get your tailgate on.
So I rarely fiddle with the TV in here when I come in, unless I'm rewatching like a Texans game on Mondays. And obviously, when the Astros are going, we would have the games recorded. We would play them. I had to switch away from ESPN coverage because this is like the 5th time I've seen Paul Feinbaum's face side by side with Heather Dinich discussing who should be in the top 12. Enough. I've seen it, and it's worse because I can't hear it. So it's just staring at him in his open maw talk.
You know what he's saying.
Yeah, I already know. I've heard what he said in the past. So I switched it to Southern Charm on Bravo. I can't hear this either, but I feel like but a lot of it's subtitled, so I can at least read it. So this is what I'm doing while I'm doing the show. Enough of that conversation. Of course, it's something we'll get to a little bit later. But this is a question for you, Sean, because I think you are the perfect person for this, because you and your day intersects what I think are two different approaches to this Al-Shaair hit thing that continues into its 3rd day. You produce this show. You get here at a time where the morning show's wrapping up. It's generally news of the weird, so you're not going to hear a lot of sports. But you're part of this show, and you're part of the start of the afternoon block, 12 to 3. I feel like there's a decidedly different approach to the conversation from 7 to 12 than from 12 to 6. I'm not sure about 3 to 6. Maybe you catch some of what Jeremy and Joel think about this particular subject. But at least from 12 to 3, I know. Because when I'm wrapping up my day, pulling stuff for the sales staff, or maybe putting up a podcast when our intern isn't here, thanks to Alan for being back. Appreciate it. My day is a lot easier. Thanks to you for that. I hear what goes on. And I heard a lot of, let's just say, ugly language. The P word was popping yesterday on that show. Paul is a self-described. Well, he used
it. He was
He was popping it. Paul was out here popping the P yesterday and throughout the week. There is an aggressiveness to Paul in the way he likes his football to be. He doesn't like, I guess, sliding. So the hit on Al-Shaair, at least by Al-Shaair, he doesn't think it's that big of a deal. I think we agree there. We didn't think it was so egregious. But you tell me, is there a major difference in how 7 to 12 is approaching this particular topic, as at least compared to 12 to 3? Maybe you don't want to speak on 3 to 6.
I don't want to speak on 3 to 6. I have an idea because I have Jeremy Branham Twitter all over my For You page.
Don't we all? Speaking of things that are popping.
Yeah, so I have a feel for what he thinks of this
yes.
situation.
Is it all the clips he dug up of other quarterbacks?
No, it's more the quote tweeting people that agree with him, saying the greatest player of all time agrees with Jeremy Branham.
Okay.
So I have a feeling how they're discussing it. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of differences.
Yeah. I would say 7 to 12 is a more measured approach.
More measured, and also we kind of like talk about it for 30 minutes the last 2 days, and
we move on. It is not a 3-hour event.
I mean, it wasn't 3 hours, but it was over an hour and a half, I'd say.
How long?
More than half the show.
How much of it, at least for you, was too much? An hour of it?
So on
30 minutes?
Tuesdays, it's nice because at 2:00 DJ comes in.
Yeah, so you have a differing voice.
Yeah, it's just a different
voice.
angle, whatever. Sometimes a different opinion. Not today though, or not yesterday though. Kind of agreed with everyone else. But yeah, I think hour and a half is about my tipping point on like really any topic that we talk about.
That's true. That's true.
Even like thinking back to like, I don't know, like the Astros sign stealing scandal stuff, like when it broke, because it broke like this day after the Texans Chiefs playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Even that, I was like, we cannot keep talking about either one of these things.
Oh, couldn't we though?
Little did I know. Little did I know.
You underestimated the energy behind it.
This is so annoying.
I can't believe this has become a national story. We will get to the Casario thing. I think it's more the Texans and their response to it, pushing it to become something that gets 3 days on national news or national sports shows. Understandably, here in town, when we have a bye week, there's not a lot to discuss Texans related. I mean, there weren't a lot of exhilarating things taken away from the Jags win. Scraping by and having to have your 4-minute offense complete a win over the Jags being led by Mac Jones. There's not a lot of takeaways. You can go, wow. The Texans prove something on Sunday. No, they prove they're kind of who we think they are. They're a AFC South winner, and maybe that's where they top out. So this particular subject, the hit has taken on a life of its own that I didn't see coming. And we'll hear from the Texans GM defending the honor of the assailant, as people are trying to position Al-Shaair as, and defending his character and talking about how it's inconsistent the way the NFL is treating him. If you want to certainly get in on that, 713-780-3776. We have Rob Manfred stepping up to the plate and providing us with more reasons to make fun of him. If you want to be that person, I think I appreciate what he's doing. I think I appreciate what he's doing, mostly because it gives managers more decisions to make if it goes down. We'll tell you about that rule. I think the people who are going to dislike it most, beyond, baseball purists who no one cares about anymore, certainly they're not helping baseball when it comes to marketability, is the managers. Another decision I can get criticized for. Really? This is what I got. Appreciate it, Rob. Joe Espato's like, I barely got through year one. I mean, it turned around, so people were leaving me alone, but they still questioned my bullpen decisions. Now you're going to force me to potentially make a decision about the golden bat? But that's the name of the rule, by the way. At least that's the name it's being tagged with. So we'll get to that a little bit. But before we get out of segment one, let's hear from Nick Caserio. You know what I'm going to go to? He cursed. Nick Caserio cursed, and apparently that struck a chord with a lot of people at the press conference yesterday. A very animated and fired up Nick Caserio. A lot of people wrote that. We can determine how animated and fired up he was by this quote, considering he did not appreciate how his linebacker is being positioned in the media.
The picture that's been painted about Azeez, his intentions, who he is as a person, I mean, quite frankly, it's bull, and it's unfair to the individual. It's unfair to the organization. I mean, we love everything about Azeez Al-Shaair, what he means to this team, what he brings to this team.
Okay. BS. There's a lot. He spoke a lot about that topic. He got into the potential of swapping out play callers. That was asked at the presser. There was talk about C.J. Stroud's year. It was circle the wagons. I believe the reporting is that the McNairs are in the room as well. So this is a full-on assault by the Texans to tell you, leave our guy alone. He's one of us. We're with him. They're going to defend him and tell you, you're wrong about this, no matter what you think. If you're going against what we think,
free Azeez,
and the appeal will come. We'll see.
For real.
I don't know.
0 game suspension, or else we riot.
Good luck with that. Good luck getting that done. They don't think the conversation is a proper one about who he is, and we're not going to talk about who Azeez Al-Shaair is here because I don't know the man. I don't know what he's about. All I know is what he does in a football field, and the NFL has determined that he's been reckless. And the last guy to get a suspension like this is a former Texan. I didn't know it until I looked it up this morning. Kareem Jackson got popped with 2 4-game suspensions last year. The first one was reduced to 2. I believe that's probably the hope for the Texans. I don't know if they'll get a reduction of 2, but maybe just it being reduced to 2, so you take a game off. And so that happened, and then a month later, Kareem Jackson got hit with another 4-game suspension, and the Broncos said, we're done here. We're just going to waive you. We're just going to waive you. So at this point, Al-Shaair is going to miss the toughest stretch of the Texans' year. They'd like that to not be the case. We'll see how the NFL treats the information that Texans provide. But right now, full on offensive by the Texans to tell you we're not bad. We're good. And so is our guy. We'll play more for Caserio, more about the football stuff that he talked about. I think for us, at least for me, I care about that way more than the non-surprising defense of his linebacker. I don't even know who he's talking to when he talks about how he's being painted. You mean by fans? Like I haven't.
Jags fan 69.
Yeah, what media member is questioning Azeez as a person? Like for the most part, all of that stuff is not done because they don't want the pushback. No person who values their job does that now. Maybe you lose your mind a little bit and you catch a penalty for it. No national guy. Like I don't think Stephen A. Smith called out Azeez as a man, as a person. I don't think that gets done. So I think they're pushing back against the internet, which is a thing you're never going to win. Julian, I see you. You want to talk about Azeez? You're a San Francisco guy. You know about him from his time there. So look at Julian. He may actually bring a perspective from San Francisco we actually care about. Imagine that. So we'll hear from Julian. Anyone else want to get in, you can. As I said, 713-780-3776. The Rockets played last night, and they lost. We will hear from Ime Udoka. This town's a little spicy. People are fired up. He took umbrage with one referee and pretty much said, stop being emotional when you call my games. Call what you see, not what you feel. So we'll get word from Ime Udoka about the officiating. The Rockets go down in Sacramento. Sacramento hit like 15 shots in a row. Hard to win a game when that happens. The Rockets have their coach ejected, and the man who dominates in the paint got ejected as well. So a lot to get to there. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. You go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company right now and check out all the things they provide. They're a place that's kind of your one-stop shop if you need plumbing help. We're not experts. I don't know what happens when there's a leak. I just know I need it to get fixed. If it's as small as a leak or as big as a job like repiping, or you need a new water heater installed, or you need your tankless water heater cleaned. They do all of that at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's not a place that's specified with one thing. They do it all, and you can call them at 281. And now the number won't come up, and I forgot it. So I'll bring up the number here. You can call them at 281-488-6238, and they get you a free price quote. So what do you need? You may not know, but they'll come out and check it out, and it doesn't cost you anything. So from repiping with their experienced contractors to a plumbing fixture that might need a look taken, they do it all. From rerouting to gas piping, it's all there for you. They're local. Billy Brown's from the Clear Lake area. He understands what the local customer needs and what they're dealing with, and he'll get someone out there to fix it as quickly as possible. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I said we get to Julian. Let's get to him here. He watched Aziz before maybe some of us even knew he was in the NFL. He was a backup linebacker for a little bit. I think he came in and started a lot of games one year after a linebacker injury in San Francisco. So, Julian, what do you think about the hit, and what do you even know about Aziz?
Good morning, you guys. First off, Aziz is a good person. No. Aziz is a goon. I like the way he plays. He it's like a bat out of hell. He's grimy. He's gonna thump you. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I wanted to sign him. We just couldn't afford it. He came in for Greenlaw when Greenlaw got hurt a couple of years back and had over 100 tackles, and he showed that we had the best linebacker core within 3. I mean, it wasn't even close. Anyway, I think the suspension was warranted, man. You can't lead with the forearm. I understand he slid late, yada yada, but nobody tackles with their forearms. And if they do, it looks bad. It looks bad on you, no matter how you slice it. I do think quarterbacks do the little okey doke. Y'all mentioned Patrick. He did that against Detroit, and then he was going out of bounds against us. And then the linebacker let up because, if someone touches Patrick, it's going to be, hell, they might get thrown out of the game. The linebacker let up. He changed course and ran for 30 yards. And, oh, my God, Patrick does it again. And it's a slippery slope. I do think something needs to be in place. But the problem is the objectiveness of the referee. I mean, you can say, hey, if you do that fake slide and you keep running this 15 yards, but it's going to be, at the mercy of the ref. What if the ref says, I don't think he was going to slide, but everybody else does? It doesn't matter, right? Now, we're going to change course a little bit. Have you seen The Jackal on Peacock?
We talked about this, right, Sean, that we're not Peacock people. You're not. I haven't seen it mostly because it's one of the few streaming services I don't have. I know Eddie Redmayne, I think, is in it. It's got a nice cast, but I have not taken a look at it.
Man, it is pretty good. Episode 6, it gets a little weird because he has to pretend that that he likes the same gender. So that's like, why did they have to put that in there? But it's a good show. He's an assassin, and some things happen, and he has to do some things, and I know how you feel about giving up stuff, so I'm not gonna say anything about it. I think you should give it a chance. Watch it on the bootleg, bro. You ain't got to get the streaming service. That's how I watch all my stuff, on the bootleg. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate it. This show actually does, say, if you can get it on a bootleg, go ahead. I was gonna be like, this show doesn't condone. Yeah, whatever. Do what you got to do to watch shows. There's a lot of stuff out there. They force you to pay for it. If you can find a way, do it any way you can.
Yeah, gotta hustle.
Yeah, there's a show on. Now you have to have either Showtime or I watch it through Prime, but I have to go sign up for Showtime. I was only able to watch the first episode. Michael Fassbender has a spy show. I think it's a CIA show. The first episode was pretty good. I don't know if I'm in on it because I gotta believe that he may throw away his career for a woman he met on one of his jobs who just happens, after he gets pulled out of the job, to show up in his city, and he's not going to suspect she's a spy herself. I don't know if that's where it's going, but I feel like I've already got a pretty good bead on the show.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
If you're in his shoes.
Yeah. She just happens to, hey, I'm in London where you are now. You don't think she may be playing you? We will see.
I'm Michael Fassbender.
Or whatever the hell his name is in the show. So that kind of, he's just going to take this at face value that she's not a spy. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I'll find out in episode 2 that he can see through whatever plan she has in place. So a lot of spy stuff popping up with actors that you normally see on TV. I think the last time I saw Michael Fassbender, normally see in movies. The last time I saw Michael Fassbender on a television show was the The Night Manager, which is a pretty good show. But he's doing TV now too. Very lucrative to do it, even if you are a movie star. Okay, as far as Aziz, he has their reputation. I told you guys, I think maybe on Monday or maybe it was yesterday, that Lance said that he talked to a former NFL guy at NFL Network, and that is Aziz's reputation. That I ain't gonna use the word goon, but he goes out there to inflict punishment. He did it in college. It's part of the vibes with Aziz. He's a guy who's going to toe the line and maybe jump across it. And in this case, dive forearm first across it into Trevor Lawrence's upper body and into his chin and then head. Because, we must break it down because he didn't target his head. He just happened to get there. I get it, everyone. The results are the same. You had a quarterback in the fencing position, and that's kind of all that matters. The visual is what matters. You want to play the optics. It's like anyone saying, it doesn't make much sense that Alabama's actually 11. We all knew where that was going. The way the committee got there may not make any sense, but it's what happened, which has kind of, for me, taken all the I guess I won't say the interest from having that conversation about Alabama being at 11. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the committee says about it. It is what it is, and there's no fighting it. We can have the conversation, but it almost feels a little pointless. I did ask people earlier, what's it feel like to be a fan of a team who always gets the benefit of the doubt? Like, Alabama fans probably don't realize it because they always have a grievance, but I've never been a fan of a team that I can just assume gets the benefit of the doubt. How many people have lived that life? They probably never believe that they are that fan base.
Yeah, I don't know how many self-reporters.
Yeah.
They're like, yep, hand up.
I'm one of those. But think about it. The last couple years, they've been given, oh, you're Bama. You deserve this. Even this year, with maybe their weakest team in years, as evidenced by the 3 losses, losing to Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. Hey, we're going to give you the last spot, and if things fall your way, like mainly SMU winning, you're going to get in. And even if SMU loses, you might get in. So I don't know what that's like as a fan to be given that. And that's what Alabama fans have.
Yeah, I don't know what that's like.
Yeah, Texas fan wouldn't know.
I don't know.
You guys actually would do it, but you haven't been good enough, like for the last 15 years until the last 2 to benefit from what you would be getting if you're good.
Even last year, I was like, "Hey, I know how this won't go. Texas is out."
Yeah, you said it this. You said it this year.
I was like, "I know how this won't. This won't happen."
It has been
like if Texas would have lost
to A&M.
They would be ahead of Miami.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you.
They have the 2 losses, but not much. But they don't have a great win. But they would be ahead of Miami. That's how it would go. As
Who knows what it's at?
Yeah, we know the deal. Just Texas hasn't been good enough to take advantage of the benefit of the doubt they will be given. Now they are, and they haven't really needed it because they won the Big 12 last year, and they have a shot to win the SEC. But just wait, there'll be a time when Sark doesn't have his best year, and they're gonna get the benefit of the doubt. It's just how it will go, and we just need to accept it.
We're arguing about 9-3 teams, and the loss to I don't know, Kentucky, or the loss to Florida is kind of the same as losing to Oklahoma. So throw those out.
Yeah.
And then we beat Alabama by more. That's Ole Miss's. We beat Georgia by more.
That's their argument.
That's their entire argument, is that we both have 2 crappy losses.
Yeah.
And our common win, we won by more.
It's very hard to feel like justified in your argument unless you're an insane person. Yeah. When we're talking about those level of teams, you have not done enough to make you a surefire in.
Yeah.
You don't have the Florida State argument where we won the conference, we're undefeated, we won 2 games without our starter. What are you doing? There's no one with even that footing, and they lost the argument last year too.
I do, and when we talk about this college football playoff thing, and maybe this is next week when we have the actual bracket in our hand,
all that.
Do we actually think a team that, like, let's just say starts on the road, so a 9 seed or lower?
Sure.
Do we actually think they're going to win this thing? Like that's why I can't get too upset about any of these arguments, because like I have a hard time seeing anyone who's not an 8 seed, but probably even like a 6 seed or higher, actually win this.
I think in year 1, making the playoff, and particularly for teams who have not done it because they weren't good enough to do it during the 4-team era.
No, I understand why Ole Miss is upset.
Yeah.
Because they want their team to make the playoff.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have to be upset that like a Miami team that probably wasn't going to win because they're coached by Mario Cristobal.
Sure.
Despite their top 25 defense.
He told you.
And Ole Miss team who probably won't win, a South Carolina team that probably won't win. Like, why do I have to feel upset about these teams getting in or out? I don't care.
Those are personal.
That's the whole point of the top 12.
Well, you have a privilege of being a team who doesn't have to worry about it. But it only really is bothersome. It should only really be bothersome for Eric. We see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Should only be bothersome to people who are fans of those teams. You can be a person in the content space who talks about it, but to get angry about it,
yeah.
Why to be so pissed off that the inevitable of Alabama making it, at least as it stands right now, happened? I don't get it. You knew what was coming. Yeah. What in your history of being a college football fan made you think what happened last night wasn't going to happen?
Yeah.
There's nothing to tell you. The giant upset would have been anyone but Alabama having their name at 11. What are we doing?
Yeah, and it's just like
accept the fate. Sometimes just accept your fate.
It's the same thing as the college basketball bubble talk too, where I'm just like, I don't care that this 20-15 team got over a 19-14 team. I don't care about.
I am capable of understanding why it would upset the team's fan bases in question, but for anyone else who has no affiliation, your defense of fairness, cut it out.
Like they
nothing about it ever will be fair.
These teams can win a game, but like we're talking about winning 4 straight.
Yeah,
you start on the road and then you have to win 4 straight games. Like,
yeah, people will look at middle of the season type things where, oh, you got to go on the road to play some middling SEC team, and then you have a good team on one side and a good team on the other as a tough stretch. Yeah. We're talking about allegedly the best teams in the country. That one you have to beat on the road, then you have to play the rest of the team, and then you have to play another great team when you clearly weren't that great because you had to start on the road.
Because you lost to good teams. Yeah. Or actually, you lost to bad teams.
Yeah. That's why you're in your position, because you lost. You can lose to good teams and have a home game. You lost to bad teams, and that's why you're on the road. Yeah.
I just like all this hand wringing, and it's the same thing as far as like I just view it as these the 7-10 game and the 6-11 game. All the like. Hey, these are just gonna be what the old bowl games used to be, except guys aren't gonna opt out.
Yeah,
like so you are getting more good games. You're getting more entertaining games, and like don't overlook that. But let's not act like that South Carolina was gonna win this thing, or that Ole Miss had a chance in hell to win this thing.
They were probably topping out at a game, and then maybe matchup dependent or an injury happens. Who knows? You might get a chance at a second, but that was making a semifinal was probably where they were going to top out at. And Alabama I think Alabama, the matchup will matter, loses in their first round game. They stink on the road. They've stunk on the road all year. So we'll see how that goes. Eric, like I said, we'll see you. We'll get to you when we come back. But first, Sean wants to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy game. And it's very good. You don't have to worry about the college football playoff with Prize Picks. They just give you the games. You don't have to worry about, oh, is this team in? Nope. You don't have to worry. If they're playing football, you can get on the action on Prize Picks. They invented the flex option. That means you can, if you have a lineup of 3 or more participants, that you can get one wrong and you can still win some money on it. So you don't even have to be perfect to win money on Prize Picks. That's why they're #1. And they even have the injury insurance bonus, or the injury insurance policy, which means that if one of your players gets hurt, you in the middle of the game, you don't have to worry about it. They'll know that, and then you'll be judged upon the rest of your lineup. That's why Prize Picks is #1. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Rockets lost last night to the Kings. Ime Udoka and Alpi got ejected. I think the funniest thing that happened was while all that was going on, Malik Monk and Tari Eason were fighting over the basketball. I don't know why that's a thing in the NBA where players get very possessive over the basketball. They love to knock it out of an opponent's hand, and the opponent can't take that disrespect. It's the NBA's version of flag planting, where if you do it to me, we're not going to get into a fight. Neither one of us needs to get pepper sprayed, like Michigan, Ohio State. But I'm not just going to let you slap the ball out of my hand without trying to get it back. So I think Malik Monk slapped it. I got to look back at it. I don't know who slapped it out of whose hand, but at the end, Tari Eason had to be held back by a teammate from continuing to go after the basketball.
It's a cousin of the when say jump ball.
Yeah, no one wants to let go.
No one wants
because
to
you're not a man.
Out of their hands. Yeah,
you're not a man anymore if the guy takes it from you.
That's what it is. It's all machismo. Like, don't take the ball from me.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is.
That's what it is. You don't want to be little broed.
Yeah, we saw how that played out in this town very early in the year. So we'll get to, more about the Rockets and the loss, and we have an opponent for their NBA Cup quarterfinal. I'll tell you where that is and who it is after we talk to Eric. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Bill. Shortest wait times in the sports show history.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, what's your take on Tom Brady and Mark Schlereth defending Raheel Ashkabar, the Texas linebacker?
It's not Raheel.
Also, not Raheel. Okay, we got that. Also, are you going to see that new movie Nosferatu? And who will win in a mud wrestling competition, Myra Moreno or Kim Castro? I'll hang up the listen.
Once again, the last part not getting into, mostly because I can't predict. I don't know.
We need the tail of the tape.
Yeah. I don't know their skills. I don't know who's a better grappler. I don't have no idea, so I'm not going to talk about it. As far as the other stuff, it's not Raheel. It's Aziz Al-Shair. And now I've forgotten what he even asked because I heard him make fun of the name, and then he did the mud wrestling thing. I
don't think he even really.
He just wanted to get that joke off.
Yeah,
both jokes actually.
Nosferatu.
He also mentioned Tom Brady.
Straightforward. Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, he did mention. Am I going to watch Nosferatu? Yeah, I'm a vampire movie person. I'm not sure I'm going to watch in the theaters. Maybe I'll wait for it to come to streaming. I'm not sure.
Not sure you want to give your money over to.
I don't like arts. I'm not sure I like artsy vampire stuff.
Yeah,
this feels like it's going to be artsy. I'm not sure about all that. Like I think it's the Swedish version of Let the Right One In. It's a vampire movie that I like. Maybe it's a Norwegian version. I forgot which Scandinavian country they're using in that one, but I like that one. That's kind of artsy. It's got subtitles. Sorry, Sean. The American version pales in comparison, as you might suspect.
No subtitles. It's in English.
It automatically gets a bump because it's in English.
It's like a half-star bump.
Yeah, I don't have to read. It's in English. But Tom Brady has been one who's been very critical of quarterback play. It's a lot of, I did it at the highest level. How come you guys can't be like me? Hey, I'm the greatest. How come you guys aren't as good as I am and don't see the game the way I see it? Not to mention he started out maybe at least a generation before the current crop. How long ago? Tom Brady was playing. Tom Brady was a starting college quarterback in the late 90s.
Yeah.
So what he thinks about what's going on currently, it's no surprise that he takes a dim look at it. That's just how it works. Tom Brady didn't ever seem like the chillest guy. It's not part of his vibe. He's not going to let stuff roll off his back. The quarterbacks don't play the way I like, and offenses are structured where quarterbacks have less control. That was never going to be a thing he liked.
Brady was in the 2000 draft, right?
Was he a rookie in 01? Or was it that 2000?
No, 01 was his second year.
Okay, when they won the Super Bowl. So, yeah.
So he was drafted. Tom Brady was drafted 199th overall, in case you forgot. In the 6th
he
round.
Certainly hasn't.
He was drafted 6 months after Trevor Lawrence was born.
Yeah, so
like they're in very different generations.
So while Tom Brady is going to be given all the space to talk because of what he's accomplished, I don't take what he says about what goes on today in a serious way, because his vibe and his opinion is never going to line up with what is what today. It's not ever going to be a thing. He isn't. I know he played as recently as 2021. When did he retire? But so he still seems relatively new to the commentating game, and he's very relevant because we all remember watching him play. But he is like all the other old guys. Take it or leave it. And maybe you agree with him, but you're rarely going to hear Tom Brady love what he sees. It's not what he grew up watching, and it's not what he played in. Just how it is for mostly everyone. You rarely see the guys who adapt and are like, you know what, the new guys are great. It's not part of how great athletes look at things. So the GOAT is out there doing his thing. He does his. It's not as strong as the Gruden stuff, but he does like his top 3 players of the week. He doesn't leave it to just quarterbacks. So you can find that if you follow Tom Brady on Twitter. He'll have his best of the week stuff. He's trying to adapt in those ways, but I think his approach to the game, that ain't changing anytime soon.
When you say it's not as strong as Gruden's, do you just mean there's no music?
Yeah,
rocking back.
There may be music, but there's no catchy. There's no grunt.
Got me feeling nicey.
Yeah, none of that. There's no tagline you can pull from. It's just him pretty much being a straight football guy. So he's not at the Gruden level yet.
He took the Fox money. He can't be a true artist.
Yeah, you know how I feel. That's Greg Olson's job. Tom Brady's just a placeholder with all the money and not going anywhere. But there's a much better candidate for the job, but he ain't Tom Brady.
What's his name?
Greg Olson.
Oh, I thought it was G-Rag. What does he do? Can't say.
Nope. Well, Paul might be able to say it. I can't say it. Yes, the 7-4 crew. Would that crew have been passed over by Alabama in a playoff scenario?
They would be at least 11-1, if not 12-1.
Well, against this year's schedule, certainly.
Yes.
But
so they would be the 1 seed. No, 2 seed.
The 2004 team lost several games. They would actually probably be in the same spot the current team was, except the schedule was much tougher back then. So likely they would have won more games this year. But Miami aside, take it or leave it with these guys. They're going to say things that differ from how the new guys think. But I don't mind Tom Brady getting in on it and offering his opinion. And most of it is, hey, quarterbacks, protect yourself.
Yeah,
Kurt Warner said that too.
It is very like whenever Tom Brady has an opinion on something, I feel like I have a good sense of what it is.
And that,
very rarely does he surprise me.
That is my biggest thing with listening to people who, I guess, do what we do. If I'm never surprised by what you say, I kind of just tune it out. Like if I can kind of predict what you're going to say before you say it,
or even if like it's the same, like, yeah, I would have thought you got to this place, but even if the reasoning is interesting, I'll like,
sure.
Okay, no, it's just in the
straightforward.
National Football League. You had to. I hate where our game is at. It's like, okay, cool, heard that. I've heard that literally my entire time watching football.
Yeah, you're the 11th millionth guy.
Yeah, me and Trevor Lawrence have heard that our entire lives.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. We appreciate it. Tom Brady, not a fan of quarterback play overall. Not a fan of not protecting yourself.
I do like the quarterback play one where he's like, these guys suck. yeah, Tom Brady, you think they do?
All the hand-holding being done to make these offenses more play caller based and quarterback based is not something he's thrilled with.
Yeah, let them sink or swim by themselves. And Brock Purdy's like, no, actually, can Kyle Shanahan hold my hand?
Well, if you're a San Francisco fan, I need all the hand-holding I can get.
He's gonna make me a very rich man.
Yeah. Yeah, he can get out of that apartment with his roommates at some point. He needs to play better down the stretch. Now he's been hurt, but
hey, he's getting Paw Patrol money now. All right, have you seen that commercial? Him,
I haven't.
Getting the pup talk.
Cash in now, Brock.
He is.
You better cash in right now because the way the 49ers are falling apart.
I'll send you the commercial.
Oh, thanks. I think for Brock Purdy's sake, he better get that in now, because I'm not sure the season's going to close in a way where the 49ers are going to be like, yeah, we're ready to give you $55 million a year, which seemed like almost a lock when we just assumed that they would be a playoff team and a Super Bowl contender. Things have changed in San Francisco. The latest is their top 2 running backs going on IR. It's going to be a tough road for them to try to make the playoffs again this year. Okay, we will get to the Rockets because we barely did, thanks to Eric. We'll get to what happened last night in Sacramento and more here on the show. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Wasn't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens, and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpi got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm gonna get some glasses. Open your eyes.
How important is it in those moments for you to stand up for your team so that they know you have their back?
I mean, it wasn't even about that, honestly. Alpi got one, but take your sensitivity and emotions out of it and call the game the right way. It's obvious right in front of you, and John Goble, whoever it was, sees it and doesn't call it. I'm gonna let him know about it.
Did John say anything in your conversation that kind of escalated it for you?
No, been missing calls all night and calling moving screens and every other little touch call the obvious one.
I do love the reporters trying to delve into how deep was it. Ime, you were doing this to stand up for your team. Nah, just don't like John Goble very much,
or whoever it was.
Or
that's my favorite part.
Yeah.
First, last name of a ref or whoever.
Yeah,
whoever.
Hey, was this more?
Not that I was keeping track.
Yeah, hey, was this more about letting your team know you got them?
Nope.
You're gonna Goble, stop being a P word. Cut it out. Call the game the way it should be called. The sequence that led to the ejection was late in the game. Rockets were down by multiple possessions. Alpi gets bumped by Sabonis. I don't know if it was a foul. There's a lot of contact. I felt like Sabonis may have had legal guarding position, but whatever. The Rockets didn't like the call. That particular start of the drive, and then Alpi continues, misses a layup that eventually gets put in, which probably is more foul than the first contact. He didn't like it. He gets thrown out. Ime walks onto the court. He gets his tee. He gets thrown out, and you heard him. He didn't like the way his team was officiated. He let John Goble or whoever it was know, and stop being emotional. Get some effing glasses, is what he said. That's old school.
That is old school.
You don't have to worry about that. Have you let it known what you've done?
I don't think I've mentioned on air. No. Yeah, I got LASIK over the holiday break.
Sean didn't miss the first 3 days of last week simply to continue his Rice dynasty.
I would have
if he did.
I would have.
I know you would have.
I was like, let me just do something more productive, slightly more productive,
like have major surgery.
Yes,
although they wouldn't classify it as major. Minor surgery on your eyes, which I always think is major, no matter because it's your eyes.
It's easy.
I've been told that's one of their cell jobs. It's easy. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Hey, knock it off. It's not that big of a deal.
If I did it,
anyone can.
John Goble can do it.
Maybe he needs it. He wasn't wearing glasses. Ime would say he need to put them on, but Goble would say, "I got my LASIK. I saw clearly. I just don't." It'd be funny if Goble was like, "Nah, I just don't like your team."
Yeah, it's just F you guys.
I would be the worst ref for multiple reasons. I would match petty with petty.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think it was I know it's a foul, but I don't like you, so I'm not giving you this call. I would be sarcastic as hell because they would, in the heat of the battle, they're going to approach you and say some crazy things and think you're out to get them. Yeah. You're right. I am out to get you.
I am out to get you, Denzel Washington, and remember the Titans.
Yeah. I'm here to F
fun
up your day.
If you're the ref and remember the Titans.
Yeah. I'm here to screw you over. I ain't got a lot going on in my life, but this, and I don't like the way you look at me. Yeah. So tonight, it's over for you.
Yeah. Didn't see it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Sorry. Play on. Sit down, coach. Don't test me.
Yeah.
So the Rockets go down. It does not matter. The loss didn't cost them home court against the Warriors for their quarterfinal game.
No. They're just not the 1 seed in the NBA Cup, but they're still going to host. And then the next game will be neutral site if they do play in the next game. So it doesn't actually really matter that much.
Other than your coach getting upset and catching
the
a big fine.
And the opponent, but it's
Yeah, they would have
either Denver. It was going to be Dallas, right? Dallas, or
it would have either been Golden State or Dallas. Yeah.
So I don't think that's too much of a difference. I probably want Golden State a little bit more than Dallas right now, but it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah. So if you are wondering the path for the Rockets to go win this thing, quarterfinals are OKC and Dallas in the West, along with Houston and Golden State, and then in the East, it's the Magic heading to Milwaukee in the 1-4, and then the Knicks hosting the Atlanta Hawks. So, Rockets who've had battles against Golden State.
Yeah,
we're just renewing the rivalry.
And OKC, or if they don't play OKC,
Dallas.
It'll be a Dallas. Like it's a very interesting West bracket.
Could very well possibly face the two teams you faced in the finals in the 90s. Could be New York and Orlando, either or.
Wow, so storylines aplenty for the NBA Cup.
I need
if the Rockets hold up their end.
I know Space City Home Network won't be having these games. But
they show Game 1 of 1995.
Yeah, I need them as the Rockets progress to honor these games by showing the Rockets' history against these opponents.
They showed Nick Anderson missing all the free throws.
Let's do it. I don't know if that's in your plans. I know you guys, I'm sure, have your own programmers who tell you guys what you should be running because they want eyes. But if you are taking my opinions into consideration,
if you play against the Knicks, Game 7 of
that's
the
right.
finals.
That's right.
I want to see all those missed John Stark shots.
I know you guys have that in the tuck, where you can run that game. Please. I'm sure you have a finals doc or something, or at least a retrospective from those finals. You can do that. There's a lot they can do. If it's
get that feeling back.
Yeah, if it's Orlando, obviously the 4-0. So just get it done, Rockets. We need you to win.
It was a sweep, but it was a competitive sweep. Or the first couple games were competitive.
Yeah, Orlando lost their heart.
They choked.
Nick Anderson never recovered.
No. Whoever their center was never recovered.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't exactly say that.
Recovered.
That man was like, I'm out of here.
Never heard from him again.
Yeah.
Where'd that guy go?
Where's Shaq today? What's that guy? I heard he was a cop.
I heard he's working at Papa John's now.
Yeah.
He's making pizzas now.
It doesn't the guy sells, what does he sell? Car insurance? The general?
It's funny. All of his jobs
would actually suggest that everything turned out poorly for him.
Take it out of context.
Yeah, if you don't know. Yeah, man, he's selling insurance.
Yeah.
But get it done. NBA Cup action. Rockets in it. Got a chance to go win something.
Come on. Take this anger and channel it towards the Golden State Warriors, I guess.
Make the Golden State Warriors feel
it.
In fact, they got the Warriors tomorrow. It's not an NBA Cup game, but it's part of their West Coast swing.
Vanilla offense. Don't show them anything.
I would say
don't show them anything.
I would say play your starters for a quarter.
Yeah.
Get him out of the game.
And except for Jalen Green.
Yeah, maybe play him as
got to keep the hot hand going.
Is it a hot hand if it only occurs once every 5 games?
It's now been 2 of the last 4. Thank you very much.
But does it average out to 1 every 5 games?
Over the course of the season, 1 out of 5 might be nice.
I might be doing him a favor.
Actually, no. He's had more than 4 good games. They're all like the first 5 games of the season.
Yeah, you mean the month of October?
Yes, and then the 2 of the last 4.
Philly and then Sacramento. Yes. Jokes aside, there's something to play for. The Rockets have earned their way into the NBA Cup quarterfinals, but they do have games that matter less, if you want to put it that way, before then. Golden State tomorrow. Try to bounce back from their loss against Sacramento. And if you want to maybe put some money down on that game, you know where you go? You go to MyBookie. Lazy J, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. MyBookie is the place you go to, particularly tomorrow. The Rockets play tomorrow. You know what tomorrow is? Risk-free Thursday. Risk-free. It means what it sounds like. You go there, you put some money down on the game, and if you lose, it doesn't cost you anything. And, of course, if you win, you keep it. Pretty simple. From NBA Cup action later to regular season NBA basketball, the NFL, the college football, playoffs, championship week. All that is here for you at MyBookie. Check it out. College basketball games are going on. The ACC, SEC Challenge. Take a look at it. Dominant by the ACC so far. The SEC so far. So whatever you want to do, MyBookie is there for you to bet on. And remember, they have their tiered loyalty program, MyBookie Plus. So as you continue to bet, it continues to give you more chances to win prizes. Use that promo code ESPN. ESPN. It's Bet975. I keep saying ESPN. Bet975 is that promo code you can take advantage of. Whether it's sports betting or the live casino option, it's all there for you. Just go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. We will get to sound from Caserio on have they considered making a change with their play caller, their offensive play caller. We'll get to that. He had a lot to say yesterday, from the suspension to what's going on with his team. Where's CJ Stroud in second year? A lot from Caserio as he made an appearance yesterday with, I believe, Hannah and Cal in attendance as well. But first, let's get to Lazy J. He's got some basketball thoughts. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Dale. You had one basketball question, and I had a culture question. Basketball. What are the, since it's Wednesday? What are the odds Wednesdays that that Ime might get choked out by a player or somebody? You know, I don't know if it's the light skin in him. He always calls somebody a bitch or the P word, or is that the Nigerian side? Which one do you think it is on that one? And then also for the culture, I know you're a Joe Budden fan, so you're probably a Kendrick Lamar fan. So what are the odds of Cole? You know, he made a diss track. I think it was like 7 minutes, and then he took it off his little album that he had, and then he apologized to Kendrick and said he wasn't gonna take it anywhere. But Kendrick was throwing some shots on his that trash ass album that he just came out with. What do you think that finally light-skinned Cole, come out the woodworks, man. I think he could take down. Drake couldn't take him down, but I think J. Cole can take down Kendrick, man. What's your thoughts? Love the show.
Well, let's give people some context. If you don't know Lazy J, you heard him keep saying light skin. He would be classified as a light-skinned individual. So I'm going to give you some context. I don't call him that. I just refer to him as, well, Lazy J. But if you looked at him and didn't know who he was, you would say, oh, he's a light-skinned individual.
He can say it.
Yeah. That's where some of this is coming from. Do I think Ime Udoka's attitude, and Lazy J brings up a good point. It's not like Ime Udoka's afraid to call someone out their name. He had some words on the court for LeBron James that got him thrown out of that game last year. And of course, if you're a Rocket fan, you don't mind it. We'll see how the NBA responds to his words about the refereeing overall last night. I don't think it's the light-skinned side. I can't really speak to that because I'm not light-skinned. I could speak to the Nigerian side, but I don't think that's what it is. I think I'm an ex-player. I got my career through playing defense and being hard-nosed. I ain't taking nothing from no one. I think that's what that's about. And will he get choked out? He's 6'6", so I'm not sure he's getting choked out. He's a big individual.
By who? John Goble?
Well, I guess he said a player. I don't know if any player is going to try him. He is not a small man.
Yeah.
So I doubt that's happening.
Also, we don't have a lot of Latrell Sprewells in the league anymore.
No, there's too much money, too much attention, and no one's got that vibe. Like Tari Eason did want to go in the crowd last night. That's something we didn't get to. He may catch something more than Ime did as far as a suspension because he had to be held back from going into the stands. And I did do the research of the video.
Yeah.
It was Malik Monk slapping the ball out of Tari's hand.
Oh.
And Tari trying to go get the ball back.
So
and then
he was an aggressor.
And then he had to be held back by a Rocket teammate from something
So it's Malik
popping
Monk's
off.
fault. Got it.
So if we want to blame someone for two guys who can't just relax about a basketball being slapped out of the other guy's hand, Malik Monk was the aggressor in that situation.
So he should get suspended.
Yes. Now, do we need a whole discourse about, hey, guys who have the ball in their hand during timeouts need to do a better job protecting the ball? Or these incidents can happen. I don't think it's going to hit the same as the Trevor Lawrence Aziz thing did.
Yeah. I don't know if Tom Brady has any hard.
Can't be Tom Brady. It's got to be Michael Jordan.
I guarantee you he does not.
He's very busy doing other things.
He was not watching the game.
It's not a chance. So Tom Brady wasn't watching the Jag game. He just had to talk about it.
He might have.
No, he's got a game to do. He wasn't watching that game.
Right. That's right.
And then he's certainly not watching like the fourth place game on Fox. There wasn't a lot of intrigue in that game when the AFC matchup wound up on Fox. Okay.
No, I mean it was Moose Johnson, so it was.
Where's he in the pecking order now?
He's got to be third, right?
Is he
behind Brady and Olsen? He's got to be.
And he's doing an AFC game.
I guess. I don't know. I mean,
it wasn't a giant week. We had buys. And obviously 3 games on Thursday.
Thanksgiving gets weird because yes, there's 4 games that are on Thursday or Friday, and one on Monday,
and one on Sunday night.
Yeah, and then there's bye. So like, it was like the lightest.
Very light schedule.
Lightest schedule. So maybe I might be cooking the books a little by saying, hey, they had the
third team.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically the second team for the noon slate.
You need your game of the week guys on one of the games.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Moose is the third guy.
Yeah. Come on.
But
don't disrespect Moose.
But still, Tom Brady was not watching that game.
He was not.
No. So no, Lazy J. I don't think Ime is going to get choked out by any player. Too big. He's not a giant in NBA terms, but he ain't PJ Carlissimo. There's gonna be some respect there, and he may, he's like 47, so he can still hold his own.
Yeah, he's not PJ Carlissimo for sure.
I know that is shocking to everyone. I'm glad I was able to illuminate you on that fact. He's not PJ Carlissimo. As far as the Kendrick stuff, I don't think J. Cole has any interest in diving into. He already shown he doesn't care. He thought he cared, and then he realized, I don't want a part of this. So I don't think he's getting Kendrick out of the paint. And the problem for J. Cole is he's already established himself as someone who would bow out. So I don't care what he sounds like in an album or a song. No one's going to want to hear from him. Oh, aren't you the guy? Nah, You had your shot. You're done.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be like, oh, how long till he deletes this one?
Yeah. He's in a pocket where he has to just be Cole. He cannot be someone who is going after guys, because all anyone has to do in any reasonable fashion is go, oh, yeah, now you want to speak. Remember what happened when the top 3 debate was going on? You want no part of it. So, no, he's not getting Kendrick out of the paint. Sorry. I know you're a Drake fan. I mean, you didn't have to tell me. It's pretty clear by the way you attacked Kendrick's album, which I haven't heard all the way through, so I can't speak to it. But you're not surprising anyone, Lazy J. Don't just sneak in. It was a trash album because you love Drake. And that's kind of how it goes. You can't be objective about anything. You're a stan of you were possibly the worst fan in all of culture and sports.
Drake. It's all he's Drake.
He loves the Lakers / LeBron. He's not even a Laker fan. He's a LeBron fan, so he follows LeBron.
Very Drake-like tendencies.
He's a Cowboy fan. And
so he's old like Drake and remembers when the Cowboys are good.
I don't even know if he's old enough to remember that. I don't know who he roots for. He's a Real Madrid fan. He has chosen Ronaldo over Messi. He is all the worst things possible as far as fandom. And he's way in on Drake. Drake sexual, some people might call you. One of those guys. That's a tag for some people. They're Drake sexuals. They love Drake that much. So I ain't taking anything you say and giving it any merit. Cut it out. Oh, you think Kendrick's album's trash? Big surprise.
Are you a Joe Budden fan?
I like the podcast. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
I
thought he meant a fan of the music.
And I think no one thinks about Joe Budden's music anymore. It has to be about the podcast. He's a podcaster first, and then music way down.
Let me see what comes up on Google.
And maybe it's the podcast, then his appearances on Love and Hip Hop, and then pump it up.
Yeah, American presenter.
Yeah,
and rapper.
Yeah, the presenter has to come first. And what are you on the UK side of Google?
Google.uk.
Presenter.
I don't know why that came up.
I think it's pretty clear how people view Joe Budden at this point.
On Wikipedia, American broadcaster and rapper.
Yeah.
Broadcaster first.
Of course it does. That's what we know him as.
Lazy J. I thought Pump It Up still.
Okay. I mean, people still play it, but the podcast is how he makes his money and his name. And Lazy J, you're always welcome to call, but realize everyone has you tabbed, and we know who you are and what you're about. You're like one of those people who doesn't surprise anyone with your call. Come with you. Has he ever surprised you with something he said?
I mean, I didn't think that we were going to get Kendrick J. Cole discourse on basketball, which was what he wanted to talk about.
But once he said what he said, was it a surprise?
I didn't know anything about his music.
Okay.
Opinions.
Well, okay.
It was not surprising.
Well, I'm going to blame you for not knowing that the LeBron, Cowboy, Real Madrid fan was going to be a Drake fan.
Afterwards, I put it together.
Yeah. Yeah. Just throw on your Yankee hat. Just get it over with. All right. We will move away from him, and we will actually hear from Nick Caserio. He didn't really surprise us either, but at least he's the general manager for the Texans and not just a agitator of a caller, which we welcome. We'll hear from Nick Caserio when we come back. Lots to say about the state of his team. So interested to hear what the GM says. But first, I'm talking about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet's been in business for 50 years. So what does that mean? They've been proudly serving their community for 50 years. They are a long-standing institution in Houston, and they will sell you a great car. And with 50 years, that means it's anniversary time. They're celebrating a special anniversary. So that means they're reducing prices across their entire inventory. So if you have a good credit score, a bad one, fair, whatever it is, they're going to work with you to get you in a vehicle that you love. That's part of the vibe there. They are obviously there to sell you a car, but they want to do it on your terms. From the fact that the prices don't change when you get out there, there are no random fees that pop up in the middle of the process. It's all about you. They want you to go out there, feel comfortable, get yourself a car, and get out of there with the perfect vehicle that fits you, whether you want a Colorado or a Silverado. It's all out there for you. They're fast and reliable. Check them out. Go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the prices, or head on out there. It's 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225.
And beyond the special deals for the anniversary, their monthly deals are here as well. Right now, you can get it at Monument Chevrolet, 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado, 1500 crew cab, rally sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. Or you can get one of their all-new electric vehicles with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. From the new deals to the monthly deals is all out there for you. Check them out, monumentchevrolet.com, and go out there and see all the inventory. It's a great time. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
Did you play the longer one to give me more time? I thought so. I was in there trying to grab something that has nothing to do with this show. All right, we're back. Thank you to Michael Carroll for that. Michael Carroll will be back with us on Friday. He wasn't with us, along with Sean. They both took Monday through Wednesday off. I don't know if Michael got LASIK, but he took a well-deserved vacation. So
I think he's still wearing glasses. So.
I haven't seen him all week, so maybe I won't see him till Friday. Well, actually, I think I got to record something today, so I'll be able to report back whether Michael Carroll, like Sean, got LASIK. Maybe it was like a buddy cop thing where they both went and got at the same time. And it turned into hijinks and hilarity.
Mine was pushed back because the person in front of me was running late.
Well, Michael's a very busy man. You never know. It could have been him.
I don't know.
I would have guessed not, but we'll find out. And I'll find out a little bit later. Okay, Nick Caserio was in front of the media yesterday. He was asked about Azeez Al-Shaair. In fact, he was the one who wanted to get a statement out. Thought it was BS how his linebackers being presented. Didn't think the NFL is being very consistent with their punishment. I would say they are consistent if you compare what they did to Kareem Jackson last year to what they did to your linebacker. Kareem Jackson was suspended twice, 4 games each. One suspension was reduced to 2. That was the initial one. And then the second one, after he continued to do things the NFL thought was egregious, He caught that 4-gamer again, and then the Broncos just waived him. They didn't want to deal with it anymore. So they have recently punished guys. Now, Caserio pointed out the fact that he had not been thrown out of a game and not been suspended before. But if you look at what happened last year, I would say Caserio does stand on solid footing there, because Kareem Jackson was thrown out of a game before he caught his initial 4-gamer. But the language being used to describe why they suspended Kareem Jackson and why they suspended Azeez Al-Shaair it's very similar. Consistent ignoring of the rules, not taking into account the welfare of your opponent. And we know Azeez, while not being suspended, and in some cases not even being penalized, has had a pretty interesting year. Sean has mentioned the punching of Rashawn Johnson. We had the Tony Pollard hit. And it's not just a 2024 thing. Azeez Al-Shaair has been in other incidents as well that you might deem a little over the top, and it finally was enough. The NFL's told you, all right, you got to cool out for a little bit, and we'll see if the Texans can find a way to minimize that suspension so he's back a little bit quicker. That was the Azeez part of it. The other stuff, the football stuff, he was asked about C.J. Stroud, but he was also asked about his play caller. Did the Texans ever consider making a change with their offensive play caller? Here's what Nick Caserio had to say.
Absolutely not. Like, Bobby Slowik's a great coordinator. He's done a great job. He's a great coach. And, we've done a lot of good things offensively. And I would say, as far as the second half goes, in the end, it just comes down to execution. So if the other team makes more plays than you do, then, they're going to win. So can we do a better job? Like, yeah, sure. Like, do better on first down. All right, put ourselves in second and manageable, which is third and manageable. Take care of the football. So in the end, this league is all about execution. It's about doing little things, about controlling field position, which I'd say we haven't talked about the kicking game because nobody cares about the kicking game, but we're pretty good in the kicking game. We can cover kicks. I think we're second in net punting or third in net punting. Tommy's done a really good job here. So to be able to control field position, the whole kickoff return is kind of a wash because basically the average starting field position is about the 29-yard line. So it's about the same. And then Kaimi, I don't know, he's broke the record for most 50-yard field goals. So, he missed a couple short ones. So, we got pretty good in the kicking game. We got a good defense, pretty good on offense. So, put ourselves in a good position. So, in the end, how do we execute with our next opportunity, which Miami's in front of us, which is a damn good football team, which we're going to have to contend with, what Miami brings to the table. That's where the focus is. So, in the end, good football is about good execution. And, second half, it's no different than the first half. There are times we've executed a little bit better than in the first half than we have the second half. But we won the second half the other day.
All right, enough.
Got asked about what happened in the first half.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I don't know if your offense being pretty good is true and what people thought of this offense before the year. In fact, I know it's not what they thought of. People thought elite. When they're developing nicknames for your offense before the year begins, pretty good after 13 games is not where you should be. Injuries have played a part, the Stephon Diggs one, and of course your offensive line has not played up there to their potential. Well, at least what you thought they could play up to. I'm not sure if they're even exceeding their potential. We know Titus Howard isn't a great tackle, and Kenyon Green had shown nothing leading up to this year to suggest he would be a good guard, and now he's injured as well. So we're pretty good. That's not what we were looking for. And calling Miami a hell of a football team is a bit of a stretch, too. Don't lose to them. Then we know you're not a good football team. We talked about that all week.
Hey, they're a top, 20 team in the world? In all of planet Earth. You can't name 20 better teams.
If we're going to compare Miami,
7 billion people,
to all the other football teams that have come together and played in 2024 across the world, yes, they're one of the elite football teams in the world. But we don't judge NFL teams by how they look against the Rhine Fire.
Hey, I think Dolphins versus San Antonio Brahmas. I'm taking the Dolphins 9 times out of 10.
9 times out of 10. And well, yeah, if Tua gets hurt, Skylar Thompson's playing, I give the Brahmas a chance.
Brahmas might have a better quarterback.
Yeah, I give them a chance. Yes, so 9 times out of 10, I would probably up it to 9.8 out of 10. But for injury's sake, sure, the Skylar Thompson experience could give the Brahmas a shot. If it's against the Scottish Claymores, then it's 9.5. Come on now.
if you
Edinburgh.
If you've got Skylar Thompson in Edinburgh, yeah,
I don't know.
I like this at least the Claymores to cover. All right. You have a pretty good offense, sure. You know who the leader of that offense is? It's CJ Stroud. No surprise here, but Nick Caserio was very complimentary of a second-year quarterback, despite the numbers telling you it's been a regression for CJ. Here's Nick Caserio on CJ Stroud.
I think he's had a really good year. I mean, his leadership, what he brings to the team, his communication, his ownership of the offense. I mean, I think he's, I don't know, 4th in the league in yards or 4th in completions. I mean, he's ahead of Mahomes in some categories. Who, I mean, Patrick is arguably he'll be going out and one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the sport. So we're glad that CJ, our quarterback's made a lot of progress. There's some plays like all of our players that you probably wish they could have back. So, but happy he's our quarterback, happy with what he brings to the table. Played a really good game the other day, really clean game, made a lot of good decisions, and he was a big reason that we won a football game. So glad he's our quarterback. Wouldn't want anybody else leading this team.
That's a lie. Well, maybe a lie is too strong. That is not what I believe to be true. I think if you gave him a choice, he'd pick Josh Allen. And that'd be a reasonable choice to make. He'd pick Patrick Mahomes. But you say what you got to say, right? But if you lead with intangibles when asked about your quarterback's play, he has not had a good year. He has not had he has been okay. And the numbers would tell you, despite leading the league or being in the top 4 passing yards, he is a bottom. Let me put it differently. He's a top 20 quarterback instead of a top 10 quarterback. That's what he's played like this year. If you just go by starters and the numbers, and the numbers can't tell you everything because he has had bad offensive line play that has affected the way he has played. But if you just go by the numbers that he was trying to reference in comparison to Patrick Mahomes, CJ Stroud been a top 20 quarterback, falling far below expectations. And this is not me saying he's a top 20 level quarterback. We are basing a lot of what we think he can be about what he was last year. So I guess I would ask this. Why does last year matter more than this year? Why was his greatness last year? Why is his greatness last year more valid than this year? Because of the offensive line? Maybe. But when we have a very small sample size when it comes to judging a quarterback, less than 2 full seasons, should what happened the first year mean more? It should if you want CJ to be great. You know what's funny and a problem? Panther fans feel a little spicy. Oh, look! Bryce Young, all of a sudden, that CJ Stroud, Bryce Young thing ain't so clear now, is it? While I think that's ridiculous, the fact that Panther fans have enough confidence to think they can get that off, that's a problem. That they can watch what Bryce Young's done in the last 5 or 6 games or so, and then look at what CJ's been this year and go, you know what? I think I can get this takeoff.
Yeah, the fact that there's any way that they can slice it to go, and show the side by side and then the eyes emoji or the thinking emoji, that's bad.
That's bad.
CJ Stroud, you put them in that position.
Yeah, it's not true.
No,
but
the fact is, the fact that you can slice the data to find a way.
And you can show the throw that gave them the lead late against the Bucs and go, look at our dude, and they can convince themselves that it's a debate. Speaks to what CJ's been this year. He's been an average quarterback, not something we expected, but through 13 games, he's been average. Sean's only been able to play Stroud once, and that was even, at least in my eyes, a stretch. But he has the ability to play it when he wants, when he judges a Stroud performance. Coming off a bye, he won't get to. We'll see what he does.
Depends on what he does on the bye. Maybe he shreds them on the bye. Hops on a podcast.
It's a real problem Michigan lost to Ohio State, because we were definitely going to see CJ at the Big Ten championship game. And he could have shredded them there.
I mean, it's not like CJ ever beat Michigan either. So,
I mean, sure.
That's true.
It's not like,
was he on the roster for a game? I know he never started and beat them, but was he on the roster for a game they won?
So
right?
the last time they won was 2019.
Was CJ
They
on?
didn't play in 2020, and I think he was in the 2020 recruiting
So
class.
then the answer is no.
I think I could be wrong, but
the answer is no. Right? So we're gonna go with no. He's never been. He was at Ohio State from 20 to 22. He's never beaten Michigan, whether as a red shirt or as a starter. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Will Howard.
Yeah.
It's you and CJ Stroud over the last decade who's never beaten Michigan.
Will Howard with great PR, CJ Stroud?
Yeah. That's a little worse than what the Panther fans are doing, I think.
Flirting harassment, Kyle McCord and and CJ Stroud.
I've already taken my whooping for getting after Kyle McCord, so I can't say a word about him. So the question would be, would Ohio State be better off?
With CJ Stroud? Yes.
No, with Kyle McCord.
Yes. Also yes.
Probably yes. Probably yes. Now they're in the playoff easily. Where they'll play, that'll be decided by games that they're not involved in, I guess. We'll see. We can talk about that when we come back. We have not talked a lot about college football other than Alabama being in a spot to make it, being the obvious result of the weekend. And they are at 11, waiting for a SMU win or maybe an SMU slip up. Maybe Alabama's in no matter what. We'll talk about the bracket as a whole. And will games played on Saturday and maybe even Friday determine seeding? Like a team like Georgia, will they fall behind a team like Tennessee, who they beat by 2 touchdowns, if they lose to what the committee thinks is the second best team in the country? So we'll talk about that when we get back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
It appears that the SMU Clemson game is the only game that will determine a team making the field. Now, it involves 3 teams as far as SMU, Clemson, and Alabama, but it's the only game remaining on the schedule. Well, let's throw in the Mountain West, obviously. But as far as
large,
it's the only one determining an at-large spot.
Yeah.
And Alabama's waiting. I'm not sure what I know the guarantee is if Clemson wins, they've got to fret the night and into the early morning to see if they make it. If SMU loses, they're in. So for them, they want an SMU win. But I guess the question is, does it matter what happens in that game? Whether it be a Clemson win or an SMU win, is Alabama making the field no matter what? That is the question for me. And certainly you would talk about the legitimacy of the committee, which if you even think they are legitimate, are they already formulating their reasoning to put Alabama in over a 2-loss SMU team who would be getting punished for having to play their title game? Where right now, no matter what you think of Alabama's resume and what you think of SMU's resume, the committee has them ahead. Will they use up? Now they have 2 losses, so we can more thoroughly evaluate them against Alabama, who has 3, because SMU was good enough to make their title game and go undefeated in the conference. That is what we could be dealing with. Because when asked about it, the question was, could a Clemson win knock SMU out and have Alabama in? The answer was possibly. So I'll ask you, Sean. I know where I stand on this. I'll ask you first. Does SMU losing mean Alabama's in no matter what, or does the way they lose matter?
I think Alabama's in no matter what.
So it could be a tight ball game. SMU goes down, and they will use their argument that they use against Miami to put Alabama in over SMU.
Yes.
I tend to agree. I don't know that it matters all that much how that game plays out, because giving SMU that second loss, and I don't think they're against punishing a team for losing their title game while another team got to sit home.
I think they're against punishing a SEC or Big Ten team. I don't know if the ACC gets viewed.
Well, we just saw it. The ACC does not get viewed that way.
What? Oh, yeah, with Florida State last year.
And even in the 12-team playoff.
Oh, and Miami this year.
I spoke about it.
So the 2 biggest brands, other than maybe Clemson, in the ACC, both got screwed over in favor of Alabama.
Yes.
And now we're asking if SMU,
will?
a team that was in the American a year ago, is going to get screwed over or not. Like, come on. What are we talking about? Now, if you want to have the should conversation, we could have the should.
We can have that conversation, or we can just live in reality.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the actual.
Should does not matter here. The actual matters. And they have told you, despite setting, if you want to call it a precedent, of watching Miami lose a ball game, watching Alabama lose or beat LSU on the same Saturday, not dropping Miami below Alabama. That was now several weeks ago, where Miami loses to Georgia Tech, close. Alabama beats up on LSU. Miami remains ahead. What has happened since that point? Miami beats Wake Forest, loses to now a team they've ranked in the top 25, Syracuse by 4. Alabama beat Mercer.
Dominated Mercer.
Okay, dominated Mercer. Got dominated by 3 scores by a bad Oklahoma team who showed how bad they were. They just got their ass kicked by LSU, and they beat Auburn by 2 touchdowns at home. And that was enough. Where it wasn't enough a couple weeks ago, beating Auburn and Miami losing to Syracuse was enough this week. And you would go, the precedent they said it wouldn't be, but because it's closing time and Alabama's the brand in question, we're going to put them in a spot where they're in. we can approach the SMU Clemson game like it matters how SMU loses. I'm not sure it does.
Nope, just win, baby.
SMU win the game, or you're going to be catching the Alabama to ACC bullet that that Florida State and Miami caught. It's been a great year for SMU. They would have every reason to bitch and say losing to Clemson should not cost us a spot. But just wait for it. What are they in the official rankings right now?
They're 8.
8. You don't think they could drop 4 spots? Hey, we're going to reward you with being the first team out.
Congrats. Yeah. Oh, there. As a committee, we thought there's no way that we could drop them below Miami, who's also out. Because they were one of the 2 best teams in the ACC.
Yeah,
so they are the first one out. And actually, Miami, we don't want 2 ACC teams to be the last 2 out. So Miami, you're below Ole Miss.
Wait a minute, you guys just said that the data points aren't going to change for these teams because they didn't play. You just said nothing can affect the rankings for the teams who aren't playing this week.
But Georgia won, so that win by Ole Miss looks better. So see ya.
So what if Georgia loses? The Alabama win will look worse.
It doesn't affect anything.
Okay, now
it doesn't affect anything. Dell, what are you talking about?
I just asked.
Why would it affect it?
I just asked the question. You don't think SMU losing a game to Clemson, a Clemson team they've ranked 17th, could drop them 4 spots? What are we doing? Of course it could, and probably will.
Yeah, Clemson is below the 2
Big 12 teams.
Big 12 teams.
Yes,
that should not be viewed as a good loss or win. I mean, they literally have the same record as Syracuse.
Yes, they just happen to be Clemson, so they started ahead and finished ahead. So just be prepared, everyone. This show may be wrong. Hell, we're plenty wrong. This show has decided we don't believe the manner of SMU's loss will have any consequence.
No,
they are too close. They're too close to the edge for it to matter. And the committee has never said, despite our assumptions, they never said they wouldn't punish anyone for losing a title game. So, hey.
Even if they did say that, like
they wouldn't
could
care.
Just not do it.
They would just figure out a way around it. So, if you are watching SMU play Clemson toe-to-toe and go, you know what? This is a great ball game. SMU deserves it. And they go down. You know what the committee will say? We don't think Clemson's that good. Yeah. So, you should have beat them.
Yeah, Clemson's going to be probably the last. Yeah, if they win the conference, they're going to be the worst conference winner.
You think they'd keep? You think if they beat us? The funny thing is how this will go. They'll beat SMU and then elevate them over the Big 12 winner.
Oh, you know what? You're right. That's what would happen.
They will punish SMU for losing
because they would have beaten. Let's say LSU or SMU would then be what 12.
Yes, the last team out. Yeah.
But Iowa State or Arizona would be 20 when they lose. So, yeah.
So they'll punish SMU for losing, but they'll give Clemson the
credit
boost
for winning
and jump them over. I don't know if they'll get them over BYU if they win, but they would not be I don't think they'd be the last conference winner. That would go to Arizona State or Iowa State.
Yeah, if Boise wins.
Boise could lose to UNLV. That's on the table too. Well, it's just a Friday game. So we've gone through the scenarios where SMU losing means they're out. Do you think, and this involves another SEC team, that a Georgia loss cost them a home game? I think they are willing to punish SMU. I don't think they're willing to punish Georgia for losing to their second-ranked team in the country and giving Tennessee the home game after Georgia beat Tennessee by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I do wonder maybe they just do a flip with Ohio State, who would be the 8th seed right now. But yeah, I because you can't really put them beneath Tennessee, who they beat, although they would have more losses. But one of the losses is in the title game.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to anything.
Yeah, and they're not they said that again. They said, but it's actually pretty hard to avoid this. But they said they don't care about rematches. Like if they, are booking a rematch in the first round, like they don't care. I mean, obviously, right now, as it sits today, like Texas would be the 2 seed, Georgia would be the 7, playing Indiana, and so there's a very good chance we get Georgia Texas for a third time.
Sure.
If this holds. So it is impossible to avoid rematches, but I wonder if they would do it, if they would sign themselves up for a rematch in the first round with two conference teams.
Yeah, that would be the one way if Georgia loses in a relatively reasonable fashion. That Tennessee, well, how far would you elevate Tennessee? To 8?
8. And then Ohio State to 7.
And then Indiana jumps Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. Indiana only has a 1 loss.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like maybe what they could do, or they could just not change anything because nothing matters.
Yeah. It would matter for SMU, but not for Georgia, because SMU, you lost to Clemson.
Ugh.
But Georgia, you lost to Texas. Yay! So we'll keep you right where you are. We're not going to punish you for losing to number 2 Texas.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, why will we punish you for qualifying for the title game in the toughest conference in the country? As I will say consistently, don't try to use logic and real thought to figure out what they're going to do. Just assume the SEC will get the benefit of the doubt. And then that's the easy approach. And if they surprise you, cool. But don't expect to be surprised, which I guess is part of being surprised. All right, we got one more segment to go. You want to hang out? You want to hang out and combine and get out of here right now? We can do that. We'll stay here.
A couple more minutes.
Yeah, we got a couple more minutes. We'll stick here. All right. Sean,
yes.
Would you like to be in a world where we have a new rule in baseball called the Golden Bat Rule?
So if you just told me this and then did not tell me the rule.
Just a rule called the Golden Bat Rule.
Golden Bat Rule? I'm in. What's it about?
It's this is where it becomes ridiculous. But the fact you could call something the Golden Bat Rule, I'd be in.
Right? Like,
it'd be great if
it is a great
just
name.
hit me with that name. I like it. The rule is the Golden At Bat Rule. I could just call it the Golden Bat Rule.
Yeah.
Where you could swing a golden bat. That'd be part of the thing.
To go full social network, take out the
Yeah,
makes it cleaner.
Take out the at. It'd be
makes
great.
It cleaner.
The Golden At Bat Rule is what the people are calling it. The people out there calling it. And apparently Rob Manfred is really behind this. And they want to implement it. And what it would be is a one-time chance on offense to send a hitter of your choice to the plate at any point in the contest. So, obviously, we'll use Astros as an example. I won't say Kyle Tucker in the playoffs. Let's say Kyle Tucker in June.
Ooh, I like that.
He's 4 batters away from coming up. You're down by 2. The closer has walked the tying run on base. And it could be Jake Myers coming up, or it could be Kyle Tucker coming up with 1 out. You don't want to put out Tuve in the position because, there's no guarantee Kyle Tucker will come through. So you still want one of your boppers up with a chance. But Kyle Tucker may not get in at bat with this on the line. So let's bring him up. That's what they want to do. The Golden At Bat. You can pull anyone, and they remain in the game. So let's say Kyle Tucker comes through and ties the game, but the Astros don't win. He could get his at bat, his regular at bat, when his turn in the lineup comes up.
Jake Myers still plays center field.
Yes, it is a one-time thing you can do. I said it earlier that managers probably wouldn't be for it because it allows for them to be criticized more. They already get criticized for bringing in relievers at the wrong time or leaving a guy in. Now you get crushed because you took your shot.
Yeah,
and it didn't work out.
Use the Golden At Bat Rule in the 8th inning.
Yeah, and now you're in the 12th with another rule that people hate with the ghost runner.
Oh yeah,
and now you're stuck with Jake Myers or whoever. Sorry, Jake, you're just catching it today. Hit better, and we wouldn't use you as an example.
Yeah.
Jake Myers is up as opposed to, hey, this could be a great time for the Golden At Bat Rule. So that's in play potentially for baseball. They're not appealing to purists. Doesn't make sense to appeal to purists at this point. The purists haven't helped baseball and their popularity at all. So who is this for? It ain't for me. I think it's funny. I'm not gonna hate it or like it. I'm just gonna say, hey, go ahead. But it ain't great unless they get a golden bat.
Exactly.
Louisville Slugger. You know how you guys can make some more money with branding opportunities? Make a golden at bat or golden bat for everyone.
Yeah.
That you provide bats for.
Yeah.
So and for all the other bat manufacturers,
Yeah.
everybody on the roster should have a bat, a golden one. And if they're the one picked, Jake, don't worry about it. You never get picked. But for everyone else who's possibly can get picked,
that would also be very funny of who gets one and who doesn't.
Yeah, if the manufacturer's like, what's cost effective? What makes sense for us? Jake, you're not good. Chaz, probably not.
Martin Maldonado?
Yeah,
No.
on a Sunday, on a getaway day, when a spot is decided who's not going to play, you can borrow Altuve's bat, but we're not going to actually make you a bat for this.
Yeah, Lina, you use the same bat, right?
Yeah, so
you're good.
If we're going to do this, everyone who would actually qualify for this needs a golden bat. That should be a rule. You can't walk up there without the bat. If the courts are going to be different for the NBA Cup,
yes,
why aren't the bats different for this?
I was going to say there needs to be some showmanship element to really make the golden bat rule work, where they come up and like with fog machine or something, or they treat it like a closer entrance and they like flicker the lights on and off, and maybe the bat like glows in the dark or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
At a minimum, an announcement should be made in the ballpark. It shouldn't just be,
yeah, like
Kyle Tucker's coming up when he's not supposed to.
Yeah, if you're at the ballpark, like you need to know it's happening.
Yeah, and
that gets the
and like for big events, whether it be the Super Bowl or whatever, at some point, if they think a big play's coming, like sometimes the score bug disappears, and there's just something. Particularly the NBA does it. There's like just like an insignia or something. It just changes the view, and if it happens, there should be a golden bat in the corner, and the score bug should be smaller or less visible, and we just treat it as a moment. It's the golden bat moment.
It's the golden bat moment. The first ever golden bat moment.
We're idea men here on the show. Get it done. If it's going to happen, make it special.
Yes.
It shouldn't just be a regular event.
Yeah, don't treat it like a pinch hitter where you're just, again, if you're at the ballpark, you have to look up. You're like, oh.
Yeah, you're doing it for the youth anyway. Make it a TikTok thing.
Get Fortnite involved.
All of it. We're done for the day. If the golden bat happens and they take our idea, remember where it started. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We did it!
That's right. That's what this city's all about. That's what this city is all about. Bad boys. Houston Texans, bad boys of the NFL. Azeez Al-Shaair decapitated Trevor Lawrence. DeMeco Ryans said it was Trevor Lawrence's fault. Nick Caserio called the NFL BS for slandering the great name of Azeez Al-Shaair. And then last night, the Rockets said, you know what? It's our turn. You got, yes, a loss to the Sacramento Kings. Doesn't matter. They've advanced to the quarterfinal stages of the NBA Cup of Life. You've got Ime Udoka and Alperen Şengün getting ejected from a game after going after the refs. And you got Tari Eason being restrained from going into the stands.
Full on hold my beer.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Full on hold my beer, Paul.
I loved it. I love every single second of it. The Astros are already there. They've been there. They've been there for a while. You know that meme that you see online where you've got a young Splinter with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles who are not teens, they're toddlers. And now you've got a moment where all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have grown up and Splinter's an old man. Splinter's the Astros. The Rockets and Texans are the rest of it. And I'm just so proud. I'm so proud that this city is just extending one middle finger, two middle fingers to the entire rest of the world.
Honestly, I think the Astros are going to have to step their game up. They're falling too far behind. There's only 2 guys left. Only one guy that plays right now from 2017 if Alex Bregman's gone.
Mm-hmm.
They got to step up their game. They got to throw out Ohtani. Like they gotta step it up. They gotta join the fray.
Is that the next step? Throwing at Ohtani
or Aaron Judge or whoever.
That might create an international incident.
They might have to throw at Alex Bregman if he goes to another team. Like they got to step up their game with what's going on right now. I love Ime Udoka. He is my favorite coach. I am so glad he is the head coach of the Houston Rockets.
Here's Ime Udoka after last night's loss talking to the media, and I think he is going to be getting a hefty fine from the National Basketball Association.
Wasn't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpi got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm get some glasses, open your eyes.
How important is it in those moments for you to stand up for your team so that they know you have their back?
I mean, it wasn't even about that, honestly. Alpi got one, but take your sensitivity and emotions out of it and call the game the right way. It's obvious right in front of you, and John Goble, whoever it was, sees it and doesn't call it. I'm gonna let him know about it.
Did John say anything in your conversation that kind of escalated it for you?
No, been missing calls all night and calling moving screens and every other little touch call the obvious one.
I love how we're calling that a conversation. I mean, Ime Udoka is literally trying to intimidate the referee on the court there, and I love it. I love every second of it.
I thought there was going to be an accident on the court, to be honest with you. I think he was going to poop his pants.
The referee?
He looked terrified.
The referee
the first move, before the assistant coach grabs Ime, you see he jumps back.
Yes, he does.
He's startled.
He does. The second time Udoka advances, the ref startles. And I got to say, the ref's hair or lack thereof is making him look like he would not be able to hold his own there. Maybe he's got some MMA experience or something like that.
No. He looks like an accountant that became a referee. He doesn't look like he belongs.
He looks like the energy vampire in What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show. He looks like that. This was a fantastic moment. And I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube or watching on Twitch, but I came in wearing some, I think, appropriate clothes today. I have spiked shoulder pads on. I have multiple teardrops under my eye. One for Trevor Lawrence. R.I.P. I don't know nothing about that. 2, it's for that referee. He's still kicking. I don't know nothing about what's about to happen to him either. I am wearing a leather biker jacket. I don't know what gang this is. Probably shouldn't have taken it from the chair it was left at last night. I am wearing assless chaps. You know me. Got to stay true to the Paul Gallant brand. I am here dressed like a villain. Do I have a Glock? Do I have a Tech 9? I don't know. But if you get in my face, I'm pulling it out. Am I going to shoot it? I don't know. I might just point it at you sideways.
Sean, let's not piss off Paul today.
Yeah, man. I look like the Las Vegas Raiders archetype right now. So you should be watching on YouTube and on Twitch to actually see what I'm wearing today, because I'm here for my city. Bury me in the H? No, I'm going to bury you in the H, outside the H, in a swamp in New Jersey, like I'm Tony Soprano.
I think that needs to be like the new T-shirt. We're gonna bury you in the H. They need to flip it. Like Apollo, whoever wants to take, we'll take a 5% cut, 10% cut, 20% cut,
100% cut.
Okay, fine, 100% cut.
Joe,
That's
I'm wearing.
I'm
We're gonna hold them up by their ankles and dangle until all the money comes out.
I mean, I got Road Warrior Paul sitting next to me right now.
Road Warrior Paul is here. The spiked shoulders, the teardrops, the face paint. I mean, we're taking 100%, Joe.
Take it all and never give it back.
I got my Glock. What? You don't want to mess with me. You don't want to mess with our city, because I put on for it. You think Adam Clanton puts on for his city with those little videos he does online? Nope, not like me. Not like me. Not like Ime Udoka. Not like Aziz Al-Shaair. Not like Nick Caserio. Not like D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, you got to step your energy up. I love the way that this city, from a sports perspective, is all of a sudden saying F you. And look, let's be honest, it's going to go away in a couple of days. Ime Udoka maybe will have another one in him.
I don't think the Rockets will go away.
Well, the Rockets aren't going away as a team. Again,
I mean, like the attitude. Like, this is kind of, I think this might be who they are.
This is I truly am all about it. I really, this Rockets team is so much more likable than the last couple of teams that were good. And yeah, last night was frustrating. Jalen Green actually played well, but the Terror Twins, as they called them, they both sucked on offense. And I mean, Tari's and relax a little bit, okay? You're gonna get suspended for multiple games if you go into the stands. Maybe he gets suspended for
he might get anyways.
Right.
I mean, yeah, they weren't great last night. I mean, like, Jalen Green, that 4-point play was sick, and he thought the game was going to be, they were going to kind of run away with it at that point. I went to put the little guy to bed, and all of a sudden I came back, and they're losing by 13 points. And I'm catching up on the game. Like, what happened to this team? Yeah, last night's game, whatever. But you're gonna lose games. Doesn't matter. They host the Warriors next Wednesday, round 1, NBA Cup.
I love that they're playing the Warriors too. I mean, look, there's clearly a little bit of a rivalry going back to last year with some of the bleep talk between not playing Tari Eason and Draymond Green. Green seems to respect Eason for what it's worth, even though, of course, the Warriors ended the Rockets' fun little run towards the end of last year. But you got to beat the best to be the best. The Rockets beat the Thunder already. Okay. Golden State Warriors are off to a pretty good start, all things considered. I don't think people expected them to be like this too. Good. They're going to be tested early on this year. And I mean, I don't know what the ceiling is for this year's team, but there isn't one that I could really think of other than, like, okay, maybe Western Conference Finals and beyond. Like, that seems like a stretch. But I really like the way this year has started. And considering the Houston Texans are on a bye week, that we get to focus on these guys instead. And I know they lost last night. Nice change of pace.
I'll be honest. I don't. What's the ceiling for this team? I think Western Conference Finals.
You think they can make it?
Look at last year.
Yeah.
Before the start of last season, when anyone have picked the Timberwolves or the Mavericks to be 2 of the 4 final teams in the Western Conference.
You're right, but Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic make a difference.
That's what the Rockets are missing, right? They don't have an SGA. They don't even have Ja Morant, right? Who's they're only a game back of them in the standings.
He's not dunking, Ja Morant.
Yeah, he's not.
He wants everyone to know he cares about safety.
But like the Clippers, the Suns, the Nuggets, like the Nuggets have Jokic, but like what's the rest of the team? They look like, I'm not scared of LeBron.
But yeah, but it's Jokic though. Like that's Jokic, Jokic all-time player.
For sure. But
so that is what's
some
missing.
Good team basketball.
That's what's missing. Theoretically, that guy could, I guess, come into being by the end of the year, but I'm not expecting that to happen. I'm not.
I'm not expecting either. If they got to at least the Western Conference semifinals, like that to me seems, especially if you're a top 4 seed, that's obviously very reasonable. You know, if you're playing teams that are having to battle through a play-in tournament or just teams that are dealing with injuries, as long as they stay healthy, they have the right coach. Like that's
they have the right coach and they have the defensive mindset. I think they have the aggressive mindset. Like they really have taken on Udoka's personality. But I think, as pointed out on the Twitch, there's the 3-point shooting, the ball handling. Like those are the things that ultimately you look at them, you compare them to the teams that have been there and done that. It makes it a little bit hard to believe that they'll go all the way, right? It's just fun to start off.
You're also going to be playing, 6 guys in the playoffs that are 22 and under?
That too.
That normally comes with some complications. 100%. I mean, we saw it last year with the Thunder. Thunder lost. They're the 1 seed, lost in the second round. So I do think that without, Alperen Şengün or Jalen Green fully blossoming, coming into their own, which they could keep taking steps. Jalen, another good game. Let's make it a little bit more often. I think that they can, win a playoff series is probably where I'd put the cap on.
I mean, talk about goals. Start there. Make the playoffs outside the play-in tournament. But at this point, I got to find this, but of 587 teams that have started the season with the Rockets record, all of them but one have made the playoffs in the history of the NBA. So if you follow the history of the NBA, they're a playoff team.
Yeah, and 6 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, if you would have sat here and said, I think the Rockets can be a top 4 seed and win a playoff series, you'd be like, what the hell are you smoking? Right. All three of us would be like, listen, we like the Rockets, but come on, tone it down a little. We were all playing is a success. And now at this point, if they make the play-in, the last 60 games of the season had to have gone pretty poorly.
Correct. Nice to see their scrappiness in the loss last night. And it's nice to see Houston sports teams are bad boys now. I like it. Being the villain is fun. You already know that with the Houston Astros, and now you're getting a taste of it with the other teams. If there's one thing that will get this bandwagony sports town that has a lot of transplants like me and like you, Joe, it's to make people feel something. And I like feeling something in December. I like being mad at referees, mainly because Ime Udoka's calling out his eyesight. I love it. If you want to weigh in on that game or what you're hearing from the Houston Rockets, the Houston Texans, you can 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. And I am wearing, spikes on my shoulders. I have multiple teardrops on my face, tattooed. I am war painted up, and I'm wearing chaps, which have been pointed out to me. All chaps are assless. So, okay. Didn't know that. But
I didn't know that either.
Now I do. I thought I was doing something special to stick with the brand today, as I'm dressed up like a biker in a biker gang, because Houston sports, the ultimate biker gang. Up next, more fallout from Azeez Al-Shaair's 3-game suspension by the NFL. God, or at least my God, respect my religion, has spoken on the matter. And if his voice holds any truth to the rest of the football cognoscenti, Azeez Al-Shaair will be walking on water with 0 games suspensions. Hear from Tom next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. You enter the promo code BET975. Guess what's going to happen? All sorts of fun. You're going to get a deposit bonus that is doubling that initial deposit. Or if you are a already existing customer at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, you get a reload bonus with that very same code. You want to get crazy here? You want to have some fun? What are the Rockets' odds to make the NBA playoffs, right? We're feeling pretty good about that right now. Yes, minus 526. No, plus 380. Huh? That seems like it's going to get you something back. Say you were to bet on that. Let's get a little crazier. NBA Conference champions in the West. What are the Rockets' odds right now? Rockets at plus 1450. Okay, a little more of a reach, but it's a fun bet. How about the Rockets to actually win the NBA championship at mybookie.ag? Promo code BET975. They're behind the Sixers? Are you effing kidding me? Plus 4,600, the Rockets. That's a real fun bet. The Sixers are plus 3,900. MyBookie.ag, can you put some respect on the Houston Rockets name? Otherwise, me and my teardrops might be knocking on your door, but we do like the money you give me. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Azeez Al-Shaair was suspended 3 games by the National Football League yesterday. Lots of others reacted to that news, not just Texans general manager Nick Caserio and Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans, who I believe knew that Azeez was getting suspended and might have read that note that Jon Runyan wrote to Azeez that basically called his character into question. I do feel there's potentially a chance, I think it's a very slim one, where if this was a neutral court for Al-Shaair to get that suspended, knocked down a couple of games, because you want to lawyer the NFL here. They don't actually cite what it is that Azeez Al-Shaair was doing with his habitual line stepping. Like, they don't actually give the specific examples, Joe. But I think the big problem is the NFL is a kangaroo court. It is bull bleep, and it is based on popular opinion. How do people feel about something we did? And I think one of the reasons that they might have kind of ridden up Al-Shaair the way that they did in that, even if he is a habitual line stepper, was to justify the 3-game suspension.
Yeah, I mean that's what's gonna happen. Like if, especially because we know they're gonna watch ESPN and of course their own NFL network, and they're gonna see what Stephen A. Smith and these guys are saying. So they're not gonna hear all the former players, speaking out on social media about the play and the reaction after. And honestly, none of it should matter. Like, that's part of this. Is none of that should matter. It's
None of what specifically?
like any of the noise. None of the noise around, like the anger that like you hear on television, because I think that factored in. Like,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Like none of ESPN or anyone's comments or DeMeco's comments. Like, I know Stephen A. Smith was trying to blame DeMeco Ryans for it being a 3-game suspension because it said DeMeco started talking on Monday about the hit, where I think your timeline is the one that's correct, where he'd already spoken to Jon Runyan and already knew what was on its way, even if he hadn't read the letter exactly.
He was so specific sticking up for Al-Shaair's character, and it was as if he had read that specific part of it.
Yeah.
Because DeMeco is, let's be honest, a rather boring person when he's in front of a microphone. That's not to say behind the scenes that's what he is, but he watches what he says generally. And I mean, and you heard his answer. He said, well, look, Lawrence has to get down. We stand in front of Azeez Al-Shaair here. We got his back. So we'll see. I'm not expecting any appeal to work here, but maybe if we listen to my personal Lord and Savior, my Tom is an awesome Tom. His last name is Brady. He won 7 Super Bowls, and he also went to 10. He was on the Colin Cowherd show, and he told a story that I've probably told you about as one of Tom Brady's divine prophets, the prophet of truth, about a moment in time where he learned, you know what? I got to be smart. I got to protect myself.
I remember in 2001, I think we played at Buffalo, and I slid late, and Nate Clements was the corner for the Bills, and he came up out of the secondary and absolutely crushed me. My helmet went flying off, and I got back and I ran to the huddle, and I had a lot of teammates that came up to me the next day and said, dude, these guys are coming. You got to get rid of that football. And if you're going to slide, you better get down. These guys are coming to get you. And it was a great kind of learning experience for me, because I realized that when I'm out of that pocket, things were moving a lot faster for me. And the defense is trying to be very aggressive. And over time, the NFL has obviously done a lot of things to, protect players and player health and safety. It's been on and on and on. And the only aspect that I think is very challenging, and certainly for Trevor Lawrence, nobody wants to see anybody get hurt, but it is also the reality of a very physical sport that we play.
Yeah.
But the only way defensive players have to be aggressive.
They do.
And someone you should listen to people like that. You should listen to a guy.
Yes.
I don't know. When people are putting out these montages about him being a habitual line stepper, it starts with Tom Brady.
It does.
It starts with Tom Brady.
And there's no hard feelings from Tom Brady towards Azeez Al-Shaair, because my Lord is a forgiving one. Okay.
Look, the quarterbacks are even telling you, the best quarterbacks of our lifetime are telling you how hard it is for defenses. Aaron Rodgers this year fell on too hard. They called a 15-yard roughing the passer penalty. You know what he said on Pat McAfee that week? Shouldn't have been a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Even they're starting to tell you. Once again, the hit sucks. Like everything that happened after, terrible. I get the suspension. I get that he was suspended. I don't agree with the length of it. But the players that have left the sport recently are all telling you the same thing. That's why I think they got it wrong.
And on top of that, you've got players in the league embellishing a little bit to get those calls, which I find to be morally wrong. I think you lack honor if you're somebody who flops in any sport. Soccer especially. Basketball's gone bad, but football quarterbacks are doing it. And how many times do you see a pouty Patrick Mahomes, or back in the day, Tom Brady, when they got pushed a little bit? Because they all want every single competitive advantage that they can possibly get. But defensive players do have it very hard there. And I like that Tom Brady, at least out of the league, is willing to acknowledge how difficult it is. He continued saying on The Herd with Colin Cowherd that quarterbacks need to take better care of themselves. Here's my Lord and Savior, Tom Brady.
And certainly the quarterbacks need to take better care of themselves. I see Josh Allen running a lot. I see Lamar Jackson running a lot. And it's a great skill set to have. A lot of times I wish I had that skill set. And at the same time, when you run, you put yourself in a lot of danger. And when you do that, I don't think the onus of protecting an offensive quarterback who's running should be on a defensive player. I don't think that's really fair to the defense. So if you slide and it's, everyone can argue, was it black and white or was it just a gray area? Do you slide late or is it unnecessary roughness or is it a late hit? To me, a late hit is very late. There's quarterbacks that I see running and tiptoe on the sideline and they're not even out of bounds and they get hit as they're starting to step out of bounds and there's a penalty flag thrown. So the aspect, again, for a play caller, there's more design runs for quarterbacks ever now than in the history of the NFL. So are we really trying to protect quarterbacks? Because if you are trying to do it through the rules, then why are the offensive coordinators not protecting their quarterbacks by
Edward Patrick Brady Jr. Amen. The voice of God. For me. Respect my religion.
What's his name?
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr.
I didn't know that.
Amen.
It's funny because it's almost like victim blaming a little bit what Tom is saying. Because he talks about the designed run plays and everything. It's very clear he thinks the quarterback should be more protected in the pocket than outside. I do agree with that.
They in the pocket, it makes sense. Yes, it does. And look, someone might say, well, Tom Brady's jealous that he wasn't mobile. And by the way,
he said that.
He said it right there. Right. But there are lots of plays that are designed for quarterbacks to run downfield. And I think the quarterbacks who are used to doing it, they run a little bit more like running backs. Like Lamar Jackson does slide from time to time, but Lamar Jackson also will dive headfirst. Josh Allen does it a lot, and we get mad at Josh Allen for diving headfirst. He's not protecting himself. Is he? Is he protecting himself by sliding?
I think you're more protected diving forward because you're gonna hit your shoulder, or you're gonna get concussed.
Yeah,
you're gonna hurt your shoulder potentially, or get hit in the back versus getting a concussion. And what's easier to hurt, your brain or any other part of your body? It's your brain. We know, Trevor's rattling around up there right now, still not practicing this week. He's right. It's a problem. That's why CJ Stroud, I think back to the Georgia game and how incredible it was that he ran all the time. But I appreciate that he doesn't do it now because I would rather see my quarterback stay in the pocket and have success there. You don't have to run all the time.
You don't, but when you do, protect yourself.
Yes.
It's a contact game. I just find it weird that we've all accepted that a quarterback is under different rules and that we get mad at a quarterback getting pushed a little bit when it's on our team because we want to get those extra 15 yards. I hate that. And it happened in the Texas A&M game on Saturday night a couple of times. Friends that are Aggies and friends that are Longhorns both got mad at me for pointing out, can we stop being soft here? It's a violent game. And look, quarterbacks are going to get hit, but are they wearing helmets? Yes. Are they wearing shoulder pads? Yes. Those are designed to protect them. Do you know what doesn't protect you ever on a football field? When you're not going 100%. And the slide sort of lends itself to this weird gray area at this moment in time where you are slowing down and putting your body at risk.
Yeah, you're slamming on the brakes, and they're still going 100 miles an hour, and that's kind of what we see in this like instant reaction, and that's where it goes back to the very beginning of this. Like, as Daryl Moose Johnson and these guys are just waxing poetically about how the NFL has been ruined and there's no respect in sportsmanship. Well, like, they're watching it through the lens of it being in slow motion, and I think that's the biggest challenge of this too for like what the NFL the suspension was is how do you look at this, because in slow motion it looks so bad, but in real time it's bad, but it's not as severe. I do think they're going to drop this suspension. I don't think it's going to go from 3 to 1. I think it just goes from 3 to 2. Like, there are precedents that have happened before. We saw Kareem Jackson, one of his suspensions, get dropped. Typically, we see these because the biggest part about this for me that matters is the slandering of character that Azeez Al-Shaair faced, because they, the way they challenged him without. I saw a tweet that at one point said, not even sure if John Ronan spoke to Azeez Al-Shaair before the suspension.
Oh, he definitely didn't.
So if Azeez goes into the meeting with Derek Brooks or whoever it is, and he has like actual is like apologetic, well, it seems like a third of the suspension is based on what John Ronan thinks of Aziz's character. So that's why I think you're going to see it drop at least again.
Listen, John Runyon, that man does not have an original thought in his brain. I went to a broadcasting camp outside of Philadelphia when I was 17. Okay. And that guy actually spoke to us. I remember him speaking to us. He was so boring. And this is the kind of person that after his playing career is done, okay, he's not going to go into media, but this is a New Jersey politician. Okay. This guy, you have somebody that's higher up the food chain that tells him what to do. He will ask, how high do I jump here? So they make it so that John Runyon's writing this, but Runyon is taking the heat for the actual league, which probably said, hey, justify this as much as you can. Do our job, okay? You're uncreative, and you're not somebody who ever will cut it in media because you're boring, so you can do the same kind of stuff that you probably did as a congressman in New Jersey. And I'll just leave that there, because I expect all New Jersey congressmen to occasionally drive people to the Meadowlands, and I'm not talking about the stadium, sometimes to imply things.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Listen, he's this guy's just going to do what they tell him to do. And he did, in that moment in time, I think, try to make it so that it's justified that whatever they did to Azeez Al-Shaair, he's going to look as bad as possible. And I think that Nick Caserio in that press conference pushing back on it is good, but I don't know what it actually leads to,
Yeah,
because
it's hard to say. Like what do people agree with John Runyon? Like that's really the question. Is the one person, and maybe that's part of the problem with the NFL's process here, is it seems that you have these different people on these different committees, but it's not, Derek Brooks, Kevin Mawai, and someone else all listening to Azeez. It seems that it's one person. And I think that's just a bad way to hand out punishments in general. You shouldn't have one person making every single decision, because you don't have differing opinions in the room. You should at least have two, so there's some kind of middle ground that you can find. So I do think it gets dropped a game, but I don't know. I just don't think I really think most of this is such an overreaction still, that we see things like this happen very often. And I don't know why this one was, signified so much as such a big deal. Like, we see quarterbacks get hit like this all the time. It happens weekly in college, in the NFL. It's unfortunate, but as we've discussed here, when you slide like this and you slow down that much, players don't react correctly.
Right.
So they, whatever reason, decided that Azeez is a very bad person. That's what the NFL decided. That's what social media decided. And they just ran with it. But this happens all the time.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There are more reactions that we have to get to the suspension of Azeez Al-Shaair. But up next, oh, what a day for this. Soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Interestingly, another quarterback who runs often was called soft by his own mother. I'm not kidding. Stick around to find out who. In honor of the time Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy last season, by the way, Ime Udoka is calling out the eyesight of referees and threatening on the court last night. Gotta love it. Gotta love your Houston Rockets, who did lose to the Kings last night, but they are on to quarterfinal play in the NBA Cup to play the Golden State Warriors. Rex Ryan is a defensive-minded former head coach that you now can see often on ESPN. I do think that he has a gift for the gab. Here he is, like Tom Brady, but more vociferously, victim blaming Trevor Lawrence for getting got.
Yeah, you got to learn how to protect yourself. And I'm going to tell you right now, obviously it was a dirty hit. I am so sick and tired of seeing people teach, hey, slide. When you're running out here, you slide. The hell you do. Not when you're going full speed down the field and a defender's coming full speed at you. You don't slide. I can see this happens over and over and over again. All you have to do is watch every Saturday college football. 2 to 3 of these happen every single week. Mm-hmm. I'm sick and tired of it. You are not protecting your quarterback when you teach him how to slide when it's not in the open field. Open field, of course, that's great. Absolutely not here. If you want to get a concussion, you slide like this when contact's coming.
What should they be taught to do?
They should be taught to dive at the ankles of the defender or run the football and keep your head out of it.
Too long, didn't listen. Rex Ryan said the hit was cheap, but that Trevor Lawrence slid like a bitch. Am I wrong?
No, yes. And
he did say that.
And he's right.
Now, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's what his tone suggests.
He's right. Is it a bad hit, illegal hit? Yes. Would I call it dirty? No. But is it a very bad hit? Yes. Should these quarterbacks be sliding like this? No.
More quarterbacks, and they're sliding. They're not sliding. Lamar Jackson, quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens, didn't have his first rushing attempt against Philadelphia on Sunday until the final minute of the first half. Per his mom, since he didn't really run in this game, he had that run and he had a run at the very end, 39 yards in garbage time. Lamar Jackson said his mother cussed him out because he wasn't playing to his strengths, because he wasn't running. And honestly, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great mom.
His mom called him soft.
It's a great agent because she's also that.
That's true.
So, she's not worried about her client's safety. She's worried about her client winning another MVP and trying to actually perform in the playoffs.
She's not caring about her son's safety. That's a hard mom.
Yeah.
Not soft boy.
She's not a soft girl.
But she's essentially calling her son soft for not running more.
Yeah. Run.
Run, Lamar, run.
And they kind of have abandoned it. Early in the season, they were running like the kind of the read option stuff with him and Derrick Henry, or at least it looked like Lamar might take off, and he occasionally would, but they definitely have pulled back. They're trying to do the whole you're a pocket passer thing and taking away his biggest strength.
He is better at throwing than he's given credit for.
100%.
But he is better than probably any quarterback in NFL history. Sorry, Michael Vick, when it comes to running. Like, no one is as slippery as Jackson with the same kind of speed. And Vic did some cool stuff for sure, but Vic was such a novelty compared to every other quarterback that we'd seen before. I think that's why we all looked at him and we put him on a pedestal. Jackson is a better version of this.
Yeah, Michael Vick is the greatest home run hitter probably in all of the NFL. Like, think about the throws to Deshaun Jackson at quarterback. Like, the throws deep down the field to Deshaun Jackson, the running ability were always big plays. But, like, as just like an effective runner, Lamar's definitely better.
Yeah, and Michael Vick also played in a very different league, a league that wasn't as fast, like where the defenses weren't built to be fast. They're built to be big and strong and slow. And so, that's how you get the run against Minnesota in the playoffs and what he did against the Packers. It's like, yeah, because he's playing on one notch lower when it comes to everyone else's speed, as opposed to Lamar, who plays with, there's 6 defensive backs on the field at all times.
So, but the Minnesota one where he like slips through 2 guys and they collide into each other, that's like my favorite play of all time.
It's insane.
It's such a great highlight.
By the way, the Ravens now 8-5 after that loss to Philadelphia, where Justin Tucker, yikes, he stunk in that game.
He is bad, and if he was on any other team, Honestly, are the Baltimore Ravens soft boys for not bringing another kicker in? He cost them
Maybe
7 points last weekend.
it is still Justin Tucker. It's hard to move on from him and think that you're going to find someone better at this point in the year.
Back of the baseball card, Paul.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you just went full Jeff Bagwell.
I will with Justin Tucker. I don't know if you're finding anybody else, but anyway, Baltimore 8-5, Houston Texans 8-5. Texans swarm.
I mean, right now, Baltimore's not coming to Houston for the first round of the playoffs.
That's
Chargers-
also
the Chargers are.
That's not ideal. That's not ideal. I mean, you got 4 8-win teams in the AFC: Chargers, Texans, Ravens, Broncos. We'll see what happens. Right now, of all the teams that would make the playoffs if the season were to end today, the Houston Texans have the lowest point differential. Yes, behind that of Denver. Yes, behind that of the Chargers.
Not
and
great.
the Steelers, too.
Not great.
More soft boys. Well, yes, the Texans might have lost to the Tennessee Titans, but how about Titans player Jarvis Brownlee talking about why his Titans lost on Sunday?
I think guys ain't come out playing fast enough. Like you said, we had a lot of turnovers in the first half, and that was down in the first quarter. So I don't think guys was locked in anymore. I think guys let the cold get to them. Cause I'm a Florida guy. I don't like the cold, but I know what comes with playing in this profession. And sometimes, you're gonna have to play through things that you don't like. And I think guys let the cold affect them today. A lot of guys ain't gonna say it, but that's what I think happened.
Commanders were up 42-19. At the end of the game, they're up 21-0 at the end of the first quarter on Tennessee. So, yeah, it stands to reason he was not ready for that. I do like that he said, I'm a Florida guy, so I don't like it, but we got to be tougher than that. How do you be tougher in the cold, though?
It's not cold. This is the softest take of all time.
It's not cold?
It was 40 degrees.
Oh, this is if a Northeasterner's in this weather, they might be wearing shorts. Now, they're probably wearing a hoodie, but they might be wearing shorts. That is for sure.
It's also Jaden Daniels was the quarterback who's from California, went to Arizona State and LSU. It's not like he's a Big Ten West quarterback here.
Like 40 degrees is great football weather because you're not going to be sweating too hard. Like you're going to feel nice and cool the whole game. You're going to feel refreshed when you get to the sidelines. This isn't the Bills game. This is the softest take of the year.
Also, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe Nashville is all that further south from Washington, D.C. Obviously, D.C.'s on the coast, and climate might be a little bit different. But it's not like Tennessee's Florida. I don't know. You should be getting used to the old temperature by this point.
I bet you it's the exact same temperature right now, or
it does get to 40 in Tennessee. Like that's not crazy.
Yeah.
Look, right now it's 54. Right at this second, it's 54 degrees in Nashville, 41 degrees in Maryland.
Okay, so there's a difference.
It's 10 degrees. Like it's okay.
It's not. Hey, come on.
It's not cold enough to snow. It's not cold.
Is that the line?
Chicago Joe here.
I know.
Is that the line?
I mean,
snowfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or pretty close to it, at least. I think below 40.
It's 40. It was 40.
Below.
He's from Florida.
Oh, well. Get over it.
Not soft. Baker Mayfield, who had this to say about all the flag planting and brouhahaing, the Donnybrooks that took place on Saturday and all over the last week of the college football regular season. Said Baker Mayfield, college football is meant to have rivalries. Let the boys play. That's like the Big 12 banning the horns down, saying, no, you had to get that in there. Let the boys play. If you haven't seen it already, I highly encourage you to find the one shining moment for college football rivalry weekend, because it's just, who's the guy who sings that? Is that Luther Vandross?
Yes.
It's just Luther Vandross underneath a bunch of players brawling and trying to plant flags in the middle of the field.
The funniest part of all the clips is the snatching the flag away from someone else, and then they're kind of like jostling back and forth with like the flag or the Arizona State Sun Devil trident that they had that they're fighting over in Arizona State. Like just that's always the funniest part. It's like you're just gonna try to take the flag and Mike Norvell's throwing the Florida flag away. Like,
yeah,
it's so silly.
Soft boys, question mark. The Ohio State police officers for using pepper spray?
Well,
I'm just asking the question.
Let's put ourselves in their shoes. You're a cop.
You're an Ohio State fan.
You're probably an Ohio State fan.
But they got Ohio State players.
Things are getting out of control. You have some plausible deniability.
You're upset.
You're very mad that you lost the game against the worst Michigan team we've seen in years.
Now, if the only people who got pepper sprayed were Michigan football players and Ryan Day, then I think there's foul play involved.
Yeah. I saw one of Dan Lebitard's producers was on the field and got pepper sprayed.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
There's other media members.
Yeah, like camera people or something.
Yeah, I imagine people from Fox or whatever got pepper sprayed right there. I'm gonna go soft.
I don't know. It's a hard job.
They're the only cops in all the fighting that happened this weekend that used pepper spray.
So we're like 25%. That's a good rate. Actually, probably less than 25%. It's like 10%.
Have you guys ever seen the game Bo Tayoshi?
No.
Okay. So it's a Japanese sport. There's two teams. One is 75 defenders and one is 75 attackers. The 75 defenders hold a pole. There's a guy at the top of this pole on defense. The 75 attackers basically swarm the 75 defenders and they try to climb up the pole and knock that guy off. It is the coolest game. Everyone needs to take a look at Bo Tayoshi. I wish this was an American sport. It is awesome. And those guys, they clearly don't think flag planting or flag taking is soft. And I mean, is it not our flag here in Texas? Come and take it. Come on.
Yeah.
Paul, this looks incredible.
It's an awesome game.
Is there strategy?
Yes.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if there's anything more than get them.
The defending team loses when their pole is lowered below 30 degree to the horizontal.
This is literally just chaos. It's people
awesome.
Just running, breaking up this wall, and then trying to climb on top of people to get this guy off the pole. We need to Christmas party.
Wait, how do you?
We might need to have some waivers signed.
I think we have those.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Because it's probably gonna be in the parking lot, right?
Is there full contact?
Don't we have someone get that?
They have helmets.
Doesn't somebody get injured every single holiday Christmas party? Given
Probably.
that we didn't we roll a ball out in the middle of the parking lot?
Probably.
I think one there's like a 40-yard dash. Like
That
one's not on us.
What's happening this year?
This year, all I know is that we're bringing 2 cameras. So anyone that can't be there, we're gonna live stream all the games.
Oh.
So the eggnog chugging contest and everything. So people are gonna be able to watch it live.
Oh no, what you're thinking of the ball one is the onside kick recovery game. Where someone did run into a car.
Yeah, I think this game we might.
So there you go, soft boys.
Can we play Bo Tayoshi at the Christmas?
I would love to play Bo Tayoshi anywhere.
Do you think we can get our hands on a giant pole in 20 days?
Probably. Go to the Home Depot or Lowe's.
Yeah, can we make one?
Get stuff done. I mean, would you want to make a giant pole
that someone has to stand on top of?
Joe?
No.
Why would
not stand?
Why would we make this? We could just go and get the lumber. Now the lumber's probably going to be expensive. That's a problem these days. That is a problem.
Do we have a sponsor that can maybe help us out?
Home Depot or Lowe's. Let's go.
We play cricket in Houston.
Bearings.
Is there anyone that just plays Bo
that.
Tayoshi in Houston that we don't know about?
No, I wish.
Is there a club?
I wish.
like the
people play cricket. People play polo. Yeah.
What's the one inside?
Bocce?
No, the one where it's it looks like wall ball basically, but they have that giant scooper thing that they throw.
High lie.
They play that.
I just know that from the one movie.
The one movie? What's the one movie?
Johnny Depp, Black Mass. Remember they do the illegal gambling in High Lie. That's the only thing I know, and it's always on Space City Home Network.
Black Mass is
that's how I know it.
It's always on Space
City Home Network.
Black Mass, massively disappointing.
Very disappointing.
Because I was so excited. That movie
because it didn't show everybody what Whitey Bulger did for the community. Whitey Bulger did a lot for the community.
I mean,
go up to Boston and talk to anyone in Southie. The amount of people that believe that Whitey Bulger, who was a murderer, was good for the community, it's hilarious. I'm sure that every other neighborhood that's had gangs or that's had mafia and stuff, you got people that
people like Al Capone.
They did a lot for the community. Yeah, a lot of head breaking.
Built some playgrounds.
Yeah, buried some people in them. No big deal.
Gave a lot of people construction jobs. All right.
Yeah,
That's true.
look, help the economy.
It's Gallant George. That was Soft Voice, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 every single Wednesday at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Are we feeling any better about the Houston Texans in the midst of their bye week, going into a 3-game stretch in 10 days without one of their best defensive players? We'll discuss. Stay put. So we have an update when it comes to the Texans and Azeez Al-Shaair, who has been suspended 3 games by the National Football League. Ramon Foster is the hearing officer in today's appeal hearing for said suspension. Foster jointly appointed by the NFL, the NFL Players Association. Ramon Foster is a guy who was a offensive lineman largely for the Pittsburgh Steelers, nicknamed the Big Ragu. He played for Pittsburgh from 2009 through 2019, his entire career there, in fact.
All right, we'll wait and see what happens. But to me, it doesn't matter. Like, it didn't matter if it was Kevin Mawai, Ramon Foster, Derek Brooks. Like, I don't think the position you play, it matters here. So
I think Derek Brooks would have helped. I think a linebacker, hearing an appeal by a linebacker, might have sided with the linebacker.
Yeah.
I think anyone else is just going to do exactly what Roger Goodell tells them so they can continue to have this very cushy job of hearing appeals for suspensions. Must be nice. You're on retainer.
I know. Like, what?
Wonder what they get paid.
Especially because, like, how often do players get suspended?
Maybe twice a week, 3 times a week.
I have a quote here to read you though.
Hit me.
Didn't Runyon win the league's most dirty player 1 or 2 times? Is he just trying to get back in the good graces of God because of that? I don't know. Is he just trying to fix his karma or what? I don't know. It's flawed. That's the best way I can put it. It's super flawed.
Who wrote that?
That is from Ramon Foster in 2017 after Juju Smith-Schuster did something or got hurt.
Wow. Interesting.
That is interesting. I was looking at Ramon Foster, the Big Ragu. Apparently, it's because he makes a very good lasagna, and he's stingy with the recipe.
Okay.
He wasn't telling his teammates how he made the lasagna.
I get that. You have a recipe, you don't want to share it.
Well, if I'm Azeez Al-Shaair and I'm going into this appeal, I'm complimenting his lasagna.
Yeah. Heard the lasagna's great. Yeah. Also, here's this quote. Feeling differently?
No.
Years.
He doesn't need to do that. Here's what before he goes in, somebody, and it could be Azeez Al-Shaair, he prints it out, slips that tweet under the door. But then he goes in, and it's all about Italian food. Just shift the conversation to Italian food. Just ask a question and then ask a question back. Just repeat what Ramon Foster says to you about Italian food, like back at a question. And he'll just get so into talking about Italian food, and the next thing you know, boom, appeal successful.
I think that works. I think, food makes the heart grow fonder.
Ramon Foster's also, or at least was in this article from 2016, he keeps every receipt, and he says, I'm a business. Getting gas to go to work is a write-off. I'm trying to stay rich.
Does he keep receipts on himself?
Oh, I don't know.
Wait, can we really write off gas for going to work?
Yes.
That's what Ramon Foster says.
Yes. You just don't say it publicly, Joe.
Well, he did, so I'm just, you didn't have to say yes. You could tell me off the air.
Joe, you can write anything off if you really set your mind to it. Okay? As long as you have receipts, what's going to happen? They're going to say, oh, no, you can't write that off. They're going to have to actually put in the work to do that.
Okay.
Some have told me.
Yeah.
I would never commit tax fraud. I'm a upstanding citizen of the United States of America.
We know that. It takes you 7 months to file your taxes, but you file them.
I do file them because you know why it takes so long? Because I put so much attention to detail.
Yeah, you should make sure everything's right.
I don't procrastinate. I'm just very detail oriented.
Yeah. We're still waiting for our Christmas cards from last year.
Shut up. You'll get them this year. Maybe. If I remember to do them. That reminds me. I got to go do that. I really want to make it later. If I send them out in May or June or July, it is really funny. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, it's a good bit, right? Like it's a good bit to wait till July.
Some could say I was taking a bye week on sending out the Christmas cards. And that's where the Houston Texans find themselves right now. Here's CJ Stroud after the Texans win over the Jaguars on Sunday, talking about the bye week.
This has been a grind, kind of getting to week 14 to get a bye. We're not fiending for a bye, but we're also very grateful that it comes now, and then we got 3 games in 10 days or something crazy like that. So this is like perfect timing. It's been tough. It's been a long year from, we the first team to practice, got 4 preseason games, and then we go on and get the latest bye, and then go from there and get 3 games in 10 days. But ultimately, man, the league is trying to challenge us to see what type of team we are. I think that this is perfect for us. We can recoup, our spirit, body, mind, and come back, and go on a stretch, man. And this is where our best ball needs to be played in, late December, early January, and then go on to the playoffs.
I mean, I agree. I think it's also, isn't it 11 days? But whatever.
I would be fiending for a bye at this point.
I
disagree with CJ. I would have been fiending for a bye, like with the way things have gone this year, with how shaky they've been, with all the things that they haven't been able to clean up. I would have been fiending for a bye right after losing to the New York Jets.
I hate that the bye is this late in the season. I know the NFL, like they're trying new things with this expanded schedule. To me, week 14 is way too late for any team to be taking bye weeks. We should not be at this point in the season because the Texans are like, this is your chance now to fix some of your problems, but your guys are also gassed because it's so late into the year. Like, it's a delicate balance of how you're going to handle the bye week, but they desperately need it. Like you said on Monday, also, we need it.
We need it. We need to get away.
Yeah.
We need to reset, refocus. Here's Joe Mixon saying that the bye week is coming at the right time for the Texans.
The bye came at the right time. I mean, it couldn't have came at a better time, especially for us to go on a bye with a dub. I mean, that's huge. That's everything, and we got to do whatever we can to recharge. Because, like I said, it's 3 games in 10 days, man. That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's hard, and we got to do whatever we can to, 1, be healthy, and 2, really be able to have that mental strain and to be able to, keep on recharging and refocusing and being able to turn the page on different teams, because it's gonna take all 53, 54 of us, including the coaches. It's gonna take everybody, man. And I think that we primed, and I think that we ready to go on a hell of a run coming out of the bye week. But I mean, we gotta take care of the Dolphins. We gotta take care of the Dolphins first. They're not gonna lay down for us. And at the end of the day, we got to go out there and try to do whatever we can to just keep stacking. And I think that, like I said, the way our offense was clicking in that 3rd and 4th, man, I mean, it was a great thing to see us putting points on the board. And really, we stopping ourselves. And once we get out our own way, like D'Amico talked about, I mean, I think that sky's the limit for us. I mean, we got the players. We got the receivers. We got everything that we need, man, to be able to make that push. We got everything in front of us. So I'm just glad, man, that we was able to come out here and get the dub, bro. I mean, that's the main thing. I mean, it was a gritty win, real gritty win. Obviously, tempers was flared up. You know what I'm saying? And that's part of it. That's part of playing football. And like I said, man, it was a gritty win. And I'm just glad we came out on top.
Gritty.
I think this is the guy that everyone in the locker room turns to hear, hey, we got this. And it's interesting because he hasn't even been here for a full season.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that I entirely believe him. I like that he's saying it regardless.
I mean, they are going. I'm glad that it wasn't another game in which they were absolutely a disaster in the second half.
I mean, defensively, they kind of
yes, but at least
Mac
from the
sake.
offensive perspective, right? Like, there's some positive momentum going into the bye week, something to build off.
The 3 and out right after that drive, though, that does hurt.
Oh, the biggest thing, like, they keep talking about we have to stop beating ourselves. Just stop sucking. Like, they're not just beating themselves. It's not just the penalties on the Nico Collins plays that are happening that is what's holding the Texans offense back. They're just having a ton of 3 and outs. They're going, run on 1st and 2nd down. All of a sudden it's 3rd and 9. Then they have the penalties. It's like everything that can go wrong for this offense is, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So they need the bye week to figure out how to fix all of it, or some of it at least.
Are you feeling better going into the bye week?
I feel better, not necessarily about the bye week, but watching the Ravens game, the Chargers game, makes me feel a little bit better just because, I mean, the Chargers were generally unimpressive in their win over the Atlanta Falcons. If Kirk Cousins wasn't a total disaster, who now people want benched for Michael Penix, the Chargers probably would have lost that game. The Ravens.
Penix? I thought it was penis. It's Penix?
Mm-hmm. Penix.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not kidding. I thought for all this time.
It's like Bo Nix, but instead of Bo, it's P.
Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, continue, Joe.
The Ravens' pass defense is terrible, which is like they would struggle, in my opinion, to stop Nico Collins at this point. It doesn't mean that I think the Texans are going to beat these teams, but you're seeing teams They're struggling. I mean, the Chiefs struggled with the Las Vegas Raiders on Black Friday. It was not an easy win for them. So it's
man, that one.
Like the Buffalo is
Pierce,
the top.
dude.
Yeah, I know. Buffalo's the top, and then even with the way the Texans are playing, I don't really know who's the next team. It's by default, it's Kansas City, but they're not playing good football at all, even as they're getting healthier.
So you feel better about the Texans' chances against those teams just based off of what you've seen of late?
Yeah, just like I just it just doesn't make me feel that worse about the Texans. Like,
I
everyone's
actually
at
agree.
a similar level.
I agree in that. Like, listen, the Texans are pissing me off because it's the same bleep every single week. You know, Joe Mixon's saying, "Oh, we clean up the little things." Well, yeah, we also agree. If you clean up the little things, if should not be this big of an effing word. My God,
The biggest word of the season.
this is the biggest word in the history of words. This 2-letter word, if, but. Yeah, the Chiefs look like they're going to get got eventually.
Yeah, it's not that the Texans. I think that like I'm not going to flip flop on.
Walking down an alley with like a lot of jewelry. You know, the
Yeah.
Super Bowl rings are out. Oh no!
They're Thomas and Martha Wayne, is what you're saying.
Kind of right now. It does feel that way.
I mean, Buffalo's so clearly the best team in the AFC, and there's an argument for every other team.
You beat the Bills. Although they had no Amari Cooper at that moment.
Beat the Bills,
but they did beat the Bills.
Yeah, they scored 6 straight games. They've scored 30 points or more.
Not against the Texans.
That's true.
Josh Allen. We're talking 30 points or more. How about 30% completion percentage or less?
Boom.
Right there.
That was Josh Allen.
Not the first quarterback that got hurt. Or he was the first quarterback that got hurt against the Texans this year. No one cared about that.
Yeah, no one cared that he got concussed.
That's true.
It was really the ground's fault.
That's true. That's true.
Things really turned around for that guy.
Yeah, see, Trevor will be fine.
Some comments. These are bazingas while we're, doing the Gallant George with Sean Mapes comedy hour. Brendan Hallam he's writing some jokes down on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Trevor Lawrence sends out Christmas cards 10 yards too late.
Boom.
Got him. Brandon Hallam also says the bye for the Texans should have been 10 yards sooner.
Not as good.
Got him.
Not as good.
The first one was good, though.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is good. Give me your Trevor Lawrence.
Well, I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is good, but the Trevor Lawrence joke is
Yes.
good. Trevor Lawrence, I don't know if he's good in real life because he didn't make it to practice today. I don't know if he's good as a quarterback. I know his hair's not good.
Hey, Trevor, you good? I don't know. That's what you think? You see him at the facility?
I think so.
Okay.
Trevor, why does it sound like marbles are rolling around in your mouth? Well, because I've lost my marbles.
Yeah.
Because Shair stole them from me.
Yeah.
Robbery. Anyway, Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call into text in. Should we have any reason to believe the Texans come out of the bye week better? And whatever is going on with Azeez Al-Shaair, we will keep you posted. He is having an appeal of his 3-game suspension heard today by Ramon Foster. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Houston Texans at the bye week. We did get another development when it comes to Ramon Foster, who was hearing the appeal of Azeez Al-Shaair's 3-game suspension today. It is funny. So, Joe, I guess this guy theoretically might have some skin in the game when it comes to the AFC South.
Yeah, I thought the quote about, was all great about him dumping on what's his name?
John Runyon,
Yes.
right? He in the past has dumped on things that John Runyon has said.
But he's the sideline reporter for the Tennessee Titans radio team.
Gasp.
How can you be biased in this situation?
And don't forget who owns the Tennessee Titans, Amy Adams Strunk, who is probably signing the checks for the Titans radio broadcast. Would Amy Adams Strunk be above sticking it to Houston one last time after getting that victory about a week and a half ago?
The suspension, they
They're gonna
appeal.
go up?
Yeah, I was gonna say it goes to 4 games, so he misses the games with the Titans.
I know people don't want to hear this. I would laugh very hard if the appeal, like he gets suspended an extra game. It would be, to me, it would be funny. It would be messed up, but it would be funny.
Azeez Al-Shaair, though, last season. Was it last season? Yeah, last season.
Was a Titan.
Maybe him and Ramon are tight. Maybe it's a conflict of interest the other way. Uno reverse. I mean, there seems to be a lot of conflict of interest, no matter what, involving Ramon Foster and Azeez Al-Shaair. But there is one. There's one way where it goes the Texans' way.
The conflict of interest is balanced by his attacks online of John Runyon.
Yes.
A man who keeps receipts. I imagine he keeps his own receipts as well of what he has said. And 2, him being the sideline reporter for the Tennessee Titans, which is a random development that I did not see coming.
Can't wait for Jeffrey Simmons to hit someone, and then Andre Ware gets to decide.
arbiter.
Gets to decide his punishment.
Justice is justice. Or John Harris, yeah.
Or John Harris, yeah.
Apparently, this also started about an hour ago, the appeals process. So,
Okay, so it's in progress.
Yeah. So maybe we'll find out today.
We'll keep you updated on what goes down. Every single intricate detail of the appeal on a story that everyone is not sick of yet.
There should be a courtroom lawyers or courtroom reporters for this.
With a courtroom sketch?
Yeah. But it has to be like the actual beat reporter. You can't hire an actual artist. It has to be like Cody has to be in there trying to draw John Runyon.
That would be funny. Or DJ.
Yeah.
So they're at the bye week. They got the 3 games in 10 days coming out of it. Joe, should we have any reason to believe the Texans come out of the bye week better than they've been this year?
It's so funny because I want to say no immediately because they keep telling us things are going to change. But logically, like watching football as long as we have, typically teams are much better coming out of the bye week. Like with good quarterbacks and good weapons, like they usually figure at least a couple things out offensively. So you would think that they're going to be a little improved.
3 games in 10 days coming out of the bye week, though. I feel like it could be very short-lived progress.
Yeah, that's what's challenging because you obviously you don't want to push your guys too hard because all those games in such a short amount of time. And the Miami game, I don't really know what to make of it. Like I don't know if they're good or not. They were terrible this last weekend. But they have fast wide receivers, and that's what kills the Houston Texans. So like that's also something. It's not just the offensive side. They have to find a solution on the defensive side of the big play stuff. That's to me, Paul's the one that I feel like they should be able to figure out first because of who your head coach is. You hire a defensive head coach. Like stop getting burned all the time.
Perhaps the swarm mentality, being aggressive, lends itself to getting beat. But you're right. I mean, it's been a problem, though, since last year, too. This is not a just this season problem. And you have theoretically upgraded your personnel with Kamari Lassiter over Steven Nelson, who is out of the league, no matter how you felt about Nelson last year, no matter how Nelson feels about himself. And Kalen Bullock, who I think as a center field skills safety is pretty good for a rookie. And clearly, 5 interceptions, I think, to this point this year? Something like that. So I think that there is potential for things to get better, but it hasn't. And I feel like we see once a week Jimmy Ward hopelessly behind some guy.
Yeah, Ward and even Bullock and Lasser, like they'll bite on a double move and get beat deep. Like that has happened plenty of times this year. That's why I think the defense is actually harder to find a solution to what ails them, just because of like the Jimmys and Joes problem of like, yes, you can try to scheme it up, but ultimately like you're just gonna have to depend on the same guys you've been depending on. Where the offense, it's like, hey, this should be better already. Like we're disappointed in this unit because of what we thought about these guys, and a lot of them have still played well enough. It's just the gaping hole that is the guards and center position on this team. But that the CJ Stroud should be able to play better. Like some of CJ Stroud's issues is just accuracy. You just throw the ball better.
It's interesting that you say that. This moment after the game felt a little patronizing. So DeMeco Ryans had given the game ball out to the offensive line. That makes sense, right?
Yeah. They blocked very well.
Here's DeMeco Ryans giving out another game ball to CJ Stroud, of all people.
Challenging him all year, man, all week, just as our leader, right? For us to come in here, right, and win this game, it took everybody, but none better than CJ, all right? Our leader, all right? Our leader. One thing, all right? Ask him to play with that passion, that fire, because everybody in here feeds off of you, right? And that's what we felt today. You leading in that way, we just getting started. All right, you keep leading the way you leading, man. Nothing but respect. Great job by you, baby.
It felt unnecessary to give CJ the game ball as well, unless they perhaps are sensitive to the idea or recognize that Stroud has not been as confident as he needs to be. This does feel like lifting somebody back up. I noticed that after the game. I wanted to save it for later in the week. I think that's something just to keep in mind. I'm imagining his confidence is not where it was last year and not where it was earlier this year. And he has had some misses and some turnovers, and he's a little bit late seeing Tank Dell deep downfield when he was wide open, and he did underthrow that ball.
Well, he's also very clearly seeing ghosts.
He is for sure more jittery.
Yeah, the one
seeing ghosts is an extreme example of that.
I don't know. And the one sack he took, I think Stutz put it out there yesterday. It was Stutz or Jeremy, whatever, the ones that puts a million videos out there on the internet. But he's in the pocket. It's the one where they're near towards the end zone. And he's got guys open, but he bails early. And he's got no one around him. Ends up getting sacked. I think it was for his first time in the game. And you just tell, like, he's still very jittery. Maybe it's not ghost, but there's still a huge lack of faith in the guys protecting him, which is deserved, right? It's well deserved. He shouldn't trust them. They're not good. They had a good game. Like, they have not protected him all year. But if he's going to be bailing on plays like that, some of the sacks are going to end up being his fault. Yeah, it felt a little participation trophy.
Yeah, it was weird. The offensive line, I totally understand that because they have struggled all year and only 2 sacks allowed. You want a clean sheet, but only 2 sacks allowed against a pass rush that's good for the Jaguars and 100+ yards rushing. But
I was going to say, close it out on the ground.
Yeah, 3rd and 5, they run the ball. Right, like they deserve it. CJ Stroud, that was a C+ game. He's played better this year.
Yeah, CJ had, I'm trying to do the math here. I'm trying not to embarrass myself. 123 rush, 123 passing yards to not Nico Collins.
Okay.
Because he had 242 yards total. Nico had 119.
So he had half of them. That checks out.
So, like, Nico did most of the work in this game.
He's 8th in receiving still, by the way, which is insane.
Incredible.
It's really crazy. Like, he's played 8 games.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many games did he miss? He missed 4 or 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's still going to hopefully crack 1,000.
And by the way, I mean, stupid mistakes have probably called back about 100 of those yards that he should have.
Easily have like 120 more because the Cowboys one was 70 yards, right? 65, something like that. Like there you go. Yeah, no, I do think it's a little weird that CJ got the game ball. Now, ultimately, like, are we really gonna be breaking down who gets the game ball every game?
Mondays at like 5:30 on the Killer Bees. They do a segment called Game Balls.
Yes, but they don't play the audio of who gets a game ball and who doesn't.
Cleanup aisle me, he's actually 10th in receiving yards. Still, though, he's played 8 games, and Jerry Jeudy being number 5 all of a sudden. That is
he'll go from 30 to 5 in one game.
I saw that tweet. Judy went from 30th to 5th.
Do you know who leads the NFL in receiving yards? I bet he's angry about life right now.
I have no idea.
Jamar Chase.
Yes.
Oh.
Do you know who leads the NFL in passing yards?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Speaking of Joe Burrow, listen, it's going rough for the Bengals.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow basically said, we're going to figure out who we can trust the rest of the way after their loss on over the weekend. But Joe Burrow at least is doing something fun with his money. We talk about that and more in the 10-minute drill. Stay put. Joe Burrow bought something very cool. Joe Burrow, for those who watched The Dark Knight, the Christian Bale Batman trilogy, has purchased for $3 million one of the Batmobiles.
Hell yeah.
Here is Joe Burrow talking about it on the soon-to-be-released Hard Knocks AFC North show that I think starts next week.
I told you I bought it.
Did you get it yet, though?
I don't get it for like a year, but I bought it.
The real. For a year. That's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be crazy. You gotta go to the Ventures Batman when he had the ass eye thing on.
I think I gotta go all in and go for like the expensive fat.
The suit and all. That's gonna be funny as hell though. I ain't gonna lie. That's gonna be hilarious. He how about that for a cape on, bro?
What if I wore it to every game? I just wore the full bat suit, Batmobile to every game. If I go crazy on Halloween,
What? I mean, yeah.
Then
I would be like, yeah, whatever. Into yeah.
507 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I wear it again. I wear it.
God
You'll
forbid.
get lost in there. It's so dark in there.
He's talking with a couple of Bengals teammates there. God forbid Joe Burrow ever gets road rage while driving this thing.
Yeah, because it's the Tumbler.
It's the tunneler car, right?
Yeah.
How many lanes does the tunneler take up?
It can't be legal, right? Like you can't legally drive it.
So
It's
you
gotta be
need to
just
have
for
an awesome
show.
garage then.
Yeah, it's not street
Yeah.
legal. So
Okay.
yeah.
So you're gonna have to build your own bat cave, and he could do it. Joe Burrow's got millions of dollars.
Yeah.
If you can spend $3 million on a car that's literally illegal for you to drive, like you can find a way to use it.
Yeah, then he can drive. He can get it driven somewhere, like
To
to like a
track,
racetrack.
yeah.
To then drive
Or just tear up your backyard. I'm sure he has a big backyard.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd have to have someone in the trailer take it to go use it every single time. You could also theoretically have your own bat cave garage kind of deal, but it'd have to be big. And what you do is old school Batman style. You get like a rotating,
Oh yeah.
a rotating massive, I guess, circle shaped platform, and you just put the car on it. And then when people go in, they just see it spinning around in a circle. So
Now,
it looks
see,
like you're Batman.
If Joe Burrow wants to be committed to the bit, then what he also needs to do is then buy a blacked out Lamborghini.
I don't see color.
Because that's what Bruce Wayne would drive when he was just Bruce Wayne.
That's true.
So he needs to have both of these things.
Honestly, if I want any of the Batman mobiles, I would like to have the Batmobile from the Robert Pattinson. Because that one looks like it belongs to the Brotherhood of Muscle / the Fast and Furious movie franchise.
I think I want the bike from The Dark Knight.
I wouldn't trust you on that.
Why?
You're dying. You would not. You would just.
The wheels go sideways.
Yeah, you think?
I think I'd be fine.
You think you're going to be able to handle that?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be able to hold on?
I don't think you would.
I don't have to go super fast.
Well, that's the whole point of
I
having
mean, I've
it.
driven jet skis.
Okay, that's on the water. You're talking about riding.
Have you ridden a motorcycle?
A dirt bike. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's slightly different than the dirt bike, as evidenced by watching The Dark Knight Rises, where Anne Hathaway's Batman, her ass is out there for the entire world to see. Like, you're like leaning forward. It is essentially losing.
Oh, is this like a short joke?
No.
Okay.
It's not. Of course, the short man thinks about the short joke first. Like, that's on brand. They write themselves, Joe.
I know they do.
Sorry, that was mean.
It's okay. It's all right. But that's what I would rather have. I'd rather have the bike.
Joe Burrow only has a 3-acre property. Now, I don't think that's going to be it.
You should be able to buy more property in
Ohio
or Kentucky, because Cincinnati's on the Ohio-Kentucky border. More around the National Football League, as my computer all of a sudden glitches just a little bit. Just a little bit.
We got the Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer is on Cameo. I think it's a bad sign when you go straight to Cameo. Like, hey, remember Matt Gaetz, who was going to be appointed to office, and then some stories come out about how he's a creep, and guess where he is now? He's on Cameo, and so is disgraced football coach turned broadcaster Urban Meyer. Somebody, I guess a Jaguars fan, purchased a Cameo note from Urban Meyer, which is directed towards Jaguars management.
All right, Mr. Shad, you invested a lot into this franchise, and now it's time to make the right decision to get a return. The kid you've got down there is a gunslinger. Build it around him. Don't go for the old guard. Go for the young and fresh. Hire Ben, not Bill. Get him a manager like Ray or Ian, and bring in experienced vets like Tony or Fred to offer sound advice and help shape the culture. If you don't take my word for it, listen to our supporters. Heck, even Pete or McAfee and the secretary with a mullet would agree. All right, Mr. Shad, all the best.
He's not reading that with a lot of gusto. I would want my money back if I paid him for that Cameo.
Yeah, so he's this person, maybe UCF Jags fan, Jaguar, whatever his name is. They want Ben Johnson to be the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I think they should hire Urban Meyer. I think they should give him another shot.
Yeah, why not? Maybe should hire Ryan Day.
We'll hire Ryan Day with Urban Meyer. Package deal.
And Chip Kelly.
No, Chip Kelly deserves better.
Just all three of them coming from Ohio State.
Bobby Slowick?
Yeah, Bobby Slowick.
Please. That would be awesome.
More from around the National Football League. Did anyone see Aaron Rodgers after the Jets loss on Sunday where I can't believe they lost that game to the Seahawks. The Seahawks were pooping their pants all over the field. They muffed 2 kickoffs. And Aaron Rodgers threw a pick 6 to a defensive lineman in this game after missing a wide open receiver for a touchdown. Like the play afterwards, he was asked after the game, "Hey man, what's the deal? Why are you struggling?" Here's what he had to say.
Why do you think statistically and the plays aren't, like the health is now there, but maybe the numbers aren't what you'd expect it to be?
Well, there's 11 guys on the field, Sometimes it's my fault, Definitely multiple times today. And then sometimes the details aren't there in some other spots too.
Sometimes the details aren't there in some other spots. He's such an a-hole.
He's just washed. He's done.
Ooh, is he going to be in Watch? I
think we already had him there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like him and Justin Tucker, I think have already been in.
I agree. Along with Scott Boras.
Yes.
In the Washed Hall of Fame.
But yeah, he's not good anymore. Most interceptions he's ever thrown in his career in a season, he's already got there. They're having to ask the media's asking, the coach about if he's going to be benched. The coach is non-committal. Then 2 days later, he's having to say Aaron Rodgers is our quarterback. They're going to bench him at some point. I understand he's right.
Meanwhile, you got Bill Belichick on the Monday night broadcast saying, or check that, not on the Monday night broadcast, on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray. And Belichick is pumping Aaron Rodgers' tires. A lot of people believe that Bill Belichick and Aaron Rodgers could be a dynamic pairing somewhere after this season is done.
I just don't know where. Like where do these guys want to go?
Jacksonville?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Like
Aaron Rodgers or Trevor Lawrence? Who would you take?
Trevor Lawrence.
Mac Jones.
That might be the right answer. Like, where do these guys go that like things magically get fixed?
The Raiders.
San Francisco.
That's not happening.
Kyle Shanahan.
You're not firing Shanahan.
What is he? Taking the Florida
Traded.
State job?
Traded.
Okay.
Who are you going to trade him to?
It's just Mike Florio's putting that out there.
Oh, okay. Florio's
the Bears should trade.
Florio's
Kyle
been
Shanahan.
puffing a little bit this week. He's got some takes. And listen, I like Mike Florio a lot. So one of the few, I think.
No, but like, where does like Bill Belichick and Aaron Rodgers make sense together?
Vegas.
I don't know.
Vegas, baby.
And
Vegas.
then Devontae Adams goes back.
That would be pretty funny.
And Tom Brady's the owner.
Yeah.
The Saints, like
the triumvirate, the holy triumvirate has rejoined.
Green Bay.
No,
again, I don't know. There's nowhere to go.
That's what you want.
No, there's nowhere to go.
You just
They're
wanna-
going to win. Dallas.
It's Vegas. Vegas is very
trade Dak Prescott.
Dak for Aaron Rodgers.
Dak endorsed Mike McCarthy strongly when
Maybe.
asked about him today.
And then maybe they should trade Dak Prescott.
Do you think he paid for that endorsement?
I was
think
going to ask
Mike
if he got hit in
McCarthy
the
was
head.
like, "Hey, can you please?"
Oh,
get out there?
was it a cameo?
Yeah, take some heat off. Yeah, it was a cameo.
Could be that. 713-780-3776 if you want to jump aboard Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have a thought. Josh has been patiently waiting on hold. Josh, what you got?
Hello?
Show us
Can you
what
hear me?
you've got, Josh. Show us what you've got.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to start off first by saying that I love y'all's show, and I think that y'all have a really energetic feeling to the show, so I really like watching it. And secondly, I wanted to talk about how I don't feel it's fair that D'Amico's getting these fired D'Amico thoughts or comments from people when the offense has been the problem the entire year of this season.
Josh, I don't think there's that much fire D'Amico Ryans out there. I really don't. I think it's a very small minority. And this is the United States of America. And everyone is entitled to their own opinion, to speak their mind. I do not think there are many people that are calling for that. I think people are asking questions about D'Amico Ryans, but to that post I even had a couple of weeks ago from this show, some people were saying, oh, Paul's calling for D'Amico Ryans to be fired. No, I'm just wondering if he's ever going to be one of the best coaches in the NFL, which is what we do about every single player that comes into the league too. So like, relax on that one.
Yeah, I think there's a couple like random people who have like low-level aggregator accounts that put it out there.
Oh.
Not Stressens. We're not calling out Stressens again. Someone else.
Who is the other person?
What's his name?
I got blocked by Brado because of you, Joe.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna apologize because I didn't mean to say Brado.
You did.
But too late. Here we go.
Some words that spoken.
Yeah, because I saw this
can't
happen.
be
This
taken
like
back.
Stroud for MVP kid. Fired D'Amico.
Damn, Joe.
Well, it's not hard to find receipts.
That he's a kid?
I'm assuming. If you don't put yourself in a profile picture, I have to assume you're a child.
That is a take.
Why?
There's a ton of people on X who are in their 30s and 40s and 50s who are just a-holes and want to be trolls all day.
That's true.
Joe just hates the internet commentators.
No, because this guy doesn't even do he doesn't like. I think that's what people are saying. Like
He's
when
a fan.
When they say fire D'Amico, it's people who pay for a blue check mark and they get a lot of retweets. And like I don't think anyone's actually.
But he's a fan account.
Yeah,
he's a fan account.
But I don't think
the gray area is where like, am I a fan account or am I a reporter?
That's true.
That's the gray area.
But yeah, I don't think people are. I don't think anyone that has like a worthy opinion is
Wow.
saying to fire
I
D'Amico.
thought this was
Ryans.
America.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say like, I don't think anyone with a worthy opinion has an egg for their Twitter profile picture.
No, I don't think anyone's like really thinks they should fire D'Amico. Are they unhappy with D'Amico?
I bet some of the racists do.
Yes, that you just have to look at the
Do you
comments.
think the KKK is pro D'Amico Ryans as head coach of the Houston Texans?
Definitely not.
I would lean
Trevor
towards
Lawrence
no.
is white.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's why I would say no.
That's true. And he's a Southern boy from South Carolina who
Yeah.
started the Civil War. That was those boys in South Carolina in Fort Sumter. Yeehaw! It's for states' rights. We're not going to talk about the states' right for war. We ain't going to do that. But yeah, like I think the only people that are against D'Amico Ryans at this point in time are a very small minority online.
Yes.
Very small. Anyway.
Who probably wanted him fired last year for some reason.
We appreciate Josh's phone call. It's 713
Yes, thank you, Josh.
780-3776. And the compliments.
Yes, very nice. We like compliments. I usually just get bullied all the time, it feels like.
But you just did some bullying yourself.
Or they don't address you as
Maybe
part of the
that's
show.
Surely they don't address you.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least we got to hate guys. That happened yesterday. I kind of come to live with it.
The best are the texts.
You're
that
with
are
a big
only
deal. I mean, can you blame them? Like,
Yeah,
you're with a huge
I'm with
deal.
Paul Gallant.
The Paul Gallant. Let's get
Yeah.
it right. Thank you.
The Paul Gallant.
Thank you. The.
Yeah.
No, you didn't have a pause in between then the Paul Gallant.
Yes.
Then you dab.
Like it's Ohio State.
Yeah. Like hey, who's 1-0 in rivalry week? Not Ohio State. Syracuse football. Kyle McCord at Syracuse, able to succeed. Kyle McCord at Ohio State, not able to succeed. Who won on rivalry weekend? Who's the better football program, Syracuse or Ohio State? We all know the answer to that. We all know the answer to
Who's
that.
going to steal Syracuse's coach? Ohio State.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know
think
about
Frank
that.
Brown's committed to Western New York.
Honestly,
I do think
he's like one of my favorite coaches. I love how he knows he's at Syracuse, but after the game, he's like, "We didn't win a national championship. We didn't win the conference.
doesn't matter.
We didn't play in the conference championship."
Yeah,
I'm like, I like this guy.
I like it. Now, it is interesting, with the shots that he kind of took at Ohio State saying, yeah, I got Ryan Day some champagne. I bet there are some Ohio State fans that like him. So that actually could be something that's a groundswell. And of course, yeah, he's going to leave Syracuse for Ohio State. I know it. But in the meantime, I will gloat while I can because I know that the people that care way more about college football than me will get upset about it. That's why I was gloating about Syracuse being better than the Aggies, which, I mean, by the wins, they are. And why I'm doing the same thing right now with Syracuse and Ohio State. Because
Saturday alone.
A lot.
If you can't beat your rival, what's the point?
In Miami, Syracuse, a rivalry that goes back to the Big East days.
Yeah. Is Miami in the playoff right now? Nope. Why?
Interesting that you bring that up. I think we should shift it to talking about some of the bitching and moaning that's been going on about the college football playoff. So let's just go straight into it. Speaking of Miami's being a bunch of little bitches. They really are.
Yep.
So the ACC and Miami have already spoken out saying, like, I hope that people recognize what we've done. Because Mario Cristobal had said, like, I hope people give us credit for the wins we had. You lost to Syracuse. Syracuse isn't good. Like, not on the level that all these other schools are, you know? Like, if I'm being serious, I know where Syracuse stands. Miami stands further towards the top. Are they at the top? Not really. But are they top 12? Sure. So Tuesday's release of the college football playoff ranking had Miami at number 12. That means that there is a chance that Miami, who cannot play for the ACC championship between Clemson and SMU, could be going back to the college football playoff. And they're pissed. Here's what the ACC had to say. We're incredibly shocked and disappointed that Miami fell 6 spots to number 12. You lost to an unranked team that also lost the game to Pittsburgh in pretty bludgeonary fashion.
Syracuse is in the top 25.
Now they are. That's true. Mario Cristobal's team said the ACC absolutely deserves better from the committee. As we look ahead to the final rankings, we hope the committee will reconsider and put a deserving Miami in the field. Not deserving, you lost. This Miami season, much like Dell said, the Celtics championship number, what was it? 17, 18. I lost count. Like, people will forget about this. People are really going to forget about this Miami season because these bozos lost to Syracuse. Now here they are. It's like, three teams. You're in the ACC. The ACC effing blows.
You know what I remember about
Terrible
Miami
conference.
season? Being down by quite a few points to Cal.
Yes.
Having to come back in the fourth quarter.
That's true. Think about all the fortune, Joe. Think about all the lucky things that have happened for Miami. Like, there's 3 or 4 other close calls that they had this year. And
they had multiple fourth quarter comebacks this year against very bad football teams.
Joe, this is why we should have never gone away from the BCS. The BCS was better. It was.
See, I like the 12-team playoff.
I don't.
I don't need Lane Kiffin going on and on. I don't need the interviews. The only team that has any right to be upset, no matter what happens this weekend, there's one. It's SMU. They're undefeated. They're playing in their conference championship game. They should automatically be in the college football playoff. If they're not, they should cancel the college football championship games.
They haven't played anyone.
But they're undefeated. They're the number 8 team in the country.
I get that, dude. Joe. The ACC sucks.
I agree.
The ACC and the Big 12 need to shut up. Like, you're lucky that you're even getting considered because of the automatic bid. You are lucky. Those two conferences are nowhere close to the SEC and the Big 10 now. Like, everyone knows it. My alma mater is in the ACC. I know what that conference is. I watch way too much of it. I know it is a tier down from the games that I actually want to watch every single weekend. These conferences need to realize how lucky they are that the 12-game playoff exists.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be more than 4. 8 would have been okay, I guess, if we had to expand it further. But now we're getting into this poor people fight where these poors of the college football world are fighting over the scraps. Like, it's ridiculous.
That I totally agree with. I'm not here for the arguments about teams 13, 14, 15 that they should be the number 12 team. When even being the number 12 team doesn't mean anything because the number 12 team is not going to be in the college football playoff. Like, because the Big 12 champion is going to make it instead of them. So I'm not here for it. I like the idea of the 12-team playoff. And I think that there's going to be years where, you're going to see 12 teams make the playoff, and there's going to be an argument for quite a few of them to win the national championship. I think that is this year. I don't think there's a clear front runner to this. I think more games did matter. We saw with the flag planting that happened this weekend. Yes, it didn't knock Ohio State out of the playoff, but the game still mattered. Like, I don't think it took anything away from college football this year, personally.
I don't. I thought that, hey, look, it has made it more meaningful for the majority of teams all season. That said, we are going right back to where we always are, which is that the blue blood programs are going to be in the college football playoff because they know that more people are going to watch. And that's why Alabama's probably going to get in. And I don't even necessarily have a problem with that. It's a byproduct of the expansion. But miss me with Iowa State and SMU like chirping at each other and Miami whining and Lane Kiffin whining. Like, this is why I didn't want to expand it. I'd rather hear arguments be made about, say, what was it? LSU versus USC back in 03. Like that's a legitimate argument.
Yeah.
That one's real. And maybe that was a problem that the BCS created. But you got a committee of humans that are selecting these teams. And now we're getting to hear like the schools that we don't care about. We're like, we're actually 11. We're 12. You should be 13. Look at our schedule. You beat no one. But it's still pretty with our 10-2 record or 11-1 record. Shut up. Like, just
See,
this is why it's dumb. The regular season lost meaning. Alabama got to lose 3 times. Let's expand it. They're going to get in. And I can understand getting mad about that, but like I don't care about the teams that are at the bottom. Like, you're lucky to be here. Like, we all know what's going to happen. First time you play one of the real teams in the top 12, they're going to skull bleep you. You will be dead.
Yeah, you look at like SMU, Indiana. Sorry, Sean. See, I think the problem is the conference realignment. Like, these teams didn't play anyone. Like, but they're all in conferences. They don't like Indiana didn't play anyone this year besides Ohio State. SMU barely played anyone good this year. They didn't play any of the top ACC teams until they play Clemson. It's dumb.
Yeah, I just, in general, it's like, I don't think a team that's going to start with a road game is ever going to win this thing. So, like, sure. I just view it as, like, hey, Ohio State and Tennessee, you guys are going to play an awesome bowl game where you guys are going to actually be trying against each other, because under the old format, they would not be trying in the number 6 versus 7 bowl game.
That's
you
fair.
just wouldn't be trying. And now at least they're going to be trying, and then they'll move on, and maybe they beat whoever's next. But like, I just have a hard time seeing any team winning a road game and then winning 3 straight games to win a championship. Like that's just so hard to see, especially a team like Alabama and Ole Miss when they're out, when like these guys are losing to crap ass Oklahoma and Vanderbilt and Kentucky's only SEC win and a Florida team that sucks. Like it's Texas's bad schedule and they lost to them. Like this is what we're talking about here. I like, sure. You know what? Whatever, Lane Kiffin. Don't lose to these bum teams. Then we'll take you and your program seriously. Sorry.
Yeah, the one thing I think I would change too, just after seeing it the first year, is who's getting the buys. I think they got that wrong, the way that this played out, because
what, the auto buys?
Like, why did Boise State is the 10th ranked team in the country. SMU is the 8th ranked team in the country, and they get buys because they won bad conferences. Like, I think that should change. Penn State should have a buy over both those teams.
I think no one should have a buy.
Yeah, I mean, either or you can do 14 and the Big Ten and SEC champions get buys.
I'm open to that in the NFL format.
Yeah, but I do like that if you win your conference you're in. Like that, I mean, again, it makes the Big 12 title game meaningful to people, because otherwise, number 15 and 16, 15, 16 playing each other, it's like, who cares? Even like the ACC title game would mean nothing to America if it wasn't tied into the winner of this is in the playoff. So there is that's being added, but like the 9-3 like resume breakdowns, like here, hey, breaking news: if you're 9-3, chances are you have some black marks on your resume. Yeah. Chances are you have some losses that in every other year disqualifies you from the postseason. But sure, you're going to make the postseason, just like the Charlotte Hornets get to make the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, and the other thing too with the Alabama argument, I don't want to hear it anymore. Nick Saban's not there. It's not the same.
I'd rather watch Alabama.
They were an irrelevant program
like
before
Raza.
Nick Saban for a decade plus. They're going to become irrelevant again with Kalen DeBoer very clearly.
I don't know if they're irrelevant. They're still Alabama. I mean, they weren't good.
Yeah,
were they irrelevant?
Good. Like I don't know. They're 9-3. Like
they're getting the Nick Saban benefit of the doubt that they don't deserve anymore.
Well, because they have talented players.
I know, but Nick Saban's not there.
Okay, fair, but I mean, they have more talented players than Notre Dame does.
Notre Dame's got a way better record.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Alabama. Just like I'd rather watch Lamar Jackson in the college football playoff back in the day. This is what I wanted. I want to watch the better players.
Right now, the first round matchup would be Alabama versus Notre Dame.
Yeah. There we go. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm sure Notre Dame will do great. I'm sure they'll do great.
Yeah, Alabama's going to do awesome in the snow.
See, like that's the first thing you're bringing up because you know they have no chance.
Notre Dame's going to beat Alabama.
I was just going to bring up that Alabama like sucks on the road.
Yeah,
but
they're not good on the road. Their quarterback can't throw the ball.
But you brought up the snow first.
And Notre Dame's got
you're
a
praying for the snow gods. It's like this is very. That shows like you know what it is. Like,
no, Notre Dame's going to beat Alabama. It's not Nick Saban.
With all their dorks, sure. Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I agree with Joe. I just don't like the reasoning he used.
They're going to beat Alabama.
We'll pray to the old gods for snow. Hey, hey, doing the Catholic snow dance.
Notre Dame's going to be in the Final Four, so.
All right.
They're going to beat Alabama or Arizona State in the first round. Because I think they'll play Arizona State in the first round.
So what's
and then they'll beat Boise State because they have a cakewalk to the Final Four.
I don't know.
And then they'll probably get boat raced by Oregon.
See, like I feel like you'd have a chance against Oregon. I'm sorry. I look at those. You Northerners, you Yankee schools. You don't stand a chance against those Southerners. You don't stand a chance. You Catholic boys with your education and your books. Down here, we burn our books. We're going to burn you alive on the field.
We just got one of the worst takes I've ever read on the text line.
What's that?
It's not Nick Saban. Nick Saban isn't a good coach. I did not say this. This is Joe George. I did not say this. This is a texter. He gets the #1 recruiting class every year. He's supposed to win. He got fired in Miami. What a wild take to say Nick Saban's not a good coach.
Did that text come from 2008?
That should have you scared, Joe. That should have you scared. Because now they got the better coach, the Nick Saban.
What a
also recruiting the #1 team in the nation every year, like that is part of his job.
Yeah.
It's Gallant George. Stick around.
Let's talk about O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com, and O Athletic on Instagram. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer. I recommend using Cam. That's my guy. He's a great dude to work out with and gives you all the keys you need to set up for yourself up for success in 2025 and beyond as well. They've also got all the recovery that you need, whether it's the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room. Check them out, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram.
Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Houston sports teams come for you? Aziz Al-Shaair with his forearm, or Ime Udoka coming after a ref. Swarm. That almost rhymed.
You're pretty close.
Phonetically, if you spell it out, it could have rhymed.
Yeah.
But in spoken word, it's not. Anyway, you want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. I'm just going all in on trolling Joe George on our Twitch at ESPN 975.
Yeah, I'm defending Notre Dame's honor on the Twitch right now.
Yeah, well, they have no honor.
They have plenty of
They
honor.
don't even play in a conference.
They play all the same teams that the ACC plays.
Yeah, that's true, but
So they're in the ACC.
but they refuse to actually join the ACC.
Because they make more money than the ACC.
I mean, that's debatable.
They also just get to play MAC teams and beat up on them.
Right,
They
exactly.
just easy wins against MAC teams.
You're right, but how did Notre Dame do against Georgia Tech this year?
Wow, they beat Georgia Tech?
It took
Unbelievable.
Guess what? It took Georgia 8 overtimes to do it.
Yeah, because it's a rivalry game.
They
So you
beat
throw out the
Georgia
record.
Tech 31-13. So
Wow, congratulations.
I'm just
Notre
saying.
Dame belongs to the college football playoff because they beat, get this, Georgia Tech and Texas A&M cast out
and
Haynes King.
Penn State's best win is against USC. Notre Dame beat them.
Congratulations
They beat
on
Texas
beating the
A&M.
team that never beats anyone.
Just saying, like all the good arguments for
Didn't
people,
even play Syracuse.
all,
Like, what
the
are we
only
talking about
arguments-
here?
Why don't they play Syracuse?
The last time Syracuse played Notre Dame, they got skull bleeped. It was a murder. And then Syracuse was actually good that year. I think Syracuse was like a 12th. They played it at New York at Giants Stadium. Anyway,
They played in 2022. Was the last time they played.
Yeah, we don't talk about that game.
Maybe they'll play next year.
We'll see. That's true.
Maybe they play in Ireland.
The ACC is getting so damn big that it's hard to play every single team over the course of 3 seasons if you're Notre Dame and in the ACC without actually being in the
I do think Notre Dame's going to have to leave. They're going to have to join a conference eventually.
They will. And
they play next year. Syracuse and Notre Dame.
And Ime Udoka is going to have to get out his frustration somehow, some way. This is Ime Udoka after last night's Houston Rockets loss in the NBA Cup. Doesn't matter. Brian, they're on to the quarterfinals to the Sacramento Kings. He was not happy with some calls that led to him and Alperen Şengün getting ejected.
Wasn't too happy about the officiating there. What was going on? What did you see out there on the floor that you was disappointed?
Missed calls, blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack, moving screens and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Alpy got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And so I'm get some glasses, open your eyes.
How important is it in those moments for you to stand up for your team so that they know you have their back?
I mean, it wasn't even about that, honestly. Alpy got one, but take your sensitivity and emotions out of it and call the game the right way. It's obvious right in front of you, and John Goble, whoever it was, sees it and doesn't call it, I'm going to let him know about it.
Did John say anything in your conversation that kind of escalated it for you?
No, been missing calls all night and calling moving screens and every other little touch call the obvious one.
The low energy way he says, get some effing glasses, makes me more intimidated by Ime Udoka. He's not yelling this like he's Stephen A. Smith. No, he's just out there casually saying, get some effing glasses.
It's very like John Wick. Very calm demeanor before he kills you.
I mean, John Wick wasn't very calm. They killed his dog.
Yeah, but he never
John Wick was calm before they killed his dog.
Yeah, but even as he's doing things, he's not like.
What movie did you watch?
No, he's a killer, but he's not screaming. He's just a badass. He's like a silent badass.
Okay, that's fair,
Yeah.
but I mean, he's constantly moving and killing the bleep out of people.
I can see
it's
Ime
high
Udoka.
energy violence.
Yeah, Ime Udoka could give you high energy violence.
But he's not It's not high emotional violence.
Yeah, maybe it's
I
the
think that's-
tone of their voice that is what it is for me. Keanu Reeves and Ime Udoka, just the way they talk.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah. I could hear Keanu Reeves saying exactly what Ime Udoka just said to a referee before he kills him.
Get some glasses.
Yeah.
There is an energy that John Wick says, I'm thinking I'm back. He's losing his mind there.
That's true.
No, Udoka is kind of the embodiment of the Ghetto Boys hit song, Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster. It's just casually known by all that he could beat anyone's ass. And that referee knew he almost pooped himself.
And you know what?
on the court. As Udoka was getting ejected, Udoka gave a second piece of mind, and I'm sure that it was louder than the way he speaks into a microphone. But Udoka will chirp, called LeBron James a soft-ass boy in the middle of a game. That's why we do a soft boy segment every single Wednesday at 12:30. And I enjoyed that from Ime Udoka. I feel like Houston sports have a lot of very enjoyable characters to root for, and a lot of them happen to be on the Houston Rockets right now.
Yeah, he also I saw Adam Spillane tweet this. He also reminded us that he told Jabari Smith that if he's going to throw a punch, he might as well land it last year. That also happened from Ime Udoka. And then he told Amen Thompson to aim lower after he was ejected for elbowing someone in the head.
Yeah, elbow them in the neck.
Yeah, just be like Aziz.
Aziz Al-Shaair.
Go for the neck, not the head. But yeah, I love watching. I mean, Ime Udoka, like he's getting the most out of this team. It's really, I think it's the reason why they're there. Like what Amen Thompson and Tari Eason bring defensively, but the way he's also gotten Jalen Green to buy in defensively. All these guys, like he's the perfect coach for this team.
How much more buying in can we get Jalen Green to do? Because I feel like Jalen Green, I know he has a child with this woman, but I feel like Jalen Green's going to need to get Drya Michelle out of his life. So Drya Michelle is a very strong, powerful, independent woman and the mother of Jalen Green's kid. Apparently, she had a home with former Texans quarterback Tyrod Taylor. She dated him for a while. And Tyrod Taylor has since been told to has told Drya Michelle to leave the house that he bought for her. So essentially, she is a squatter.
Yeah,
Drya Michelle in a California home. Poor Tyrod Taylor. He's on the Jets. I don't know if the Jets have accidentally stuck a needle into his chest that caused him to miss a game check as a backup or anything like that. But you would think that someone like this, who's like refusing to move out of a house that somebody else bought, if this person moves into Jalen Green's house with a child, that we might not be getting the most out of Jalen Green. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what matters most. Your family, your children. No, basketball. Ball is life.
Yeah, ball is life.
And
let her squat with your child in some other man's house.
I think no, like Jalen Green had the good situation because she wasn't living with him. Now she and the kid are going to be living with him, I would assume.
Well, she might have other options.
She might. Well,
we don't know if they're dating. I think they are dating, but which actually they can't. That's so strange if they're dating. She's just like squatting in this dude's house. Jalen, buy her a house.
So maybe they're talking to each other then.
I mean, she put out like clapping emojis when he got paid.
Yeah,
she was all excited about his contract.
Well,
he's got the money clearly.
Is the house in Houston?
No, I think it's in New York.
The house is in California.
Oh, it's in California?
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
Jalen, buy a house in California. Train there in the off season before you're like a Clipper.
No, I would encourage him to set boundaries here. Entirely from the perspective of the Rockets. Listen, I understand he has a child.
Yeah.
The child will be well compensated.
Yes.
Do I expect Jalen Green to listen? This is anyone who is in their early 20s as a father. It's going to be, it's a lot, especially if your job is, traveling from city to city playing a sport. It's a lot. So, like, I would not encourage Drya Michelle to move in with me if I were in his shoes. Some might call that messed up. You got money. Just throw some money at the problem.
Yeah, just,
You don't need to be a father. You need to be a provider.
Yeah, I mean, look, you never know. I mean, she might go back to, Gilbert Arenas or Deshaun Stevenson.
No, they don't have money no more.
Orlando Scandrick.
Or
Chris Brown.
What, that Chris Brown?
The artist?
Yeah.
Yes, that's her.
No, not the Texans' former kicker.
not enough money.
That'd be crazy if he was in that list.
That would be. I mean, good for a kicker.
Honestly, like if it was like, I'd say, hey, do whatever she wants, man. Like, she's got a laundry list.
She's a strong, independent woman, and you're shaming her for that laundry.
You know what?
List.
Don't think you can be a strong, independent woman. You can be a strong woman, but not independent when you're living in another man's house and you won't leave.
Well, that's pretty independent to not leave.
You bring up a good point there.
It's pretty fair point.
You can be independent living in someone's house that you didn't buy, and he wants you out.
She's showing her independence though by refusing to leave.
That's true.
Yeah, no one can tell her where to live.
I think
she's just showing her strong women part of being willing to be a squatter.
Drya Michelle the American colonists in 1776? What's the difference?
Yeah, it's the same picture, Your Honor.
They said no. Can't kick me off my land.
Yeah.
Try Michelle and the Native American tribes who were forced off their land. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Do you think Tyrod Taylor and Aaron Rodgers
The Native
talk
Americans
about
got
this?
screwed and Try got screwed, right? Like, so I mean, like, what are we talking about?
I don't think Aaron Rodgers talks to his teammates.
You don't think him and Tyrod Taylor are just like talking about like their crazy exes?
Just like in the
No
quarterback
offense to
room,
Jaya.
just like, hey, what's going on, Tyrod? Well, let me tell you.
But
I was on the phone with my lawyer.
I just saw
About
like a
what?
TMZ story the other day yesterday about Shane Woodley or whatever her name is, saying that her relationship with Aaron Rodgers was toxic. So, him and
actress,
Aaron
and a
Rodgers and
sociopath
Tyrod,
quarterback.
who
would have thought?
they got bonding moments over the ladies in their past life.
just cracking open a cold one. Just man,
Getting some ayahuasca in.
yeah, I was gonna say.
She just won't leave. I just want to do ayahuasca with you, Aaron, in the living room. She won't leave.
Sounds like a fun living room.
Yeah, why not?
Who hasn't wanted to do ayahuasca? Actually, I've heard that if you do ayahuasca, you will be puking and you will be
You'll be doing what that ref did when Ime flinched at him.
you'll be following through though. You will have no control over your bowels. Your bowels will be everywhere.
You'd
in the
wish
home.
you're John Goble.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. I mean, listen, it's not Dry Michelle's house, so like it's okay if she does it at that place.
Oh yeah,
Tyler Taylor's gonna have a stiff cleaning bill if Dry Michelle and
yeah.
Jalen Green are doing ayahuasca there.
That's what you do. You trash it and then leave.
What, like your DeAndre Hopkins at that hotel in Indianapolis before the
Allegedly,
NFL draft? Allegedly, yes. Could have been the other guy.
I forgot about that.
A lot of people did, including the Texans. Favorite part about that night of the draft was hearing someone from Texans PR right before they put DeAndre Hopkins on a conference call with all of Houston media, was hearing that person say, all right, so they're going to ask you about the hotel room in Indianapolis. Like, I could hear this around the corner, and I just started laughing. It's funny. You got to tell the guy, like, hey, like, when you're going to get asked about the poop that was on the hotel room walls, someone's going to ask it. I forget who asked it. Hey, so it looks like you guys missed the toilet a little bit, and what does that mean to you as a player, who's trying to take on the National Football League? Does that mean is that you trying to say that you're going to bleep all over every cornerback out there? Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Let's go right through. Azeez Al-Shaair, he's having his 3-game suspension appeal heard. I don't know how long that meeting was, but we have not seen anything about a change in the suspension of late. Lots of people have hot takes on this. We've, of course, had our own hot takes on it, but it's been really interesting to hear guys like Stephen A. Smith come after Azeez Al-Shaair. Here is Stephen A. Smith on the warpath.
Now I got him. That's stupid. Why would you do that? You watched the play. You played the position. You played in the sport. You played defense. You knew how egregious it was. You knew how egregious it was. Not only that, you know the rules and how the rules have changed. This ain't 20 years ago. This ain't 30 years ago. So you're coaching now. You're in your second year as a head coach. You are fully aware of the rules and regulations that come with the sport in today's game. You played the position on the defensive side of the ball. You knew how egregious it was. And before the fine comes down, you're going to actually defend them. That's probably why I got 3 games instead of 2. With you, D'Amico Ryan, you're supposed to shut the hell up until the penalty is instituted. Then you speak. But he spoke before. And so now,
maybe he was trying to influence the penalty. And he cost them.
And I'm saying to you,
I don't know if he cost them. Stephen A. Smith's arguing that D'Amico Ryan's weighing in, defending Azeez Al-Shaair, kind of blaming Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars sideline the way that he did, is the reason that the suspension was for 3 games. I don't buy that. I am of the belief that D'Amico knew before, probably saw the letter. Letter became public.
Yeah, I'm with you. He doesn't know the timeline. He also then people found a clip of him like saying to hit the quarterback when they're sliding.
Yes, as I was about to get to. Here is Stephen A. Smith. In a past life, I'm sure after watching a replay of Patrick Mahomes doing his bull bleep on the sidelines, saying this is what you should do when a quarterback is perhaps almost sliding.
defenses knock their block off. Knock their block off. Hey, I thought he was going to fake slide. That's why I took him out. Put a hat on him.
You guys stick to what your guns are. Like people challenged us on that about if it was CJ Stroud, it's got to be the same standard all the time. You can't have that clip. You can't literally tell them to knock their block off and then also be this upset when this happens.
Yeah.
So
what's up with that?
I mean, it's Stephen A. Smith. He doesn't keep track of what he says.
I wouldn't either if I were him.
Yeah. Or do his producers like inform him of factual information, like when meetings take place with D'Amico Ryans, and he just assumes and jumps to conclusions.
I mean, he could have Tony Reale go back to what he used to be on ESPN, which was the stat guy for part of the interruption before Around the Horn became a thing.
And what is Tony going to do now that Around the Horn's been canceled?
I don't know. I like Tony Reale.
I do too. He's great.
So that's what he could do, is just fact check Stephen A. Smith in a charming way.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But yeah, the national reaction to this is not surprising. And it's always going to be what it is at first. Like the coaches, the players, like predominantly, we played the Rex Ryan sound earlier. He's going to stand up for the defensive player, blame Trevor Lawrence a little bit there, kind of clearly victim blaming. And then this is where the TV shows really fail themselves, is when you force people to have opposite opinions. Because then they walk into situations like this.
Well, do you think they're being forced to have opposite opinions here?
I think so.
I think Stephen A. Smith just shows up and everyone kind of adapts.
You think they, but see, maybe it's around him. Like I just feel like they always, because they're always debating something. They're never in agreement. There's always two sides to a story.
Well, I think there's some manufactured debate. I don't know if it's quite that, where they're forcing everyone to have differing opinions. I do think a lot of people more in this situation fell into groupthink. A lot of people seem to have the same opinion once they saw the highlight of the clip. And there were very few people that thought about it from the defender's perspective. And understandably so. I mean, you watch that hit in real time. Good God. But you watch it a couple of times and you think about it. And you do realize that it's unnecessary roughness for sure. But was there intent behind it? Was it dirty? And a lot of people aren't thinking about that because a lot of people haven't been in that situation before. And I really think it does help to have played at any level of football and have found yourself in a situation like that.
Yeah, and then as we saw the kind of the pushback start to happen, we saw a lot of people's opinions flip. We saw John McClain. He called it the dirtiest play he'd ever seen in 48 years. And then he walked it back the next day.
Did he walk it back?
He put out a tweet where he was defending the hit, or saying that hit wasn't as bad as he thought. Like it's like the initial reaction is obviously a disaster. Like everyone thinks the hit's bad, but
I didn't see the walk back one, but I did see him basically trying to say like, well, the Jack Tatum hit of Daryl Stingley back in the day, which paralyzed him. Like that was legal back in the day. It was like, well, it's still a cheap shot. You know, cheap shots can be legal and illegal.
Yeah, like
today they are more legal than not.
Because I think some of the people who got, even when people were challenging us on Monday about it, were almost trying to take it as like we were saying like it shouldn't even been a penalty. It's not.
No, yeah,
it's definitely a penalty. Suspension definitely is warranted.
But I don't think he should be put in stocks or sent to jail or executed.
I don't think it's for me to decide. I think it's for John Runyon to decide whether he gets put in the stocks or not.
That's true. John Runyon, the clear Bobo of the league, just doing what he is told, was the one who put out that statement that did seem to slander Al-Shaair's character. And the person who heard the Aziz Al-Shaair appeal today, Ramon Foster, Big Ragu, right?
Yes.
We'll see what he says. We'll see if there's any change.
Hopefully it's intelligent, but I mean, maybe he likes Aziz when he worked for the Titans.
Hopefully he's intelligent.
And like realize it wasn't that bad. I don't know. Like it was an overreaction.
I feel like you're putting your
come on.
Big Ragu. Come on, man.
He's smart enough to make awesome lasagna.
Joe's thinking that Ramon Foster's coming in here and he's like slipping all over the pasta that he left on the floor because he's not intelligent. He's just this big goofy lasagna making idiot.
Like Kevin in The Office dropping the chili.
No, just be smart. Drop the suspension.
The first way you said that was funny.
I know. It's lasagna.
I hope he's intelligent. Yeah. Like, well,
I hope he is,
dude. I hope everyone is.
It shouldn't be a 3. Well, John Runyon's not. Very clearly.
Yeah, I think John Runyon's just like the Luca Brasi of the NFL. He's just doing what he's told.
Yeah. Just Raj
All right.
just calling
Careful
in.
when you get into your car.
What if Roger Goodell just wrote the whole thing and he just signs his name at the bottom?
That's what I think
that's
happened.
what happened.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
The NFLPA said Roger Goodell can't hand out the punishment, so he's just like, well, I'll just write everything. You just sign it.
Yeah.
Good to go.
They should have cited more. You know what works, guys? Bullet points. Bullet points work.
Yeah.
If you're going to say that he's done things in the past, and you're going to put this statement out, which they did. Like, everyone saw it. It's not one of these things that got kept private. In that statement, do your effing job and have the bullet points of what he did. Because honestly, any good lawyer is going to say, well, what did he do? The statement doesn't say anything that he did. It seems more subjective and judgmental than anything. And now that statement's already out there. The document's out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, remember in the offseason when there was I think it was, I can't remember if it was the players meeting or just a referee meeting, and they pointed the Texans and Jimmy Ward out specifically as they were talking about a hip drop tackle. Why don't they just do that? Like, if you're going to point it out, put a video statement out of what you're saying, read it, and then say this play, and this play, and show them. Not just letting the Twitter montage that not as many people see as everyone thinks, because not everyone's on Twitter. But like, just put out a video and say, hey, these are the reasons why you are a habitual line stepper and you're suspended. But instead, they put out this broad, generic statement.
Yeah, it feels like John Runyon was assigned to task and he didn't do it as well as he could.
Yeah,
sort of like Luca Brasi struggled to read that thank you note to The Godfather on this the day of my Godfather, on this the day of my daughter's wedding, on this the day of my Godfather's, on this the daughter of my God. Like you know, we talk about intelligence. That man lacks intelligence, Joe.
Yeah,
Luca Brasi, who's now dead and gone forever.
Spoiler.
R.I.P. Yeah, he's the first one to go.
I was gonna say he dies like
honestly.
I don't know, a third of the way into
the movie doesn't get going until Luca dies. It's pretty, you know, like, oh, the horse, but like the horse head in the bed. But then no. Luca dying. It's like, oh, damn, okay. He's Joe and Paul. Wash Watch Wednesday. Up next with Sean Behind the Glass on Gallant and George. Who is washed? Could this holiday tradition be dead? We'll discuss. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
A lot of chatter about Azeez Al-Shaair, his suspension, 3 games by the National Football League. A lot of people rolling their eyes that this story is still occupying the top of the tabloids, if you will. But guys, I mean, it's the biggest story in town. It really is.
For sure.
And I really wondered last night watching Rockets and Sacramento Kings. You know, where would the Texans be if they didn't run Dusty Baker out of town? Where would they be if Dusty Baker was still their head coach? Where would they be? Because Dusty Baker, I saw a picture of Dusty with Vanessa Richardson, because Dusty lives in Sacramento. You know, former Texans head coach, Dusty Baker. Do you think that Azeez Al-Shaair
Texans
would have done that if Dusty Baker was still the head coach?
No, if Dusty Baker is he's a great man.
Yeah.
He would never allow cheating or anything bad to happen on his team.
It's a shame that the Texans ran Dusty Baker out of town.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And I do think it's funny. A lot of people are pointing to like D'Amico Ryans as the reason that this happened. And
yeah, they say they're undisciplined. They're saying the Texans are undisciplined because of him.
This one play, I mean, he's literally doing exactly what D'Amico tells him to do. You know,
they're swarming.
Right.
They're swarming. They're doing exactly what their coach tells them to do.
If Dusty,
is to play aggressive and to attack. Relentless mindset.
If Dusty was still head coach of the Houston Texans before they ran him out of town the way that they did, you know, Super Bowl winning head coach, like Dusty would have told him, hey, you don't put the forearm to them. You just give them a high five to the face.
Oh, what if that's what Azeez was doing?
Smack. Yeah.
And we've all met those people who don't like, like shake hands because they're germaphobes or whatever. Azeez was just, giving the forearm bump when you see someone, like back in COVID times.
Little elbow.
Yeah, a little elbow.
Give him the nub.
Yeah, he was just waiting for it back. Trevor. Never mind.
Never mind. Say it.
I think I know. I think I know where he's going.
Hit it.
Trevor put his hand up for a high five.
Jeez, Louise. That wasn't a high five, Joe.
I don't think Joe would have told that joke if Dusty Baker was still around.
I don't think he would have. Dusty Baker had the Texans really in a better place because they were better guys. Now they're the bad boys of the NFL, which is fun.
Was that play Texans worthy?
Not under Dusty Baker's watch.
Under D'Amico's watch, though, yes.
A lot of people are texting again. Paul, Dusty Baker was never head coach of the Houston Texans. Sir, where have you been? Clearly, someone just jumped back on the bandwagon the last 2 years.
Yeah. Someone doesn't remember 2022.
Yeah.
Right.
Super Bowl champions.
Or 2021.
Holding the Lombardi trophy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
Some people got annoyed with me when I made that joke last night.
Really?
Yeah, I got accused of engagement farming. I was like, no, I'm just putting terrible jokes out. Which is worse.
For the love of the game.
I feel like anytime someone just like puts someone on Twitter that you don't like, people just accuse them of.
Nah, not Texans. Texans Twitter's doing it because I did it to Texans commenter for his Gluck 9000-esque post about CJ Stroud having a good season because he's top 5 in passing yards, even though he played more games than all but 8 quarterbacks in the league. But that's fine. We're cool, I think.
Yeah, and defense of Stressens actually. Casario said the same thing yesterday. When he was talking about CJ Stroud's, the first thing he pointed to was passing yards.
God.
It made me want to vomit.
That's gross. But okay, listen.
So
Texans commenter.
W for him, I guess.
He's more in line. He's more in line. That's annoying. Nick Casario, bro, you worked for Bill Belichick. The stats are for losers, final scores for winners, whatever.
Big dub for Stressens.
Time not washed at Texans commenter.
No, free this week.
Time for another edition of Washed Watch Wednesday. Fran Brown is washed, head coach of Syracuse football.
Can't confirm.
Because he only showers after victories. And in case you missed it, my beloved Syracuse Orange took down T-shirt Dell's Miami Hurricanes on Saturday.
I do feel like he's a little bit of a hypocrite, though, Paul.
Who?
Fran Brown.
Why?
Because after the game, he said he only cares about going to the ACC championship game, winning a national championship game. So if he's going to set that standard, then he's a loser. So he shouldn't shower until he wins a national championship.
Well, hang on.
Winners get washed.
Winners
And he
get
won.
washed. He won
He's
on
not
Saturday.
but according to himself, he's not a real winner.
Well, if he really wins, then he can take a bubble bath.
Oh,
But I think he's just showering here.
that makes sense.
Might be the old Adam
A
Carolla
champagne
special.
shower.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla never uses soap and brags about this all the time. It's definitely a red flag.
Wait.
He just uses hot water.
Well, what's the point of the shower then?
The hot water.
But you don't get clean.
The hot water cleans you.
So he just rinses.
Yeah.
He doesn't lather.
I guess not.
I mean, I guess that's how they used to do it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Anyway.
Yeah, but
before running water.
They famously stunk back in the day.
Exactly.
Famously, they don't stunk.
Maybe he doesn't have BO.
Does he use toothpaste? Like, where's this end?
You know what? I bet you Adam Carolla, like, you go into his car and there's just like a ton of like Axe cans. Just
No.
like on his
No, he definitely
And he's
100% not.
like it's
Not
me in
bad.
2013.
He's a blue collar guy that used to work construction.
Old
So
Spice.
anyway, Joe, what is washed?
All right,
today?
so I was listening to Arian Foster's podcast, Macrodosing. This is where I first heard this. And then it's something that I continue to hear over a couple other days, that people this year bailed on turkey. Arian Foster made brisket for Thanksgiving. I was listening to another podcast. They said they were doing steaks for Thanksgiving. And they want to start calling it Steaksgiving because turkey is not good and we should stop eating it.
Wow.
Now, I like turkey, but I don't love turkey. And I kind of felt inspired by this. And I think next year, I might have some steaks as well and a smaller turkey.
It is interesting that turkey became the de facto dish, a dish that's really, the bird itself. It's found in the Northeast. In Massachusetts, you'll see these things everywhere. Of course, the first official Thanksgiving supposedly took place in the place where I was born, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. I'm with you here. First off, cooking a turkey is very difficult. You need experience. You got to keep the thing actually from drying out. You got to start cooking it at the right time so that it's still warm when it's served to everybody. It's a lot of work. And I'll say this about the Thanksgiving that I was at in Connecticut. Turkey was an option, but my brother-in-law's younger brother, he cooked steaks. So we had a lot of steak to pick through and leftovers left after the fact, in addition to having the turkey. And I enjoyed the steak more than I enjoyed the turkey. Now that the seal has been broken, yeah, I'm in on Steaksgiving.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think turkey's washed. I think we finally have come around to.
I don't know. I'm good with turkey. I mean, you only have it once a year. Like,
So we did turkey twice.
like you can have
yeah.
you can have steak tonight. If
You're
you
right,
want.
you're
You
right.
can make your family steak.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, we do turkey twice a year. That's because we don't eat pork, so, like, we don't do, like, ham on Christmas.
Oh, yeah,
like I used to do when I was a kid. But, yeah, I think there needs to be turkey at Thanksgiving.
I agree as an option.
I think how Paul's family did it was right.
Yeah,
Where,
it was
like,
nice.
It's an option.
It was a nice option. I mean,
Yeah.
you're picking out anyway.
Because we've done turkey and ham at the same Thanksgiving.
Ham. I hate ham. Ham's the only meat I don't like.
Wow.
And see, and the best part about the turkey is still, I think it's the next day.
Yeah.
The
No,
turkey-
turkey
the le-
sandwiches. Are
Yeah, like that's why it can't be
Turkey and steak
totally.
sandwiches, which we had the next
Yeah, but
day.
see, I don't love steak
It's
reheated.
actually very good. A little
Yeah,
mayo.
steak reheated.
It's
It
not
doesn't
great.
have a. You lose
Yeah.
some of the essence.
It's probably like the things that are not great the next day. Obviously, number one, the worst one is definitely French fries.
Yeah.
French fries are terrible the next day.
They're barely good. Like 20 minutes.
Steak is always good.
Because I feel like
Steak is good cold. Like what are you talking about?
like see, I would rather eat it cold because at least it's still cooked the way I want. But like if I like reheat it,
Yeah, when you microwave it,
it
like,
goes from medium to well done.
it just ruins
Well,
the.
Yeah.
you don't do it for a minute. You go like 15 seconds.
Now I started doing air
15
fryer.
seconds again. Air fryer? Okay.
Yeah. So the next day steak in the air fryer.
Oh, interesting.
And same thing with French fries. It improves the French fry quality.
I've found that a lot of people freeze their turkeys, and I've found that, you use air fryer, and I use to get my turkey ready to go straight out of the freezer. I drop the turkey in the fryer.
Okay.
Yeah.
A big fire comes out?
No. It just instantaneously, because it just turns right into what it needs to be.
Okay.
Right away.
Do you cook the turkey on Thanksgiving? Like for your family?
Yeah,
like, does your family
and I
let you
cook
do-
it. I take it out of the freezer and I drop it in the fryer.
When you went home, do you have to do everything because you're visiting, or is it like hands off?
Oh, I do everything.
Okay.
No, I literally do nothing. It was great. I even asked to do stuff.
You did shave your mustache, though.
I did shave my mustache.
It was the
for
right
Mom.
decision to make.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I miss it.
Not for your. I meant for because you said what, your niece is scared of it?
My nephew didn't like it.
Yeah, so I think you made the right decision for that reason.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
You'll make kids.
Explain to your nephew why you had it. Make him feel bad.
That would be funny. That has been fun to do.
Oh.
I'm growing the mustache out because my dad
Just
can't
pull
grow it
the-
anymore. He almost died.
Pull the guilt card on your 3-year-old nephew.
Yeah,
Right.
he would have no idea what that meant.
cancer is.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
This isn't wash.
Watch. Continue.
This is not that. I just want to see what Paul's reaction to this is.
What?
Kirk Herbstreit today received a letter in the mail.
Yeah.
It said, "Dear Kirk, I was so sorry to hear about the loss of your beloved Ben. Ben brought so much comfort and unconditional love to millions of Americans across our nation. Are you annoyed
He brought
yet?"
me no love. That dog brought me no love. The dog never once
just
wagged
on
its
TV.
tail when it
Yeah.
saw me, never licked me, never bunted its head against my leg. Nope. So anyway, continue.
We can keep. I'm just gonna go. Sincerely, Joe Biden. That's what we're doing right now. The president sending out letters for dead dogs.
Pardoning his crackhead son and sending out letters to Herbstreit, who clearly has another dog already. Like he's moved on to another dog.
Yeah, he's moved on.
Being the president, like after the election, when it's the ultimate senioritis. Like it's just like, what am I gonna fill my day with?
Yeah. Like what do you do? You can't do anything for the next 3 months. Like you're just like,
oh, Kirk Herbstreit's dog died a month ago. I'll write him
a letter.
Definitely not training his dog Major because it probably bit somebody.
Yeah. Oh, did he mention like, hey, I know.
Can we kill Major? Can we kill him? Like hasn't he attacked like 15 people?
Hey,
effing Cujo.
I know raising dogs is tough. Believe me, I know.
He said, I know what it's like to lose a beloved pet, and I hope you can find some comfort in cherishing in the beautiful memories you shared with Ben.
You should have lost Major.
He was a good boy.
I mean, this is definitely some like staffer wrote this, right?
Yeah, I bet you
Like,
Joe Biden
100%. Like that last line, especially like it was a good doggo. Like get out of here.
It could have been worse. Imagine if one of my friends has a dog with an Instagram account and it's got over 50,000 followers and it makes me want to off myself every day.
Wow.
But anyway, every now and then they write out a caption as if the dog wrote out the caption. Like my paw reads, do this, that. What if
that is disgusting behavior.
They should off themselves.
Imagine something worse. What if a White House staffer wrote out a letter from Major to Ben with a woof woof at the end of it or something?
Yeah, but the translation would be like, I'm going to kill you.
No. Major would never
Oh,
do
that's right. He only
thing.
attacks humans.
Major was one of the good German shepherds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the staffer's just like, I don't want to do this. They're like, listen, do you want to be a congressman one day?
Yeah,
You're gonna have to write this dumb dog letter.
Yeah, your
all right?
college intern's like, hey man, give me the dog letter for Kirk.
Yeah.
But from dog to dog.
Yeah. Hey, make sure I have it on my desk by Friday. All right.
Ben, the dog talk is washed.
Definitely. Don't need to hear anymore. Don't need to see the dog at the.
It was a cute dog. Like, don't get me wrong.
I felt bad. He was dying.
I
It
didn't
made
know the dog
sense.
was dying. I figured that's why Kirk Herbstreit was bringing him around. And now Kirk
That's fine.
Herbstreit is bringing around another dog. And it's like, okay, dog people that do not understand the concept of boundaries, bringing their dog everywhere and saying, oh, he never does that. Like, that is something that needs to be stopped. It is.
Yeah. If he wants to travel with it, even if like he wants to take it to the game, go for it. Knock yourself out.
I'm not bringing my cat everywhere.
Yeah, we don't need. We also don't need a game day segment. Like, like we don't need it on game day. Like, come on.
Oh, remember that story about you told us about when you kicked your cat?
Yeah, I was lying in bed and the cat was asleep and I moved and the cat jumped up in the air because I moved a little bit too hard.
I've joined you.
Yeah,
I kicked my cat.
Wow.
Oh, you punted it, or you were sleeping and it was on top of the blanket?
Actually, like I was
pet parent
sleeping and he bit the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah, that makes
trying to play. and I just swung my leg over.
Oof.
He's fine.
Yeah, they have short memories, these little murder bits.
Yeah, especially when you're knocking him upside the head.
Yeah, you just Aziz Al-Shaa'ired him.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not getting suspended.
Oh, PETA has plenty of time left in the day.
Yeah, come at me.
PETA business hours.
Not wash the PETA on Thanksgiving.
Guilt tripping people for eating turkeys.
That always hits.
Losers.
I love that.
So that is Wash Watch every single Wednesday, 2:30. Let's just float right into garbage time before we get out here and turn things over to the bees of a killer nature. O.J. Simpson's ex-bodyguard has supposedly a recording of him confessing to the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Minnesota police have seized said tape. Interesting.
All right.
I really want to know the next attempt of moving the goalpost by the people that believe that OJ didn't do it. I want to know the next
They'll
step.
say this is a joke or something.
He was just joshing around like he was with that TV reporter that one time. Or like when he wrote that book, If I Did It, just joshing around. Not surprising.
I'm not surprised that this is happening. Whether it's, I mean, my question is like, did he just find it? Did he know?
He must have known for a while. He was probably trying to sell it to
so
TMZ.
this dude's going to go to jail for a while for obstruction of justice.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
right?
I would am assuming that this bodyguard was not OJ's bodyguard going all the way back to 1994.
That's the I guess that's the question. Yeah, like, when did this
30
come
years
from?
later.
Right. Like this is probably he probably recorded it and
like, is this a deathbed confession?
Could have been,
like, or close
not
to
a security guard, you know.
Or could it, I also imagine OJ Simpson just like, I mean, because for 30 years he has to like act like he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Like just accidentally being like, and so when I was killing Ron Goldman, I mean, like, was it just a slip of the tongue? And he was like, wait, OJ, what'd you say? And he goes, oh, sorry.
So
Juice,
like,
I was joking.
So like a 14-month period, we've got Tupac's murderer being arrested. Now we've got OJ's killer or OJ's admission coming. What's next?
Did he go into prison?
JFK?
Oh.
The JFK one, I'm sure we will never get.
I mean, Donnie T says he's going to release the files.
We'll see. I'm not holding my breath.
I'm not either, but
I would love it though. That's for sure. Continuing in garbage time. Did anyone see that Bills quarterback Josh Allen got engaged to Haley Steinfeld of the Marvel Universe? Well, Josh Allen's ex, Brittany Williams, saw on a post of hers on Instagram, someone comment, haven't found the next pro athlete yet? She responded to this saying, luckily my boyfriend owns a team and doesn't play for one. Prayer emoji. Don't have to be with another brain dead CTE athlete. She then deleted that post and said that her account had been hacked. She says they've been hacked several times tonight, trying to get it resolved. If anyone has any tips, please let me know.
Wrong way to handle this. Just be salty. What a response.
I don't think it's cool to brag about, like, who's cooler, the quarterback or the guy who owns the team? I think the quarterback is cooler every single time.
You know what? Stop messing up what you got. I mean, you've got this girl, you've got Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend's going through it constantly, having mental breakdowns because she can't be part of the Chiefs Wives Club, even though, you know, her and Travis broke up. Keep your man.
Also,
can't believe you said that.
Do I have a podcast for you?
Yeah,
that's true.
The X-Wags pod.
That's true.
Just them just complaining about
bearing
the jealousy.
Yes. I mean, there's worse ideas for
honestly,
a podcast than
Dre Michelle. Like, she's got a long list.
Yeah, just
like she should be the lead host
every week. I mean, what we're describing is basically just love and basketball, just the podcast.
But then, like, you can have like the
a little less love and a lot more.
Yeah, no, it's like the I don't know, post-game show of that when it goes wrong.
The post-game show of Peen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of Michael Penix.
Michael Penix.
I'm sure he has an ex-girlfriend somewhere.
Yeah, he's like 28.
Yeah, come on.
Don't we all? It happens sometimes. Like I've dated an ex of an athlete in the local Houston area that I did not measure up. I don't think. Anyway, didn't last very long.
But at least you're not a brain dead
more ways than one.
CTE athlete.
Well, I'm a brain dead radio host. That's probably worse.
Hey, my new man's a radio host.
Oh yeah, no one's saying that. Anyway, on that note, that's gonna he's a podcaster. Jeez, even worse. That's gonna wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our callers, texters. Big thanks to Sean Mapes, to Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Let's talk about LaBerge in Lake Charles, the best place to go and bet on your Texas teams when you want to leave Texas. Cannot imagine what the environment is going to be like this weekend for championship weekend, all the conferences. I have serious FOMO to not be there to watch on the 24-foot video wall, the Big Ten SEC championship games, all that going down this weekend. They got the 19 betting kiosk, great food from Chef Lyle. Look, there's a lot of places to go there. Asia, the restaurant there is fantastic. Ember, the steakhouse is incredible as well. Sean and I went there last time we were there. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A lot to get to. Blessing or stressing. We'll get to that a little bit later. I don't think we're beefing anymore. Rockets, Kings, we'll get into that here in a moment. Where are we at on Bobby Slowick? CJ Stroud, has he been underrated this year? Twitchers aren't going to like that part. Has he been underrated this year? Who had it on Bravo in here, by the way? The television's on Bravo. They're playing a little bit of Southern Charm reruns.
Southern Charm?
That's Southern Charm. That guy makes pillows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know what that show was.
Who put it on Bravo? Who do you think
idea.
put it on Bravo? I didn't do it. I mean, it's been on since I walked in.
I wouldn't think Dell would.
I think it'd be Lance.
You think Lance would put it on Bravo?
Dell is not Dell. 0% Dell.
No.
Joe.
I don't think it's Joe or Paul. So I think
Joe and
process of
Jeremy used to
elimination gives us
Vanderpump.
Lance.
I do Vanderpump. I watch Southern Charm with the wife too. It's weird to put it on Bravo though, because like you're not gonna watch it. Like there's no volume.
Right.
You're doing a show.
How can you follow it?
I wonder if maybe it was somebody that came in here after everybody left the studio yesterday. That was in between Glenn and the bench this morning.
Maybe. Well, Abigail was here running the board for the Aggies game last night.
I'm gonna guess it was Abigail.
But why would it be on in here?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Abigail is of an age where she would just watch it over her phone. She wouldn't go into the studio and watch it on TV.
Maybe she wanted to play on her phone. While she watched television.
I could see her definitely watching.
I could see her watching it. I just think her generation wouldn't go into the studio and watch it off that TV. They'd watch it off their phone.
Who else is it going to be?
I think it's Abigail.
I'm going to
go Lance.
What would Lance be doing though?
Well, Lance also doesn't wear his headphones half the time during the show, so maybe he's got it up a little bit.
He doesn't wear them, but he leaves them on the console.
I know,
blaring at level
up,
36.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, no one really cares about this, so we'll move on.
Speak for yourself.
What did you think of the 713-780 ESPN? Maybe I am being a little bit presumptuous. Maybe you do care who put it on Bravo. So what is your guess? Who put it on Bravo? 713-780 ESPN. What was your take yesterday on the Rockets' loss in Sacramento?
Look, it's always tough to win on the road, and Sacramento's a good young team. They've got a lot of pieces. Adding DeMar DeRozan has helped them. I just had a lot of issues with their lack of defense. I keep saying that this team's identity is their defense, and then they just go on a spell where they give up, 15 shots in a row made, where you start questioning how good their defense really is, or their focus and desire to want to play defense. And then more so than that, Şengün was the only big on the floor a lot of times, aside from Jabari, and neither guy had any kind of desire to get down and defend in the low post, to grab rebounds, loose balls. There was a lot of issues on the defensive side of the ball for me yesterday, after being so encouraged by the way the team had played defense early this season.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a few of these over the course of a year. Plus, Sacramento couldn't miss a shot. They had that stretch where they hit like 16 shots in a row, which, I mean, good luck winning whenever the other team hits 16 shots in a row against you. It's sometimes just going to be those nights. There's going to be nights, probably 10 games in the NBA where you have no chance of winning. There's going to be 10 times in the NBA where you have no chance of losing. Yesterday felt like one of those games where they had no chance of winning when a team hit 16 shots. And it wasn't poor defense all the time either. Like, they were hitting some tough shots. They were getting into the lane and getting some shots over Şengün and things like that. So I didn't think that they were awful defensively. Like, everything wasn't at the rim, They wasn't 16 straight dunks. They made 16 shots in a row of average difficulty. So it was tough. Now, Ime Udoka getting ejected out of this game has become the storyline of this game, which I don't think that Ime, the mastermind was, let me get ejected so I'm the lead story, and we're not talking about us losing a game against Sacramento where maybe our defense wasn't great. But blasting the officials, got a double technical late in the game, when the game was already decided, by the way. The game was already over. And I don't think the officiating was the reason they lost yesterday's game. Now, I do think it was a bit one-sided, and I certainly understand where Ime Udoka was coming from. But Ime Udoka gets chunked from the game, gets ejected. Okay, NBA coaches have that happen a few times a year, but NBA coaches usually will take it easy in the media afterwards. Not Ime Udoka.
Blatant missed calls right in front of you. You're calling ticky-tack moving screens and little like that, and then you don't want to call the obvious ones right in front of you. So that was it. Halpy got fouled a few times on that drive and on the layup, and they don't want to call it. And Tell him get some glasses, open your eyes.
I love it. I love every single bit of it. Coming off of the Nick Caserio dropping BS and doing what he did to defend El Shair yesterday, how can you not love the fact that Ime Udoka comes out and how everybody heads for the high road and buttons their lip and says, I'm not touching that one. I'm not talking about the officials. You want to take my fine? He just comes out and airs it out and says exactly, at least some of what he said to the refs. I love it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he did it, just because it's very rare for a head coach to do that. Not too often do you have a head coach that will carry his post-game or his frustration in-game into the post-game press conference. Usually, and sometimes you do see it. Sometimes you see a coach, hey, I'm going to take this fine. But usually you're not cussing up there twice in that, 30-second clip where he had to be beeped out twice because of what he had to say. Now, I agree with him, too. And the one that he got ejected on, Alpi Shagun is clearly blocked. I think the officials were probably swallowing the whistle. The game was already determined. Let's reduce the amount of whistles for the rest of the game. That way we can all get out of here sooner. But at the same time, that was a foul. Ime Udoka felt his team defensively was getting a very tight whistle. He didn't feel like they were getting the same whistle on the other end, and it led to the explosion of Ime Udoka. I like it. I like Ime Udoka, period. I think he's a great coach. I think he's one of the best coaches in the NBA. So I'm almost always on Ime Udoka's side. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think it's going to rally the troops a little bit, kind of similar to D'Amico and Nico sticking up for Aziz Al-Shire.
It's a twofold scenario that in his way of thinking, I think. And one of them is that we all know that, the refs are human, the coaches are human, but they hold beefs, they hold grudges, they remember things. And a lot of times it just kind of is brushed under the rug and swept to the side. I think that with John Goebel, there's been a history with Ime. And the fact is that he just decided to, enough was enough. And it's not to the level of Scott Foster, Chris Paul. But at the same time, maybe the league then also takes a little notice and says, hey, whether we've got to kind of get everybody on a conference call or in a room, but we might have to pay a little bit more attention to the fact that John Goebel seems to have a little bit out for Ime sometimes. And those things happen. But I think it also sends a message to your team that, you know what? Your coach has got your back. He didn't like the way the game was called. You're right. It was completely, too little too late in terms of motivating the team for that game. But maybe it motivates him knowing that he's got another big game against Golden State that they'd like to get on this road trip.
Yeah. I didn't realize the history. Just like small stuff or anything that is.
It's been kind of a combination, but it's been kind of a running thing. And it just kind of took me back to the days what McHale knew forever. They had a list of the referees that had a beef with either him and his assistants. Daryl kept a running chart. We know that Daryl would send videos to the league, as soon as his nose started to itch a little bit. But yeah, there's been a history with those two guys a little bit, and he decided to air some things out last night.
Yeah, that was very, very interesting. Added some drama to what was a game that was really, quite frankly, over. And then I read this morning that Tari Eason's trying to go up in the stands.
Oh, I didn't see that.
There's no video of this, but I saw multiple people tweet it. Kelly Iko has a story in The Athletic where Tari Eason was being heckled whenever he was leaving the floor, and he made a little U-turn and was going to go into the stands and had to be restrained by security.
Huh.
Yeah. He's turning into Vernon Maxwell.
I was going to say, I thought those days were long behind us, but maybe not. That's not good, but hopefully security got their grips on everything because, all the team guys had to get around Şengün and Udoka to escort them both off the floor. But, from the standpoint of the team and the way they played and what they had to do, they had an off. You're right. They had an off night. Across the board, this wasn't the Rockets that we've been accustomed to seeing over the first couple months of the season. So you hope they pick up the pieces and they turn the page.
If you had to pick one Rocket on this team that would go into the stands looking for a fight, who would you pick?
Steven Adams.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I feel like Steven Adams is like a big bear, like a
Are you saying that
teddy
just
bear.
because of the fight? Well, we're not really fight, but the thing with
Shannon Sharp. No, there's been multiple times where he has this calm demeanor, but he's not afraid to just slowly walk right where he has to go to take care of a situation. I mean, he's one of those guys in the league no one wants to get on the wrong side of.
It just feels like it's hard to get on the wrong side of him. Like he feels like this big teddy bear. You know what I mean?
It doesn't seem like his trigger's very quick.
No, it does. Like he feels like yes, I wouldn't want to fight him. The dude's a massive man. Like the answer for me would be Tari Eason. Like Tari Eason. Like speaking of triggers, Tari Eason gets triggered on anything. If somebody knocks the ball out of Tari Easton's hands, he's ready to fight. And don't get me wrong, I like that. I like a guy on my team that's like that, a couple of guys that are like that. So I'm not hating on him. I like that. I want a couple of guys on my team that are like that. But Tari Easton's got a very quick fuse.
Yeah, I would say that just from a physicality standpoint of a guy that I think that would go into the stands, I would go with either Tate or Cam from the physicality standpoint. I could see Cam going off, and I don't think anybody wants to mess with Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, Cam. Yeah, no, he's not currently with the team. Like, I wonder if we can technicality you on that. I mean, Tari literally tried to do it yesterday, though.
They sent him back down.
Yeah, he's with the G League.
Okay, because he was until the road. Must have been on the road trip.
Yeah, he does have I would agree that he's pretty high on my list. But I think number one has to be Tari, and he did it. Like, he tried to do it.
I mean, where would you put Dylan or Jabari?
Oh,
on
that's
the
a
list?
good call.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan, obviously his history is well known, and Jabari's. I mean, he's never tried to go up in the stands as far as I know, but he's tried to go at some guys on the court.
I think Dylan Brooks is the one that I personally missed.
See,
Dylan Brooks seems to be too obvious, right?
Texters
he wants to fight everybody.
See, I think he's really good at keeping it between the lines, though. Like, I haven't, and maybe I'm just missing it, and correct me if I'm wrong. I've never seen Dylan really carry his villain personality off the court.
I think that
Drake would disagree.
Who?
Drake, yeah.
Did they get into a physical altercation, or was
no, it's just a diss track and a bunch of beef. Yeah.
But I don't even think Dylan said anything to him, though.
No,
that's just like a little pittiness, you know.
I think
Pettiness.
that the LeBron thing was probably the most severe, where it kept going over every time that they met, and it was pregame and stuff. But the guys around the team have said, like to your point, in the locker room, off the court, in the community, dude is just a great dude.
Yeah. Anyways, really weird that Tari Eason did that. All right, I have two beefs from yesterday's game, two things that frustrate me a whole lot. And then also, who would you rather have? Jalen Green, De'Aaron Fox. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 975. We're also, of course, on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beasts on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Trevor Lawrence got placed on the IR about 10 minutes ago. Azeez Al-Shire's, I think his appeal's over. He was getting his appeal done today by, Ramon Foster?
Ramon Foster, yeah. They said he's new to the group in terms of evaluating situations.
He's also apparently a Titans sideline reporter.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah, he works on the Titans radio team.
Which would have mean he would have been on the Titans last year when Azeez Al-Shire.
So maybe there's a good relationship there.
Maybe there's a bad relationship there.
Maybe there's
There
that
could be a
Go either
conflict
way.
either way. There could be a conflict either way.
I mean, people that have been on the same team with Azeez, I've always heard like Azeez a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Like when you hear people talk about Azeez that have been on the same team as Azeez, they usually speak very highly of him. So I would tend to agree that it's probably good. Like I realize that it doesn't look good on paper, right? Well, Azeez Al-Shire is going to have his appeal heard by a guy who is currently on the Titans radio network. That doesn't read well. But if they do have the relationship, I would think that Azeez has had a chance to win him over.
You know, and I mentioned yesterday, and the more I was thinking about it, I didn't realize if it was a good thing or bad thing when I said, look, Runyon was probably the wrong guy to have on a case like this. And then you look at some of the other guys that were out there. Derek Brooks, to me, seemed like the guy because he played the position that might be more sympathetic to a linebacker trying to change his direction or do whatever was expected of him to do versus what he did. But then do you also think that Derek Brooks would look at it, an ex-player going, oh, I think I wouldn't have done that way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what his best case scenario. I think that we're trying to grasp at straws for the best case for one guy, the worst case of another. So I really don't know what's best case. I do think Azeez is going to have it drop, but I don't think that the Trevor Lawrence getting placed on IR is going to help his cause.
No.
I think it actually hurts.
Now, they already had said, and they were indicating even on the telecast, look, he was already thinking about shutting it down for the year because of the shoulder. So, if he has any kind of concussion at all and they're not going anywhere, why would you not just shut him down for the rest of the year anyway? But now this gives them a little extra motivation, too, to probably throw a little extra fire on this process going down right now with Al-Shire.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if him getting placed on the IR impacts the appeal at all. It shouldn't, but at the same time, do I think that the hit had something like the injury to Trevor Lawrence had something to do with the length of suspension for Azeez Al-Shire? I do. I think if Trevor Lawrence hops right back up, I'm not sure Azeez gets suspended at all. Certainly not 3 games, though.
Right. No, I would agree with that. I think that 3 games overall was just because they're trying to make an example of him because it was excessive. And you hear so many ex-players that are just coming to his defense saying, look, we're not trying to defend the hit itself, but to say that he got 3 games is ridiculous. And so when you look at it from that perspective, I just think that the league has to do something to try and look in the mirror and say, hey, we got to reduce this thing.
Yeah. So Lawrence to the IR. Azeez had his appeal heard today. I don't know whenever they deliver the verdict, but if we hear anything, we'll let you know. We're getting text about open enrollment and healthcare plans. Today's not the day for that.
No.
Texter saying Dylan Brooks is a Canadian. It's all talk. Is that true? Canadians soft?
I don't
They're
know that
friendly.
Yeah, they are friendly. I know Craig Ackerman loves Canadians and Canada and can't stop gushing about them, and I never understood that, but I never heard that as part of the argument.
I mean, we've watched hockey before, right? There's a lot of Canadians in hockey. I don't think they're all soft.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that they're soft. I think they're friendly, but
they're
not
friendly,
soft.
but I wouldn't call them
But are they
soft.
like to fight guy? Because there's a difference.
Well,
there's a
I
difference
think hockey
between
guys are likes to fight guy.
Yeah, but I feel like they like to fight you on the ice, then they'll go have
That's
a pint
exactly
with you
right.
after the match.
Okay.
That's
you know
exactly
what I mean?
right. That's been said forever.
Yeah.
They say like the best dudes to like hang out with outside of their games and when they're out of their element is definitely hockey players. They're down to earth. They, like Jeremy said, they'll sit at the bar and drink beers and do shots with you and hang out and tell stories. And they're pretty much down to earth people.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know enough. If you know a lot of Canadians in your life, do they tend to be a little soft? 713-780-3776.
The fake tough.
What are you
aspect.
giggling about?
Just the topic. I hope we get a lot of feedback on it.
I don't know many Canadians. I'm not sure I know any Canadians, like personally.
Oh, I'm about to say because there's lots of
Not
actors
personally.
and singers.
I'm talking about like friends, like people that I talk to. Like I talk to very few people to begin with.
Right.
None of them are north of the border.
Okay.
The border that I pay attention to is the southern border. What?
Still in Canada, you mean still living there?
No, just at all.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't think I have a single Canadian friend.
We used to have a lawyer on the show that was like a sports lawyer that is a big. She's a season ticket holder for the Blue Jays and lived in Canada, and she'd come on the show quite frequently and was on Twitter. But I don't know that I know anybody that lives in Canada currently.
Like, of all the people that I talk to on my phone,
Yeah.
or that I communicate with, I'm not sure that there is a single Canadian in the bunch.
I don't think I do. Oh no,
Am I nationalist
nope.
towards Canada?
I've got at least one. A guy I used to work with that was our PR guy in Portland. He worked in Toronto. He lives in Toronto.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. And you've working with NBA teams. I think that you've probably been more exposed to them.
But
than
most
I
people
have.
don't want to live in Canada because they hate customs.
Well, if they don't leave Canada, they wouldn't have to worry about it, right?
Well, but they like to come back and forth. They have relatives in the States, and every time, like when we were traveling, that was the most excruciating experience, is going through customs.
You know what I remember about the U.S. currency? What is the Canadian use? They use the.
I think it's the Canadian dollar.
I don't think it's a dollar. I think it's different because they have a hot dog and it's dollar dog night and there's a different term. I think I learned that from watching a Blue Jay game when they played the Astros. But whatever their currency is, you remember whenever you would pick up a book, it would have the U.S. price and the Canadian price, and the Canadian price was always a dollar more.
Was it more?
I can't remember if it was less or more, but there was always a dollar difference.
Confirm Canadian dollar.
It is the Canadian dollar?
Just Googled it.
I think there's another term for it though.
There could be a nickname or slang for it, but it's I Google search name of Canadian currency and it came back Canadian dollar.
There's a different word. It's kind of a goofy word too. Anyway, 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Trent in Montgomery wants to talk about Aziz. What's up, Trent?
It's Chris, but
Whoa,
I wanted to talk about
Trent.
the Alshire here. I know we went back and forth about it for a little bit, but
you went back and forth. Hold on a second, Chris. Thank you for calling in.
It was
We're
hard
gonna
to
get to your
understand
point, Chris. But we gotta get to the bottom of this. You and Brian argued about your name.
We didn't argue about it. I asked him what his name was. He's obviously said Chris, but for some reason our phone lines are very hard to hear right now. I said, "Did you say Trent?" And I couldn't really hear his response, so I just went with it.
All right, so Trent, what do you got?
Okay, so Chris has to say something about the Aziz Ansari hit. So he's getting 3 games, right?
Yeah, well,
as of now.
Expecting this to go down, are we not expecting this to go down to 2 at least, and maybe 1? I mean, was it Kareem Hunt got 4 games down to 2? How can Aziz Ansari get 3 down to 1? Come on, man. It's granted, it was in real time. It looked bad, but when you go back, it's football, man. It's seconds. I'm talking milliseconds where you got to decide: am I going to mow this guy down or am I going to let him go? And Aziz Ansari has 100% said, "I play the game to hit you as hard as I can, and I pray you get back up. But I have no intent on hurting you and putting you out of a game. It's football. Let's go."
Yeah, amen.
Thanks, Trent.
I'm with you on that one, Trent. Sorry for the confusion. It's all Brian's fault.
Yep.
That's why we're the talent and Brian's behind the glass and only talent on weekends.
E7.
I believe in violence in a violent sport. Football is violent. Don't be surprised when you see violence. Whenever you turn on boxing, when you turn on UFC, do you want to see them in headgear? Do you want to see them just kind of high-fiving each other? No, whenever you turn on UFC and boxing, you want them to punch their brains in. We don't celebrate these nice form tackles and, did you see the wraparound that he had on that guy and bring it? No, you want to see the bone-crushing hits. Go to YouTube and see what's more popular. Great form tackles in the NFL are the biggest blows in NFL history. Yesterday to mock John McClain, we were talking about, can we come up with 100 dirtier hits in NFL history than the Aziz Al-Shire hit? We got 150 in a matter of 10 minutes. Do you think we can do the same thing with form tackles in the NFL? Of course not. So I'm a big proponent of violence in football, quite frankly, because it's a violent sport. Don't be surprised to see violence in a violent sport. Could you make the argument that bordered on the side of dirty? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty popular opinion today. I would say it's more late than dirty. I think his suspension's fair for Aziz Al-Shire. I do think that 3's outrageous.
I think it was dirty. I think it was late, but I don't think it was worthy of anything more than 1 game at the most. And I think that the biggest telltale sign and why I was kind of looking to see the ex-player perspective, you're going to hear from the defenders because the defenders obviously know that they're up against the 8 ball because of the fact that the quarterbacks are so highly protected. But to hear quarterbacks, current and ex-quarterbacks, come out to the defense of Al-Shire and say, hey, look, the rules got to change because it's too much of a bang-bang situation that you're expecting defenders to be able to completely change directions going as fast as they're going. and something's got to be different. And I think that's where hopefully this comes to a positive resolution with the league, to where they've got to change that rule. And I think that whether you came up with that, and I saw a couple of people on social media and otherwise bring it up as well, but it has to, if the best case scenario is under the officials' discretion, if they feel like you deked a slide and then tried to get extra yards, you can throw the flag, you can be penalized, and they should be.
Yeah, I'm all for somehow policing the fake slide. And I understand you're not going to get rid of the slide. I understand that you're not going to condone more violence. I also understand what the NFL is doing. Like, the NFL can't say what I just said. The NFL, as from a league standpoint, Roger Goodell and all the vice president goons and lackeys that Roger Goodell has, they cannot say the same thing that I just said, even if they believe it. And they probably do. They're former players, but they can't sit there behind a microphone publicly talking as a representative of the NFL that has been sued for CTE and dementia and concussions and had to settle for over $1 billion. They cannot go behind a microphone and say, we want the most vicious hits ever. Of course not. Do they believe that? Maybe, but they can't say it.
Well, you remember, right? It was actually brought up as part of the argument against the league, is the fact that the league on their website on NFL.com was leading every week with top hits of the week. Oh, yeah. And then ESPN followed that up with the I forget what they called it, when
jacked up.
You got jacked up. And when all the lawsuit was coming down, they had to get with all their partners and everything and say, hey, pull all that stuff down. Stop doing he got jacked up. All that kind of stuff had to change, and they changed directions because they knew that they were going to get the hammer.
Yep. Yeah. And again, like, and this goes into the whole, like, controlling the media aspect of it. But at the same time, they are a partner. Like, if you're airing their games, you are now a partner. And the NFL is not going to allow a partner to highlight the bad in the game. But what was the old show? Was it Playmakers?
Yeah.
I want to say it was called Playmakers.
It was Playmakers.
Playmakers
Where
on
the
ESPN
star running back
dramatized
is
show.
doing a line of coke at halftime.
That show didn't even finish its full first season.
Yeah,
They got
why?
pulled quickly.
And why? Because the NFL, as a partner with ESPN, be like, we can't have this as a look for our league.
No.
You're going to have to get rid of this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you and I both, all three of us have lived it. If you've done what we do now currently when you've been at a flagship station, or from my perspective, having to be the security guy to enforce when the stations say something negative about your team, the team and or the networks or the leagues are, in this case, are going to pull every string necessary to do what they need to do. And they are not afraid to pick up the phone and say, stop talking about big hits. Stop doing this, stop doing that, because we don't like it. Yep. And you're at the mercy with the money that's being exchanged hands from a network perspective. And it's a fine line for ESPN to say, hey, our job is to deliver the honest commentary on stuff like this. But as a partner of the league, you're probably going to get your wrist slapped.
Yeah. Tex are saying, what if you only protect a quarterback in the pocket? I think that's a better rule, quite frankly. It's just the NFL cannot go backwards, because now it's a really bad look and it opens themselves up for more litigation down the road. A better rule, yes. Possible? Absolutely not. Another texter, would you feel the same if Stroud had gotten hurt in that manner? Would you be defending the defender? I would say it was late, but not dirty. I don't feel like my opinion would change. I remember when Stroud got killed by Quinnen Williams last year. All I said was that he hit him late. Like, I didn't call Quinnen Williams dirty. I said it was a late hit. Like, I do think defenders need to go to the echo of the whistle.
I would say it's exactly what I said about this hit. I thought it was a dirty hit because he loaded up because of the forearm and the elbow and then the follow through. That's the hit itself. I'm not saying he's a dirty player. I'm not like the league. I'm not going to question his character or say anything to disparage what seems like, on all accounts that I've heard, a really, really good human being. But the way he played that play in between the lines, to me, was a dirty hit.
Yeah, and I think we've been consistent with any quarterback hit in this way, not just the Aziz hit in the 18 years we've been doing the show. 713-780-ESPN. It's a loonie, by the way.
A loonie is the Canadian dollar?
It's a nickname for the Canadian dollar. So the dollar is the currency, but the nickname for the dollar coin piece is a loonie. So they have Looney Dog Night. And that's what I saw whenever the Astros played the Blue Jays. They had Looney Dogs. And you eat a bunch of loonies or whatever. All right, 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Rodney, you're in the hive with the bees. What's going on, Rodney?
Hey, guys. Screw the Jaguars, first of all. But do you guys think that the suspension is going to be upheld at 3 games since Lawrence is going to be on IR for the rest of the season? I'll shut up and listen.
Appreciate the call, Rodney. No, we just talked about it. I think it's going to be reduced regardless, and I think that it was going to be reduced regardless of the outcome of Trevor Lawrence. Now, is the Lawrence situation going to have an impact on this? It might. I would think that the fair judicial decision, in my opinion, I think it was our opinion as we talked about it. I think, Brian, I'm not sure where you were, but I think Jeremy and I both expected a 1 game.
Yeah, that was my expectation too.
It wouldn't surprise me if they reduced it to just 2. I think the fair and judicial decision should be 1, but if it's 2 and he reduced, I think they're going to reduce it by at least 1 game. Let's put it that way.
My guess is that they reduce it a game and he'll be suspended 2 games. And I still feel like that's a game too many, but that's my current guess.
I actually don't think they're going to reduce it because when you hear about
At all?
No, and look, I think they should. Again, I think it should have been 1 game. But when you see the league kind of waver on these things, it's in the face of public pressure. And outside of the loop here in Houston, there's no public pressure for them to reduce this fine. I get some quarterbacks like Brady and others have talked about, hey, we got to look at the rules. But like where they would buckle is if the national pressure was against them in this decision. And actually the pressure would be against them if they reduced it. So I don't think they're going to reduce it.
I disagree. I think there is pressure on them.
There's a lot of players and ex-players that are really, really pushing it.
The NFLPA.
Yep.
And then the second thing where I think that and look, it's out of their hands now. This is an independent arbiter, so it's out of their hands. But it is also a very slippery slope when it comes to precedents. Because Azeez Al-Shire has never been ejected out of a game prior to Sunday.
Right.
He has never been suspended at all. And then all of a sudden, boom, a 3-game suspension based on a bunch of fines. I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set, especially with the NFLPA overlooking all of this. And again, what is the NFLPA's job is to make sure that its players are making as much money as they possibly can. And when you get suspended 3 games, you're missing 3 game checks.
That was big.
The NFLPA, I think, is going to put a lot of pressure on the NFL, even though it is out of their hands now with the arbiter.
And fellas, I'm going to say this. Runyon might have done him a favor because whether Runyon wrote it or not, or just put his name at the bottom line.
I don't think he did.
And I obviously don't think he wrote it either. But I think that the league might have done him a solid because it might help in this overall process.
Because they went so over the top.
Yes, because of the fact that they went so far as to leave the field and talk about his character and his way of thinking and his sportsmanship and everything else. I think that if I'm representing Al-Shire in this process, I'm going, guys, do you really want a lawsuit? Do you want us to come back at you and look for defamation because of the way you decided to use official letterhead and put that bad boy out there? Because if you don't, then we need to really start talking about reducing this thing.
Yeah, I don't think that he can sue for slander and defamation because I think, and I don't know this for sure, but anytime you have a union, I think you give up those rights.
I'd be interested in that.
But at the same time, they sued them. Like, players have sued the NFL.
And it doesn't hurt them from also calling them back out and drawing attention to the fact that, again, like Caserio did, was saying he was at a United Way event this morning, and this is what you're going to do to him to make him an example.
Yeah, but even if Azeez can sue him, like, how do you win that?
I don't think
there's no way for him to win that. How do you positively prove your character? There's no way for him to win that.
I agree.
I think that it's going to be part of the negotiations to say, hey, it's an awful look by you to handle this the way you did, to try and push forth for the fact that you want the suspension reduced.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Julian?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So, I know you guys have talked about this in the past, throughout this season and last season, with Nick Caserio as the GM. I know everyone's had their opinions on him, yay and nay. I think with his press conference statement about the hit and the punishment and how is BS, does this guy change your opinions or outlook on Nick Caserio? And as other fans, if they haven't already heard his statement, would his actions and his attempt to adjust the amount of games Shire is suspended, would that make Caserio seem a lot better to most Texans fans? Because I think he has shown Texas-sized huevos the way he responded to the league in their suspension. So just what are your thoughts on Nick Caserio and his outcry?
I think that his outcry only, and we talked about this yesterday, I think that his outcry only endeared himself to Texans fans more. And he probably won some people over that might have been on the fence or questioned some of the things that he's done in the past. And you know, in the past might have been critical of him. I think that, you know, we talk about it all the way back to the Astros scandal with the Houston versus everybody and the T-shirts and the mentality and everybody kind of getting on board. Well, when you look at it across the board, it becomes more and more a Houston versus everybody mentality that galvanizes this city of sports fans together. And you're looking at it now with everybody loving what Udoka did last night. Everybody right before that loved what Caserio did the day before because of the fact that he normally doesn't cuss and he dropped a bomb. And he gave examples to come to the defense of his player. And he spoke about how high of a character guy he is and the fact that it really ticked him off. And I think that from a Texans fan perspective, first and foremost, I think he won more people over and he got a whole bunch more people on his side.
Yeah, I think Caserio rallied the troops. I think that it might have been a little bit of the message too. Like, hey, let's stand behind our player. Let's show the entire locker room too. Like, hey, we got you. We got your back. And plus, I think it also sends a message around the league. It's like, hey, potential free agents this offseason. We're not gonna like publicly reprimand you, like, oh, you're the worst person in the world. No, come to the defense of your player. And then the players see that, not that it's going to be the end-all, be-all, but maybe it breaks a tie. Maybe a player's like, oh, I got the same amount of offer here from the Texans. I have another offer from a team who's not as friendly to the players. I'm going to pick the Texans. So I think that it was all baked into the equation. I do think it was pretty calculated.
There's no doubt about it. And I think that we've talked about this over the years. It's become more of a sales job in a lot of ways to be a general manager and a coach in this league and an organization. And you're not just trying to convince the player coming here, hey, we've got the most money for you, or we've got a team that can win. It's how, we see these polls about, how well the players are taken care of. Well, it's not just about the facilities and the food and the things like that. It's about how do you treat your players? We got your back, as you mentioned. We're going to do whatever is necessary. We'll handle our stuff internally, but externally, we are going to make sure that you are not out there by yourself and alone. And you can call for examples like this and say, hey, look, we didn't turn our back on Aziz. We had his back, and that's the way we treat our players. We'd love to have you join us. And that's a sales tool.
Yeah, I think it was all baked in there. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A few other texts on this. Texter says, oh my goodness, Branham said agree, mark it in the books. I agree more than people think. You just always remember me saying I don't agree. Another texter, do you think this Aziz suspension situation will inspire the Texans to play more fired up? Kind of just dabbled into that a little bit. I'm not a huge believer in the whole motivational, you're going to say the thing in the locker room that's going to get the troops fired up. I think that if you're delivering that message to players and the players can take it up another level, where is that all along? Like, I'm kind of questioning the player at this point, that if a player can listen to a motivational speech and take his game from a 6 to a 9, well, what are you doing all the other games when you're not getting the motivation? I point to Jerry Jeudy. Like, Jerry Judy's play has been a bust as a first rounder, and then all of a sudden he goes nuts against his former team. It's like, well, there's the guy that got drafted in the first round. Where is that all the other time? Not that you're going to put up those numbers, but where is that player? Where has that guy been? So I'm not a huge motivational type of person. At the same time, I don't know how it doesn't fire up the locker room.
I think today or, during this week, especially because it's an off week, I think that the guys that are following this closely are going to be very motivated by the fact that they've got a really good organization behind them. I think that the only players that is really, look, you have enough on your plate to realize this gauntlet of a schedule coming up for you is enough to motivate any player, or it should be. And they shouldn't need anything extra than that. The only other guys that I think should be motivated are the guys that have to fill in for El Shair, because everybody's saying that they're going to take a huge step backwards because he's not going to be in the lineup for however many games he's suspended. If I'm Henry To'o and White and some of these other guys and Hewitt, I'm going to be like, no, screw that. We're going to come out and show you. We're not going to miss a beat.
Yeah, I am worried about Neville Hewitt in coverage, though. Against Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. And don't sleep on Jono Smith, who's been playing pretty good.
Playing pretty big for them.
So, I do have some fear when it comes to that. So.
As well, you should. I think that we've said all along we question the depth at linebacker, even without the long-standing injury to Christian Harris. We've talked about the fact that they went and got White off the scrap heap to kick the tires because, hey, he's a veteran that used to be really, really good, and you didn't know what he had, and suddenly he was in the game the same week that they signed him. So the depth has been an issue, and so it's already going to be in question. Now these guys really do have to step up.
713-780-ESPN. We do have some we do have some conclusion to Bravo Gate. If you weren't listening to the start of the show, our television somehow is on Bravo. We have a TV in studio. It's usually always on ESPN, or it's on the Shin, or it's on TNT, like whatever the game was the previous day or in the morning. It gets on ESPN really most of the time. We got here today. It's on Bravo, and they're showing reruns of Southern Charm, which is, you want to guess the city?
Atlanta.
No. No.
I
I visited this city last year.
Charleston.
Charleston. Look at he pretends he doesn't watch Southern Charm.
I was
He
just
nailed it on
thinking
the
of a big
first
southern
guess.
city.
Nailed it on the first guess. Yeah, so we have a
No, my first guess was Atlanta, but Joel beat me to
he
it.
beat you to it. Yeah, it's based in Charleston. Anyways, you're not going to believe this. It was Dell.
Really?
Dell put it on Bravo. I never thought that Dell would be
Do we
a
have
Bravo
a reason?
head.
Do we have an
What about my
explanation?
last guess? But we do have it. Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
do have an
completely
answer.
at the very
Yeah.
start said, "Well, Dell's out. It's not going to be Dell."
There is a reason.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you want to guess the reason why Dell put it on Bravo?
We have this from multiple texters.
Yeah,
by
this.
the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a good journalist, and
Okay, so
we
this
are.
must have
We
come
have
up-
multiple sources.
Okay, so if multiple texters are texting it in, this must have come up on the show and not just been something he had on in a break. So I'm guessing it was a bit, and I obviously don't know what the bit is, but it
wasn't
had
a
to be
bit.
a topic on the show.
You were half right and half wrong.
Yeah, like what you said was the reason he wouldn't have done it was the reason that he did do it.
Oh,
He was tired of seeing something on his on
Yeah.
the TV screen
oh,
while he was on the air.
okay.
Who's he passionate about, Brian?
Miami Hurricane. Oh, he was probably tired of seeing the Miami Hurricanes ranking.
Getting crapped on by Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah,
Ah,
he was
gotcha.
tired of seeing Paul Feinbaum, so he put it on Bravo
I
instead.
mean, that's the thing you go to. Like, okay, I
I know,
can't
that's the
stand
funny
Paul
part.
Feinbaum. Why is Bravo the first answer of what you go to?
That's the funny part because you would think that you could just like press the button,
You just
you
press
know,
one channel
and it
up.
would go to like ESPN or ESPN2 or whatever one Feinbaum's
News or
not.
FS1 or something.
Yeah, I think it is YouTube TV though. So I don't know how much that factors in. Can you like use the remote and just change the channel one click over?
No, you have to go to the guide.
Yeah,
No,
that's probably what it was.
problematic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's probably like the most recent thing.
Yeah.
So it
Maybe
went to
yeah,
Bravo.
there might have been a previous channel button, and maybe that's what it went to.
I don't think it would have been previous channel though.
Maybe not.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how he could one click get to Bravo from ESPN. That's the only thing I could think of.
Max says Charleston's a cool place to visit, at least for people who like history. Have you ever been to Charleston?
No.
Charleston's pretty cool.
No, I haven't been
I'm
that
not-
far east.
Of all the cities I've traveled to, I've never been to the Carolinas.
Yeah, I
Except
mean-
for Charlotte. Charlotte and
Yeah.
Charlotte's very boring.
I mean, there's not an NBA team in Charleston, so it kind of makes sense that you haven't been there,
Well,
right?
yeah, but and being in Charlotte, I was always like in the middle of winter,
Yeah.
and literally there is nothing to do, and the arena is just kind of right there in the middle of nowhere, where you're just like, let's get to the next city.
Charlotte's pretty in like November, like whenever you can see the seasons, but not a ton to do. But yeah, Charleston's a cool place. I agree with Mac. And then YouTube Keith says that Dell loves to talk WNBA movies and soccer. Great show. Does he talk a lot WNBA?
No, that's Glenn Davis.
I mean, it comes up. It does come up on
Really?
the show. Yeah, not. I mean, in season, it's not coming up in the off season, but in season, he talked about it a decent amount.
Huh. Okay.
He's big on like the Marvel characters, and he has Michael on about TV shows. But
Yeah,
I
but
just,
that's limited to Fridays.
and I don't think that he would delve into reality TV like this.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. We got hijacked by Aziz Al-Shire News. Let's get back to the Rocket side. Two frustrations that I have. Two frustrations of mine. Also, De'Aaron Fox or Jalen Green? Which do you like the most? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. This is the season, too. Talking basketball, and you, your kids, your wife, who knows? You might want to be playing basketball in the driveway, right? So I got to tell you about Pro Dunk Hoops. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, best goals that you'll ever see, way better than anything you'll find in the big box stores. Oftentimes, those are cheap. You see the big box store goals whenever you're moving around through the neighborhood, whether you're out walking, you're driving through the neighborhood, their backboard's broken, the rim's jacked up, it's laying flat on its belly. It ain't any good. It's not a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Pro Dunk makes the best quality goal you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And with their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's easy to do, fun to do, idiot-proof for people like me. It's called their Lightning Adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. And their accessories are next level on top of that. LED light kits for night play. That way you can play at night. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. Pole pad lettering and lots more. And you can order all of this online at Pro Dunk Hoop. ProDunk.com. The pros will professionally install your goal too, by the way. You don't have to worry about the level. You don't have to worry about the ladder. You don't have to worry about a box with a million pieces that you have to assemble. No, let the pros from Pro Dunk install your goal for free. Perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't install. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One of those Hall of Famers called me Adam Clanton, apparently, today.
Yeah. Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Blankers told me that John called me Adam Clanton.
Remember when you said yesterday that, you had my back? Well, I got yours too. And I got a little agitated today because I was driving, and towards the end of the show, they decided to take a few strays.
I feel like that's more to your hate about the other person than your love for me.
I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Both can be true. I can hate the other guy, and I can look out for you because I didn't have to tell you.
I don't think you would have said anything.
No, you're right. They both can be true, but one can also be greater than the other.
I'm not afraid to admit that.
John's just mad that a lot of people are coming over to my side, including the greatest quarterback of all time that's on Team Branham on this. He's just a little bitter.
Keenum?
No, he's not the greatest NFL quarterback of all time.
You
Case Keenum,
you just said greatest quarterback.
The greatest NFL resume of all time belongs to Tom Brady. The greatest college football quarterback, statistically speaking, is unanimously Case Keenum.
Well, although Dylan Gabriel's about to take one of those, isn't he?
I can't remember. I think he took one, but there's another record that he's never going to get.
I think it's passing touch. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
later,
I think they're yards related.
Yeah.
Total yards, passing yards. I forget. I mean, they're kind of run together. De'Aaron Fox, Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Which of the two would you rather have?
This has been you brought it up yesterday, and this has been an ongoing chat now on Rockets Twitter, and everybody's bringing up trade scenarios. I don't care if Jalen Green scored 28 points last night. If you watch that game and you don't think that your team is not going to be better off with De'Aaron Fox than Jalen Green, then I hate to tell you this, but you don't know basketball. Because the more I watch Jalen Green, the more we can go back to the conversation you and I had when they decided to sign him to this contract. I understand maybe from the potential of possibly trading him along the way too, and getting a deal for lesser than a full max deal by getting him now. But other than that, I just see a lot of Jalen Green that I'm like, I don't know that he's ever going to be what everybody still, I believe, thinks he's going to be. And I think De'Aaron Fox is just clamoring to have guys around him that he will get involved, that he can be a part of the process with, and still find a way to get his own. He doesn't have to work extra hard to get his own and still get the ball to other people. I really like his game. I wasn't sold as much till I watched him again last night. He's got a good, all around game.
A few things there that I want to address respectfully.
Please.
The Jalen Green contract doesn't bother me. Like, that's a 2-year deal. Like, do you just want to let him leave for free and then not recoup a talent? Like, to me,
you could have claimed him for one more year. You could have. You had the right to sign him for
pick up his option.
The option.
Yeah. And then you could have matched any contract he got, which could have been high. But it's short term. It's a 2-year deal. You're not going to be able to spend the money you used on him anyways because you're operating over the cap. Mm-hmm. So, like, it's not like that you could let him hit free agency and then you can repurpose that money. So it's either you sign him to a very, very short term deal, you just pick up the option, and this is the final year of his deal, or you trade him last offseason when he didn't still have like tons of value. So I don't mind the contract extension at all. I think that makes a lot of sense. But do I think he's the best perimeter scorer on what you hope is a championship team? No. And quite frankly, I thought you were going to take the Jalen Green side of this because I came prepared, ready to argue my De'Aaron Fox.
You're the big Jalen Green guy.
I don't know if I want to say I'm a big Jalen Green guy. I think that I've been more patient with Jalen Green than the fan base.
Than me too.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like, I think it makes a lot of sense to be patient on a guy who's still in his early 20s that does have tons of talent and can score you a bunch of points. Now, he's very streaky. His shooting is not consistent. There are definitely flaws to his game, but it's worth it to see if he can figure that all out. Like, I'm not trading Jalen Green for Jimmy Butler. Like, let's see what Jalen Green turns into. Maybe you never think Jalen Green's going to be a star,
right?
But he showcases enough where you can flip him for a star. So, like, and I don't think that you've been off of that for what it's worth, but that's why I've been more patient with Jalen Green. Like, let's let a young player who's finally getting coaching for the first time in his life see what he turns into. But whenever you argue who is the better player right now, and I can even listen to the whole Jalen Green's age, fits in better with the Rockets construct in terms of everybody's age? Because Jalen Green is 5 years younger than De'Aaron Fox. Now, Fox at 27, I wouldn't say is old, but I'm not sure there's one area of the game where Jalen Green's better than De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is a better scorer his entire career than Jalen Green is. He's a better shooter from the floor. He's a better three-point shooter. Pro Basketball Reference does an effective field goal percentage, which weighs two-pointers versus three-pointers. He's better in that category. Jalen Green doesn't have as many turnovers, but by about a half. And De'Aaron Fox has about 2 or 3 more assists per game because the ball's in his hands more often. I don't watch De'Aaron Fox every single game like I watch Jalen Green every single game. So I have a large sample of Jalen Green and a small sample of De'Aaron Fox. So it's hard for me to compare like who's a better defender. But if you go off the metrics, De'Aaron Fox was a better defender last year. Yeah. Jalen Green slightly better this year. But I think it's pretty clear that De'Aaron Fox is quite a bit a better basketball player than Jalen Green.
What frustrates me is people just look at points per game, and that's that, and they just immediately assume that because you're averaging 20-some points a game, or Jalen got 28 last night. Jalen's a star. Jalen's his star is on the rise. He's going to be, an all-star level player. He's a guy that can be the man on this team. And I just see it so differently because of the fact that he's a shooter, not a scorer. He scores because of the high volume of shots that he takes, and he has the freedom to take them, and he can make shots. There's no doubt about it. I think the biggest strength in his game is his ability to go to the basket, to hang in the air, to finish around the rim, and he's got a decent shooting touch, and he can make free throws. He just doesn't seem to want to do it enough. And I think that the more well-rounded stats look at some of the things you were mentioning, the assists, the ability to get others involved, the way that he facilitates, where he's not worried about – Fox will give the ball up, and it's not worried about whether he gets it back or not, but he knows that if he's open, he's going to get it, and they play the system the right way to get him the shots that he needs. I think you see the way he can facilitate for a guy like Sabonis and say he could do the exact same thing for a guy like Alpi and help Alpi's development even more. Not that Fred doesn't do it, but Fred's at a different stage in his career. So to me, Fox, because he gets buried in Sacramento because there's not a whole lot of attention given to that team anyway, I think that he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit, but he's a hell of a good player.
Yeah, I think it's pretty – I'm with you. I think it's very clearly De'Aaron Fox. What about the availability of Fox? I don't know that they'd be so willing to trade him, although I have seen that he didn't sign a contract offer from Sacramento. So
really,
yeah, that's what I was reading yesterday. Because I mean, the Rockets were playing the Kings yesterday, so like his name had been circulating and things like that. 2 frustrations, and I'm not including Ryan Hollins in this. Ryan Hollins is going to over the top homer. You're biting your tongue.
I'm a little bit.
You're gonna bite your tongue.
No, I'm not.
I think he's an over. He argues every single call. Every single call. Like there was a block charge yesterday.
Is it any different than Bullard was?
Clyde. Yeah.
Bullard and Clyde were the exact same way. Yeah. So was Bill Worrell.
Hollins, like there's like a clear call against the Rockets, which is the right call. Oh, there's no way. And he kind of makes some stuff up from time to time too. I'm going to start exposing it. I think
I had in the past. I met him like a week or so ago. He's a super nice dude.
He is.
I've been critical of his analysis in the past and the fact that, there's no connection to Houston. There was no Rockets ties. There were no Houston ties when they hired him. And I know that he had spent some time on ESPN, but it's funny that you say that because of the fact that that's what the fan base clamors for nowadays.
Maybe
I saw the fan base who was critical of him previously now talking about the fact that this Rockets tandem of Craig and Ryan, and then when you throw Vanessa into it, is now top 10 in the league. Why? Because the fans want to hear what they want to hear. They want to hear exactly what you're talking about. They want to hear him question every call that doesn't go the Rockets' way and and quite honestly, the organization does too.
Yeah, you might be right. It could very well be the truth. But I'm watching. I'm like, okay, all right, Ryan. I'm on to you here a little bit. But the 2 things that frustrate me, Jalen Green, huge first half and then kind of disappears in the second half. People were very critical of him taking that hit to the face. I didn't think that was dirty. I thought that was Jay Crowder, who is a big man who can't play above the rim, trying to prevent a shot at the rim without being able to play above the rim. He also didn't wind up. He didn't swipe down. I think it was accidental. Didn't look good, but I think it was accidental. I don't blame Jay Crowder at all in that play. I did too. I was like, Jay Crowder, all coming off their bench. And then I thought Amin Thompson was lousy yesterday. In fact, he was so lousy yesterday, Ime Udoka took a timeout in the middle of an offensive possession to bench his behind. Did you catch that?
That's why you love it.
He benched his behind in the middle of an offense. He took a timeout, middle of the possession, said, "You get your over here," and took him off the floor.
That is just another reason why you should love your head basketball coach, because
awesome.
of the fact that he's not afraid to do those kind of things. And tell me who hasn't been in those crosshairs. We've seen him do the same thing with Şengün in the past. We know that Amen's been playing his ass off this entire season, but he's not afraid to do it at any time if they're not playing his way. And that's what you love about the fact that, especially with such a young team, that you're able to see a coach that can get the most out of them, but also still is able to put his foot down and discipline them when they need it most.
I loved it. Yeah, and the signs of a young player. I mean, still very young. But yeah, took a timeout, middle of the session. You come sit over here next to me, you're out of the game. That was awesome. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A few people want to weigh in on the Rockets. We'll take your calls. We'll take your text on this. Also, when we come back, where are we at today on Bobby Slowick? 713-780-3776. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a word from MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, place you want to be if you want to bet on sports. They are the best in the business. They've been in business for over a decade. Your money's going to be safe and secure. You want to pay in crypto. You want to pay in your credit card. They're going to take that and make it as convenient as they possibly can for you. Your money will be safe when it's in your account. And because you listen to us and you want to try them, if you use our promo code BET975, anytime and every time you get the opportunity, you're going to have opportunities to cash in and get more money in your account. That's right, because you use that promo code, especially if you're signing up for the first time. They've got a new sign-up bonus where whatever you put in, they'll put in up to $1,000. You put 100 in, they'll put 100 on top. Before you know it, like instantly, you got 200 in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And even when there's not games going on, and they got all the games, they've got the UFC, the soccer, the college and pro basketball, the NFL and college football, and so much more. But even if you want to just feel like getting some casino games on, but you don't want to fly to Vegas, you don't want to drive to Louisiana, you don't have to. You go to mybookie.ag, live dealers are standing by, and they are going to be there for blackjack and poker and all your favorite casino games too. And they've got a tiered rewards program now called MyBookie Plus. Use that same promo code. Every time you log in and start making bets, they're going to notate them. The more you play, the more you're going to climb the ladder of tiers and get better rewards and more discounts and more opportunities. It's phenomenal because they take care of their customers. That's why I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Where you at on Bobby Slowick? We'll get to that in a couple of minutes. 713-780-3776. First, though, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Wes has some things to say about the Rocket announcers. Look what we started.
Thought about that.
Wes, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Wes?
Hey, guys. Really enjoy the show. Make my drive worth. It gets me through my drive, let me just say that. I've been listening to the Rockets since I came over from San Diego, and nothing bores me more than to hear homers. And, I like Gene Peterson, Worrell. He was hard to tolerate. But, yeah, I don't want to hear something that I'm watching. I definitely, I've been watching the game for a few years, and it's just, I don't want to hear a guy just every single call go, against the Rockets that it's not fair. Just like when Rick Barry was here. I mean, I love Rick Barry, but he never committed a foul. I mean, ever. And as far as that hit this Sunday, I'm a Texans fan, but I played football. I mean, not professionally, but that was a dirty hit. And it's just, I'm not going to lie. It just was a dirty hit. And, but I think a lot of fans, I don't know if they're not educated enough watching the sports, but I just don't want to hear it. It's boring. Call the game as you see it. I understand if you're a Cowboys fan, you got to call it like Jerry wants you to call the game. But, I just really hear the truth, as they see it.
Appreciate it, Wes.
I think you luck out in the fact that watching your favorite football team, you get the national announcers. So at least you're not, then from your personal perspective, Wes, you're getting what you want. You're getting supposedly non-bias analysis and content from announcers that aren't associated with the team. From a Rockets perspective, I think that, you look across the league, look at like Tommy Heinsohn forever doing Celtics games, Tommy points. Every time that he went off and was busting on officials and giving, players Tommy points for going at officials and barking at, bad calls and doing things the way he was doing, he was beloved, and they loved him even more because of those kind of things. It's a fine line. I mean, from my personal perspective, when I did this, the minute the games got on NBA TV and League Pass and all those things, we were supposed to tell all of our announcers, middle of the road, you gotta hype up the other team as much as you. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, I'm okay if announcers call it with like an excitement level towards their team.
Right.
Like I expect them to be like, yeah, when the Rockets do something, and then no, when the other team does something. It's the accuracy of like officiating where it crosses the line for me.
Oh, you'll get calls on that now too.
Or like Holland yesterday was talking so much about Alpi Şengün's hands, which I'm not saying he has bad hands, but it's like, oh, he's showing these great hands, where it was really his footwork that was impressive on a specific play. So it's like, yeah, you're not wrong that his hands are good, but on that particular play, I was more fascinated by his footwork than like that he dribbled the basketball.
Right. And I think that a lot of times now, especially with the internet and how quickly you can pull up and access highlights and stats, you have to be on your A game. And I think that that's where everybody can be called to task. But, we've had different management staffs that would say, hey, I don't ever want to hear you say an exciting thing about any player on the other team. And then we've had the league come down and say, if you mention an official, we're going to talk to you the first time, and then there's going to be ramifications.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. What about Fox's availability? I think that he's pretty reliable in terms of health.
Yeah.
I think he's had one year in the last like 3 years where he played 50 games, but other than that, it's been like above 70. I guess I could look this up real quick, but I just clicked off his name and I'm feeling lazy bones. I'm not feeling lazy bones. My computer's having some issues today for whatever reason. De'Aaron Fox, last 3 years, games played, not counting this year. He played 74 last year.
Good.
8 games missed. 73 the year before that, and then 59 the year before that.
Okay. That's
I don't think that was the COVID year. No, he's been in the league forever. He's been in the league since 17-18. This is his 8th year in the league.
Wow.
So he went 73, 81, 51, 58, 59, and then 73, 74 the last 2 years. So 3-4 years ago, only 50 games, which that's not great.
No, but look, he's a Houston kid. It would be a hell of a story. Monty McNair, who was Daryl's assistant with the Rockets, is their general manager. I think Monty knows enough about talent. And, at the time, he had the chance to make a choice between him and Halliburton and chose Fox. I don't think that Sacramento would be dumb enough to let De'Aaron Fox leave. But if he's ever on the block, he's the kind of guy that we've been talking about. Like, don't just trade a superstar for the sake of getting a superstar. Trade for one that blends and meshes and is going to enhance the rest of your roster. And he would be that kind of guy.
4515. I like Craig, but Ryan is mediocre. I think Craig's fantastic. I think Craig's one of the very best in the league. You hired Craig, right?
I did.
You saw the promise and the potential in a young Craig Ackerman. Same reason that you hired me.
No.
What about that pregnant pause? Come on.
That was a blank stare for sure. No, I hired Craig as an intern 2 weeks after I got the job. And and could not be more proud of the fact that he is, continued to grow, and he got his reps off the Comets and the Thunder Bears and now, replacing Worrell when Worrell retired and doing all he's doing. He's fantastic. Look,
Yeah,
I think Vanessa does a great job.
She
too.
does. She does a really good job. Vanessa does a fantastic job. Overall, it's a really good crew. I just think there's a weak link.
Well, you know what? I think back to, because Mario Elie was trying to get in there late in the process, and they thought that Mario needed more seasoning at the time, but they had Doug Gottlieb on their list.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh boy. Do you know that? Did you do a background check?
He was being seriously considered?
He was a finalist.
I think he was
last time around?
I think he was final two.
He was final two.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm glad we got Ryan Hollins then.
It was Ryan Hollins, Doug Gottlieb.
Yeah.
That was the final two?
There's one more. I'm trying to remember who it was.
Set your sights a
Yeah,
little
there
higher,
was
Rockets.
four, right?
There was
one
a
of them.
final three, and then eventually they made the deal, and Mario became part of the telecast anyway.
I don't think Mario's great on
in
color.
studio.
I know that he's your boy. Sorry.
No.
I don't think he's great on color. I think he's better in the studio.
Mario's good in studio, and there's things that he didn't have a broadcast background, but he was willing to work at it. He would go to Dallas to one-day camps and everything, trying to get better.
It's kind of his delivery.
Yeah, because he's got a very slow, deep,
it's nothing
monotone.
against him. It's just like you kind of,
But it's escaping me. There was one other candidate at the time, but they were down to three.
Was he Rocket related?
Oh, I know who it was. I don't know his name, but there was a coach that was an assistant coach in Brooklyn that had ties to Houston, grew up and coached in Houston for a while, that had done some college games on the East Coast, and it was him and Gottlieb and Hollins were the final three.
Yeah, not a great list. Anyway,
you would think with the Rockets' history,
you could find somebody,
someone, right?
Yeah. Bobby Slowick. Nick Caserio talked yesterday, and it was, his comments about Aziz Al-Shire obviously grabbed the headlines. But Sarge asked Nick Caserio if there could be some shared play calling down the stretch.
The answer to that last part is absolutely not. Like, Bobby Slowick's a great coordinator. He's done a great job. He's a great coach. And, we've done a lot of good things offensively. And I would say, as far as the second half goes, in the end, it just comes down to execution. So if the other team makes more plays than you do, then, they're going to win. So can we do a better job? Yeah, sure. Do better on first down. All right, put ourselves in second and manageable, which is third and manageable. Take care of the football. So in the end, this league is all about execution. It's about doing little things, about controlling field position.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't know what shared play calling looks like, quite frankly. But I think Bobby Slowick sends the message that, no, Bobby Slowick is their guy.
I think the answer to your question, if you don't know what it looks like, if you want to guess, would be like Andy Reid when he let Nagy or some of his assistant coaches and coordinators call the plays, but then at certain times he would come in and say, we're going to go with this play.
Yeah, but that's...
They kind of did that here with Gary and Kyle.
But both of those are offensive head coaches. I don't know what it looks like on this staff.
McCarthy's known to do it his whole career. McCarthy would turn over play calling, and then he would start to take it back gradually and then take it full back when things went wrong.
To me, that makes sense because you're kind of grooming the eventual play caller. To me, it would make sense if D'Amico Ryans is in a good spot with Burke, and he's like, hey, Burke, you're going to call some non-critical downs. He actually did that in the preseason. Matt Burke called the preseason. D'Amico didn't call the preseason. You see, Kyle, maybe it wasn't Shanahan. McVay did that with the Rams, too. McVay let a guy be a head coach for a game.
Yes, he did.
So, you see that grooming, but you don't usually see a team that has a defensive-minded head coach that then has shared offensive play calling. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life.
I think it's a ludicrous question at this point in the season anyway, but I just think it's a ridiculous scenario to try and say at this point in the season with everything this far down the line that you're suddenly going to try and do shared play calling. The only thing that you have is a bye week to try and play with, but other than that, even with that, I should say, it makes zero sense to me to try and do something like that right now.
Yeah, the question that I wanted to pose and ask 713-780 ESPN isn't should they axe or sack Bobby. I think I agree with you. I think it's ridiculous and not even worth the question. Mine is, where are you at with Bobby now? Because it's been, it hasn't even really been the ebbs and flows. It's kind of just been the bad whenever we talk about the criticism that Bobby Slowick has faced. Where are we at on Bobby Slowick right now? 713-780-3776. Where are you at with it?
I still like him. I think that, look, it's a blessing and a curse when this team kind of makes the progress it made in a year's time last year. And so he was the apple of everybody's eye because of this big jump and how quickly this team turned it around and what they were able to start doing with their new quarterback. And you take some lumps. Your offensive line has been really, really bad. And now suddenly Bobby Slowick needs to be fired. I think that you get too caught up sometimes in making knee-jerk decisions, and you end up regretting the fact that you got a really good young football mind that has a pretty good grasp on offenses in today's NFL that makes some mistakes. And I think that it doesn't mean that you can't bring in help. You can't do other things to kind of enhance the offense in the offseason. But I'm not by any means saying if Bobby Slowick doesn't get a head coaching job next year, or that you should pull the plug on Bobby Slowick as your OC.
Yeah, I think he'll be back. I'm kind of probably like at a 5 when it comes to Slowick. I'm okay. I'm not like over the moon with Bobby like I was last year, but I'm also not firing him in the offseason because I don't think he'll be a head coach next year. Texture, have y'all noticed that Slowick stopped wearing a hat? What's up with that? I think it's just superstition. Coaches will tell you they're not superstitious, but they're all a little stitious.
Oh, they are.
They're all a little stitious.
Sure.
Where are you at with Slowick?
A little stitious. I'm probably about at a 4 or 5. I'm not going to lose sleep if some other team poaches him, but I think he's an overall good play caller. But whether it be last year with some of the fullback dives and throws to the fullback that I could have done without, or this year what we talked about in the fullback or in the Dallas Cowboys game where he randomly started going up tempo with the lead and throwing the ball for no reason when they had the big lead. There's some moments where I don't love his play calling, but I don't think he's been a huge negative.
Yeah,
he's kind of middle of the road.
Last year was a lot of short yardage, third down, fourth down calls that
just
we questioned.
Too many fullbacks. Like I get Andrew Beck. Maybe he's a little more athletic than the average fullback, but yeah, I was done with the fullback dives.
But I think this year it was a lot too, where when they get into a rhythm and they start really developing a drive, and he'll throw the gadget play in there at
like
the absolute worst
double
time.
reverse.
Yes.
Like that was, I think maybe the Colts game. I think that might have been, but it's just there's the random moments where he gets way too cute, and then it's they had the halfback pass a few games ago too. So it's just. Yeah, he baffles me at times.
He does get cutesy. When you say poach, though, you mean as a head coach because you don't really see that. Okay,
no, I don't see him leaving as an OC to OC.
What do you think the chances of him being a head coach next year are?
10-15%.
I'd go no higher than 10.
I was gonna be like at 5.
Yeah, I would go no higher than 10%.
That star has lost some shine.
Yep.
Key from LA, Bobby's not to blame. The Texans got to be better on both sides of the ball, and until they learn how to close a game, they play off Triple B short. You're right, Key from LA.
Well, at least they'll be where the Rams probably won't be. But here's the thing, Key. The other thing when you look at it, where you can take not necessarily a shot, but you can have constructive criticism of a guy like Bobby Slowick is when your offensive line is playing its absolute worst, you can change the formations and the way that you get into your offense so that you buy some more time for your quarterback, or you get the ball out of his hands a lot quicker. And for streaks there, when the offensive line was at its worst, we didn't see that.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Yesterday, the College Football Committee, they unveiled their most recent rankings. I think they gave us a lot of information. What did the newest ranking tell us? And are there any questions left on what could happen ahead of the college football playoff in a couple of weeks? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blankers, Branham, Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What did the College Football Committee tell us with their college football rankings yesterday? 713-780-ESPN. What do you got, Blankers?
I think the only thing it told me is that there's really, I think it really, we're only watching one spot where it might be determined.
I think so. Like the, I forget the name of the committee chair, but he flat out said that if you're not playing this weekend, you're not going to be affected. So the whole Alabama, Miami, Ole Miss, South Carolina conversation, that's been settled, right?
Yeah.
If he tells us that anybody who's not playing, any team that's not playing will not be impacted by not playing. Well, that last spot has been told. Like you've told us that Alabama's ahead of Miami. They're 11. Miami's 12. Ole Miss is 13. South Carolina's 14. I think that Miami, Ole Miss, and South Carolina have been eliminated from the 12-team playoff.
I think there's no question about it. And that was the exact quote I was going to go to when he said that those things aren't going to change with those ranked teams and where they sit currently, except for the fact that you're looking at one possible outcome that may flip. I just think that it's already been predetermined, and I would have guessed that Alabama's going to be in it, and it's going to come down to the one spot with SMU.
So what I think, in 713-780-ESPN, if there's more conversation about this that maybe I'm not seeing, I believe that the only debate that is left is if Clemson beats SMU, Clemson could potentially steal the last spot if SMU is still in. So the question is, if Clemson beats SMU, is SMU getting in? Because it'd come down to SMU and Alabama at this point.
Yeah, I've heard so many different comments on this too, and on one, what's the guy that used to coach at Florida that's now on ESPN?
Mullen.
Mullen was on with McAfee this morning, and he went on this long list of strength of schedule and the competition and your wins and your losses. And then said, and now I'm going to make myself look like an idiot because I still believe that if SMU loses, they should still be in.
So that would kick Alabama out.
Yeah.
Alabama would be out in that
I just
scenario.
don't see that scenario happening.
Two things. I have two takes on this. One, I believe the committee has proven to us time and time again that they like name brands.
Blue Bloods, yep.
I think that Alabama would get in over SMU should they lose to Clemson. Secondly, I think Alabama should get in over SMU if SMU loses to Clemson. Between SMU, Miami, and Clemson, what is their best non-conference win? SMU didn't even play Miami. Like who did SMU?
That's what everybody was waiting to see.
What is SMU's best win?
Yeah, their most signature game was the close loss to BYU at home.
So I have two takes when it comes to the outside. Three, I guess, because Alabama, SMU, if SMU loses to Clemson, I'm voting in Alabama. I love SMU's story where they told all of college football, screw you, we'll pay our way into the ACC, we'll play for free, and then we're going to go show you that we can play with the big boys, and they've played with the big boys. I respect the heck out of what SMU has done. They were being mocked and ridiculed. Look at these losers going to the ACC and not taking any of the money. And then what have they done? They have put themselves in position to make the college football playoff. They went and stole Andy Infield from USC. I respect the heck out of what SMU is doing. If SMU loses to Clemson and their best win is probably TCU,
no, they've got.
I'm talking about non-conference because, to me, they beat Louisville. Cool, Louisville or TCU is their best win.
Pittsburgh's 18th in the country. that's.
Okay, but is the ACC overrated? So, you have to look at non-conference, in my opinion.
I know. I'm just saying they're not without top 25 wins, and it's and two of them are obviously in conference with Louisville and Pittsburgh.
Well, if you're comparing top wins, they don't have better wins than Alabama.
No, because Alabama beat Georgia.
That's the biggest
one on their resume. They don't have better
wins
than Alabama. You could say, well, they don't have
Alabama
as bad
has
losses.
One fewer wins.
I would go Alabama over SMU if SMU loses. Secondly, I think that the ACC is overrated. All of these, the Miami AD came out. Well, we deserve to be reconsidered in high. How? What have you done, Miami, that you should be in over Alabama?
No, Miami's out.
They don't have.
think Miami's even
Miami.
in the conversation.
Hold on a second. Miami doesn't have a top 25 win.
And think about the wins that they do have and how lucky
Louisville.
They were on several of them. Where you're
Louisville
come on, man,
wasn't
you're getting by the seat of your pants.
Well, I don't care about it at the time. Actually, Louisville's not ranked currently, so they don't have a top 25 win.
Okay.
I don't care about it at the time because if you beat Florida State in week 1, they were a top 5 program in the country. You didn't beat a top 5 team. I think it's so stupid. Well, if you beat a top 5 team whenever they're now 1-10. That wasn't a top 5 team in the country. It should be about where they finish. Louisville dropped out of the rankings. Miami does not have a top 25 victory.
Yeah, Miami's
They do not have a top 25 victory. I personally think that the ACC is overrated. You said Pitt. Pitt's not in the top 25 either.
Okay,
They were at the time.
It must have been at the time. Yeah,
At the time. There's only 4 ranked ACC teams: SMU, Miami, Clemson, and then Syracuse is at 22 because they just beat Miami.
Right.
Miami doesn't have a top 25 victory. SMU doesn't have a top 25 victory. Clemson got hammered by Georgia. And what else did Clemson do? They got beat at home by South Carolina. I think that the ACC is the fourth best conference in college football. I think they were overrating the ACC. Secondly, well, Brian, of course you're going to stand for the Big 12. I believe the Big 12 is kind of getting screwed. You just mentioned SMU, BYU. Like, that's the SMU's biggest non-conference matchup. BYU, who's the third best team in the Big 12, beat SMU in that game. Look at how many teams are ranked by the Big 12 in the top. There's 4 teams in the top 23, yet you're not even going to get one of the 4 bids that are going to go to the conference champions that are buys. Like, Boise State's at 10. Your best team is at 15. Also did the numbers on this. Top 4 teams in the Big 12. You currently have Arizona State at 15. You have Iowa State at 16. You have BYU at 18. And you have Colorado at 23. If you look at those 4 teams against the other Power 3 major conferences in college football, the Big 12 is 1-0 against the SEC, 1-1 against the Big 10, and 1-0 against the ACC. I feel like the committee's disrespecting the Big 12. Of course, on the Big 12 stand,
they
completely,
like, what are the
completely
actual
believe
wins,
that.
though? You said 1-0 against the SEC. What is that matchup?
I forget what it was. It was Iowa State beat Iowa. There is that one. BYU beat SMU, and SMU's getting all. That's a top 10
that
win.
That one's applicable. Well, I'm just saying, like, if I'm just pulling
there
one
was
out
Mississippi State who didn't win an SEC
yeah,
game.
the Mississippi State's terrible. That's
At the
not
same
a point
time,
in the
though,
Big 12's
but if you
favor.
want to go up and down the Big 12 and the SEC, a 0-win Big 12 team in Oklahoma State beat Arkansas, and Arkansas has a big win over one of these big SEC teams that we're talking about.
Yeah, Arkansas finished 6-6. It wasn't like they were an amazing team, though.
Sure, but then
he's not wrong. The
but
ACC
then you look
is
at
lesser than.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with the ACC's lesser than. I just don't think that we're good. It feels like cherry picking to say, well,
but you're also
1-0
cherry
against the
picking when you
SEC
say Arkansas
they
6-6.
They faced Mississippi State. The one win over the SEC was Mississippi
I'll
State.
give you that.
The
But whenever
worst team in the conference.
Sure, there is that. But you're also cherry picking when you say, well, Arkansas was 6-6 in the SEC, but then you see that they beat Tennessee, and then you completely disqualify that against Tennessee. So if you're going to use that Arkansas is only 6-6, well, then we should probably dock Tennessee more for losing to a 6-6 team.
Yeah, but again, that's kind of the point. We can play this game with every team.
I think you can play with it more in certain leagues than in others. Like, I don't think that the Big Ten has a very good non-conference showing.
They don't.
I think the ACC has an atrocious non-conference showing. I feel like the Big 12 of the Power 4 conferences, and I'm not even saying that they should belong
Iowa
with the
State
SEC
beat
or the
Iowa.
Big
There's
Ten.
a win over Mississippi State. That's not impressive.
Okay, give me some Big Ten's non-conference victories.
I-
Give me the
that's-
SEC
again, that's my point.
non-conference victories.
That's my overall point.
But why is the Big 12 getting penalized more than the other leagues?
I don't feel like they are.
What do you mean they're not? Which Power 4 team is not in the top 4 that are getting buys?
Well, okay, so you put
They're 12th,
They're getting
in fact.
penalized for the
Sure,
the lack
but
of shine on their conference.
Iowa State versus Alabama would be the lowest ranked team in the playoff right now from the SEC. Neutral field, who's favored?
Okay, you want to do the neutral field thing. Who's favored neutral field between Alabama and Penn State?
I think Alabama.
There you go.
Damn
so,
well better
so
be.
why are we critical of the Big 12 in the same exact scenario that you present for the Big 10?
Yeah, but I think that's that's part of the equation, but you also have to factor in what you actually think of the overall talents of these teams. I don't think people, maybe this is wrongly, but I don't think people view Iowa State and Arizona State as good as these other Big 10 and Big 12 teams.
I have no problem with the Big 10 and the SEC, by the way. I have no problem saying the Big 10 and the SEC are the top 2 conferences in all of college football. I think the Big 10 non-conference is atrocious. I think Indiana would be underdogs against all of these teams. I think the SEC's non-conference is not very good, but I'll give you eye tests with the SEC and the Big 10. I have no problem doing that. I'm not putting Oregon and Ohio State below a Big 12 team. Same thing with all the SEC teams, quite frankly. But whenever you look at the ACC and you look at their top 3 teams, SMU's the highest ranked ACC team, right? Who did you say was their big non-conference matchup?
They lost.
It was
at
BYU.
Home, lost at home to BYU.
They lost to BYU at
if
home.
this is a conversation of ACC versus Big 12, I'm with you.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm saying
all right.
I'm willing to ignore the Big 10. Well, I think the Big 12.
College football.
I think the Big 12, in a 20,000-mile view, is being underrated. And when you look at it specifically to the ACC,
I'm with you.
If you look at it specifically ACC and Big 12, what has the ACC done that the Big 12 hasn't? SMU does not
Just
have a
name-
top
just name
25
recognition.
victory. Miami doesn't have a top 25 victory. Clemson doesn't have a top 25 victory. They got hammered by a team that's in the playoff. They got beat at home by a team that just is going to miss the playoff in South Carolina. I think the Big 12 should have way more respect than the ACC is.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But at
And
the
look,
same
and
time,
even
we're
from a
talking
Big
about
Ten perspective, when I've said that, and I'm a Big Ten guy, the Big Ten Conference it's an embarrassment in terms of who they play and how they played all year, with the exception of the very top teams. And even Ohio State, after losing to Michigan, took a knock. But Oregon and Ohio State, I've not been sold on Penn State. Indiana's even farther down the list than that. And when you start comparing conference by conference, Jeremy's not wrong in this.
I know, but at the same time, we're talking about, I mean, you guys both agree if SMU loses to Clemson, they're out. So we're still talking about the ACC getting one team in, Big 12 getting one team in. I get that Big 12 maybe is disrespecting the regard they're not going to get the bye, but how great is the disrespect when both leagues are only getting one team in? The gap there in what the conferences are getting is really not all that different.
The gap is between 8 and 15. That's a 7-spot gap.
But both conferences are getting it at one team in. If SMU, well, actually, either way, if
But
SMU wins,
ACC could potentially get 2.
yes, but I mean, you guys both said that you thought they wouldn't. So let's play in that
I think it's
hypothetical.
50-50. I personally would pick Alabama. What do I think the committee will do? I think it's tough to penalize a team that's in a conference championship game.
I agree with you. I mean, if the committee today thinks SMU deserves to be higher, I would not penalize them. But we all seem to agree that Alabama would jump them in that case. So if we're talking
different, I think it's 50-50 what the committee would do. I personally would jump Alabama over SMU.
Sure.
What would the committee do? I'm torn. I think they'll go name brand, but I'm not convinced on that.
I know. I'm just living in the hypothetical where that does happen. Both conferences will get one team in, and neither one will get a first round bye. The disrespect and the gap is not that great.
If Clemson beats SMU.
Yes.
Right. But what if SMU beats Clemson?
Would SMU get a first round bye?
They're currently 3rd. Yes.
Okay, so
they're
they would get a first round bye.
They're currently the 3 seed in the 12-team bracket.
Yeah, they would
and
get a
Arizona
first round
State's
bye.
12.
Yeah, I mean
That's
again,
a pretty great gap.
It is
Brian.
a pretty good gap, but then also you go back to the eye test as well.
Okay, eye test between SMU and the Big 12 champion is what?
I mean, SMU. I mean, they did lose at home at BYU, so it's a tough argument to make. I think this is being overblown. Anyways.
All right. Stressing or blessing? Blessing or stressing, I mean. What are you blessing? What are you stressing? Our guy Garrett, when we return, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. My colleague, my guy, U of H class of 1990. Chris Fisher, also my guy. Great people at HRP. They're the best. I've been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Also, their customer service is second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blessing or stressing with Garrett. Blessing or stressing, HoustonStressins.com, on IG at Houston Stressins. Texans commenter on TikTok and on Twitter. How's it going? Have a good week?
Going great, man. I've kind of missed you guys. I know we missed each other during the break. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. So
you made up for it.
Yeah.
You engaged with others while we were out?
Yeah, absolutely I did. I mean, I feel like I engaged probably a little too much, but
yeah, maybe. It's always good to have you on a Wednesday.
Yeah, Twitchers.
I think we're all guilty of that from time to time.
Oh, no doubt.
I never beef with anybody.
Never.
Yeah.
I don't.
I couldn't see Jeremy arguing with anybody.
No. It's always it's always about sports. That's it.
Of course.
I don't get into anything else but that. I'm a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
One-trick pony. No personal insults.
Yeah.
It's always about sport. I might tell you you're an idiot about sports, but that's about as far as I'll go.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. You too?
Yeah.
All right. What are we?
I just match energy with what I get. That's all.
I probably shouldn't stir it up. All right. What are we?
It's kind of where it all started.
I know. Yeah. Okay. I did kind of stir it all up. All right. What are we blessing or stressing?
So the first one I got is: are we blessing or stressing the fact that we have a bye week this late? I think it's us and 5 or 6 other teams that have it this late, the latest in the season. I get that it's before this gauntlet of, as Jeremy has hammered home the point, 3 games in 11 days, not 10 days.
Everybody's saying 10.
I was guilty of that, and now I'm on the correct.
Look, you got through to somebody.
Christy from the AP asked Nick yesterday about the gauntlet of 3 games in 10 days. And I was reading Drew's mailbag today on HoustonTexans.com, and he had a fan ask him a question about the gauntlet, 3 games in 10 days, and Drew didn't correct him. I was disappointed.
She have fancy shoes on?
Who?
Christy?
It was audio.
Oh, okay.
They didn't show her. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Probably,
you've done a
though.
good job. I correctly know how to say it. So
People have been arguing about the hours in between and saying that it should be 10 days because of the hours in between. And if you do the math on the hours, it's actually 247 hours, which is greater than 10 days. Yeah, these are the nerds that are arguing.
This is the rabbit hole that we've decided to go down.
Yeah.
People that just can't admit they're wrong. Like
I
you
know.
corrected me. I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I will correct it going forward.
They can't admit that they're wrong, and they're trying to convince me in hours, and it's still greater than 240 hours. And if it's greater than 240 hours, what does that mean? It's greater than. It's greater than 10 days.
I admire, your resilience.
I was a math major for a semester.
Okay.
I had to drop out.
But yeah, so I mean, blessing or stressing the bye week this late. I'm going to mildly stress it because I think it hasn't really been pointed out that much, but the Houston Texans started the season the earliest in the league and have the latest bye. That was because of that extra preseason game with the Hall of Fame game. And I really think it affected us in that Tennessee Titans game. I'm not for excuse making, but we came off a short week with that Monday Night Football game against the Cowboys, come home against the Titans, kind of sleepwalk through it. And I think over time going that long, even if in that preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, players didn't play, it's still a mental strain on the players and coaches alike. So
you're practicing, you're at camp.
Yeah. And it's could you imagine being in that rut just nonstop? So, I was stressing it for that, but it couldn't come at a better time now, obviously.
I don't like it simply because of the fact that if it had happened earlier, whether to your points with the schedule and the fact that, remember, because, you'd like to find it worked in somewhere where you have a short week that maybe you would have been better coming out of it to get even more time off, or some ways to where from an injury and recuperation standpoint and from getting ready from game to game, that you'd kind of like it to have it closer towards the middle point of the season to the first 5 to 7 games. And then you get a really nice clean break to get refreshed for that second half of the season. I think this is too late. I think it comes at a late time, and it's it's at a tough time. Everybody's clamoring for changes and doing, what are you going to do and what are you going to do differently? It's not like it happened right before midseason where you've got a whole second half of the season to get ready for. You got, 4 games.
If you told me at the start of the year, when do I want my bye? I wanted it as close to the middle as possible. But now that you've been able to climb to the apex, and now really it's downhill from here, I'm blessed in it. I'm blessed in now because you're actually going to experience it now. And now you just get ready for the stretch of 3 games in 11 days. But no, I think that if you can survive it, it's good and beneficial that it happens later in the year. If the season's toast, right? Bye comes in week 14 and you haven't had the bye and you can't regroup and you can't get healthy and you're going into the bye with a record of, let's see, there were 13 games. Let's just call it
You're the
5-8.
You're the Jets.
Let's say you're 5-8. Like the bye is awful and it's ruined your season.
Yeah.
But if you can get to the bye with where the Texans are and have a 2-game lead in the division, it actually helps you that it's later in the season. Because if you use the bye as like a way to just say fuel up the tanks, and other teams haven't had that opportunity, like their bye came in week 9, well, they're going to be closer to being on fumes by the end of the year or in the playoffs than you are because you've had your bye later. You could also use the analogy kind of like a race, an F1 race, right? Like they're changing their tires, right? And then whenever you change your tires, when are you your fastest? When are you your freshest?
Lowest amount of tread we had left.
Immediately after you change those tires. So they're gonna be on better tires whenever they get into the postseason than a team that's in the postseason when they were in week 7.
I think that traditionally I look at it and say I never want it too soon and
Same.
I never want it too late. But at the same time, you want it at a time where when you think about when Nico was hurt, you think about when Will Anderson Jr. was hurt. If it would have come in a little earlier where maybe you would have bought an extra week for one, if not both of those guys, or Joe Mixon, that maybe could that. Yeah, that was where I was going.
Sure.
Could it have all, turned into an extra win here or there? You're right that now that they've got it right now, because of all the things that they're just getting by and having to deal with coming forward with the condensed amount of games, it doesn't hurt them per se.
No.
Ideally, I think I would like it a little earlier.
It depends on when I'm being asked. Like we have the luxury of hindsight now. Yeah. Because if you would have asked again at the start of the season, and I think we talked about this, how do you like the bye in week 14? I hate it. And I'm with you. Like at the start of the year, you see a bye in week 14. You do not like that. But if we would have had the conversation before the season that you get to the bye, you're at 8-5, you're 2 games up on the Colts, you swept the season series, would you take it in that sense? I think it would have been clearly yes. So, yes, we do have the benefit of hindsight, but we're currently living in this moment. So I think that the bye, because of hindsight, because of what the Texans did in the first 13 weeks, actually is coming at a good time. And hopefully they have more tread on the tires later in the year and into the postseason.
Well, it makes that record we have now that much better, like he says. I mean, we went through this, long drudge of no rest, and we made it out on top. So I'm definitely with you on that part. Next up, I mean, this is a topic we've all been talking about in Houston. I know Jeremy's been all over this, another topic that he's the lead soldier on. But are we blessing or stressing the Aziz 3-game suspension? I know you were talking about, I believe it's Karen Runyon is his name, is what you referred to him as.
Yeah.
Obviously, the letter was, none of us really enjoyed the letter, but I'm sure we're all on the same page, but I'm big stressing the fact that it's a 3-game suspension. I know he's doing his appeal today. I don't know if it's still going on or what, but hopefully it gets reduced to 2. Maybe some way, somehow it's down to 1. I think you pointed this out too. A lot of it is sensationalism, in my opinion. And I think it all started from the broadcast, honestly. I felt like they just wildly overreacted to it. And then from there, it just hit social media. And, next thing you know, you got this big problem on your hands. But, and like Nick Cassero yesterday, like that is a silver lining. Him and D'Amico Ryans coming out. Like I think this could be a net positive for us as far as rallying the troops and solidifying the team. But I agree 100% with Nick Cassero in the sense that they're just super inconsistent and it's not fair. I mean, you see all the stuff that happened last year to our quarterback with CJ, Quinnen Williams, other players getting, fines and then not getting suspended. And then Aziz is never suspended and all of a sudden suspended 3 games. So that's why I'm big stressing it.
Yeah, I think you should be. I think that, the hope is, as we've discussed it at nauseum, the fact that the hope is that the suspension gets reduced, but you can't erase the fact that they went way too far. That they tried to make him the poster child for encouraging the rest of the league to not do anything like this again until they can try and hopefully change the rule and do some things to better curtail it, make it a little bit more fair for the defensive football player. But overall, I thought it was way too long of a suspension. I would think that, as we talked about, they're probably going to take 1 game off of it. But would it surprise me if they didn't, because it's of all the national attention it's gotten and the fact that people are so focused on this right now? No.
Yeah, I think you're right. The reaction immediately in the after, plus the injury. Like the injury makes this a far bigger deal. I just came across
now he's on IR.
Yeah, I just came across a tweet with Trey Wingo, and Trey Wingo saying, "Well, why should Aziz Al-Shire be allowed back before Trevor Lawrence is allowed back?" Which is always those, an injury or a hit that causes an injury, that the player that delivered the hit on a player that gets injured, that they should miss the same amount of games as said injured player. But yeah, you're right. The sensationalism of it was a lot very, very quick. Moose is talking about how despicable it was. Rob Gronkowski spewing nonsense, and like he does this stuff in the past. Michael Strahan's talking about how Aziz got himself ejected because he didn't want to face the repercussions of the rest of the game. Yeah. He got ejected because of the hit. Michael Strahan, what are you talking about? I think this is a classic case of kind of mainstream media controlling everybody else's opinions of what they're supposed to believe on it. A late hit, absolutely. We can debate like the dirtiness of it. But in terms of him missing games, and I'm with you, I think it's going to end up being a 2-game suspension, which I still feel like is a game too many. Yep. Yeah, I'm stressing the absence of Aziz Al-Shire. And I know that Christian Harris might return and all of that, but how much is he going to actually play? Who they're playing matters too. Like first game, we all think it's going to be at least a 1-game suspension. Okay, well now you're going to be looking at a combination of Henry To'oTo'o, Neville Hewitt, and Devin White, who got cut by the Eagles, having to defend the middle of the field against Tua, who's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL, with a receiving core of Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Jonnu Smith is really good, and don't forget about Devin Achane, who's a local guy too, who's been wreaking havoc on the rest of the NFL. If he misses beyond that, then Kansas City's into the mix. Baltimore's into the mix. So not only is missing him, am I stressing, but also the opponent that you're playing during the course of his projected suspension.
Yeah, so that was actually going to be one of my next topics that we can skip over. I was going to talk about would we be blessing or stressing the linebacker position during his absence. I mean, I think we can all say that we'd be stressing on that.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about who gets motivated the most by the way that the organization is kind of galvanized behind Aziz Al-Shire. Well, it damn well better be the linebackers that are filling in for him because they need all the motivation they can get because we already questioned the lack of depth at the linebacker position or the abilities behind the starting linebackers, and that's with Christian Harris being out the whole season so far. But now you're going to expect these guys, as it currently stands, to do this for the next 3 games against above-average, upper echelon opponents. That's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah, stressing.
Well, we had a glimpse on that too. I mean, he's already missed 3 games earlier in the year with injury, I believe, and we went 2-1 during that stretch. But like for my brief dive into it, I think one area we definitely suffered was the run game. I think we allowed at least 100 yards rushing in each of those games. One was right at 100, and then to me too, live in the game immediately after he was ejected. What stood out to me was the Jaguars with the backup Mac Jones just ran the ball straight down our throats, and we couldn't stop it. And my
for
immediate
12
thing
plays in a row, I think it was, where they didn't even pass the football early on. They just were jamming it right down the middle of the line.
Yeah, and so I was on Twitter why is this happening? And people were like, it's because Aziz is out. I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So
they were 1-2 in that stretch.
We were 1-2.
They lost to Green Bay. They beat Indy by 3, and then they lost that game to the Jets on Halloween.
Oh,
1-2 with that.
And now you got a tougher stretch.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah,
so
I just pulled it up.
Yeah,
I was like, it's a good idea to see what their record was.
Yeah, and then if you look at the rush yards, I think the Jets had a lot of rush yards, and then Green Bay, they didn't do good in the first half, but they won that game in my opinion in the second half because the run game stepped up. I mean, Neville Hewitt had a pick in that game, but it's gonna, in my opinion, it's gonna be like a platoon or a committee.
Yeah.
I think Neville Hewitt's a decent run stopper, but now that we didn't have Devin White before, I think now we can kind of platoon him in at Mike or outside on passing down. So
what's interesting about it though is I wonder how much they trust either Henry To'oTo'o or Devin White with the green dot. I think that's the reason we saw more Hewitt in the second half than we did Devin White is because they trust Hewitt the most to send in the play.
That's probably true.
And then communicate.
Because I think the only other guy that D'Amico trusts more than Al-Shire, just regardless of position, would be, I think, Jimmy Ward, because Jimmy Ward's experience playing with D'Amico all these years, but Jimmy Ward's not going to be calling. I don't think he's going to be wearing the green dot in the slot.
And sometimes they take, not a lot, but they did play some 4-3 against Jacksonville, probably trying to compensate for not having Aziz. Although I don't know if they did that. They did do it actually after Aziz got ejected because I remember seeing it in the second half. But yeah, I don't think they would give the dot to Jimmy
and I
Ward.
think the other thing that you have to take into consideration is, the Jets were turns out to be way lesser than what you thought, and you lost that game. So of those 3 games, you went 1-2, and the only opponent that looks like it could be a playoff team right now is Green Bay. And now you're facing a stretch where you're playing 3 power. Miami's trying, and now that Tua's back, that's a whole different ball game. And then you got, the 2 best teams in the AFC. So that's a gauntlet for anybody, and they're going to have to step up big time.
11-day gauntlet.
But your point, 11 days. No, but your point about the green dots.
No, you didn't. Okay. No.
The green dot point's a great one because actually Nick Caserio brought that up when on Coffee with Coach, or his interview with Mark Vandermeer. So they're definitely aware of that as well. So I had one more, but that can kind of
we
be
get one more if you got it. Yeah.
The last one's just going to be blessing or stressing the Texans making a legit playoff run at this point in the season. It's been a roller coaster of a year, highs and lows. Obviously sky high expectations before the year. I will say that I'm mildly blessing it. I think there's a chance that we can reach the AFC Championship, which is probably a lot of our fans' goal, like for us to reach. I think the big thing is the offensive line has started to play better in the pass game and in the run blocking game. I was very encouraged against the Jaguars to close that game out. We ran the ball towards the end to seal the game, and I know people can say, "Well, that's against the Jags," but you have to think like it's still the NFL. Even despite the record, it's still a good team. They're still trying, and you would have to think that helps our confidence. So because of that, I'm slightly blessing it.
I'm stressing it. I think there's a good chance this team could be one and done. I think you mentioned it. I think you can call it a roller coaster ride. You can just mine is a tale of everything is a tale of two halves. It's a tale of the offense versus the defense. When one is good, the other seems to be bad. When you play good in the first half, you don't in the second half. When the offense scores in the second half and the defense doesn't play great, and there's just too much talent on this team. Yes, for the simple standpoint, I understand where you're coming from. That the talent is enough on this roster that they should be able to compete with just about anybody they face in the playoffs. But overall, the inconsistency this team has shown all season long worries me to the point where I just don't know if they're ever going to put it all together and kind of get it all going for a game or two. So I'm stressing it.
Yeah. If we're using the bar as the AFC Championship game, I'm gonna stress that one too. I think that they're capable of beating anybody in the NFL, but I also think they're capable of losing to anybody in the NFL. So it's almost a coin flip anytime that they play, especially against playoff caliber teams. So like if you're gonna get to the AFC Championship game, and if I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying that anybody they play is a coin flip, they have to win 2 coin flips to get to the AFC Championship game. I think they've been too inconsistent
And it's
to
a
do that.
conversation you and I had yesterday. It's one thing to say, could they beat the Chiefs? Could they beat the Ravens? When we're sitting here debating, could they beat the Broncos? Could they beat the Chargers? On a neutral field or a home field advantage situation, who are the teams in the playoffs that you feel most confident? You basically don't feel super confident against anybody that you would face in the first round of the playoffs.
That's the frustrating thing about this team is, like y'all alluded to, we played down to our competition and up to our competition. And I don't know if that's like an overall philosophy from D'Amico Ryans. Like, we've never had a blowout win. Like, it's like we just hang on for wins and like find a way to win. So like that, kind of stresses you out going to the playoffs.
Yeah, it doesn't bless you out, though. You can say that for sure. Garrett at Blessing or Stressin. Check out his stuff at HoustonStressins.com, on IG at Houston Stressins, Texan commenter on TikTok and Twitter for all your Texans news. It's right there with Garrett. When we come back, what are your Week 13 overreactions in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a word right now from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. It is not the gimmicks that don't work, the sprays, the creams, the foams, the things that you see on late night television. No, this is the stuff that actually works. It's your own hair. And he takes it from where you're never going to lose it, and he puts it where you need it most. And he gets results. And I'm telling you, I'm living proof of it. Granado's living proof of it. You could be next in line to do the exact same thing. The NeoGraft procedure works. And essentially, I had a consultation with Doc and his staff where he explained everything to me. And the fact of the matter is no matter how bald you go in other areas, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he kind of repurposes it, kind of like resodding your lawn, takes some of that from the sides and the back, puts it where you need it most. And in no time at all, that hair is growing. It's getting stronger. It's getting longer. And because he's taking it from a place where it never goes away, you're never going to see it go away as well. It's where he puts it is where it's going to stay, with 95 to 99% of the follicles that he moves staying and growing and being with you for the rest of your life. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. It's a game changer. And he also does, aside from the NeoGraft procedure, PRP treatments. You've heard athletes use it for their knees and their shoulders and their elbows. You can also use it with your hair. You have hair on your head. It's just not as thick and strong and lush as it used to be. The PRP treatments get it back to where it once was. They are phenomenal, and you get that consultation like I had for free, not the $150 that people off the street pay, just by going to 975hair.com. Go to 975hair.com right now, sign up for your first appointment, and just go in with an open mind. Have them explain everything to you, ask all your questions, get all your answers, and see if it's something you want to do. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. You might want to consider it too. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What are you thinking of hour 2 of your Southern Charm Marathon? If you weren't with us earlier, Blankers put it on Bravo so we can catch up on the Southern Charm Marathon ahead of tomorrow's season premiere. What are you thinking?
I'm not
watching it for 2 hours
I'm not
straight.
taking Dell's shine for being the one that actually did it. There's a lot of good-looking women on there.
You want to make it very clear that you weren't the one to put it on there.
Yeah, because I don't watch that show. I didn't even know what the hell it was called. You came in and I'm like, within 2 seconds, was like, why is Southern Charm on the TV? I was
It was
like, what
weird.
the hell is that?
Isn't it weird that Southern Charm was on our TV?
In a sports radio station? Yes.
Yeah, it was weird. You were very quick, very defensive that you weren't the one to put it on there.
Because I don't watch that show.
So will you watch it now that you've
No.
been watching it on mute for the last 2 hours?
No, it looks like brain numbing.
Brain numbing?
Yeah, it just looks like a bunch of people that get lit up and then they get, go on binges overnight and then they talk about it the next day.
It's not bad. It's pretty accurate. Pretty accurate description of the show without ever listening to it at all. Just looking at it for the last 2 hours. Brian, were you watching the season premiere, Southern Charm, tomorrow night?
Oh, yeah. No, I've got a whole watch party going on. We're going to make some apps and have some cocktails. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, you probably need an espresso martini.
Yeah, I think that's a given.
That'll be important.
And it's December, so maybe some like peppermint flakes or something on there.
Not
Make
bad.
it a little festive.
Not bad. I caught up on Landman and Yellowstone. No, we caught up on Yellowstone 2 nights ago. Caught up on the last 2 episodes of Landman.
You're not still looking for Costner, right?
No. They do have a Costner body double though.
Oh,
yeah.
To keep the storyline going.
Nah.
Well, like you just see him off in the background or something?
Well, I don't want to. I'm anti-spoiler, so I'm trying to tiptoe what I'm talking about.
I'm not, you don't
there
have
is
to
a
worry about it
Costner
for me, but obviously the listener.
There is a Costner body double that is used
Hmm.
in this season of Yellowstone. There's actually talks that they're going to renew it next year for season 6. Which
Without him.
I think 6
I'm
seasons
okay with,
is usually the sweet spot for shows like that.
I'm okay if they wanted to extend another season. I'd be all right with that. I wouldn't hate that. All right. What are your Week 13 overreactions after this past week of the NFL? Usually we do this on Tuesdays, but the Aziz stuff just happened. What is your biggest overreaction after 13 weeks of the NFL season? 713-780-3776. Blankers, do you have any?
Yeah, I think the first one to me is all these people clamoring in Atlanta that you should sit down Kirk Cousins and you should play Michael Penix. And I don't care if Brian McDonald is holding his hand up or not. I mean,
that was actually one of mine.
This Falcons team has too much talent to now suddenly put a rookie quarterback that hasn't played all season in at quarterback and have any kind of expectations at all. Whereas as you have a guy in Kirk Cousins that maybe he's not playing his best football of late, but at the same time, he's kind of the reason why you got off to the start that you've had and that you're in the race for a playoff spot, to where why would you try and consider to do that now? And if you really want to kick him straight below the belt, he's going back to Minnesota this week.
Not this week. In my plan, I would start him the week after, but
I still think it's the wrong move, and I wouldn't even consider it. And I know that people are just, what have you done for me lately's all the times. I just think it's ridiculous to think about sitting Cousins down at this point in the season.
I wouldn't say, though, it's just the last couple weeks. Like, you look at his overall stats, he has his worst yards per game since he's been a full-time starter, going all the way back to his 3rd season in Washington. He's got his highest interception percentage since, 2019. I mean, he's not playing overall very well. And you look at the schedule after they go to Minnesota, I mean, they've got games against the Raiders, Giants, Commanders, and Panthers. I mean, one good defense in that group. I think if they
what if you lose because you play Penix?
Yeah, but if you lose to Minnesota, I think it's worth a shot to see what you have, because that competition is bad enough to where Penix can still win those games. And hey, you drafted him 8th overall. If you actually think he's worthy of the 8th overall pick, then he should be able to play better than what Cousins has played so far.
You drafted him with the idea that he was going to play 2 years behind Cousins. So,
yeah, but Cousins has been played poorly.
But he doesn't have to play phenomenally to win that division. But he can't afford to slip up.
I mean, Tampa Bay has been slipping the last 5 weeks or so of the season, and they're still in a tie with Atlanta because Atlanta has also been losing those games right along with them.
So you want to do it to give them a boost? Like, you think this would help them?
I do.
It makes them a better team.
I mean, there's obviously the added benefit of finding out what you have going into next season, but I think it might. If they go to Minnesota and the offense lays an egg, then I'd be willing to switch to Penix going into the Raiders game.
Yeah. See, I'm not really worried as much about the added benefit of seeing what you have, because, I mean, you're really committed to Penix for the next, the rest of this year and 3 more. Like, he is your quarterback of the future, really, regardless of what happens this year. But you're tied for the NFC South. So to me, it's all about playing the best guy. playing the best guy. That to me is the only thing that matters. Like, you're tied for first place in the NFC South. You owe it to the rest of your locker room to play the best guy. But Brian's arguing that Penix is the best guy.
And I don't think he is. And I think that just from reading coverages to, like, at this point in the season, having a guy that's going to come in that hasn't taken regular season significant reps at all, and you're going to try and put him on a crash course real fast and say it's going to be a better chance for this team to win and give him a boost. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. As a veteran quarterback that honestly has played his best football in the regular season, and you know he's going to be motivated, and maybe he gets a little extra juice from going back to Minnesota, and then maybe they catch. But I don't want them to slip up.
He said after Minnesota.
Right. Okay. So, let him play the Minnesota game. But at the same time, do I want Michael Penix trying to beat? Because you're kind of narrowing whatever the gap is in terms of the spread and how favored you're going to be and how much you should win by if you play Penix at quarterback.
I feel like you're also looking at way too much of what Kirk Cousins has done in the past in his regular season. Kirk Cousins in his last – look, I'm not saying make the change. I'm just kind of being a moderator here and an arbiter between the two. I'm being that Tennessee sideline reporter. He hasn't thrown a touchdown in the last 3 games, and he's thrown 6 interceptions. Like, he's been pretty stinking bad. And if he has another game against Minnesota like he had against the Chargers, I think you have to. I'm cool with giving him another week, maybe even 2 weeks, to see if there's anything left there. But if you put together 4 and then potentially 5 straight games of lousiness, I think you do have to make
So even
if
you want to manage the game with your quarterbacks, who has a better chance of managing the game if you dial down the offense, Penix or Cousins?
Cousins, the way he's played the last 3 weeks, the answer would be Penix for me.
I mean,
The answer is Cousins to me because I think if you're not, I'm not say dumbing it down, but if you're kind of going more vanilla-ing the playbook.
I think it's kind of insulting to Penix too. Like, he's been in this system for what? I mean, this is week 14. If you're giving him an extra, if you're giving him an extra week 2, that's week 15. That's almost 4 months in the offense.
He should know the offense, but he's still got to read defenses and do the things in the league with game time reps that he hasn't had.
But
He hasn't had game time reps. But what do you think he's been doing during the week?
Scout team.
I think that he's been doing more than just scout team.
I would wonder how many first team reps he's getting.
Yeah, that's a good question.
And I also think the idea that rookies can't come in and compete right away is kind of being pushed aside. I mean, Stroud last year, obviously Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, Drake May at certain times. Like, we're seeing rookie quarterbacks come in and play at a high level quicker than we have before. So I think the idea that Penix is going to come in and just be a disaster because he's a rookie is kind of an outdated thought.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate giving them a look. Like, if they're getting blown out by Minnesota, like, hey, play the fourth quarter and see what it looks like. And if it's like, okay, we have some positive momentum there, let's make the change. If it's, okay, that was also lousy, let's stick with Kirk. Like, I think there's some ways you can do it rather than just the binary start, sit in 2 weeks. It's like, if Cousins is playing lousy and we're getting hammered, let's see what Penix looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if I'm not in playoff contention and I don't have a chance that I would really like at this point of the season, if Cousins is playing this way, then I really do want to see Michael Penix because he is my future.
Yeah, but he's saying it gives him a better chance now.
Right, and I disagree. And he can criticize, whatever my way of looking at this is. I just think that as a veteran quarterback reading defenses, even if you just have to have him manage the game more and not give him as much freedom, I think that there's enough weapons there, enough talent on that team that in that division, you can't afford any kind of hiccups.
Fair enough. I think I'm on the Penix side of Cousins continues to play bad. What overreactions do you have, Brian?
The other one I had was maybe this is an overreaction just because, again, it's a rookie, but I think Brock Bowers has already established himself as the best tight end in football. You look at his numbers right now. I believe he's what is he at? He's on pace right now for 119 receptions for 1,252 yards. Both would smash the previous rookies' records. One of them set just last year, 86 receptions by Sam Laporta. So go jump it up from 86 last year as the previous rookie record, all the way up to 119. And then he'd also smash the yardage record for rookie tight ends, which is actually held by Mike Ditka, oddly enough. I mean, it's going way back. But he'd break that by almost 200 yards and be at 1,252, the previous one being 1,076. He doesn't have the touchdown because the overall offense, not great, obviously, especially after Devontae left. So they don't move the ball a whole lot. But I think Brock Bowers has established himself as the best tight end in the league.
I don't know if I'd go best tight end in the league.
Or at least receiving. At least the best receiving tight end in the league. If you want to factor in blocking and give that to Kittle, that's fine. But I think he's the best receiving option at tight end in the league right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options. And there's a lot of guys that do a lot of good things. And I was going to say, from a blocking and physical, perspective, as well as just not just receiving the football, I think you can look across the league. You look at, guys like, you can look at the fact that Mark Andrews is starting to come back again. He's really becoming a bigger factor each week with Baltimore. But you look at Laporta, you look at Kraft in Green Bay.
Kraft?
He's playing really good football for the Packers.
He's not anywhere in the universe.
I'm not saying he's in the same
Bowers.
universe, but I'm saying there's a lot of good tight ends in the league. I'm not going to say.
But he's that's kind of a straw man. I'm sorry. I have to say it. He said that Brock Bowers is the best tight end in the league.
I'm just saying there's a lot of good tight ends in football. I'm not saying that Kraft's in the same conversation as Brock Bowers.
But why are you saying that?
Because I'm saying there's a lot of good tight ends to say he's the best in the league. I think there's you can look at all the different guys in the league and say, do I think that he's already both blocking and receiving better than some of the guys that have been doing it for a longer period of time at a higher level? No, I don't.
I just don't know why you brought in Tucker Kraft.
Because I was trying to think of Vikings tight end that was traded from Detroit.
Hawkinson.
I
think that one thing that I'm learning about Brian in Blankers in the last 10 minutes is that Blankers puts not saying that either one is wrong. Blankers, you put a lot of weight on history, what a player has done over a period of time, and Brian puts almost no weight on history for what a player has done over a period. Brian's ready to make changes and call a guy the best ever after 2 or 3 weeks. Blankers needs about 2 or 3 years.
Guys, Hunter Kraft is
And I'm
easily the
somewhere
best
in the middle.
tight end that's ever played in the NFL.
Yeah,
that I've ever seen.
I think that Bowers is definitely in the mix. I think Bowers is definitely in the mix from a receiving point of view. If you want to go strictly statistics, I don't think it's a debate. If you want to go strictly numbers. Now, if you want to go eye test, well, maybe all time. He has chances to do things that tight ends have never done, ever.
For a one season, but I'm saying to establish himself as the best going forward, you got to continue to do it.
Yeah,
but who's the best right now? If you're playing a football game tomorrow and you could pick any tight end in the NFL to give you the best chance to win, which tight end are you picking? That to me is how you answer the question of who is the best tight end currently. It's not, well, who's had the best who's had the best 3 to 5 years? Who's had the best last 3 to 5 games? No. The way that you determine who the best is at their position is if you say you're playing a game tomorrow, your life is on the line, you can pick any tight end walking planet Earth. Which tight end are you picking to try to save your life?
I'm not. I think I would take Andrews before I would take.
I'm going Bowers way over Andrews. I think Bowers is in the conversation. I think there are others in the conversation. Laporta's not having a great statistical season. Sam Laporta is in that conversation for me. I think Sam Laporta is fantastic.
The only one I might take over Bowers is Kittle. Because of the blocking. He's so good as a blocker in addition to being a damn good receiver.
Right? Yeah, and a little older, but if we're talking about the best tight end today, I think it's fair to have Kittle in the conversation. Kelsey's too old for me. Kincaid hasn't taken the step up that I need. Dalton Schultz, just kidding. Kyle Pitts has kind of really never lived up to expectation. You know who's an underrated tight end whenever you have a good quarterback? David Njoku is not bad.
No, he's good.
Yeah, I would put him in the conversation.
No.
He's good.
It's more of a, I'm looking at tight ends right now. Like David Njoku, if he's ever available. Oh, man, I would love him in this offense.
Yeah, I would love to see him.
He's a hell of a good receiver, and he's physical.
Receiver that we're sleeping on that needs to be in this conversation is Trey McBride.
Yeah, he's had a really good season.
Trey McBride belongs in this conversation.
Not much of a blocker, but he's a very good receiver.
I would have McBride, Bowers, and Laporta as my final 3. And I have
that's fair.
I would probably lean Laporta. But you ain't going wrong with any of those 3.
I mean,
and Kittle. I like Kittle because
Kittle's definitely in the conversation. I throw Andrews in there because if you watched him the last couple of weeks too, getting to where he's really his old self again, high point in footballs with 2 defenders on him, his toughness, his ability to block and run. I think he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he is really stinking good, and he hasn't had the slippage I thought he was going to have. Like you get to his age and you start to see guys really, really slip. Kittle hasn't really slipped at all.
No. I mean, he's missed 2 games because of injury, but I mean, this is more of a fantasy football's perspective, but you look at his consistency week to week, there's been no drop off. He's great every single week except for the 2 weeks he's been hurt.
Yeah, Andrews is good, but he spooks me with how he started the year.
That's what I was going to say because he's coming off injury too, right?
Yeah.
And because the Ravens had a lot of blocking issues with their offensive line, they're keeping him to block a ton too.
Yeah.
Likely got off to the hot start.
Really one big game.
One game. But which helped me win.
Yeah,
it's not over yet.
Theoretically, win my bet against Jeremy.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Christian Harris is possible to return against Miami, according to Nick Caserio. How would you deploy Christian Harris if he does return? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, another quick word for Doc Linville. It's the holiday season, and Doc Linville has a variety of different ways he might be able to help you and or your significant other. He does Botox, he does spa treatments, he does plastic surgery, and of course he does what I always tell you about, the Neograft procedure and the PRP treatments to get your hair back and keep the hair that you have. Doc Linville's right here in the medical center, and he is waiting to help you. He loves helping Houstonians. He's told me time and time again when it comes to the Neograft, I just want as many people as I can to know about this procedure and know that it works. It's not all the gimmicks and the crap that doesn't. It's getting your own hair and taking some of it and putting it where you need it most so it's all the same color, it grows the same direction, it fills in, and it looks like you in your heyday again. It gives you self-confidence along the way, and you feel great about what he's been able to do. I'm telling you this because you get a free consultation with Doc Linville and his staff because he wants to make sure he means it. He's not going to charge you the $150. He charges people off the street to come in to talk to him. Because you listen to us, you want to talk to him, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff, and he can explain everything. The Neograft, the PRP treatments, which is actually like fertilizing your lawn. It takes the hair that's still on your head and makes it thicker and stronger and longer, and it's going to show you results as well. He does the best. He's here in Houston. He loves ESPN 97.5, and he wants you to check him out. Go to 975hair.com right now and set up your first consultation. It's free of charge, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made. They'll explain to you all the ways they can help while looking at your scalp and telling you what they think you need. You can make the decision from there. I tell you this because I did the procedure. I've done both that and the PRP treatments, and I can't speak highly enough of Doc, his staff, and the results that I got. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Vegas has literally no one else to throw to and bad quarterbacks to check down a lot. I do think that plays into Laporte or Brock Bowers' numbers. I still think he's an insane talent, and I think the receivers are okay.
It didn't work for Mike Myers or whatever that other tight end's name that they drafted
he was
in the
hurt this
second
year.
round.
The kid from Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's not just some warm body who's absorbing targets because there's no one else.
No, that on the flip side of that, you should say, well, then from a defensive perspective, we should just look to take away Brock Bowers, and we should be able to shut that down.
Especially the last game, they were at Kansas City, a top 3 defense in the league, and he goes off for 13 catches.
Yeah, Trey Tucker's not awful. Like, he's pretty good in space.
He's not bad.
And Jacoby Myers, I think, is an underrated receiver.
As a slot PPR type guy, sure.
Like, if you get a really good quarterback in there, like a young quarterback, like if Shooter Sanders goes there, I think that a young quarterback can have success with that offense.
Oh, no doubt.
They need help at running back.
Yeah, you got some weapons, and I'm not taking anything away from him and his ability. He's probably going to be one of the premier tight ends in this league for years to come.
No, I was more to the texter. Another texter says, look at the back of the football card. I don't really know which one of you that's directed at, quite frankly.
Probably my philosophy, right?
On the back of his baseball card.
I don't know. Njoku misses half the season almost every year. He does miss a lot of games. Bowers is a monster, would have 20 touchdowns in the Lions offense. You would think so, but Laporte is also a monster and is having a quiet year. So it's weird. Although he did have a 2-touchdown performance the other day. Sam Laporte did. Huge 2-touchdown performance.
7 yards receiving? Is that
3
what
catches,
it was?
6 yards, 2 touchdowns. One of the most bizarre statistical lines I've ever seen. I think that's the weirdest statistical line I've ever seen. All right, Christian Harris possible to return against Miami, according to Caserio. ESPN YouTube. Shooter McGavin says ready to see Christian Harris back. Nick Caserio brought this up yesterday with the media. He said, he's going to be back sooner rather than later, we think. Didn't want to put a timeline on it. Then when he talked with Vandermeer and Harris, was a little more specific, like, I think we're going to see him soon. Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle mentioned like 2 months ago, probably see him after the bye, which is really bizarre to know 2 months ago we're going to see him after the bye. That's a very specific date for a long-term injury. And then Aaron Wilson has been reporting, I think yesterday. Now, you know what we say. Now, has been reporting that we're probably going to see Christian Harris back for the Miami game, which is good because we assume that Azeez Al-Shire will be suspended at least 1 game, probably 2. Maybe it sticks to 3. But if you do get Harris back for Miami, how do you deploy Christian Harris?
Carefully, because at this point in the year, you need him for the long haul. And so you shouldn't be sitting here going, oh, here's a guy that's going to be our savior, and he's going to come in and he's going to do all these things like he did in the playoffs last year and be the kind of guy that can fill in and fill the void with Azeez out and be a guy that we can count on. No, you got to be really, really careful with him, because I got to believe when Jonathan Alexander and people are reporting that, it's probably someone inside the building that said, look, at this point with where this injury is, we are not going to do anything until he's absolutely ready. And once he's ready, we're going to try and make sure we condition him up before we put him on the field. And even still, they're probably going to watch his snaps. I would not expect him to do a ton right away against Miami. It would be great to get him back on the field, and then he's going to have to ramp it up where it's going to take some weeks. But I wouldn't rush him back or try and force the issue too much.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And D'Amico, I think, is 100% with you, too. Like, D'Amico Ryans, while he's kind of aggressive with injured players during the middle of a game, he is really conservative with players whenever they're coming off of injury, especially long-term injury. They placed Nico Collins on IR pretty quickly, and then when people thought he could be available to play, he did the whole Dusty Baker, gave him 1 more day off. This injury for Christian Harris has been pretty significant. It's been mysterious. He had the whole walkthrough at training camp and then somehow tore his Achilles as he was walking through on training camp one day. I'm being facetious. I'm exaggerating. But he hasn't been seen since then. It was really, really weird. So he's missed all of training camp basically, except for that 1 day. So you're talking about a couple of months there. You're talking about 14 weeks of the NFL season. So let's just call it 20 weeks. Let's say that's 5 months. He's been off of playing in an NFL game. And then if you want to even date it back to last season, the last time he's played in a real NFL game, you're going on 8 months there. Yeah. 8-9 months since Christian Harris has played in a real NFL game. So I get you don't have Azeez Al-Shire. I understand the fascination of Christian Harris. Finished last year really stinking good. I think he was trending up to being a top 10 linebacker in the NFL. And then he's had this season almost washed completely away. The truth of the matter is, yes, you're going to miss Azeez Al-Shire. Yes, it's going to be a difficult game, even though Miami's record's not great. But you have a 2-game lead on the division. You have the tiebreaker in said division, so it's kind of like you have a 3-game lead on the Indianapolis Colts. You're more than likely going to be a playoff team that plays a home game in the first round. I get wanting him desperately because of the scenario. but you need to be very careful with Christian Harris because one more injury for Christian Harris, his season is toast.
No doubt about it. And when you think about it, you do have bigger fish to fry. You should be a playoff team. You do have higher aspirations. And the fact is we've been harping all year on the lack of depth on this team. It's just, I think that fans should understand that because we've been so conditioned based on what we had to go through with Kyle Tucker to realize that you shouldn't take chances with any of the injuries with significant players, especially at this point in the season, because of the fact that even the simplest of injuries seem to turn out into being months on end of waiting to get players back that could be helping you. This is the next case in line where you go, hey, we've seen this. We've been through this. Let's make sure we don't do anything to screw it up because of the fact that if he's with you and he does get his conditioning back, by the time you get to the playoffs and the late season, he can be a very, very big factor in benefiting your defense. If he gets hurt again, to your point, he's done for the year, and now your depth's even more at question.
Yeah, I want him to play like 10 plays, like 10 or 15 plays, quite frankly, the most that I want to see. Now, if it is somewhere between like 10 and 15 plays, would you rather see it sporadically over the game, or would you rather give him like every third or fourth series?
No, because you also have to worry about like the heating it up and then cooling it down. But at the same time, I would get him some reps, and then I would rest him, and then then I would almost get him reps like second quarter or first quarter, and then maybe I'll get him a series off, get him another series because he's still warm. Then after halftime, let him stretch it out, warm it up, get him in the third quarter again, and that'd probably be about it for me because I don't want him to sit for any period of time if it's a close game or you really need your key defenders out there, and then all of a sudden go, hey, go back out there and see if you can make a few more plays, and then you're more cold and you have a chance to get hurt even.
So how many series was that about?
Like four.
So depending on the length of the series, probably like 15, 20 plays.
That's his max,
same window.
max.
Yeah, he's on a pitch count for me.
For
he's
sure.
You cannot, because if you look, we don't think that the Texans have this deep playoff run in them, but the Texans are going to try to do that they should, obviously. If that is your plan and it is the Texans' plan, it's way more important for Christian Harris to be as close to 100% in the wild card round of the NFL playoffs than it is him playing 40 snaps because Azeez Al-Shire is suspended for a game.
I mean, you think about it. What would you rather see? Christian Harris trying to fill in to try and make do for Azeez Al-Shire, or late in the season having Christian Harris next to Azeez Al-Shire and being at his, getting close to his top performance level again so that you can upgrade the level of your linebacker play?
Well, I want him to be, my goal is not next year at all. Like, I'm not thinking next year whenever I'm a playoff
the rest of the season.
Well, I want for the rest of the season. But like my entire goal with Christian Harris is building him up to be the best he can possibly be in that first round.
But that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying I don't want to see him too much right now trying to fill in for however long Azeez Al-Shire is suspended.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to be ramping it up so then when Azeez is back, you put him next to Azeez and go, well, our linebackers are way better now.
Yep. What's more valuable? The ramp up of getting him as close to 100% as possible in the wild card round, or him going all in on the game against Miami, with Miami coming off to the bye. Hopefully he's in really good football shape and is capable of doing that. But even if capable, it's not happening.
But that's what, and football speed is different, as we all know. Yep. But what I'm hoping is the reason why all these people were able to prognosticate the fact that, hey, it looks like the Miami game after the bye is when he's going to come back. That's because he got back to where he was cleared health-wise, and now it's ramping him up and trying to do as much cardio and conditioning as possible so that when he does touch the field again, he's as close to being in game shape as he can be.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. What would be your game plan? Total Arlington's texting in that Lawrence was placed on the IR. Yeah, we keep up with sports. That was like in the 3 o'clock hour, man. Do you want Devin White long-term with the Texans?
Oh, he's a Cowboys.
Do you want Devin White long-term with the Texans? Ask a texter.
No. I don't think there's a place for him. I think that if there would have been a place for him, especially with all that we're talking about with the interchangeables that are being called on to play linebacker, that he'd be playing a more significant role than he is now if they believed that he was a guy systematically and ability-wise was a guy that you wanted around long-term. If this was in his heyday with the Buccaneers, absolutely. Right now, I think if he had the ability and he had the fit, we would have seen it by now. We'd be talking about him probably filling in this role.
Yeah, he's not long-term. To me, he's a veteran role player that's filling a spot on this roster. He's not somebody you give an extension to, I don't think. 713-780-ESPN. Plus your linebackers going into next year that you have under contract, just off the top of my head. Like, I don't know Neville Hewitt's contract situation. I can't imagine it's longer than a 1-year deal. But guys that you'd have on your contract, Azeez was a 2-year deal. Christian Harris would be going into his fourth year.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Fourth and final year was not a first rounder, so it would be the final year of his deal, which is an interesting conversation to have. And then Henry To'oTo'o is still in his rookie deal too. So I mean, you have three linebackers under contract that would all be higher on the depth chart than Devin White. You're not signing Devin White.
Nope.
Like you're looking to fill those positions probably with young players and guys that help you on special teams.
That was right place, right time for both guys. He needed a change of scenery to try and prove he could play. They needed anybody they could get with experience that might be able to be better than what they had. It's worked out for the rest of this season, and then you tip your cap.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN HR&P listener line. A new prediction on a contract for Alex Bregman. 6 years, $165 million. Should the Astros sign Bregman for 6 years, $165? Will they sign him for 6 years, $165? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Our good friend Eduardo Perez came on with us once, like 4 or 5 years ago. Good friend, Eduardo Perez. He predicts this 6-year, $165 million deal for Alex Bregman. I'm not really sure if Eduardo Perez's predictions when it comes to players in the market, but he's around the game.
Mm-hmm.
Should they sign Alex Bregman to a 6-year, $165 million deal?
So I don't think so, because I don't like the 6 years. I don't mind the number as much if it averages out to be about 24 a year.
No, it's 27 and a half. 165 divided by 6.
You're checking it?
Yeah, it's 27.5.
Okay.
It's a math major for a semester, Blankers.
Super.
Also own a calculator.
Okay. I don't own a calculator anymore. Regardless, it's under $30 million a year. I hate the 6-year aspect of this, but if you want Alex Bregman back, I think that's what you're going to have to face. You're probably going to have to take on a year or so more than you wanted to and end up paying a little bit money with the chance that the ROI is not going to be there at the end of that deal. But if you want Alex Bregman back and you think he's going to be better for you for the next 3 to 5 years than whoever else you're looking at for your third base position, and especially for the next year or two when you're trying to still stay World Series capable, I think that he's going to have a market. Soto's going to be the first domino to fall, and when he falls, depending on who gets him and who doesn't, the who doesn'ts are going to be clamoring to try and make other splashes. Boston, if they don't get him, is going to be looking at Alex Bregman. The Yankees, if they don't get him, will be looking at Alex Bregman. I just think that he's going to have suitors that are going to push that price tag up, and it's going to make the Astros very uncomfortable. But if you're telling me 6 years and 165 gets it done, I would be okay with it.
Yeah, that's it's a little over than what I was wanting. It's quite a bit over what I would really want to spend. Now, the 27.5 isn't a crazy AAV. It's actually a pay cut. He was making $30 million this past year. So $27.5 million AAV isn't awful. 165 for 6 is pushing the boundaries of how comfortable I am making this deal. No, I'm not gonna waffle on this. I don't want Bregman on that long of a deal. I don't think it's a crazy dollar figure. I really don't, and I could swallow this one easier than like the $200 million stuff. But 165 for 6 is too long for me. I don't think he lives up to that contract.
Well,
like if we're putting a monetary value on the value of a player and the production of a player, I don't think that Alex Bregman over the next 6 years pays you back $165 million worth of production.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. But I think that you also have to take that's a given, but it's the price that you're willing to pay to retain the services of a guy that's been a big part of your franchise that seems like your owner is more hell-bent on, or at least focused on trying to do something with than he has been the guys previous. And also the fact that by the end of that deal, you're right, he's not going to live up ROI wise, but by the end of that deal, salaries are going to be so much higher that you might be looking at less than average players making in that range, to where at least for the next couple of years, I think the ROI would be good enough that you get, because you don't have a lot of answers at third base.
No, you don't have a lot of answers at third base. That's definitely true. But when and I understand the Astros top 5 payroll, they go into the competitive balance tax. You're not going to be spending like the Dodgers and the Yankees, maybe even the Red Sox, maybe even the Cubs,
Giants.
The Giants spend. Blue Jays kind of weirdly spend. Like they'll spend and then they'll trade away their big contracts and then they'll spend again.
Why are they in the Soto deal? Yeah, they've been trying to cut contracts.
So they're weird. So the Astros, to me, have to be a team that spends their money wisely. If you're not going to spend more than the Dodgers and get into these shootouts in terms of contracts, I think that you need to outsmart them. If you're going to spend $200 million, you need to be getting $250 million of production from that $200 million. Squeeze out as much return on that investment you possibly can. And the Astros have gotten into a bad habit recently of doing a very poor job of that. Jose Abreu, $58.5 million on a 3-year deal. Nowhere close to that value. Rafael Montero, 3 years, $34.5 million. Nowhere near the value of that contract. Even Josh Hader you could throw in. Yes, It's only been 1 year, and there's still a lot that needs to be told on how that contract's going to pay off for you. But $95 million, he was okay in year 1. He's not trending in a direction where he's going to pay off that $95 million. So I look at 3 decisions right there, 2 of them critically bad, 1 of them on the fence, probably not great. I just feel like the Astros have put themselves in a very, very difficult spot to continue to throw big contracts, even though it's not outrageous, 165 for 6, at players that aren't going to live up to that contract.
No, the wiggle room is gone.
Yeah.
Right. You normally you have a little financial flexibility where if you swing and miss a little bit, or it's a little less than what you thought, you can recover. But because of the multiples that you mentioned, the fact is there's no more wiggle room left, and you better be damn sure and damn committed that when you do put pen to paper, if that's the kind of contract that you want to get from him, that he's going to be able to produce and live up to that. That he has been a staple, but you can't base it on that. What is he going to do going forward? He got off to the slowest of slow starts for a slow starter last year. Is that going to continue for the next 3, 5, 6 years? That could be a massive problem, because he's going to probably struggle more, or the struggles will continue longer.
Breaking news out of the NFL. Azeez Al-Shire has had his 3-game suspension upheld.
Oof.
He will miss all 3 of the games originally suspended for. Out versus Miami, out versus Kansas City, out versus Baltimore. I'm stunned by this, quite frankly. I thought it would be reduced down to a 2-game suspension. I guess that previous relationship with old Walker, sideline reporter for the Tennessee Titans, didn't carry a whole lot of weight.
Or it was a bad one.
Yeah, or he
It's a
picked
bad
off Ramon, and
relationship.
Ramon wasn't having it.
Yeah, so the 3-game suspension for Azeez Al-Shire has been upheld by hearing officer Ramon Foster, who was jointly appointed by the NFL and the NFLPA. Azeez Al-Shire goes from never being suspended, never being ejected prior to Sunday's game, to getting a 3-game suspension. This shows you the NFL has all the power at once, and if they feel like a guy deserves a 3-game suspension, regardless of precedent, regardless of history, like Nick Caserio was talking about yesterday, if the NFL feels like it's 3 games, it's going to be 3 games, and it seems like they had the hearing officers and the arbiters on the side of the NFL.
It just seems like they can do whatever the hell they want. And, as much as we complain about what Rob Manfred does, the fact is that we know the NFL is king, and Roger and his boys can do whatever the hell they want. And whether we and ex-players and current players and others really kind of seem to sympathize with the length of the suspension and the fact that was way too long and way too impactful for a guy that's never been suspended before, you deal with what they throw down, and they just decided to put their foot down.
Yeah, that's
I am surprised.
I'm surprised too. I thought he'd be reduced down to 2. So he's eligible to return week 18. So that's the other, now as we transition into what does it look like whenever he comes back? 3 games is a long time. Week 18, you're talking about the final week of the regular season. It's going to be hard for the Texans to be at their best at the linebacker position when you have Christian Harris, who's hopefully 3 games into recovering and getting back to full strength. And then you have a kind of a rusty, cold Azeez Al-Shire thrown into the mix. That's a tough ask for a defense to be playing at their best.
That's a worst-case scenario, and he cannot practice with the team.
He has to be
this
away
time.
from them completely.
That's going to hurt as well, because conditioning-wise and just reps-wise and doing things to keep him football shape-wise, that's going to be a hell of a challenge, and that's going to be something that's going to hurt them. And you're right, because of the fact that you still have less thans in terms of your questions versus answers at the linebacker position as a whole, and you don't know what you're going to get out of Harris. That's not a good proposition to be in if you're the Texans going into the playoffs.
Man, it's tough. And plus, you're getting an Azeez Al-Shire who's away from all communication for his team for 3 weeks. You kind of worry about his headspace there a little bit, too. What is Azeez Al-Shire you getting back? Not only is he rusty, but he's having to deal with a 3-game suspension where he can't talk to any of his teammates, any of his coaches.
Is that true? It's not just
Nick
that
Caserio
he can't be at the facility?
Yeah, I believe so. You can't have any communication with him. Because Nick Caserio, part of his rant with the NFL was you're talking about player safety and having the best interest of the player in mind, and you're suspending a guy for 3 games who can't be around his teammates or talk to his teammates. Where is the idea of being in the interest of player health when it comes to that point of view, from a mental point of view?
And not to mention, like we mentioned earlier, the fact that you're taking his game checks away, his livelihood for his family for 3 weeks. That's a massive impact as well. And all you're left is time to think, and you're supposed to stay in tip-top physical condition and be ready to hit the ground running when you come back.
Yeah, that's tough for the Houston Texans to be playing their best defense going into the postseason whenever Harris is going to be. We don't know what kind of Harris we're getting. We haven't seen him in 8 months. And then Azeez Al-Shire coming off a 3-game suspension. Here you go, back into the Wolves in the final regular season game of the year. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get a few thoughts on Azeez Al-Shire's suspension being upheld from you. Also, our car wreck of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Azeez Al-Shire's appeal has been denied. He will serve a 3-game suspension. He'll miss the Miami game, the Kansas City game, Baltimore game. He'll be eligible to return whenever the Texans play the Titans in Week 18, which maybe that game has stakes. Maybe. We'll see if it has stakes or not. Texans hoping that Christian Harris will be back from Miami. His ramp-up period is going to be difficult for that Texans defense. Texture, wow, I am shocked the Titans radio guy screwed the Texans. It's hard to know if that came into play at all. Like, we'd have to put ourselves in the minds of all the parties that were involved here.
But what are we doing?
It didn't help.
The guy's got a career already. I mean, he's still doing radio. He's working. Why are you going to give him a job in the league office that is something that's dealing with the week-to-week, day-to-day functions of the NFL? You can't find other ex-players that might be able to do these jobs. The fact that John Runyon is one of the dirtiest players in the history of the league, and he's going to be the guy that's going to be passing judgment on if a play was dirty or not, or like the suspension?
I have more of a problem with Ramon Foster being part of the appeal process than I do with Runyon. Like, the Runyon thing, like, okay, well, he understands dirty football. Like, okay, I can understand that. He doesn't have, like, any sort of interest involved with other teams. He is a neutral party. I don't have as much a problem with Runyon, although that last paragraph and that whole reprimand to Azeez Al-Shire was very unnecessary. But I have more of an issue of a guy who's employed by a specific team in the NFL making rulings on players that are in the NFL, especially division rivals.
Like, this is the Brady rule, but in a different way, right? If you're working for a said team, doesn't matter what team it is, you shouldn't be allowed to make judgments or have commentary unless you're doing like a radio broadcast or a TV broadcast. But other than that, you can't be making decisions on guys from other teams.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
In your own division.
It's really silly. It's really silly. Like, it's like if you and I got into a fight and I cussed you out and they were going to suspend me, and then you picked the length of my suspension. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's just, it makes zero sense.
I mean, it made zero sense whenever we saw it today too, but it was like, well, maybe he has a good relationship with him because he spent time with him last year. It really does make, I really don't have an issue with Runyon being the VP of whatever, because he doesn't have a dog in the fight. Like, he's not. I understand that it's hypocritical and it's a contradiction because of his playing style, but at the same time, he's kind of an expert on that playing style. He kind of understands. He kind of gets it. But when you have a guy who's literally on the books of a division rival, you should have to take yourself out of the appeal process.
What's the name of it? Like a judge or someone, and they recluse
recluse
themselves. Yeah. Well, then you should have to. If the league isn't smart enough to do it, then you should be the one that does it, because it's good on you and it might help you keep both jobs. But when I looked at all these guys that are on this committee that could possibly be assigned this thing too, maybe Jordy Nelson was the best guy to do it because he didn't play linebacker. He wasn't a dirty player. He was just a player. He played offense, but maybe he can judge speed of defense, and maybe he could have helped. But you had a guy that was one of the dirtiest players of all time, and then you got a guy that's in your division, works for your division rival, that's going to be the guy that ends up being the guy that makes the final decision?
Yeah, you figure that he would have to be out of it. He would have to either recuse himself, or the league would be like, hey, you can't have a Titan employee making a decision on a Houston Texan player. That's quite frankly ridiculous. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-ESPN. What's your car wreck of the day? All right, Blankers, what you got?
I got from the game last night in Golden State and the Nuggets. The Nuggets were out of timeouts, and what's his name? Christian Brown, the kid from Kansas.
Brown, yeah.
Brown, but it's spelled Braun.
Yep.
He called a timeout right in front of the officials, and the officials decided to ignore him. And Steve Kerr lost his mind, rightfully so. Like, he's sitting there signaling the timeout right in front of you, and you're just going to ignore him when you know if the team signals it, a la Chris Webber, you blow the whistle, then you find out he doesn't have any timeouts. They let that go, and it ended up being a factor towards the end of the game. I thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah. Why did they do that? Did they say?
I didn't see if there was a pool of reporters answer after the game or not, but Steve Kerr took to the podium and went nuts. And then I also want to nominate Steve Kerr as well, because Steve Kerr is like one of those guys that doesn't like confrontations with his players. He went into the post game after that and completely just undressed his boy.
I know what you're talking
Podimzik,
about.
Podemjic.
I saw that.
And basically said, I hope he hears this. Why don't you just call him into your office?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's bad.
Yeah, it was. I thought that was ridiculous too. I'm going to nominate Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson refused to go in the game for the Ravens the other day, and has been suspended Has been suspended 1 game from the Ravens without pay for conduct detrimental to the team. He'll miss the game against the Giants after the bye. He went full Scottie Pippen. He got traded to a playoff team. Went full Scottie Pippen. I guess once a Steeler, always a Steeler. He's going in for the Steelers against the division rival. You got one, Brian?
Yeah, quickly. Apparently, Lincoln Riley is rumored to be in the mix for UCF. Just what a amazing fall for going from Oklahoma and producing all these Heisman winners to USC with Caleb Williams, and now you're thinking about tucking tail and going to UCF.
He said he's deflecting all NFL inquiries by saying I'm a Trojan.
I can't believe that one. All right, who's winning?
Either.
Who's winning?
The NFL.
I was going to say Deontay. That's a pretty bad
I'm going to go Deontay, too, because I nominated it. Deontay Johnson, you're the winner. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Soccer Matters coming up next with Glenn Davis right here on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Second consecutive night of Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5. We'll do some updating and previewing of the MLS Cup final. You got Liga MX playoffs beginning tonight, semifinals. A lot more to get into tonight. We're going to get from the LA Times tonight, Kevin Baxter, and get his thoughts on what's going on in LA. Remember, this was a team that only won 8 games last year. He is behind the glass as usual. He is Brian McDonald as we continue on here. Got a chance to see the Leganés Blue Crow Sports trophies last night. That was a lot of fun. Great story. Leganés, that's Blue Crow is a group that is put together a bunch of, has purchased soccer teams. They have Cancun. They have a team in the Czech Republic as well. Jeff Lunau and his group. And then Leganés last year winning the second division title, being promoted. One of the great stories. They're hanging in there. Good defending team. Still struggling to score goals maybe. Next up for them in league play will be Real Sociedad. So interesting to keep an eye on what they do. And the whole movement from a second division to a first division, you know, it's different. And sometimes the people that helped you get there, maybe it's a little bit more difficult for them to live up to it potentially. But they're hanging in there. Gritty, determined team. It's good to see. Everton today, 4-0 winners over Wolves. Manchester City finally gets a win here after 7 without. 3-0 victory over Nottingham Forest. Newcastle, Liverpool, 3-3. Let's go, Brian, to the Mo Salah goal. And this is a quick turn in the box. I mean, this guy finds so many ways to score goals, so many differing ways. And right now, I think Mo Salah is probably the hottest striker in Europe.
McAllister, Jones, Alexander-Arnold, Salah on the spin! He has done it again!
He has done it again, but it ended up a 3-3 draw, a 6-goal thriller, and started in the 35th minute. Alexander Isak for Newcastle. 50th minute, you got a tying goal from Curtis Jones. Mo Salah getting the assist on that. So that made it 1-1. Anthony Gordon in the 62nd would put up Newcastle. That would make it 2-1. Liverpool would fight back. 68, it would be Mo Salah. Then Mo Salah, that's the goal you just heard now in the 83rd. That put him up 3-2. But they gave up a goal to Fabian Schär in the 90th minute. So Liverpool, after coming off that big win against Manchester City, a 3-3 draw with Newcastle here today in what we would term a goal fest. Southampton got absolutely hammered by Chelsea, 5-1. Cole Palmer getting one in that one. Jadon Sancho getting that one late, the 5th goal. Disasi, Kunku, and Madueke getting the other goals. 5 different goal scores for Chelsea today in that one. Maybe the most anticipated game was Arsenal against Manchester United. 54th minute, Arsenal would off a corner, Jurriën Timber, and let me tell you, Declan Rice's delivery, excellent off the corner. William Saliba would get one also, assist to Thomas Partey. 2-0 Arsenal over Manchester United. And then Aston Villa, a 3-1 victory over Brentford with Rodgers, Watkins, he of Ollie Watkins from the penalty spot, and Matty Cash. Streaming at ESPN 975 tonight, 281-658-7821. What's on your soccer mind here tonight? 281-658-7821. 2 fixtures tomorrow in the Premier League: Fulham, Brighton Hove Albion, and then Bournemouth against Tottenham. So that's what you got tomorrow. This weekend, we've got the MLS Cup. We spoke a little bit about it last night, about the quick turnaround from the LA Galaxy. And basically 8 wins last year. Was not a good season in 2023 for them. The Dynamo had the better season, obviously. They go into Saturday looking for a 6th title. Now, to rebound and turn it around this quickly, was big. Everybody was getting criticized. Greg Vanny, you name it, they were getting criticized. They ultimately relieved Chris Klein of his job because they were going to rehire him. Fans really spoke up in this one, and that's why Kevin Baxter is going to come on tonight, because Kevin Baxter of the LA Times wrote a really, really interesting article about, the pressure that the fan base can put on. And really, fan bases, this is what they can do. They can have an influence in a very, very big way. If they don't like what's going on, it really is maybe the greatest check and balance for MLS teams is the fan base, is the supporters groups, and they do have power because power comes in numbers there and their influence and their dollars. So they go out and they sign Marco Reus. Gabriel Peck just becomes an incredible signing. Joseph Pantsil. You got two wingers there now. That obviously has benefited Dejan Joveljic in such a big way. Joveljic, double figures in goals. I think only had 6 last year. Life got a lot better for this striker for the LA Galaxy. Ricky Puig is going to miss the final. The ACL injury puts a little bit more on Marco Reus to do the playmaking. Any thoughts? 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. San Luis and Rayados will be on tonight at 9 o'clock. So as much as we've been talking about Tigres as of late, and with their visit to Houston drawing 46,000 people out there with Lone Star Sports and Entertainment and Energy Stadium, they got bounced from the playoffs. So Tigres fans not happy, and it's Rayados' moment to shine now, and we've got a city full of Rayados fans as well. On the weekend, we did mention that Liverpool got to go from Cody Gakpo and Mo Salah, hence why I say he's probably the hottest striker in Europe right now. They got a 2-0 victory over Manchester City. That gave him an 11-point lead, and he has been unstoppable. He picks up another 2 today in the 3-3 draw. So bouncing around here a little bit, but that's kind of what the book is here on this final. It's going to be the LA Galaxy. Question is, can the New York Red Bulls kind of contain them, keep them under control? They've got Royce, Peck, Pantsil, Joveljic. These are all players that can make chances in a lot of ways for themselves. I would say in the case of Joveljic, it's more in and around a penalty area. This is a guy that knows his way around a penalty area. But with the width they get from Peck and Pantsil, it's a blessing for a center forward. Now, I would compare that to the Dynamo a little bit, and the Dynamo play a very narrow system, so your striker is really going to be around center backs a lot for large portions of the game, and I think that's what happens with Ezequiel Ponce. The Red Bulls, they found themselves. They beat Columbus. They beat New York City FC. They beat Orlando City. Collective defending, team shape, Nealis brothers in and around the back. Did they contain the LA attack? Is this the team of destiny? No real star. If you remember, we did mention it last night. This is a team at one point in the New York metropolitan area was trying to do the star thing. They tried it with Thierry Henry. They tried it with Rafa Marquez. Marquez was an epic failure, which was kind of a shame because we all know what a great player he is. And I think he had an opportunity to really, in Major League Soccer at the time, Rafa Marquez becomes something special when it comes to, being a star in the league and smoothing kind of things over, with U.S. fans and things. 3 o'clock Saturday is the final, but they don't really have any stars. I guess you would say Emil Forsberg is. And again, he comes out of the Red Bull system. So it's the corporate New York Red Bulls, right? With teams in Salzburg and in Leipzig. But they're doing it with a lot of young homegrowns. Adelman in midfield, John Tolkien as a left back. Lewis Morgan's a dangerous player as well. So they've got some real opportunity here to make history. The Red Bulls, this is a huge moment for the franchise to get here and get to a final. So we'll see what they will end up doing. Kevin Baxter, again, is going to join us. We'll get the scoop from Los Angeles on him. This final will be in L.A. Don Garber has just signed another 4-year deal for Major League Soccer to be the commissioner, the Soccer Don. Your thoughts on that? 281-658-7821 or anything Premier League right now. Leicester City yesterday got a 3-1 victory over West Ham United, the debut of Ruud van Nistelrooy. I'm rooting for Ruud. Always liked Ruud. Had an opportunity in Berlin to interview him once. Very genuinely nice guy. It's the same image you kind of get over television when you see him. Genuinely a good guy. Leicester yesterday got goals from Vardy, Kanous, and Daka. Fulkrug for West Ham. But Ruud got it done on his debut. Look, he probably impressed people in the short stint as the interim manager for Manchester United. These types of things do happen. And then you had Ipswich losers to Crystal Palace, 1-0 in that game. Portman Road in Ipswich, 29,000 people at that. Dean Henderson was voted the man of the match. That got Crystal Palace out of the relegation zone. So Chris Richards' club is, for the moment, out of the danger zone. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. 713-780-3776 the number to call in. Ricky Clark has been dismissed as the Houston Dash coach. A lot of work to be done there. So we'll see what happens with general manager and coach coming in to see if they can finally get some traction with that team. They had a little bit of traction when Juan Carlos Amoros was here, who then moved on to Gotham. Real Madrid, well, 2-1 loss today to Athletic Club. Kylian Mbappe misses another penalty. Now, this is very interesting to see a star of this magnitude come over from PSG and struggle to the extent that he's struggling right now. Trying everything, putting him back on the left. He's played as a center forward. The game was at San Mames and Athletic Club 2-1 winner. So Real Madrid's having hits problems just like Manchester City. It's amazing to see these big clubs. I guess we're just so used to them dominating and doing so much that it's just strange for us to see them really, really struggling. And in this case, they've got a superstar that was brought here to deliver, who's really struggling in Kylian Mbappe. But a lot of criticism over his form right now. Carlo Ancelotti said, quote, he isn't at his best level. We have to give him time to adapt. There's not much more you can say. You would think he could adapt quicker than that, but it does happen. Quote, he scored 10 goals. He can do better. He's working to do better. Vinicius Jr. Is out. So that's where we're at. Mbappe had to turn down the chance to take another penalty against Getafe on Sunday, and Jude Bellingham took the penalty. So there we go. All right. I think we're going to go to the phone lines here. And who do we got here, Brian? All right, let's go to Bogdan on the phone here. Bogdan, what's on your mind tonight?
Sir, a lot is in my mind too. Thanks yesterday, I heard a couple of people told me, and I overheard it too, from mentioning Duke Adam's passing, the Steaua goalkeeper who single-handedly eliminated Barcelona and gave Steaua Bucharest, an Eastern European team at that time, their first Champions Cup win, right? It was in Barcelona in '86, and he will forever be known in Romanian circles. I just wanted to add to that as probably the hero of Sevilla, because not a lot of people know the final was in Sevilla. So it was full of Spaniards in there, not a lot of Romanian fans like you've been seeing lately. And the funny thing is, too, is they were wearing the Blaugrana, so Steaua has also the red and blue. So for the first time ever in the most important game of their careers, they had to play in white with some little red stripes, which back in those days, that was Dinamo colors, right? They're forever rivals. So that is how they won the European Cup back then. But
Bogdan, I just want to remind people that it was called the European Cup. It's the current Champions League now.
Correct. European
We
Cup,
are up on
whatever,
a break,
yeah.
but I do want to ask you before I let you go, since you know Romanian football. I mean, that was clearly the biggest ever club win in Romanian soccer history, correct?
Bar none.
Bar none. Okay,
Bar
so that
none.
was Steaua over Barcelona, and he saved what, 4 or 5 penalties in that?
So they went to penalties. Steaua scored twice, and they missed the fourth one, and it was over. So he went into the record books for, blocking all 4.
So I've watched.
I'm sure it's been done since.
I've watched Romanian's national team on TV lately. It seems like they're in a better moment now. I don't think they've been to a World Cup since the 90s.
Correct.
What do you
98.
see right now? I mean, I know the word gold generation's thrown around. That may be going a bit too far, but what's occurring here with the uptick with the Romanian national team?
All right, real briefly. So they were the golden generation. Nobody's going to take that away from them. However, this new generation that started right at the Euros last year under the tutelage of Lucescu, of all the people. Well, at the time it was Iordănescu, but Lucescu's now at the helm. They call this the soulful generation because they play with passion and soul. And I think this is the best chance they've ever had. No more World Cup for them. I think they showed up at the European Championship 3 times, but this is as good a chance they'll have to go to the World Cup, considering it's also 48 nations.
48
but they
teams.
do have one of the most robust, shall we say, teams that they've ever had. A lot of talent. And it's just going to be a matter of maturing. And a lot of these guys, unfortunately, some still don't play on their teams away from home. They ride the bench. But some of them are, look, Dragushin right now is, I don't know how it's viewed at Liverpool, but that was a big signing for him, right?
They had a good Euros. I mean, they showed that they could fight, I think, the physical game in the Euros, too. And that was one of the questions around them at times, that they produce technical players. You have the Georgi Hagi Academy, the legendary player from '94 here in the U.S. with Romania. But they seem to have a bit of a, like you said, they call them the, what do they call them? The soulful?
The soul generation.
The soul generation.
Romanians as a nation, and people are not going to like it, we really struggle with the mentality of a winner.
30 seconds, Bogdan, to wrap it up, okay? Wrap it up in 30 seconds because this is important. Go.
I got you. So anyway, bottom line is thanks for mentioning Ducadam. It will forever be in the hearts of all Romanians, regardless of affinity for the local club. And I think Romania has as good a chance to go to the World Cup. We'll see which groups they fall into. So thanks for all the soccer talk, by the way.
Yeah,
Take
call
care.
it. Call again, because I would like to talk more Romania because I find it interesting. We stick to a lot of the big countries. Thank you, Bogdan. All right, so that was Bogdan. That's good stuff there. Ducadam, the famous goalkeeper, passing away. DanishInspirations.com. That's where you get the best in modern contemporary furniture. Get out there, see Jan Christensen. DanishInspirations.com. You will hear a theme in the music tonight with Los Angeles and New York.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Yeah, we got to let this one play a little bit here. I think Kevin Baxter's going to like the fact that I played this. So's Cactus Music, by the way, the best in vinyl and CDs. Get down there. Cactus Music. You could have done the Billy Idol version too, but got to go with the original Doors, Jim Morrison. You don't beat it. All right, let's get Kevin Baxter on here. We appreciate Kevin coming on the show here. Kevin, excellent writer with the LA Times, has covered Major League Soccer in a big way, and the sport of soccer as well. Kevin, thank you for coming on tonight.
Hey, the Doors are an LA band, and Jim Morrison went to UCLA where Greg Danny played, so there's a connection.
See that? I mean, you see how great minds work together here? We played a little Doors. I knew you were coming on. Pick the Doors, LA Woman. What else can we do? The interview over, Kevin, now? There's not much more to do after that intro, right?
No, that's it. Thanks for calling.
All right, so let's get after it. You wrote a really amazing article, I think, that highlighted something that I think is really interesting, and that was the fact that the LA supporters group really mobilized and really made a statement to the organization. And when the LA Galaxy walk on the field this weekend to play for the MLS Cup final, they got to really feel a huge part of the turnaround there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, for a number of different reasons. One is Greg Van and a lot of the players talked about how last season was the most difficult season in their careers. And the reason for that was, first of all, they only won 8 games. That's always going to make for a difficult season. But the fans booed them. There were no people in the stands for many games because of the boycott. It was a lost season for a lot of reasons, but it was also the beginning of the turnaround because in April of last season, the Galaxy hired Will Kuntz. He was a player personnel person at the start. Well, one of the things the fans demanded was that President Chris Klein be fired, and he was in May. Will Kuntz was eventually elevated to general manager, kind of taking some of Chris Klein's old responsibilities. And 9 of the 11 starters in the conference final were guys that Will Kuntz brought in from last August forward. So within the last 15 months, 9 of the 11 starters were guys that he brought in. And the team went from 8 wins to 19. It went from missing the playoffs to making the MLS Cup final. It's been a complete turnaround. And it all goes back to the fans. After, from 2017 onward, the Galaxy lost more games than it won. It won 2 playoff games, made 2 playoff appearances, didn't make an MLS Cup final. It was the worst playoff drought in franchise history. And the fans said, this is not the Galaxy that we paid our season ticket prices to see. So the team, to its credit, listened. I mean, it should have listened earlier, but it listened this time when the fans put their feet down. And now that the team is back in the MLS Cup final, which, by the way, the fans believe they should be there every year.
So let me ask you this, Kevin. Do you see this as, because I know certain markets have better healthy pressure than others. I mean, you're able to bring that through your writing in LA. But certain markets have more of a healthy pressure than others. I always hear, well, we don't need any more pressure. We put it on ourselves. No, that's not true. You do need outside pressure. I think that's a good thing. Healthy pressure is a good thing. But do you see this as maybe, I don't know, because we've had boycotts before, but this seemed to be a pretty serious one. Do you think other supporters groups will take notice of this? Because I think MLS, based on the amount of teams that make the playoffs, I think it's easy for franchises also to get comfortable.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this, and if you broaden that to look at other sports, for instance, even in LA, the Angels have suffered for, they haven't won a playoff game or playoff series since Mike Trout's been there, and they had Shohei Ohtani for several seasons, and they were just dismal. But they drew 30,000 fans plus a game, so there was no pressure on management to do that, and the fans were great with coming out, spending a summer night drinking beer in the ballpark, and they didn't feel the need to win. We have the Anaheim Ducks. They're going through their 7th losing season without the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers. And then again, look to other places like the two baseball teams in Florida, where I don't know that there's a fan base that's more indifferent than anything else. The Galaxy, well, soccer in general has a much healthier supporter team relationship where there is a culture and the supporters are part of a club. It's not a team, it's a club, and the supporters are part of that. So first of all, soccer lends itself to this kind of pressure. But then the other thing with the Galaxy is the Galaxy management, players, coaches, they've always held the Galaxy up to be different because the team was so successful from the very start. And that success is supposed to be baked in. So when it's not there, it's easy for the fans to come to management and say, hey, wait a minute, you guys told us this was a special franchise. It's not playing special right now. You need to keep your word. We're giving you good money for these season tickets, and you're not holding your end of the bargain up. In a sense, the Galaxy are a little bit like the Yankees or the Boston Celtics or the Montreal Canadiens. They're supposed to win every year, and when they don't, the fans go to management and say, this is not us saying you're supposed to be winners. You guys told us this, and you better fix it quickly.
Yeah, and you can't live off your last title, I think, which was what, 2012? 14, sorry. You set the bar high then, but I think it's very positive that there was a reaction. We saw a positive reaction in Austin demanding more the fan base there. So overall, I think this is healthy. This means that fans are really invested and very, very loyal to their product, and they want to be winners, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, Portland is a team that is ripe, or a club that is ripe for this kind of stuff. In Portland, apparently, in talking to people there's this feeling that, we don't want to sacrifice our plate, that there's season ticket holders, and then there's a line to get on the list to be season ticket holders. We don't want to lose our season tickets. We might not be able to get back in, so we'll just sort of quietly accept this, and maybe that's not the right approach. I think you're already seeing San Jose reacting a little bit. I don't know if it's so much supporters pressure, but they did not only brought Bruce Arena in, who's going to cost them a lot of money, but Bruce is going to bring in his coaching staff, which is going to be Dave Sarakin and maybe Matt Reese and maybe even Kenny Arena. That's going to be a huge investment that they're going to have to make in that. And I think that is an effort to turn things around. But, a competitor of mine, a woman named Marion Swanson, wrote a column last spring when the boycott was going on for our competitor, the Southern California News Group. And she had an excellent take, which is the Galaxy shouldn't complain about the fan boycott, which, by the way, management was complaining about it, saying this, they misunderstood. They didn't miss anything. But her point was the management should applaud this because what it means is we have a fan base here that is so loyal and so dedicated to this team that they're willing to stay away to get their winning team back, that they're invested in this, that they're not Angel fans that are just going to show up and enjoy watching the opposing team play. These guys are invested and they feel like they're part of the club, and they feel like they're part of the club so much that they're going to pay for tickets that they don't use just to show how much they want this team to turn around. And that was really the way to look at it, that the Galaxy should look at it and say there are teams that can't pay to get people to come into the ballpark when the team is winning. The Galaxy have fans that will stay away until the team turns around. It's just a different way of looking at it, and I think she was absolutely right.
Pretty amazing. We're talking to Kevin Baxter of the LA Times. So, when the LA Galaxy go out on that field, that prideful supporters groups, they're going to really feel a part of it this weekend and have a big piece in helping to flip things and turn things around. By the way, that's in 1 year, too. That's in 1 year, turning that team around.
And that's right. I mean, the fan boycott was last April, May. I think May was when it really came to a head. And so, a season later, they're there. And the turnaround, as you mentioned, the turnaround in the stands is amazing. For number, you can look at the statistics. Galaxy played 19 games at home this season, including Leagues Cup and playoffs. They sold out 10 of those. They set an all-time franchise record for home attendance this year, beating the David Beckham years. And you remember how crazy that was.
Yeah, absolutely.
They drew a higher average crowd this year than they did during the David Beckham years. They had one game at the Rose Bowl where they lost to LAFC, but in their games at Dignity Health Sports Park, which is where the MLS Cup final will be played, they were unbeaten. They got a franchise record 13 games at home this season. And the noise when Gabriel Peck scored the fourth goal in the game against Minnesota United, which kind of put that game away. That was in the conference semifinals. I think that crowd was louder than any crowd I've heard at Dignity Health Sports Park ever. And as loud as the Zlatan crowd when he scored that goal against LAFC in his first game. It was that loud. And I talked to some other former players, Hercules Gomez being one, who made the point that, the Galaxy is a different team. And when you played for the Galaxy, once a G, always a G. He told me that, the players hear that the crowd, they hear the noise, but he said the opponents hear it too. And it can be very intimidating to the opponents to hear that crowd. And Galaxy home field now is back to the fortress that it used to be. And the fans deserve the credit for that. I mean, not only did they come back, but they came back with an open heart saying, okay, you guys heard us. Let's all work together. Let's all pull on the same side of the rope and let's get this done. And the fans have they started this, they've inspired this, and then they've taken the lead on making sure that it works.
It's entertaining to watch. Marco Royce, Gabriel Peck, Pantsil, Dejan Joveljic is a new man in the penalty area with these guys around him. Ricky Pooch has been unbelievable. Sadly, he's going to miss the final. I want to take you to Peck. The guy's got 19 goals and 16 assists. He's never had a goal-scoring season like this before. Are they going to be able to keep him?
Well, eventually he's going to go. But when I talked to Will Kuntz, he said, Gabriel Peck's under contract for the next 4 seasons, which doesn't mean, they can't transfer him. But he fully expects him to be back next year. It's interesting you bring that up because there's 2 things about Gabriel Peck. The first one is, will he be here? I talked to him exactly about that a couple of weeks ago. And, he talked about he wants to go to Europe like everybody else. He's always wanted to go to Europe. And he said, you know what, I think this was the best move for me coming to MLS because, I think I'm good enough to play in Europe. But if I went there straight from Vasco da Gama, I'd be sitting on the bench because I would be sort of an unproven guy. Like you said, he's never had a season like this before. He would be a guy that would be trying to find playing time. And he said, how many years would I have to sit on the bench before I got a chance? He said, I've come to the Galaxy. I've come to MLS. I had a great season. People are noticing me now. They know I'm a goal scorer. I'm a proven quantity. When I do go to Europe in a year or 2 or 3, whenever I go, I'm going as a guy who's going to compete for a starting job. I'm not going as a role player. And he said that makes all the difference in the world. As far as his success, a lot of that goes to Greg Vanney and when and Joseph Paintsil, his teammate. When Greg Vanney saw Gabriel Peck come here, he was a heels on the sideline winger, played way outside, and Greg Vanney noticed when he was most dangerous, he was cutting into the box, and so Greg Vanney convinced Gabriel Peck to play a different kind of game, to be more aggressive, to come away from the sidelines and get more involved, to get closer to the goal. That helped a lot. But the big move happened in June. Joseph Paintsil got hurt, and he was the right winger. Gabriel Peck was playing on the left. He's naturally a right winger as well. So with Paintsil out, they moved Gabriel Peck over to the right side. He had a phenomenal month of June while Paintsil was hurt. And when Paintsil came back, here's a guy who played in Belgium, plays for the Ghana national team. He said, you know what, Gabriel Peck is so good on the right, I will go to the left. I will play out of position.
Wow, that's a great piece of information.
Yeah, and Gabriel Peck wound up with as you said, the goals. Joseph Paintsil had 10 goals, and this is the first team in MLS history to have 4 players, Peck, Paintsil, Ricky Pooch, and Dejan Joveljic, all with 10 or more goals. And a big part of it is the unselfishness of Joseph Paintsil.
Well, Kevin, this is great information. I knew I was going to get some gems out of you. We got them. My listeners are lucky to hear this. That's a really, really good story. It is truly an exciting team to watch, the style of play. It'll be a good one against the New York Red Bulls. Thank you so much for coming on. Maybe we can get you to come on next week after it's over and maybe give us a review of what the day was like. Okay?
That would be great. And let's put some more Jim Morrison on.
Okay. That's a deal. That's an easy sell for me. You got that. Jim Morrison for you next week. You're back on the show. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right. Kevin Baxter. Great stuff there. Really interesting on Gabriel Peck. He played at Vasco da Gama, 168 appearances with only 25 goals. And you heard him mention that Greg Vanney got him in to the interior a little bit more and probably mixing it up with width and then getting into the box more. Wide players can score goals. No question. This is the legendary Steve Earle with the Super Suckers, if you know them. You know this, Brian?
No, I didn't know this song before today.
It's a good one. All right. It's called New York. We'll take a break here. Big thank you, as always, to Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. They got 3 locations around Houston. Nico Nico's, the original in Montrose, my favorite. You can also go out to I-10 and the Beltway. That's where the another big Nico Nico's is. They got a full bakery out there. And then you go up to the Woodlands as well, their new location. It is Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Everybody knows Dimitri. We love the food. We love the Greek food. We'll take a break.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right. How about a little Frank Sinatra? My father loved Frank. Old Blue Eyes. So we're giving a little love to the New York Red Bulls here with this. We did the LA Woman with the Doors, so this is for the New York Red Bulls. Real quick here. Hall of Fame members going in: Carly Lloyd, Nick Raimondo, Chris Armas, Mary Harvey, and on the builder ballot, Mark Abbott, who's been the longtime right-hand man for Don Garber. Big shout out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Get out there. We're going to announce, I think what we're going to do is have a Christmas party, maybe at that location. So that could be fun. All right. last night we brought on a great example of our Houston soccer community. We make them, they take them. FC Dallas has got Eric Quill now as the head coach. He grew up playing soccer here in Houston as a youth player. I started the interview off by congratulating him. If something changes and I end up going to Puerto Rico, you'll know by Friday.